Hey, and welcome to this 18-hour course for ACP-620 study prep. Now, this bootcamp is completely free, and what you're going to get is the full, raw, unedited version of this entire course. Now, this is a long 18-hour long course, and the Jira guy and myself spent weeks studying for the ACP-620. It's available on YouTube, but we wanted to package it all and put it here on Udemy for you to enjoy. So this is a completely free course, all raw, all unedited. You hear all the banter, you hear all the conversations, you hear the debates, discussions, everything that we had. And so I hope you enjoy it, and I hope that it helps you pass this test. This was quite the journey for both the Jira guy and myself. We had a blast. I personally passed the test. I can assure you that the material works. Studying for it, going through it, it will help you because I was able to study through all of this material and successfully be able to pass the test. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you. I hope you enjoyed this completely free, unedited, unfiltered, fully raw 18-hour sessions of how to study for the Atlassian ACP-620. Hey everyone, welcome to ACP-620. This is the one of many. This is going to be fun.
Yeah. I'm told if you are a full Jira admin, this is one of the hardest exams currently offered.
Ouch.
And it's not for the reason you think it is. Jira admins uniquely find this challenging because this is specifically for project admins. So you have to start thinking not what I can do as a Jira admin, but what can I do as a project admin that I can't do, or that I can't do as a Jira admin, or forget everything I can do as a Jira admin that I can't do as a project admin.
Yeah, I think sometimes you gotta. I run into that problem a lot where I take for granted the fact that I can do everything in Jira, and then I forget that there's certain individuals that can't do everything in Jira. So it's always tricky to know where that strike that balance is. But
Of course,
we got.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say we're gonna. The name of the course is Managing Jira Projects for Cloud. You're going to be demonstrating your Jira project administration expertise. Earning the Managing Jira Projects for Cloud certifications proves your ability to configure a Jira project according to team requirements and deftly manage each project configuration.
Yep.
We have some exam details here. So you are going to apply best practices to translate team requirements into robust project configurations. I like to tell people that one of my specialties is learning how to translate English into Jira. And I think that basically appropriately highlights that. Katrina, hello. That reminds me, for everybody else tuning in, if you want to say hello to us in the chat, that would be awesome, just so we know where you are or who you are. And if you want to tell us where in the world you're tuning in from, let us know as well. And then as an added bonus, do you currently have the ACP 620? Or are you studying along with us so you're going to actually take the 620? Because we're all going to try to take it in a few weeks here. So let us know. Have you taken or planning on taking the ACP 620? All right, Rodney, back to this while the chat comes through. So we got Hasna, hello from Pakistan. Hello. Hasna, let us know. Have you taken or will you be taking the ACP 620? And again, as those chats are coming through, recommend project types and templates based on your team's requirements. This was interesting to me, Ronnie, because I saw that the test was last updated like in 2023, but project types have changed project types and templates have changed quite a bit in the last couple of years.
I mean, we look at 2023 versus now. We still have Jira Work Management we're considering and Jira Software, and those aren't anymore. Now it's just Jira.
Yeah, just Jira. Managing project details, which I think is easy. Managing project user roles and permissions and troubleshoot problems. I think this one's going to be a good one here. Configuring boards across projects and teams. Managing versions, components, and issue assignment. This is the one that always gets me right here. Expertly use JQL or JQL reports, dashboards, and gadgets. Rodney, is it JQL or JQL?
I think I use JQL.
JQL? Yeah, so at Team 25, we had a champions workshop, and Mark Cruz led our icebreaker. And he does this really cool activity where you separate the room into like halves, and you have a center that is like you strongly agree with the statement, or you kind of go out into the outer rings and you strongly disagree with the statement. And one of them was, is it JQL or JQuil? And it was so interesting to see people like just divided and like trip over each other as people ran from inside the circle to outside the circle. So I like JQuil.
It's just, it rolls off the tongue.
Manage issue layout configurations, understand Jira software project features such as links, attachments, and time tracking. I wonder if this is intentional, or we're talking now just the software template instead of just Jira software.
That's what I'm thinking here. So all these things will still be relevant.
Remove the need for manual updates using automation. This certification only applies to users of cloud. This is designed for Jira project admins, and this is the interesting part. So here's the breakdown of the exam. So 13% project creation. This is an important first step. 29% for the board configuration. I agree with this one, because setting up your project is cool, but the board is really where you interact with daily. So it makes sense that you're going to get quizzed on those a lot more. Managing
And
the project.
if you're really good at board configuration, you could do some really crazy things with your project.
Yeah. You need a 60% to pass. I'm skipping ahead, but if you can get this 30%, then you're halfway there.
Yeah.
Right. And then you can almost get to the other half by knowing how to manage your projects, a little bit on the automation, a little bit on the reporting. I'm thinking just in this upper third, like these three right here, you could probably walk away. If you can lock these three down, you could probably walk away fairly confident you'll at least pass the test.
Now, as I was telling Alex before the show, this one is uniquely focused on project admins and what they can and can't do. And the reason I take issue with that is most of my Jira instance I manage as a Jira admin. The one permission I take away from everyone and keep to the admin team is project creation. So I do find it interesting that they're quizzing that on this exam versus the ACP-120.
Right. We'll take a look at the detailed exam topics. That's basically going to be our guide for the entire duration of the course. So we'll come back to that, and we're going to be revisiting. I have it open and handy right here already. And so we're going to do deep dives into all of this one. So we'll come back. Specific to exams or exam specifics, the price is $250. Although if you did go to team, if you went to Team 25 and you participated in the, it wasn't, they called it a quest, a Champions Quest. Atlassian, who's now being rebranded from Atlassian University, is now Atlassian Learning. We do have a code here. I won't show it to you because I'm going to need this for when I take the ACP 420. But you may have gone to team and you may have gotten a code here. Now, Rodney, we may want to talk to our good friends over at Atlassian, see if we can conjure up a couple of codes to give away during this live stream session.
I imagine that would be possible, and I think it would be great for people who follow us through all however many sessions we'll have of this,
which
to
reminds
have a chance
me,
for that.
Yeah, which reminds me that this episode and this entire series is sponsored by our good friends over at Revyz.
Yes.
So now I'm applying all of our layouts or overlays for Revyz. So special shout out to Vish over at the Revyz team for believing in us and sponsoring us. This is going to be a solid. We anticipate at least 14 sessions here, at least. And so we're going to be together for a while. Okay. So price is $250 again. We'll work with that last and see if we can get a couple vouchers for you all. I know in the past others have been able to do it. I just don't like to ask people for stuff. But Rodney, you're like the king of asking, aren't you?
I mean, so one of us has to.
Yeah. Getting a question here. If you don't mind me asking, how would you assess level of difficulty of this exam? So Lawrence, I haven't personally taken it, but just looking at the subject matter, if you've created Jira projects in the past, you should be okay. I think what's going to get you is what Rodney said, right? It's knowing, I think we take for granted being the Jira administrator, what we can do as a Jira admin versus what you're limited to as a project admin. And having that clear distinction is what's going to either make or break you on this exam.
So if you are just a project admin and you have no formal Jira admin experience, you're golden on this. If you're a Jira admin like me and like Alex, there's going to be some struggle.
Yeah. You will have up to 3 hours to take the exam. This is going to be up to 70. I wish they just told you flat out how many questions would be on there. But I've never not seen it be 70 on my tests.
Yeah, it's usually somewhere between 60 to 65 for me.
Yeah. I've always seen the exam be the amount they said it would be. Passing, though, this is what I love. Okay, so I'm a big fan of C's get degrees. In this case, a D will get you a degree as well.
So what is 60% of 70, Alex?
Oh, I don't know, like 30 questions.
Aren't you supposed to be the engineer of us?
No, I don't do public mental math. What do we got? 70 questions divided by 60, or what am I dividing here by?
Times 0.6, 42.
42
is the magic number.
You want to get at least 42 questions correctly. So I think we should drop our first pro tip of taking a test. So when you go to the testing center, they give you a sheet of paper. So you do get a piece of paper and a pencil. You do need to turn it in and like leave it there, so you don't get to take it home with you. But do know that you get some piece of paper and some pencil to take some notes while you're taking your test. So what I like to do is, since you have 3 hours, right? You have 180 minutes to take this test. I like to run through the test, right? I'm not saying, okay, run is a strong word, but I like to breeze through the test, right? I don't get hung up on the questions. Like if I get to a question and I'm like, nope, I have no idea what it is, I flag it because you have a flagging capability. And then I come back later. So, but I like to make sure I get through all 70 questions, because the last thing you want to do is get through 3 hours of the test and didn't get a chance to get through all the questions.
Absolutely. I do the same thing, but what I also do is, as I'm going through that first run where I'm going through and trying to get the stuff I definitely know, for everything that I know, I call them slam dunks, to use a more American vernacular there. I'll do a tick mark and I'll keep track of those tick marks. And my goal is to make sure I have that
42.
magic 42.
Yeah, that's basically what I do. So, well, I'll run through it once, and then as I come back the second time out, because I've already, at this point, if I turn in the test, I've at least answered all the questions, right? So what I'll do the second, and that usually that first run takes me 60, 70 minutes of the 180 minutes. It usually takes me about a solid hour to go through the test once. The second time, you have still 2 hours to go, right? But your guard's more down, because one, you're like, okay, I've already gone through the test, right? So you've already seen all the questions. So the ambiguity, the unknown, the uncertainty of the test is kind of behind you already. And so I like to take it as I can do a breather. The problem, though, is I've exhausted my mental energy on that first hour. So my critical thinking skills is far lower that second and third hour, because I'm much more fatigued.
I don't have that problem with test taking, though.
Not all of us are superheroes like you, Rodney.
I want to say I'm superhero. I just I think it's ADHD thing where you just do well in crisis situations.
Well, anyway,
a little bit of adrenaline just clears things up.
Yeah, well, on that second run, what I like to do is, now with my pen and paper, is I like to do ticks, right? So there's what did you call it? Soup slam dunk. Yeah. So when you read a question, you will have slam dunk moments where you're like, yep, I know this one's true beyond a shadow of a doubt, right? That gets me a tick. And so I'm doing groups of 5. And so I'll do 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40. And I'll cheat a little bit. I'll give myself a little bit of a buffer, Rodney. I'll get 40. I'll shoot for 45. Right. But once I have 45, then I'm like, I'm done. That's all I needed. And so that's usually where I stop. I don't keep going.
So, Alex, remind me again, your first Atlassian exam, what was your score?
I don't know, like a 93% or something like that.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about you just trying to get 45.
I do just shoot for 45. Okay, so that's the passing score. Again, I would say 42 out of 70, 3 hours, folks, is a very doable test. It is not like
Yeah,
it's not like
that's
CISSP. It's not like some of the other harder tests. Like this one's a doable test.
and that's another thing I do want to point out here. It's 70 questions. Let's say 60 for rounding's sake. That's about 3 minutes per question that you get to sit there and chew on it. And yeah, that sounds like, oh my God, I got to really focus. I got to keep on that. But no, because you're going to have a lot of questions that you're going to be able to read within like 5-10 seconds, process the answers another 5 seconds, and you're done.
Yeah,
So all
there's
those
some where
five,
you
10 second questions are going to add up and give you more times on those harder questions.
yeah, there's gonna be at least, I would say, at least 10 questions. You should have at least 10 questions where you don't even need to finish reading the question and you already know the answer.
Yeah.
At least. I mean, there's a good variety between some super hard ones and some super easy ones. And you can afford to give up the super hard ones. So assume at least 10 impossible questions. But you only need 42 out of 70, so we're good there. Location though, proctored online versus in person. I've only ever done in person. I would recommend in person.
I've done the proctored online. It is a hassle because you have to cover up any pictures that are on your wall. They're going to take a look at all, or have you move the camera all 360 degrees in the room you're in. They're going to bring you down to one monitor, which for those of us who are used to multi-monitor setups, it's just annoying. I literally, if I have to do a online proctored exam, I'll take my laptop into the dining room, take down all the pictures, all the books, everything, and take it there rather than try and reconfigure my office to take an
Yeah.
exam.
The test takers would have a field trip with my office.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so there's some nuances that you got to worry about at home, and in person, you got to drive to a location, so you got to get there. There's noise. There's more noise, I would say, of foot traffic, right? Because folks that go to these test centers, it's a test center, and there's thousands of tests out there, right? And so people can be taking any kind of test for any kind of variety of duration of a test, right? And so, and it's not a hard, we're going to let everybody in at the same time type of stampede. It's like, it's come as you go, right? So you might get there a little bit early. This happened to me last time where I got there like 25 minutes early, and they let me start 25 minutes early, right? So I got in, as soon as I got in there, then your timer, your 180 minutes starts from the moment you sit down. But then that meant that people that had like an 8 o'clock appointment, over the next 25 minutes, I had people coming in,
Yeah.
right? And so you're gonna get some background noise there. And if you're distracted like I am with noises or movements, you're gonna have people coming in.
There's a third location that I've just realized they did not include in here. Do you know what it is, Alex?
It is. It's something that a few people actually took advantage of last week, and something I know
Yeah.
you've done in person or taken advantage of.
Yeah. As usually a part of these big conferences like Team 25 and coming up in October, Team 25 Europe, they will have a certification day where you can come in like a day early and take your exam. And it's very similar to the in-person exam Alex was just describing, except it's bigger because you have everyone taking an Atlassian exam, but you also, because it's a conference, have a lot more people coming in. I typically wear some sort of like they'll provide you like earplugs or
Earplugs, yeah.
ear covers. When you're doing the in-person exam, they're helpful. When you're doing the certification day at an Atlassian conference, they are required.
Absolutely, yeah. So this year, Team 25 was a little bit different because yeah, they had certification day before, but then they had it during the conference itself. So I believe on that last day they had it a second go around, and they also had a boot camp that you could buy into, which apparently we're not charging anything. This is all free. This is all sponsored by Revyz. So special shout out to Revyz.
Yep.
Okay, folks. So and then 24 months. Now I think we can do and should do a special episode just for this because Atlassian within the last 6 months, more or less, they've completely revamped how you recertify.
And here's a hint. This counts towards recertification on your other exams.
Yeah. And so, yeah, so just keep in mind that they do last up to 2 years, but if you play your cards right, you don't have to retake the test. They just kind of renew. Just have to go through hoops. And Rodney, correct me if I'm mistaken, right? But if you have, like, let's say 3 out of the 4 ACPs and you attend something like this one, you get credit for all 3, right? It's not like per exam.
Yes.
So yeah, so if you do what they tell you, all your exams get the credit. Not, you don't have to attend like 10 courses for ACP 120, 10 courses for ACP 420, right? Like if you attend 10 courses or 10 sessions, you get the 10 credits for both or all your certifications.
Yes.
Okay. So again, valid for 24 months. I'm coming up on my 2 years in February of next year. So I got like 8 and 10 months left on mine.
I had some coming up in October, but they were data center, and that is a whole nother situation out of scope for what we're talking about here.
Yep. Now scheduling, assuming that you buy it, right? So there's like a buy button somewhere on here. There's a certification portal that Atlassian leverages. You'll go in there, you put your zip code if you want to go. I can speak from my experience, which is always in person. You put your zip code, it'll show you all the what is it, P something?
I don't remember exactly what it is, but
there's a
all the
specific
testing centers, yeah.
Yeah, but there's a specific under a specific brand. There's a specific brand of testing centers that are sanctioned by Atlassian. And so when you put your zip code, you'll get that specific brand of testing centers that are available. So you pick the one that is near you, and or combination of picking the one that's near you and has a date available at the day that you want. For example,
GOT
you could
has
do,
us covered.
yeah, PSI, there you go. Yes, that's the brand. But then you got to pick, because like problem I ran into is I've actually taken the certifications in 2 different locations. And the reason that is the first location I went to just didn't have Saturday sessions when I tried to book it for the second one. And they wanted me going during the week. And so I ended up going to a different location a little bit farther out, but had a Saturday session. So it's gonna be a combination of location, distance, and time preference for you. And yeah, it says be prepared. You don't bring anything, literally just yourself, because all of your stuff.
Not true.
What are
You do
talking about?
bring an ID.
Okay. Well, that's better than what I was gonna say, because I was gonna say you literally walk into there naked, but you also do bring clothes. But sweaters are kind of an interesting thing. So like they kind of give you like a little shakedown. You do go through a metal wand detector to see if you have anything metal on you. But yeah,
That's always interesting with me.
Yeah, you do need at a minimum your ID, because they need to verify that it's you. But everything, including said ID, actually no, they take the ID from you. They hold on to your ID.
Lena, you can't even bring water. What I've seen typically at the testing centers I've gone to is they'll have a locker where you can put anything in your pocket, your jacket you're wearing, your sweater, whatever, in there, and they'll lock it with a key that they'll keep and
No,
give
you
back
keep
to you
your
at the
key. I've
end.
kept my key. The 2 places I've gone to, I've kept
It's
the key. Is the only thing I keep.
But still, most everything you bring with you is going to be in that locker. When you're actually going into the room to sit at the computer for the exam, it is literally just you and the clothes on your back.
In your front.
And your front, hopefully.
Hopefully. And so yeah, so it's the key, and then the pencil and paper that they have on the desk, and then earplugs that they may provide. Oh, what you can bring, and I brought these last time because these screens are bright. So at my house, I have my screens to my brightness, to my preference. They do allow you to, as long as they're not like smart glasses, as long as they're regular glasses, you can bring in blue light glasses, and obviously reading glasses if you need them. But I did ask last time because I wasn't sure. And this made a world of difference on me, because my fatigue on the first time, I was like half the time just like staring at the screen like this because it was just so bright. But with these, it made a huge difference. And I was actually able to stare, because you're staring at the screen intensely for up to 3 hours. It's not like a regular screen, like during work where you look away or you're thinking. Like you're staring at that screen for a very prolonged time. So if you need blue light glasses, bring them with you. And that's it. You go in, make your offerings, do your prayers.
There is a point at the end because they doesn't get to like the last question, then you'll automatically submit. They'll give you, okay, these are the questions you flagged. This is how many you've answered. Are you ready to submit this exam? And that is always the most nerve-wracking part because they will immediately tell you right after you click that submit and they process it if you passed it or not.
Yeah, within like 20 to 30 seconds, because it's not immediate either. There's like a little spin,
Yeah.
which is like the longest 20 seconds of your life.
Yes, Lawrence, there is an option to retake if you're not successful. The only caveat there is they make you wait 2 weeks between retakes.
And you also have to repay basically the full fee, right?
Usually they give you a discount voucher, but you're still repaying something to take it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen anything official from Atlassian. We should ask. But my understanding, the last thing I heard was you
Well, I
pay the
have
whole.
failed an exam before, so it's not the end of the world if you do it. Back when they had an ACP for Confluence, the first time I took it, I got like 1 point off from making it. Confluence is hard, by the way. So I have failed it. It's a 2-week retake, and they offer you a voucher. I did not use my voucher in time, so I still ended up having to pay full price again for it, but you do have the option.
Oh boy, I lost myself. Okay. So as we're scrolling down, and great question, Lawrence. As you're scrolling down, this we don't care for. We're gonna kind of focus on this, on the prepare for free. This is kind of what we're here for. There is ability again. You'll want to schedule your exam. I would caution you, be very careful. Another little pro tip is which account, which email you use. I would use a personal one, not your work one, because you never know if you're going to be employed by that employer for a long time.
Certain metrics I know, and they're the people who manage the certifications for Atlassian. They encourage you to use your personal email for it, but they do have a place for you to put your work email. And if you work for an Atlassian partner, that's actually important because that's how your partner organization gets credit from Atlassian for you having that exam.
Yeah. So very, very important here, folks. Like again, use your personal because you just never know. And there's a section for you to call out your company's email. But definitely think about you first and then your employer. Study with as peers, right? Welcome the 20 of you that are in here with us today, right now. This is one of these. I will say that these are not officially sanctioned by Atlassian. Like Atlassian is not endorsing us or paying for us. Revyz, however, is a marketplace vendor. They make backups for Jira. They're just a huge fan of what Rodney and I do here on the Jira Live. And so again, special shout out for Revyz. And if you need any backup solutions, make sure you take care and take a look at Revyz data backups for Jira. Might save your butt once or twice.
And again, just to expand on it, Atlassian is not officially sanctioning what we do, but they are aware of it and they do like what we're doing. They just can't officially endorse it when they have their own thing as well.
Yeah, there's paid boot camps and then there's free stuff that we'll take a look at. That you can take a look at. Now, one last thing that I will mention here that has completely slipped my mind, so I'm hoping it comes back to me, had to do with sponsorships. Bevy, Ronnie, help me. What am I trying to tell you here?
Subscribe to the Jira Life.
Definitely subscribe to the Jira Life. Oh man, it is like blink, like I just saw it right now. Study sessions, support tickets, everything you just said. Wow, I can't remember. It's something important too. Oh well.
I'm sure it'll come back up in a few moments.
Yep. Okay. Start preparing for free. So we're gonna click on this. And full disclosure, we're kind of going down a journey of unknowns. So I remember now. Remind me to come back to it. Okay. So full disclosure. So when Ronnie, and this is our third round of study sessions. We've done the 120 and the 520. What made the 520 and the 120 unique was that Atlassian actually has an like a accompanying course that you can go through on your own, right? When you it used to be when you bought the test, you'd get it, but then they made it free.
Yep.
But this course, my understanding is there's nothing that concrete. So we're gonna be in Jira a lot more than we were in those other courses, because we're gonna be basically in Jira showing you how we're studying by kind of going through this outline and going through the documentation and actually trying the things and understanding the options that are available to you to help you study for it. So that is one thing that's missing from this go around, is that we won't have that official course. So we're kind of entering uncharted territory.
There are 3 courses here that Atlassian does recommend as part of preparing for this exam. And I do believe we will be taking a look at that as part of our sessions.
Yeah, we'll go through them. They're all free now. So about a year and like a month ago, Atlassian updated all their trainings to be free. And so we're not violating anything by, going through free content. We're just kind of moderating and critiquing a little bit the free content. Now, the thing I did remember, the thing that I kind of escaped me for a second there, the biggest honor that I think Rodney and I have here is we're taking the test, right? We're studying, we're kind of just sharing, thinking out loud. But the biggest reward is seeing all of y'all's faces. Now that y'all teaching me how to say y'all, and seeing all y'all's faces, at the conferences, at team, at ACPs or ACE events, right? Where you say, "Hey, I got the certification because of your videos," right? Like, or you used our videos. So, keep it up. keep letting us know. We love it. We actually at Team 25 we captured a few testimonials, if you will, of folks saying thanks to the Jira Life for putting this all together and helping us pass. So again, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, do us a solid, subscribe to the channel.
Also, if you do pass it and post it on LinkedIn, feel free to tag at the Jira Life. Let us know. We often share out these success stories saying, hey, these people got their exam. They're thanking us for it. They really did all the work and they're awesome.
All right, so we've gone over exam details. These are the 3 I'm assuming
yes
are going to be the courses. Let's start with this first one. Let's sign in. Let me go off screen for this, because then I keep giving everybody my username. I keep giving everybody my username and password, and then I get hacked all the time.
I was about to show everyone where you could put in your work email, insert metrics, and then I'm like, no.
All right. So we're starting the first course. This is 20 minutes. This is going to wrap us up basically to the end of this one. I don't know that it's in the particular order that we want to go in, because there's stuff here in the PDF that we want to go through, but it's all part of this first creation. So let's just go through here. We'll come back. One thing we haven't disclosed. So this will be Tuesdays and Thursdays, and maybe on a weekend if I can convince Rodney to give up his gardening for an hour.
We'll see.
And so if I can convince Rodney to give up gardening, we might do these on a Saturday or a Sunday. But yeah, so so we do have we're going through all of this, right? So there's a whole bunch of modules. There's like 14 of them, and we figured 1 to 2 modules a session. So, or actually, there's more than 14. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, about 24 modules. So we're going to try to get them done in 14 modules. So that's what we're shooting for. All right, so first off, this is the Explore Software Project Administration. So about 20 minutes, and this should take us right to the end of the stream. But we're going to be managing project details and access. Become familiar with the common responsibilities of company managed and team managed. So just like with 120, Ronnie, team managed makes a comeback.
Let me know when you're surprised.
No, but I will tell you all, if you guys have ever wondered why we have team managed projects, I asked Mike Cannon Brooks that very same question, Atlassian CEO. And so make sure you come back at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern to find out what the answer is. So we'll be doing a live. We'll be watching with you, but we have a recording of an hour and a half interview that we had with MCB, Mike Cannon Brooks. So make sure you come back in a few hours to watch that one.
Yep.
All right, so you're going to learn how to monitor a project's progress and ensure desired outcomes, how to use software product features. You'll explore the many ways you can choose to track work and how to apply best practices. All right, I'm just going to jump in this first 10 minutes once. How do you administer Jira? All right, so what's an Atlassian cloud organization? Dude, I think this is like, is this really relevant?
I think knowing the overall structure is important, but...
Okay. So what's an Atlassian cloud organization? This is important because I think the reason they start here is because unlike the data center versions of Jira, you don't have admin.atlassian.com in the data center.
Yeah.
And so your product, your instance of Jira and Confluence for that matter, they belong to a site. And so you have a unique URL, right? It's going to be www.myjirasawesome.atlassian.net or something, right? But that site, that Jira and Confluence product, they belong under an org. And this is your Atlassian organization. And this is important because that org is kind of where your billing is done. This is where your user management is done. And this is where you actually buy more products. So you can have multiple versions of Jira, multiple versions of Confluence, multiple versions of JSM, and so on. Loom, I think, is being folded in. Bitbucket, I think they have intents to fold in as well.
Trello.
And so Trello, yeah. As you know.
we like to pretend they don't exist, but Trello does exist.
Yep. So again, that Atlassian organization is going to provide you a centralized place for managing your products and your users. This sits outside of your Jira instance. So if you're coming over from data center to the cloud, this is a big fundamental shift that just didn't simply exist over there. Right? It sits at the highest level, and each organization can have one or more Atlassian site. And again, the site is defined by that www.mysuperawesomejira.atlassian.net. And then each site can have licenses for one or more Atlassian product. So we have things like Jira, Confluence, Jira Product Discovery, Jira Service Management. These are all different Atlassian products that share that same URL. And so this is kind of what this looks like, right? So we have an organization. This is typically your company name. This is typically going to be the name of your company. And then you're going to have some variant of your company in here. So in this particular example, they kind of regionally set up different sites. So we have a UK site for Europe and an American site for USA, both under Acme Inc. So what are the different cloud admin rules? So this is very important for you all to understand. So Rodney and I have been saying for some time now, this exam is going to kick your butt if you're just used to being a Jira admin. And really what Rodney's saying is if you're really any of these admins, this one specifically, and this one specifically, right? But the exam is really geared towards the project admin.
Yeah.
And there's a hierarchy to this. There's an order of operations, and I'm hoping that Atlassian, I'm just scrolling ahead, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But there's an order of operations, and I wish Atlassian would have put this in the right order, because this is not the right order, right? And so you have administrators, right? You have the org admin, which is the most powerful type of admin there is. And that org admin can be the administrator, not just one Jira site, but both, all of them. And not just Jira, but all the products, JSM, Confluence, Product Discovery, right? That org admin is the ultimate admin. So you don't want to give this power to just everybody. But if you're the org admin in your company, or if you're the Jira admin in your company, you're most likely the org admin most of the time.
Yep.
Next up, we have the site admin. So the site admin is kind of being phased out depending on when you're watching this. Atlassian has had a lot of changes of heart, but unfortunately, there's still users in the what I'll call the old model, and everybody's in the new model. So Atlassian's trying to desperately get everybody to the new model, but there's still very much many folks that are operating in the old model, where a site admin is still very much a thing. And so the difference between an org admin and a site admin is very simple. The org admin can see the whole thing, and they're the default admin for all the Jiras and all the sites. But as the site name implies, the site admin can see and be managed or manage a particular site. And so you might have multiple site admins and multiple sites each have their own, can be the same or can be unique administrators. So there's a lot more flexibility there. Anything you want to add there, Rodney?
No, I think you hit the nail pretty squarely on the head there.
I hit a round nail squarely with a round hammer.
Yes.
The same way that I love have you ever heard of the pizza thing? Your round pizza comes in a square box that you eat in a triangle shape.
Basically the same thing.
Yeah.
I think we're talking about square in the carpentry sense, whereas in 90-degree.
Okay, so not in the shape.
Yes.
Let's just stick to Jira admins and not become the Toolman Taylor. Okay.
Too late.
Yeah, so we have org admins, we have site admins. And again, Atlassian is doing some funny business here with the site admin. Depends really where you're at in life. Below that, we have an administrator. Okay. That administrator is basically like the site admin, except they don't manage users for the site. Do you know what the reason is for Atlassian to get rid of site admins? I think the reason is because they're blurring the lines between sites. It's all just one centralized administration. And so while you still have different sites, Atlassian is shifting towards this model where the org admin is enough.
Yes. They really want to get rid of managing users on a site-by-site method, and they really want you to focus on the organization level where you're managing users for all your sites rather than just individual sites.
Yeah, and Atlassian is currently I've seen previews of it. I don't think I signed an NDA, but Atlassian is working on a new version, an improved version of admin.atlassian.com that just basically has one centralized location for all your users. And when you click into a user, you will see the sites that they belong to. So the need to individually go to different sites to manage different groups and different users at those sites, that's going away. And so they're really investing heavily in just one centralized location, one centralized experience to manage it all. So the need to differentiate between the site admin and the org admin are going away. Now, for me, I think that's a mistake. I don't think that's a good idea because especially in large enterprises where you have 10, 15, 20 different sites, I don't want to have just a handful of admins manage all those sites. I like being able to divvy up my admins and give different admins to different sites so that if they screw something up, their explosion is siloed to their site. Because the org admin can do them all. So if you have an untrained, unskilled Jira admin, the level of the explosion now becomes more catastrophic.
I love how you mentioned, I don't think this is an NDA, and our producer, King Bob, showed up.
I know. Right when I'm speaking things about that I shouldn't be talking about, the producer comes in just to regulate. Bob, you want to join us? You know you want to.
Well, if you're going to have me on, I might as well be on, So.
Yeah, no, we're explaining the different levels of administration because for some reason, that's where Atlassian starts their training, even though I thought this was going to be more on creating projects.
Well, I think it's helpful to show the continuum or the different administrative levels that are possible within Atlassian Cloud, and then Jira Cloud as a subset of that. So yeah, and you can kind of see where you fit in. And even then, there's it does get a little bit confusing because we're gonna start talking about board admins a little bit later on, and so where does that fit into the picture? But kind of looking at it from the overall cloud to Jira as a product itself, and then the levels of administration within that. So
so we're working our way down. So we got the org admin, we got the site admin, we got, I guess we can go down to the product admin. And this is the Jira administrator, right? Or it's really just administrator. That one, like as I was mentioning, right? You're in a site, but you don't have group access. You don't have the ability to add groups, manage users. You're just a technical administrator. But you're a technical administrator of the product. So you're a technical administrator of JSM, Jira, Confluence. Okay. Then one layer lower, we have the Jira admin and the Confluence admin. And as those names imply, you don't have cross-pollination at that point. You're just the Jira admin or just the Confluence admin. And then one level below that, all the way at the bottom, is the coveted project admin. And this admin shouldn't even get an admin name, in my opinion, because they're not an admin in any way, shape, or form. Their capabilities is so handicapped, it's like not even funny.
So Hasna here actually has a question. At what level is role assignment and group level assignment done? Who can do both assignments? All right, so group assignments, we're going to have to go up a few levels because groups are regulated at either the organization or the site level. So if you need to create groups or you need to add or remove groups as a project admin, you're submitting that ticket to your higher level admins.
Yeah. Now, for some folks, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So for some customers of Atlassian, there's a new role or a new permission, and that is the user management admin or something like that.
It's user access admin.
There we go. User access admin. And that one kind of flips the script. That one allows you to manage the groups and the users, but not screw up your Jira stuff. So they can't change their workflows.
It's
depending on how
users
the
and groups.
Depending on how the permissions and the roles are set up, you can still very well screw up your Jira instance.
Yeah. But not if you give somebody just that user admin access one, user access admin, because they can only do the groups and users at that point.
Back to Hassan's question here, the role assignments, that is done by the project admin. And most project admins and most group teams choose to add groups to the roles and then just manage the groups. I get why they do that, but I still think that's a little bit of a mistake because I'd rather give those role assignments down to the project admins so it's not something I have to deal with as a Jira admin.
Yeah. Now, this question from Lawrence is an interesting one, right? Because I think most, like, we all consider ourselves Jira admins, but let's face it, we're Trello admins, Bitbucket admins, Confluence admins as well.
Yes.
But most companies just call us a Jira admin. But in Jira, there is a very specific use case here, right? So when you're in Jira and you come over to your user management section here and you go to your groups, there is the org admin here, which is kind of what we've been talking about. Now, org admin, site admin, you got to kind of almost treat those as the same now because, again, Atlassian is transitioning. But you have this admin here. This Jira admin is strictly just Jira administration. So there's a Confluence administrator. If you had Confluence, you would have a sister company, a sister Confluence admin group that would allow you to manage the Confluence side. So I really do think it kind of just depends on how you define admin or Jira admin.
So yeah, let's kind of take a look at this a separate way. Within the Atlassian cloud, you have products, or at least for now. Well, let's not muddy up the water a little bit. Within the Atlassian cloud, you have products. If you are a Jira admin, you are the product admin for Jira. And actually, that group that Alex showed, that Jira administration group, whatever Jira products you have installed, if you're in that group, you administer all of those products. So if you have Jira and JSM, you administer both, Jira and Jira Service Management.
And you have Jira Product Discovery, and many moons ago, you also had Jira Work Management that all fell under the same bucket. But if it's got Jira in it, then you're administrating Jira.
Caveat, Jira line.
We don't talk about.
No, they're
Jira
calling it
lot.
a line these days.
Did they finally drop the Jira?
Huh?
Did they finally drop the lie? Jira line was never Jira.
Well,
Yeah.
Sorry.
that's true. It was AgileCraft, but let's
right.
let's move on, because how much of this do we still have?
I know, right?
Yeah,
All
about
right.
10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, for the test though, you just need to be worried about the project admin, which is defined at the project level. So it's the lowest level and the lowest privilege. We don't have org admin as a group. Looks like it's managed differently to what's shown. You might have a site admin. So Mladenka, you might have a site admin. You might have an org admin. Atlassian is in a transitionary phase that's probably going to last another year or two because we've been in this transitionary phase for almost a year.
Yeah, I think you're under the old setup where there's a site admin.
Yeah.
If you buy a brand new Jira today, which is the one I just showed you, is like a week old, then you only have org admins. If you're taking the ACP-620, you're taking it on the newest version of this stuff.
Yes.
So there is no mention of site admins over there either. Okay, so let's just go through these real quickly then, because I think this is really all we're going to have time for. So we have the org admin. They can manage users and groups. They can manage the product access, so they can manage who gets access to Jira or Confluence. They can manage security like the SSO and the domains. This is, again, ACP-620. Go take that test. They can add new Jiras. They can add Jira and Confluence, Trello, right? They can add products. They can also manage the billing details, so the credit card, who gets the actual bill itself. They can see invoices from previous bills and whatnot. And they can configure site settings. So things like turning on Rovo, things like turning on Atlassian Intelligence, things like at the site level. This is something that they can do. An org admin their tasks within admin.atlassian.com. Everybody gets an admin.atlassian.com if you're in the cloud. And yeah, they operate again here. As we go down, really the site admin, they can do a lot of the same, but they're restricted in that they can do it for a specific site. So they can manage the billing for that site. They can manage the products of that site. They can add apps to that site. They can approve or reject users that want to access that site. And they can view all the users in the organization because the users are inherited from the org level down to the site. And then we have the product admin, which is now we just get specific to Jira, right? We're not at admin.atlassian.com anymore. We're inside of Jira. And Jira itself, if I pull my Jira back up here, right? Over here on the right-hand side, there's a Jira settings section. And we're really now starting to zoom in on this section over here. So when you're a product admin, which is really the true most raw definition of a Jira admin, this is really where you're at. Now, again, as I mentioned earlier, most of us, quote unquote, Jira admins, we don't just play the role of Jira admin. Most of the time, we're the product admin, the site admin, and the org admin. Most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. Okay, and then so you can create project roles, assign global permissions. Again, these are all things that you do at that and over here on the right-hand side here. And then finally, we got the project admin, which is, I guess, the focus of this course. And the project admin is the administrator of a specific project, as the name implies, right? They can't do workflows. They can't do global permissions. They can't do global roles. They're really limited to what they can do. And Bob, unless
team managed project.
Yes. Unless enter team managed project. So for company managed projects, you're most likely going to still need to have a Jira admin on tap. If you're in a team managed project, though, you can pretty much do anything you want within the silo of that team managed project, which again is stuff we're going to cover throughout this course here. And that's it. So those are the different levels of administrator. So how do you administer Jira? You can determine the level of administration by selecting settings and reviewing what you have available. So this is very true. So if you come here, oopsie, and you click on this little gear, if all you see is Atlassian account settings and personal settings, you are most likely just a user, and or you might be a project admin. I'll show you how you know you're a project admin in a second. If you click on the gear and you see the personal settings and Jira settings, you are most likely a product admin. You're most likely a Jira product admin. And if you click on the gear and you see Jira settings and Atlassian admin, you are at a minimum a site admin. Now, you could also be an org admin again because we're transitioning. Now, if you come in here and you don't see Jira settings, but you do see Atlassian admin, then you're that new special one. That's, what was it, Bob? The
user access admin.
User access admin. So if all you see is just this and not any of this, then that's what you are. Now, how do you know if you're a project admin? Well, that one's very easy. You go into any project you want, and UIs are changing. So in the old UI, on the left-hand side, if you can see project settings here, you're a project admin. Ta-da!
I think we need to show them what the new UI looks like.
If you're on the new UI, Ronnie's going to make me change UIs here. That button is very hidden. Atlassian did a tremendous job at making this super hard. And so if you go to projects over here, and you go to a project, you have to click on these 3 dots to the right of that project name, and then you see the project settings. So if you can see that, then ta-da, you're a project admin. And so that's how you know. And we're over here. Okay. So I kind of explained all this already. Jira admins can configure the manage. Okay, so we explained all this already as well. Project admins work with Jira admins to configure projects if your company, right? If your company managed. If your team managed, then you can do things more independently. Okay. And I think that's it. I think let's just answer these questions and then let's wrap this one up. So which of the following statements about organizations, sites, and products is not true? The organization sits at the highest level. That's true. Each organization can only have one Atlassian site. That's not true. A site can have licenses for one or more. That's true. And a site can use a product that's unique to their site. I think
that is also true.
It's B.
Yeah, it is B.
Awesome. Was that just one? Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Yuki works at a software company. He's in charge of managing access to the various Atlassian products his company uses. What's Yuki's role? He's in charge of managing access
to various products, plural.
So he can't be a product admin because, as the name implies, that's singular. So org admin is the best option here.
Yep.
And real quickly, before we run out of time, one thing that I want to sneak in here, folks, as you're studying for this test, take as many practice questions as you want. You do not want to arrive to the testing facility and seeing Atlassian style of questions for the first time. That will throw you off. So try and follow along with these practice questions. Dr. Alex, Dr. Valerie would be very mad if somebody called me Dr. Alex. Dr. Jira. Why do people seem to substitute admin with manager? Yeah, I'm going to go with Ron in this one. Job title inflation. They shouldn't. It's a job. It's different things.
Yeah.
Marina wants to know what her administrative privileges are in her current Jira site. She selects settings menu and sees personal settings and Jira settings. What role does Rwana have? And so that's probably going to be just the Jira admin. Because the fact that you see the Jira settings is there. If she saw the admin.Atlassian or the admin settings, then org admin would be the right answer, but it's not. And then the last one is Milo has just been assigned as the new project admin for his team. Which of the following tasks might he be responsible for? So he's going to be able to gather business requirements. He's going to be able to change the types of user roles. He's going to be able adding newly hired team member as a collaborator. I don't know about this one. And then configure a request type for a service project. If this is a team managed project, maybe. Oh boy.
I think
I have answers.
You what?
I think C is one.
I think B is not it. You should uncheck that one because you user roles
Oh,
are
across the
defined by a
company.
Jira admin.
Yeah. I read this as like, when you go to the project and the people, you can change the roles.
Yeah, project
Right.
role is not user role.
Yep.
Yeah.
However,
Another
C,
pro tip. Well, another pro tip before we go on to that one. As you're preparing for the test, read the whole damn question.
and
every
all the
word in the
answers.
question matters.
All right. C is it. You
Yeah.
add a new member to your project. You assign them a role. Apparently, in this
project
project,
role.
it's collaborator. So
I think you need a license to do the request type. But doesn't that mean that implies that if you have the license and your project admin, you should be able to add a new request type, no? I know you at a minimum need a Jira license or JSM license. But if it's a team managed project, I would assume you could do new request types, no?
What if it's CSM?
I'm gonna go with it. All right, awesome. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, awesome. So
Yeah, before we move on, I do want to note these kind of questions that we just answered are being phased out by Atlassian. You will encounter some, and the tricky part about these is you have to get all parts of them correct for the question to count. But you're going to start seeing less and less of these in the exam.
Yeah, Atlassian is really trying to make it so that there's only one answer.
right, it's a pick one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so welcome to session number 2. We are trying to do this Tuesdays and Thursdays, and so we really got to get these scheduled out ahead of time. But today we're going to continue working from our learning quiz place that we started off with last week, and we're just going to keep on going. Now, we'll sprinkle tidbits of test knowledge here and there everywhere, but we kind of, just to recap in case you missed last week, we went over a lot of exam prep tips. Then we started going into the material. So from here until the end of time, actually the last session, we like to give everybody a recap of tips, right?
Yeah.
So we'll be giving a lot of tips. Okay, so let's share some screen, and again, we're picking up right where we left off. I actually was super careful to not close the window out because I'm finding it is freaking hard. But we did the how do you administer Jira, and so now we're going to spend the next couple minutes exploring core features of Jira projects. This should be fun. So by this end of this lesson, you should be able to use views to track and visualize your work, inform your team with notifications, analyze your work with reports, customize your project with workflows, and streamline. Wow, that's a lot that you can be able to do in 5 minutes, don't you think, Rodney?
Yeah, one of those I know you either have to be a Jira admin or be running a team managed project for.
All of these, I think, take more than 5 minutes.
We'll see.
So track your work however you want. There's different views in Jira to be able to track your work. And so this is very important when you're talking with people for the first time and you're talking Jira. I think this is very important, and it's something that Atlassian's highlighting here, but I want to make sure that you get enough coverage on. Okay, and pay attention to the first word here. Projects are essentially collections of work. And Jira provides several ways to view, filter, and organize your project's work. But in Jira, what we create is a Jira project. Okay, and so we have this case where, and this would have been a great MCB question, by the way, Rodney. We should have asked them why are Jira projects called projects? Because when you're new to Jira, when you're new to kind of figuring out life in Jira, most people come with a preconceived notion of what the word project means. And it usually means some body of work that has a schedule, has a budget, resources, right? Things that need to get done. In Jira, we have a different definition for what a Jira project is. And really, a project's more like a space, if we were to compare it to like a Confluence space. And so, but I think too many people get confused with the project, thinking that a Jira project should be like their regular project. So they try to name their Jira project named after their actual project, which is okay, but that means that there's a beginning and an end, right? And a Jira project is infinite. It doesn't need to have a beginning or an end.
One of the first things I always do when I'm taking over a new Jira instance is somewhere, usually in Confluence, but whatever their knowledge base is, have a page where I go, this is what words actually mean when we're talking about Jira.
Yeah, taxonomy is very important.
Hmm.
And to take this to the next level, the next big confusion or the I can't speak. The next big problem that I see is that people treat boards and projects as if they were the same.
Yes.
But they're not.
The first time I show people that you could have a board that covers multiple projects, or multiple projects even on the same board, they don't know what to do anymore. It just breaks them.
mind blown, right?
Yeah.
And so the way I like to describe it to people, right, is that a project is a house and a board is a room in that house. Now, 9 times out of 10, 99% of the time, that project and the board are one and the same because there's only one board in the project. And this is definitely the case with team managed projects. But when you get into company managed land, which is where we all like to live, those rules don't always have to be true.
Mm-hmm.
And
the board could be a community shed that's used by several houses. We start getting to interdimensional weirdness when we have one room inside multiple houses, but it is possible.
It is possible. You get in a lot of trouble if you do that, especially when you make Scrum boards that are in that path. But I think the biggest use case that I like to do is so usually for this 620, right? The way I like to approach this particular problem that 620 likes to approach is I like to get with the team and go, okay, first I want to figure out how many neighborhoods do we need? Right? I like to start at the neighborhood level, and I'm trying to figure out how many houses do we need? How many Jira projects do we need? Are your Jira projects going to be based on your team? Are they going to be based on the product? Are they going to be based on a department? Right? Like what does that composture look like? And then again, do we need multiple neighborhoods, right? Do we have like the business that needs their own neighborhood? Do we have IT that needs their own neighborhood? Do we have HR that needs their own neighborhood? Because while a project's a project at the end of the day, we have something called a project category in Jira that allows us to basically group projects together, thus creating what I call neighborhoods, right?
Now, we're getting dangerous territory here because this is what we think of as Jira admins. Again, we need to remember our frame of reference for this exam is we are project admins. So rather than thinking, how do we organize the whole neighborhood, we need to go, okay, as a project admin, I need a new project. How do I tell the Jira admin what information do I need to give them to A, be able to create it, but B, go, yeah, we actually do need it and go ahead and create it. Because most project admins are going to want to keep that number of projects, the number of houses, to as low as possible.
Right. And it's a negotiation, right? It's a tug and pull that you have as a project admin because you have your requirement and then your Jira admin should know better. And so again, I think Ronnie, you said it nicely, right? Your Jira admin, a good Jira admin should keep the number of Jira projects down to a minimum because again, the Jira project should be a long living artifact. It's not something that gets built up, you execute on a 12-week deliverable, and then you tear it down. The project, my opinion, should always be based on team, right? So you have a specific team that is working on multiple concurrent traditional projects in there. Or it's based on departments. Maybe you have one for software engineering. Maybe you have one for hardware engineering. Maybe you have one for testing, right? Design, right? Those are good ones. Or it's based on a product. So maybe you have a product line like, I don't know, a Stream Deck, right? So you're going to do all projects revolving around this particular product to be a Jira project, right? AirPods is a product, right? Where you have a Jira product called AirPods and all of the work, version 1, version 2, right? Fixes to version 1.1. All of that work lives within the AirPods Jira project. You wouldn't create a Jira project every time there's a bug and you have to go create a new release.
By the way, Elgato or Apple, if this is what you actually do for your projects, please do let us know because I would be interested in knowing.
Or call us so we can help fix your Jira problems.
Even better.
Because you shouldn't be doing the opposite of what I just said. Okay. But anyways, but boards in a very serious manner, right? So you want to be very careful because again, it is okay for you to interchange boards and projects. Just know that everything really sits in the project. The board is just a reflection of what's in the project. Okay. And so the board is pointing. The board has a filter. In team managed projects, you don't get to see it as obvious. But in company ones, if you've ever modified a company managed project, then you will appreciate it more, right? But the board literally points back to the project and says, show me whatever I say to show. And so I just like to tell people boards are pointers to the project.
Yes. And that works great for programmers. Business people look at you blankly like, what does that even mean?
I know, right? If you've ever taken C++ and you know what a pointer is. Rodney, help me out then. What's a good example of how do we describe this to people?
I mean, a board is just a display case for whatever you're working on. It's not really the thing itself, it's just showing you the status of the thing. I mean, that's not great, but there's always a lot of talking with business teams trying to get them to understand the concept, because this concept was, again, designed initially for technical people. So non-technical people are going, they take a second. Once they learn how to use a board and what it represents, it is their best friend. But that first side's going, okay.
Yep. And then just to kind of drive points home, right? So the board is usually where you actually do the work, not at the project. So to not make things confusing at all. Because all your backlog, your sprints, those sit at the board level, which are then driven by data in your project.
Correct.
So yeah, lots of fun here. And what I actually like, this is quite interesting, Ronnie. I don't know if you've seen this little, I wouldn't call it an Easter egg, but something should stand out about this picture to you.
I'm sorry, my eyes are terrible today.
Yeah, it's the new UI.
Oh.
So Atlassian's already updating their training modules to reflect the new UI. So kudos to Atlassian.
But that also means the test will likely use the new UI.
It may be. All right. Hopefully not. Boards are the core of the software projects. Boards get their structure from workflows, which the workflows are defined at the project level. Workflows represent the statuses, like to do in progress, which is the column. So there's a lot of interchange. And again, this is kind of where Jira gets really confusing for new beginners, because you define your workflow at the project level, but you visualize the workflow in columns that are at the board level. You want to get those straightened out. Then we have something, our backlog. Ooh, look at this. This is all the new UI. So your backlog is the place to plan your future work. If your project has a Scrum board, you can create future sprints in your backlog. In both Kanban and Scrum backlogs, you can refine, sort, and prioritize your work. And if you pick Scrum, only Scrum will give you a sprint. And if you pick Kanban, you'll have a backlog only if you opt in for it, because the backlog is not automatically set for Kanban boards. So you might not even see this view if you're a Kanban.
But if you are on Kanban, I would highly recommend you get a backlog, because otherwise all your work, all your future work is going to be on your board right away. That's a mess. That doesn't really let you focus. So I would absolutely recommend a backlog on a Kanban board, even if you have to get your Jira admin involved, which I know they're just going to love one more task. That's kind of silly, but yeah.
Yeah. But that's a very important point, though, that you're saying. Like, if you go, so let's talk about why would you pick Kanban versus Scrum. And so what I like to tell people is, because I do feel like this is a ACP-620 related. I don't know enough ACP-620, but when I'm coaching teams and we're trying to figure out our Jira composture, the big question to ask you is, well, are you going to want sprints or not? Because if you want sprints, there's really only one option, a Scrum board. But if you don't care for sprints and they're like, well, we just need a board, sprint, Scrum, or Kanban will both work for you. The problem is, as we mentioned, right, the Kanban board does not come with an enabled backlog per se by default. You have to turn it on. But if you don't turn it on and you just have a board, that's fine. Jira's not going to complain. But the problem is Most teams aren't working on 10, 20 things at a time. Most teams are working on 10 or 20 things actively, but they have a laundry list of 500 things that needs to be done. And guess where those 500 things usually go? Your backlog. But guess what you don't have if you don't enable the backlog? A backlog, right? So then all those 500 things are on your board.
Now, Damien brings up a good point here. If you have a status available in your workflow, you as a board admin, which is a subset of project admins, we'll get into that, not right now. But if you are a board admin, you should be able to enable the feature without talking to your Jira admin.
Yes, as long as you're a board
admin. If your
workflow
is set up correctly.
Yeah, so we should talk about that then, because I've been crying about this. Man, this is a great mic question.
I've been talking about this I have a feeling we're going to be doing the same thing next year.
Yeah, we need, Mike, if you're listening, we need a round 2, like ASAP. There were many questions that were left unanswered. But when you go to create a new Jira project, and again, this is a problem that I've had with how Atlassian portrays this for a really long time. But when you pick Scrum, you'll notice that your workflow is to do, in progress, and done. So that's the default workflow. Notice that there's no backlog. And the reason that is because your backlog behaves very, very differently in Scrum than when you do Kanban. The fundamentals are very, very different. Yes. When you pick Kanban, you're going to notice that it's the same workflow, to do, in progress, and done. But I'm here to tell you that this is fake news. This is not the workflow you get when you make a Kanban project. And so, in fact, when you make a Kanban project, and I hit next, and I wait, and I wait, and I wait, you're going to notice that I have a 4 status workflow, with backlog being a status, selected for development being a second status, in progress, and then done. So again, Atlassian's lying to us, but not quite, because I don't know if you know this, Rodney, but if you pick a team managed project, Kanban, then you do get the to do, in progress, and done.
Did not know that.
Yeah, look at this. So one day I got fed up. I'm like, why is Atlassian yelling at me or lying to me? And so I did this. Right. A team managed Kanban. Oh, I really hope that that I'm right on this one, because otherwise I'm going to publicly make a shame of myself or fool myself here.
I will make a short of this if you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm not wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. Skip, connect, to do, progress, and done. Why Atlassian has this blows my mind. Why would they have 2 different behaviors?
I've got an idea why. I could be wrong, but having the backlog already on the company managed project means admin does not need to go in there and add a status. So it's trying to take work off the admin.
But this means that this is now wrong, because how do you add a backlog to a team managed Kanban project?
But you can manipulate the workflow as a team managed project. So you don't need to bother the admin for that.
I get that. So I do this backlog, but now how do I enable the backlog? Right? Like, how do I configure board? See how there's no backlog, Kanban backlog here? You see
that is interesting. I did not know.
Like, how do you get the backlog in a team managed Kanban board? Uh-oh, I'm making the Jira guy panic.
I just got a bunch of notifications that I got a message on LinkedIn, and I'm wondering if it's Atlassian panically going, "Don't show that."
Don't show that. These are life's mysteries that apparently you and I spend way too much time in Jira pondering. No, it's a last column, Rodney. No, Estrada, the other Rodney. Yes, I added it as a last column, but let me show you what I'm talking about here, right? So I'm going to save my changes. I'm in a team managed project, right? I'm going to go back to my freaking name. I hate this new view. I have my backlog, to do, in progress, and done. Awesome. But when I switch over to my company managed Kanban board, you notice that I have the backlog selected for development, right? But check this out. Look it up here. See how I have timeline, Kanban board, calendar? I have the ability to configure my board, which of course Atlassian would not put in the same place, but I have to go over here instead, right? And I have the ability to come down to my columns and notice that I have a Kanban board section. So I drag my backlog status this way and go back to my board, notice that I'm down a status, but now backlog got sandwiched in there in the UI. So now I have a backlog.
And this is what me and Alex noticed because, again, we're in these settings daily. And you immediately went, wait, that's not what I'm used to seeing.
But look at this. There's a view over here for backlog. Do you see that? Add to navigation. How does this work, Rodney? My mind's being blown right now. How do I...
That looks an awful lot like a sprint board too.
But does that mean that if I create something here, a task? So let's pause here because I want to take you down a different rabbit hole. Watch this. I'm going to create a Scrum-based company managed project. Okay. And the reason I want to do this to show you is there is a huge, before we even get to this team managed stuff, which we're going to address in a second, at the company level, there's a fundamental difference from how Scrum and Kanban work. And check this out. So when you create a Scrum board, you automatically get the backlog. That's a given. In a Kanban one, you don't automatically get the backlog, but you can enable it, right? Would you agree with everything I said so far?
Absolutely.
Okay, so check this out. When I go into my backlog and I add a task, right? When I move it into the sprint and I go into the active sprint, nothing shows up. And the reason nothing shows up is because I haven't started my sprint, right?
Yeah.
But notice the status of this item in the sprint. It's still in to do. And if I move it out, it's in to do. So the status does not change. But if I open up this item and I look at my sprint field somewhere here, see how it's empty? When I move it into the sprint, as you may have guessed it, the sprint field gets populated. Here it is. Okay. And now when I start my sprint and I hit start, and now when I go to my board, something shows up. But notice that it's still in the status of to do or total.
Yeah. Sprint, the status field in a Scrum project is completely isolated from what sprint it's in and what it's doing, which is fundamental in company managed projects, fundamentally different from how Kanban works.
Right. So now I'm going to show you Kanban, right? So if you don't enable the backlog, if you don't have a backlog enabled, right? If we were to undo what I did earlier, where we put our backlog back in the backlog column and we go back to the board and I hit create, right? It's on the board, right? And it's all there, right? And if I have 500 of these, all 500 are going to show up. But if I want to move it, I just simply transition it, right? Nothing revolutionary here. But if I enable the backlog, so if I go into the board setting and I go back to this layout and I enable that Kanban backlog, that item disappears from the board because we now have a dedicated backlog where that item lives. But look at the status. It's in backlog. To put it onto the board, I have to transition it into selected for development. Notice that it's transitioned. And when I do that and I go back to my board, that item is now on the board. But here's the mind trip. When I go to the backlog of this team managed Kanban board, how the heck does it work? And where is it at? I lost my backlog. Ronnie, help me find it.
I'm trying.
Here it is. Wow, I need to move these one by one. Hold up. Atlassian, if you're watching, let me be able to drag and drop these. I do not want to be moving.
I want to make this short and send it to Atlassian.
Okay, so here's the problem then, right? So in a team managed Kanban, if I add a task to the backlog, it's not on the board and it's not in the backlog either. So we have a backlog.
I think I know what's
not gonna
going
be
on
true.
here, and it kind of references some of the stuff Mike said a couple of weeks ago to us. Again, they were trying to make Team Managed Project Jira on easy mode. We know how company managed project works, me and you, Alex, because we are Jira admins. To use Mike's terminology, we can now see the code of the matrix and can do anything we want. I think they changed how this works to make
it
company
easier.
manage,
Yeah.
team manage Kanban boards work more like Scrum boards to make it easier.
Yeah, because that's essentially what it did, right? So this backlog status is not needed. You don't need the status of backlog because all you need to do is make sure, man, I wish this was easier to move. There we
Again,
go.
drag and drop. It's not a hard concept.
Apparently I got to do one by one. So bear with me as I nail this sucker over to the left. So many new questions I got from Mike. You know what? Maybe we got to be talking to Dave here.
I think this one is more of a Dave.
Yeah, let's get on the call with Dave Meyer. Okay. So now that we have our board here and our backlog, right? I think you're right? This item here, like task 2, is in a status of to do, but I like how they didn't do what they did on the company managed one where it's the status, but rather they're just saying put it on the board. And so when you do that, it's gonna put it on the board. And then it's on the board. And now it's on there. And so you don't need that status.
Yeah, this is more like how things work in a company managed Scrum project.
Minus the sprint, which is good behavior, and the company one should follow suit. I like this more. It's less confusing. And it makes your workflows be more universal, because one of the big challenges with company managed projects is if you have both Scrum and Kanban boards on the same project, right? Then you're gonna cheat one or the other, right? Somebody's gonna have a lesser experience. Because either Scrum's gonna have too many statuses, or Kanban's gonna be missing a status.
I always discourage Scrum boards from being used on multiple projects, because your board admins or your Scrum masters, they're going to need managed sprint permission on every project that filter brings into the Scrum board. And if they don't have that, they're not going to be able to start or stop sprints.
Yeah. That's the problem. But
Also,
let's address some questions
stuff
here.
disappears. Yeah.
Let's address some problems here. So Damien says the answer is you let the team figure it out. They asked.
Actually, the answer is you disable team managed projects on your cloud instance, so you don't have to worry about this.
Yeah. So the way I coach is
very Jira admin answer, but
so Damien says the way I coach is backlog and Scrum is driven by planning, and the sprint field and Kanban, the backlog is status driven. It is until you use a team managed project, apparently.
Yep.
And then Damien says, yeah, you didn't delete the common team managed Kanban where you enabled. Yeah. No, I didn't enable anything. It's a view. So it's just a view that's hidden over here. Yeah. I did not have to turn on a backlog at all.
On team managed Kanban, it's just there already. Yeah, and it works just like the Scrum that we're used to seeing.
Yep. Sorry, I spoke over you there, Rodney. You want to repeat that one more time? Because the beginning was important.
Yeah. Again, team managed Kanban, it's just a different view. It works just like how Scrum works and what we've seen. It's not status driven anymore. And that, I know, I could just feel in my bones, is going to be an exam question, because it's something different.
It's very different. And I'm so glad we kept clicking on these, and I'm so glad that we called these out, because this is different behavior. This is not standard behavior. And I'm curious to see how that works in the old UI. Dare we go down that rabbit hole, Rodney?
No, we don't have time today.
We do not. Stay tuned for a follow-up video where we do a team managed Kanban project in the old UI.
I think Damien may have the right answer here. Just answer C for cloud.
Okay. Then we got the timeline, which hopefully there's no changes here, but the timeline gives you a chronological view of the work in your project. Problem is it's a 2-tier. It gives you the epic and then the child below it, and that's it. Doesn't do anything above the epic, and it doesn't do anything below the story, but it gives you dates for at least the epic and the story, optionally. And then we have our work navigator, which is all the work, right? And this is essentially where you search for any and all work. So everything, regardless of status, because fun little fact, the board and the backlog are really, 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 really good at showing you the way forward, all your unfinished or unresolved work. But once you finish something, they kind of disappear, right? So you need to go to the work navigator to basically see all your resolved work from the past, because the board and the backlog are really going to show you unresolved work. Okay. So that covers that whole top part. Notifications send for events like a change in the status of a work item. Notifications enable teams to keep up to date with activity in their project. Jira notifications trigger for specific events. And this is really more of an ACP-120. I think all you need to know is that certain things in Jira cause emails to go out. And sometimes those emails can be helpful and sometimes they're not. And so you can go to your project settings here, and there's a notification section here where you can then see what triggers what and who gets the email. Now, keep in mind that in team managed projects, you are much more limited. And in company managed projects, you have a lot more power.
Now, I'm going to make a point here as a Jira admin. Project admins, if you really like your Jira admin and you don't want to cause them any more stress than necessary, don't have them modify this. And if you have to have them modify this, have that good reason ready why you need it. Because this is a pain to mess with. And most Jira admins are not going to want to unless there's a good reason to justify it.
Yeah. And most of the time, the default notification scheme is used for all projects that you create. And I think a lot of people miss that little part here because it usually lands there. But if you modify this, and if you're not careful and proactive, you're going to change it for everybody. You don't want to do that either.
I had a project admin at one point request to be notified for every new issue created in their project, as well as every status update. Anything happened in their project, they wanted an email for it. I told them, no, they didn't. They said, no, really, I do. I'm like, your inbox's funeral. I did it. 3 days later, they were asking me to undo it.
Yeah, I've been in that situation before as well. Sounds like a good idea. You don't listen to the trained professional, but let's do it anyways. Okay. Reports. This is an interesting one. So reports are typically tied to your board, except now they're kind of not. I don't know. Atlassian is making so many changes here. But reports enable your admins and team members to analyze and reflect on your work. These are reports that ship with Jira, so you don't get to modify them in any way, shape, or form. They just become part of Jira.
Yeah.
What did Damien say? Then you tell them there's a cooldown period for updating notifications.
No. They listened to me on anything I recommended after that, so it was worthwhile exercise in why you listen to the trained expert. But
yeah. Create workflows that represent how you work. So this, I think, is the biggest skill of converting English into Jira, right? Each team out there has a different way to do work. And I think the hardest part that you have as a project admin, but I would say Jira admin really, is you need to understand how to translate that process into Jira, because a one-to-one translation is not always the right answer. You shouldn't, if you have a 20-step process to get something done, it shouldn't translate into a 20-step workflow. It could, but it probably shouldn't. But workflows consist of statuses and transitions. Now, I like to tell people, and I know, Rodney, you might not necessarily prescribe to what I'm doing here, but I like to tell people that statuses should be nouns and transitions should be verbs.
I mean, I'm not that I disagree with it wholeheartedly. It is a valid way to do things. But when I've had to design custom workflows for a team, I usually like, okay, at what point is it waiting on someone to do something before it move forward? Either write some code or run some tests or waiting on an approval. And that's usually where I try and put the statuses. But I'm also looking at the process as they're giving me each of those steps and going, why is that necessary? Why can't this be rolled into another step? Or why, if people are already doing multiple things, it doesn't need to stop at every one. Like QA is running 6 tests. It doesn't need a status for each individual test. It just needs in testing.
Yep. So again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder a little bit, but this is where you're going to spend a decent amount of time trying to figure out how do you convert your process into Jira speak.
Mm-hmm.
And then automation. So this is evolving. Rovo's coming out, and it's going to be, I think, putting this on steroids. But automation enables you to write rules that automatically complete actions for you. For example, Mark creates an automation rule that automatically assigns any new bug to his team's lead engineer. I would use a workflow thing so you don't use up automations, but that's up to you. Lola creates an automation rule that automatically copies an epic's priority field to all work items created under that epic. I would caution you against this one.
Yeah. We're going to caution you against this because for your entire instance, there is a set number of automations, and once they're up, that's not an Atlassian charging you for the next gigabyte of data or anything like that. No, you're done for the month.
Yeah, nothing else executes after that. So if you have critical automation rules, those get shut off.
Now, as to why Atlassian is pushing automation here rather than workflow rules, for a company managed project, what permission level do you need to modify a workflow, Alex?
A Jira admin.
So again, we're trying to think as a project admin here. The only thing they really would have access to is automation.
Yeah. So you want to be very careful, very mindful of that then, right? There's some pros and some cons there. What I will tell you though, with this particular automation rule, I've real life story here. I had an engineering manager one time reach out to me and go, I want this to happen. I then had an engineering lead, so direct report of that manager, email me and tell me, why is this happening? I said, you got to go talk to your boss. It's a good novel idea, but I have found in practicality that 70% of the time, you don't care to copy the value over from the epic. Because it's the epic's priority is not always going to be the story's priority. And that could be the case for every field. All right. The beauty and the gift and the curse that is Jira is that it supports many integrations. And so it's the beauty because Jira's all powerful, right? It can do anything and everything with anyone. The con is this is a very easy way to crank up your Jira bill. Because most of these plugins and integrations are not free. I mean, a lot of them are free, but the good ones are going to be paid. So a couple of examples here for how you can integrate. All right, so let's go to quiz time. So Rajan wants to prioritize the work in his project. He also wants to put them in sprints. What's the best feature for this? He wants to prioritize the work, but he wants to. Okay, so you're gonna have to do this on a board. Isn't there permission not to allow project admins to modify the workflow? In team managed projects, I don't think there's a permission, right? If you're in a team managed project and you're an administrator of that project, you can do it, right?
Yeah, as a Jira admin, again, switching hats here again. If you allow a team managed project, you're basically giving up free reign to control that project. So I think.
My bad. I don't know how to read. What's the backlog? Yes. Yeah. So in the company managed project, though, I don't know, unbeknown to me, Atlassian should really confer with us when they roll out new features, Rodney. But I'm just saying, this should go away. I don't know why this even exists. This is a new permission that's been added within the last, 3 months or so.
Yeah.
And so to modify a workflow on a company managed project, normally, before the introduction of this, you have to be a Jira admin or up. Now, with the advent of this edit workflows permission, under certain conditions, certain opportunities, specifically if a workflow is not shared with any other project, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Right. So as long as that workflow is siloed to that company managed project, and if you allow this, then people could modify and fudge up the workflow. I would recommend, if you don't want that to happen, to change the default setting of any logged in user, because that's a quick way to get yourself into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I never go with the default permission scheme. But is there a edit automation permission node?
There is now. So at the gear at the system level, you can go to your automation rules under global automation, and on the right hand side there's an ellipses and there's a global configuration. And here most project admins can create automation rules. So you could turn that off, or you can create a group and you have to put people into a group and then do a group based.
So you could do only people who have completed my training and know what not to do are allowed to create automations.
Correct. Yeah. But you do need to be a site admin. You need to know how to get to this screen. It's not easy to get to it, as you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So board. Next question. Maya's in a team managed project admin. She wants to send the developers on her team emails when someone assigns her work. What is the best feature for this? Notifications.
Yes.
No. Yes. Yes.
Team managed project.
Yeah, because we're not trying to. I think if this would have been, how do I do it so that an email is sent out when someone is assigned to work, then that would be through the automation rule.
Also, if it's company managed project, it would be automation rule. But because it's team managed, notifications is the way to go.
All right, we got 19 minutes. Let's see if we can knock out this next one too. Best practices for Jira administration. In 5 minutes, you'll be able to do 2 things.
In
All
theory.
right, so best practice while creating your project. So when creating a project, follow these tips. Gather your team's requirements first.
Isn't this what we were just saying?
Boy, do I I have an opinion about this, like I do for everything. My thought is, you don't know what you don't know, right? And so it's easy for you to say gather your team's requirements, but what are you gathering? Because garbage in is garbage out. Your job as a certified professional, an Atlassian certified professional, should be to guide the team. Because if you leave the team to let them figure out the requirements, which is great, they're also gonna ask you to like end world hunger. And so you just want to be careful with how much slack you give the team on gathering the requirements. I think it's a discussion.
I agree. It is a dialogue. It is, I think you put it best. You have to guide your team. You have to start that conversation with them and let them at least get started there and start talking about it. But the team typically, and even project admins to an extent, even experienced ones in my experience, they'll always ask for the moon. And as a Jira admin, it's always been my responsibility going, yeah, but have you thought about this or that? Or have you considered maybe doing this instead?
Yeah. And I once had a chief engineer, she told me, don't airbag me, which means like, like in a car accident, the airbag's there to like soften the blow. You have to find a balance between being too limiting, because you also want to give the team creative opportunity to kind of think and figure out what they want, how they want it. But at the same time, you have to be some sort of at least a small, maybe side current airbag, because if you don't, then they're going to get hurt. But if you're too much,
sometimes, sorry, go ahead.
there's a balance, right? There's a balance of how much safety net you provide versus how much creative freedom you give them. But one of them is going to make you yank your hair out of your head.
But there are times where, as Jira admin, you need to let the project admin or the team or whatever your role is in this situation learn the hard way. Like, this is what's going to happen. I'll allow this. I'll set this up for you, but this is what's going to happen. So when it does happen, you now have the authority, like, yeah, I told you, and here's how we're going to fix it.
Yeah. Considering the project's long-term needs when choosing the project key, I would not subscribe to this. I have my own prescription, but it's not this. So while you can change the key, it does impact Jira. So I try to tell people minimize your need to have to change the key.
Yeah, there are cases though. I took over an instance at one point, and one of the teams on there had a project that was named Analysis. And for whatever reason, the person who created the project just took the first 5 letters. I'm not going to say the word out loud, but ANALY, and used that as the key. So this was before we could even change project keys. That was actually a new feature that was added at one point in Jira. So the moment was, and they saw that in my change notes after an upgrade, they were at my desk.
Yeah.
So be careful when you're selecting your project key. And
my 2 cents. Here's my 2 cents. I've been in a similar situation where here's what you got to know. Here's the fact. When you are creating a project in Jira and you give the project a name, my Jira project, it's going to take the first letter of each word and make that the default key. So my M Jira J project P. And so you can get very creative with your project names. So for example, I used to work in a company and we called ours the Enterprise Lifecycle Management Operations or something like that. Elmo. Right? But yeah, you can go with idiot too. But you can also do naughty spellings if you go the other way. Right? For example,
Jira won't stop you. Probably should, but it won't.
Yeah, you could have the fundamentally urgent company knowledge project.
My favorite key I've ever used. Again, I was part of the Atlassian team for a company that's based out of Atlanta. So we just use ATL as our project key.
There's no my favorite is Charlotte. I think Charlotte has the most inappropriate key ever. But anyways, not bad jokes aside, what I will tell you and what I do tell all teams to do is your project key is something that becomes part of your everyday language. So what I see a lot of teams do is they give their keys are like, I think you can put up to 10 characters in your key. And I see teams use up all 10 characters and random assortments of letters. You will be saying this a lot. So your key becomes an integral part of your language, of your discussions. So having TMK1 is not as easy as Tim1, right? And so I like to tell people when you're picking your key, pick a name that just rolls off the tip of your tongue, because KDP is cool. That one's not too bad. But you can get into these interesting, weird situations where if you have like MMJKK, L, you're like, what the heck? You're going to be saying this a lot, right? But I like to get creative, right? Elmo is a clever little way where you have regular English words. I think Mike shared with us, right? They used to do invoicing in Jira, so they had INV, invoice. It makes sense. So that would be my 2 cents. Make
3
readable.
Yeah. Rules of thumb I typically go with is first readable, second preferably 3 characters, third absolutely no more than 5 characters.
3-letter keys are exact. So yeah, you got to do TLAs, 3-letter acronyms.
Yeah.
All right. Keep your workflows, dashboards. Talking about keywords, right? KISS. Keep it simple, stupid, right? Like you got to keep as many things as simple, and maybe make the KISS project. But also name your projects. I mean, again, your keys for your project shouldn't land you in HR.
No, the Jira admin that did that was no longer with the company, which is why I was brought in.
Oh man, that would be like a big F you as you're walking out of the company. I'm just gonna rename all my keys to inappropriate keys. All right. Reuse other configurations whenever possible. So this right here is really good for company managed projects. Everything's put in a scheme, and again, watch our interview with MCB where we talks about unlocking the power of the matrix once you figure out how schemes work in Jira.
Mm-hmm.
But what I will tell you that Atlassian is very proactively, based on again conversations with Mike, working on involving team managed projects so that they have more shareability. And we can start seeing that with what I predict will be their their configurable templates that you can now create or will be able to create in Jira. And then create and follow naming conventions. So standardize how projects, queues, SLAs, boards. I think this was key. I don't know how much I like it though. I don't particularly like jumping into a Jira project and seeing a bunch of projects that start with the same 3 letters, because then that can get confusing too. But having some sort of naming convention is a good idea. I would just caution you, if you're gonna have 50 projects that all start with like KLM dash something, like it might the devil's gonna be in the details, and on a drunken night where you're just or when your team's pulling an all-nighter and all those letters start to blur and become looking like the same, mistakes will be made.
Now, what I like to do, because departments usually share configs pretty easily because they've got the same head. Multiple teams are under that head, so they tend to have very similar configurations. Is I will set up schemes with a similar key for that department, and then reuse that for all the teams under that department. Not the key, the schemes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. And best practices for managing existing projects. After you create your project, there are a few best practices. So test your changes before implementing them. If you are on the premium version of Jira, go to the sandbox first. Do them over there. Consider impacts when changing the project lead and default assigning. This one, folks, is a very easy way to get into a lot of trouble. A lot of folks, for 2 bad reasons, there's 2 reasons why you shouldn't do this, but essentially, Jira allows you to auto-assign tasks. I'm not a fan. And the reason is, Rodney mentioned earlier, right? Your poor inbox. But I think it loses value. I think when everything's assigned to one individual, that individual becomes numb to the noise and then just ignores. And at that point, you've lost the value of Jira. Because once your team starts ignoring Jira, then it's game over.
I don't mind auto assigning on a component lead because that's several people sharing the responsibilities. It's auto assigning everyone to the project lead is just too much for most projects.
Yeah. But the bigger problem, if you go down that route, is when that project lead leaves your company, then your team's ability to create issues stops. Because Jira is expecting to assign that work to a non-existing user, and Jira goes, sorry. And so that's a head scratcher when you don't know that, and you're trying to figure out, why can't my team not create issues? And you're going to go down a permission rabbit hole, and it's all because of that dumb setting that you're assigning issues or work items to default to the project lead.
There's another issue, well, 2 issues that could happen when you have someone as a project lead and they leave the company. One is your filters could break because they were likely the owners of the filter. No one short of the admins could update them, and at a certain point, even they couldn't have updated them up until very recently. Second is automations can stop working if they're assigned to that project admin.
Yeah.
Or they're using the permissions of that project admin. Well, the project admin doesn't have permissions anymore.
Well, very well said. Create role specific dashboards. So there's different information. I did not know that you can do role based on the dashboards. I know it's group. I know you control it by groups, but I didn't know about roles.
Correct. You can assign view or edit on a dashboard based off a project role.
Oh, the project role. Okay. Yeah. No, yep. You're right. So when I go down over here,
Somewhere, wherever it is now.
wherever they put it, I hate this. Why can't you give it to me the way it used to be? When you go to here and you go to share and you share with a project, you're going to pick your project and then you can pick your role. But this is something, okay, so this is why it wasn't clear to me because I just give it to everybody. But I do suppose if you wanted to be more picky, you can specifically pick a person or a group or a role.
There are times where you would want to do that, but most time I'm easy mode and just sign it to the whole project.
Become a Jira
Not
champion.
edit, but view to the whole project.
Do you know you can consistently daily use helps unlock the full potential of Jira. When you reinforce your own habits, you demonstrate its potential team. Open Jira every day and update it as you work. What does your shirt say, Rodney?
Have you updated your Jira issues today?
Encourage your team to communicate in Jira. I'm gonna add a third one here. I think for Jira adoption to be well received, for folks who care to use Jira, make sure your stakeholders / leadership are using Jira daily. Make sure that your leadership is depending on data to come from Jira and not PowerPoint or Excel. Because when you drive that adoption and your leadership expects to see real-time data from Jira, then the team is incentivized to go use Jira. Because to encourage them is one thing, but for them to actually use Jira, it's a very different beast. All right, we're not going to watch the video here, and we're moving on to, let's see what we learned. So Renee wants to change the default assignee for her project to her new tech lead. True or false? Changing the default assignee only impacts the project permissions. False?
Pretty sure it's false.
All right, we're done. We earned a badge. Cool.
You earned a badge.
I earned a badge. All right. So I think this is a good stopping point. So next time we're gonna come back and creating software projects and go from there. Hopefully this was helpful to you all. This was a lot of fun. I think we shared some good nuggets and we made some interesting discoveries in this session, which we really need to extract out. I don't know that this is considered an Alex Discovers because Rodney looked like you and I both discovered.
I think it's considered Alex Discovered, but I think it's going to be on both of us.
Yeah. But this is welcome to a new Alex Discovers how team managed company Kanban projects work. Today we're going to continue with our exploration, and we're just going to keep on going where we left off, which is we're in the middle of doing the free Atlassian badging / I don't even know what you want to call it, but it's an official course that Atlassian puts out that is supposed to accompany and kind of help support your study efforts for ACP-620. So we highly recommend you go through it as well, just to kind of go through it. And I think the biggest one, and we mentioned this one in an episode or two ago, Rodney, which is you do not want to arrive to the test center and seeing the questions the Atlassian style of questions for the first time there.
No.
You want to go through practice exercise like these so that you're not blindsided when you get there.
Atlassian has a particular style to their questions, and once you master it, these exams become a lot easier. But getting to that point is the hard part.
Yeah, the personal goal: getting through this entire lesson in this chat or in this video. We all know those get a little bit harder. All right, so topic today, mapping business requirements to Jira configurations. So by the end of the lesson, you're going to be able to discover business requirements in your organization, ask stakeholders the right question, and then map those requirements to Jira configs. So make sure that Jira meets the needs of your users. Before you start configuring Jira, it's important to directly involve your teams. That way, Jira will meet your users' needs and match how they complete work. You know what's interesting about this, Rodney? And here we go on the very first tangent, only a minute and 59 seconds into this.
I think that might be a record for us.
So here's what I don't get, right? So Atlassian, we obviously have an ACP-620 that is, there's a way to build a project in Jira, right? You shouldn't just jump into Jira and start creating projects, right? Like they're basically saying, take a little time out, figure out the craft here. There's an art to creating a project. Would you agree?
Yep.
Right? And then they slap us with the team managed project that basically says anybody in the company can create a Jira project. Knock your socks off. Have at it. No respect for the craft. I don't get how we can have both.
The way I've always thought about team managed projects is if your company is 5 people total, cough cough, Jira Life. It's great because you're not likely to have a Jira admin who knows how to go through the process of taking your business requirements and turning it into a project. If you're over about 50 people, that's when things really start to get serious. I mean, they've been serious for a while at that point, but that's when you really need to buckle down on your processes and get someone who's able to do this kind of work. And you need to start moving away from those team managed projects.
Right. But Atlassian pushes and markets those team managed projects quite heavily. Like even in Jira Product Discovery, I was having a conversation with the Jira bro on LinkedIn the other day, and I was like, I don't like team managed projects, and he's like, well, don't use them. I'm like, well, you have to in Jira Product Discovery, and he's like, why is that? I'm like, because there's no other option, right? And so there's some nuances to. I think there's some conflicts here, but let's stick to company managed. Well, what I will tell you is that these rules apply to both team and company. My argument is when you're creating a company managed project, because you have to have an extra level of privilege, you're ideally, you're most likely going to be interested in the ACPs. You're most likely going to be interested in taking the job of a Jira admin more serious. Versus when you're creating a team managed project, since by default, those are open to anyone and everyone, you might not understand the cause and effect of creating a project. And since you can just click through and do whatever you want, this is where I'm like, I'm saying that it kind of contradicts itself, right? Because build it right the first time. How many team managed projects have you seen that are just like, we just created a project, we had no idea what we were doing? So that first bullet.
Again, you said it. This is the craft of being a Jira admin. And most companies said team managed is for those companies who don't have a Jira admin. Fully appreciate that. Becoming a Jira admin, I mean, Mike said it best. It's like running into a cliff. Some people are skilled enough to climb the cliff and learn and become the Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah. All right. The other Rodney says he always turns off the global permissions that allow team managed project creation. So kudos to that, folks. If you're not doing that, I highly recommend it. Because again, if you don't do that, you will end up with a mess. You don't want a mess. All right. It reduces feature overhead. Design it well so people want to use it. I think this is key. Help people get their work done quickly and effectively. We recommend implementing Jira in 3 steps. Discover and understand business requirements, map requirements to Jira configurations, and implement in Jira. I would add a 4th step, Rodney, and I would say you follow these 3 steps, and then you rinse and repeat again. Because what I often find is that people have an idea of what they want from Jira, but it's not until they go into Jira and they start using Jira that then they realize that their idea and reality are 2 very different things. And so I typically do a first round of like wishful, here's what I would think I want. I build it for them, and then we come in with the harsh reality of like life's a little bit different. Let's actually get down to what you actually need.
Sylvia brings up a good point here. She says we do have Jira admins, but we also have end users who would not accept us to block team managed projects. So you have end users with control issues. We all do. The point there, and this is part of the craft and art of being a Jira admin, is you got to show them why you could do so much better job than they can, because you do know the system and you know the consequences, and the consequences are where we win 9 times out of 10, because there are very real consequences to designing your project wrong.
There's and I think end users traditionally, right? Like when you're left I'll back up a little bit more. I hate ClickUp for this particular reason, right? I think when tools give you too much power, which this is basically what a team managed project is, there's too much ability to really mess things up. A mess up is a strong word, right? But for example, like if anybody can create a project, a team managed project, then whatever need that they have, they're going to go and create a project. And unfortunately, because a lot of folks have a misconception of what a project is in Jira, I've seen way too many team managed projects that are for a specific release, that are for a specific sprint. Like I've seen sprint one, like a project for just one sprint. And then there's another project for a second sprint. And I'm like, folks that are just have the ability to create projects at will don't always understand and appreciate the craft that is Jira. And so I just turned it off. I don't care.
The best answer, especially if you're migrating to the cloud, is never let your teams discover the team managed projects exist.
That's a very good point. Very good point. Because in data center and on-prem, you don't have that.
Yeah. So if you're doing a cloud migration, that is your best bet. For some people, that ship has already sailed. Fair enough. You got to show them why letting you manage their project is more beneficial to them than letting them have that free will.
Yeah, I would also say talk with your leadership, because a lot of like CTOs and like executive leaders bring me into Jira because they're usually very frustrated with where their Jira has gone. And usually the biggest culprit that I go and find, because folks in companies and enterprises, large organizations, and large is a
relative term.
Yeah, relative term. I would say anybody over 100 people, right? They want consistency. Like it is very, very, very hard to do work when your team speaks 20 different languages. And if every team is able to create their own Jira projects, then you're going to have 20 different variants of how to do work. And it's really hard to run a business like that. So this is why these company managed projects and having a good Jira admin really come into play. So I would say, like, if you're struggling with convincing your end users, I would talk to your leadership team, because the solution you can give them is consistency, governance, right? A playbook to operating Jira cohesively, as opposed to whatever the heck you got going on. Because I cannot imagine a team that just has all team managed projects have any consistency in their processes.
I mean, I've dealt with those people who are convinced they know better than the Jira admin team, convinced the Jira admin team are doing wrong, much as Sylvia's saying here, and will tell you how it is. And at this point, that is one reason I love these certificates. Like, really, you think you know more about Jira than me?
And this is the only reason I got dragged on here, so that I can have some credibility. All right. Again, yeah. Sylvie says, our CEO doesn't care. Don't know Jira, and most of our users are happy with what they get. There will come a time, Sylvie. Give it enough time. Give it enough time. You will be taken down so far down a Jira team managed project rabbit hole. Just give it enough time. Got inherited the Jira admin role, and there are many team managed projects already in there, and they're all unique. Yep. See, we're not making this stuff up, folks.
Yeah, I remember when because they were first called Next Gen projects, but Atlassian will rebrand. That's something they're very good at and do often. And I remember when we first came out with Next Gen project, every admin was going, yeah, but how do you enforce consistency when everyone could do their own thing?
Yeah. And you cannot run a company when everybody speaks 20 different languages. And your Jira projects, your workflows and your processes, and the things that we're going to cover in this ACP-620, that is a fundamental core to how do you execute, how do you run your business. Jira takes those business requirements and turns them into Jira speak, right? That these are the workflows that we're going to be creating. And when anybody can create a Jira project and not respect or cherish, that's the word I'm trying to say, the beauty of business requirements, then you create a very chaotic Jira. And Ronnie's staring at me like if I'm not even speaking English.
No, I'm just thinking recent example where someone was challenging a rather complex config, admittedly complex config I had to put together. And every time they'd ask, well, why is this complication here or this complication here, I could point to some requirement, like, this is why we had to do it. This is the other options we considered, and this is why they would not work.
So this is interesting. If Sylvie's been in Jira since 2008, I don't think the cloud was around in 2008. So how in the world did you create this opportunity for all these team managed projects to be created then?
I don't think she created all the team managed projects in 2008.
No, I know.
think the instance has been alive since 2008. It was migrated to the cloud, and they did not lock it down immediately. So yours went, ooh, shiny.
Yeah. All right. Well,
fair.
Yeah, fair, definitely fair. But again, for everybody else, we migrated last year to the cloud. So only within the last year. That's interesting then that your team, if your team's been around, your team's been using Jira since 2008, and they just got a taste of this freedom last year.
You still have, even on data centers, on-prem, you have those people who are convinced they know more about Jira than the admin team. I've had one person nearly take down our Jira because they were so convinced they knew Jira better than our admin team. And that's how I finally got rid of their admin access.
I've been in those situations too, where somebody thinks that somebody's really smart and they think they can figure everything out, which is great. I'm all for it, but go make mistakes in somebody else's tool.
You're not the one getting yelled at when it's down.
Yep. All right. So discover and understand business requirements. Again, we're just building up the case as to why it's not a good idea to let your team run amok. So as you meet with your members of your team, you're going to want to focus on 2 goals. First, find out what users need to complete their work. This will help you determine how you configure Jira. And second, teach them about the capabilities of Jira so they understand how to use it. So find out what users need. So determine the various users' needs, consider long-term plans, prioritize those needs, get an agreement on those needs across teams. And then teaching users about Jira. Discuss the basic components of Jira, such as projects and work items. Encourage users to take the free Jira training and explain features that address needs as they arise, like work level security. Ooh.
That is...
Try to stay away from that one.
It is the most underrated feature, in my opinion.
It is, but it's also a complex feature that I try not to promote unless absolutely needed.
Again, I think this next section is going to get to that point.
Yeah. Ask the right questions to discover business requirements. Managers and leaders have different needs than end users. Asking the right questions will help you discover business requirements for each group and ultimately map them to Jira. So ask your managers and leaders, what's your organization mission? What are your business processes? Who needs access? What do you need to do? What types of things do you need to track and report? This, I feel, is one of the most critical things. But going back to Sylvie's comment up here of like, our CEO doesn't care. This is usually where I find the most amount of resistance, because I don't know about you, Rodney, but I'm often caught in this situation where like we're designing Jira, right? We're designing workflows. We're trying to figure out the issue types, work types. We're trying to figure out the required fields, the custom fields. And then every executive's like, I just want to know what kind of reports I can get out of Jira. And I'm like, well, what do you want to see? They're like, well, I just want to know what you can give me. I'm like, well, what do you want to see? Because I can give you whatever you want, but I need to know what you want. But the answer that I always get is like, well, just give me what Jira can give me. And I'm like, well, you're going to be very disappointed with what Jira does naturally out of the box.
Yeah. This question right here, though, usually goes to one of my biggest points. And I hate this feature because it ends up being a headache for end users. Required fields.
Yeah.
I will only allow a required field if it's something you need to report on, or it's something you need to track individually as a manager.
Yep. And I'm sure.
Go ahead.
No, so I'm sure there's going to be a section on fields and required fields later. There has to be.
Yeah. That is the single biggest headache for your end users, though, is I'm trying to get a ticket in real quick, just something to get out of my mind and onto the common source of truth. And I have to fill out all these miscellaneous fields, and in some cases I have to go find them.
Yeah, I think this is where I usually remember I was talking about earlier up here. You do these 3 things. You discover the requirements, you map the requirements, and you implement in Jira. This is that case where their requirement is going to be, I want 20 required fields. You're going to implement set 20 required fields, and you're quickly going to find out we really only need 3.
I mean, I'm not going to rehash the story here. If you want to go see our previous study session, but but sometimes you have to let the end users and the project admins figure out the pain for themselves.
Yeah. No, sometimes, yeah, because as an admin, one thing that I will tell you, kind of give you, not on the ACP, but definitely for your sanity, right? There's a good cop, bad cop type of scenario that you can play as the leader of Jira admins, right? And what you'll often find is that most folks don't appreciate the airbagging that we were discussing in a previous episode, right? Most people don't appreciate the wisdom that you have, especially when you're an employee. I think when you're like a consultant like you and me, Rodney, I think we get a lot more respect as consultants, right? Like we come in and we're paid to be the experts. But when you're the employee of a company and you're the Jira admin of the company, your cautions, right? Your words of caution of like, you don't make 20 fields required is going to most likely fall on deaf ears because the business doesn't care. They just want their 20 required fields. And so I'm of the opinion that it's better for you to just comply and give them those 20 required fields. And this is why I like to get teams into Jira as quickly as possible with the requirements as quickly as possible. Because once I built what they wanted, they're going to realize that's not what they needed. And then the fun begins because now we can negotiate, right? But now I can show and go, here's the cause and here's the effect, here's the pro, here's the con, try it. But when you're just in a whiteboard and you're just kind of writing down requirements, it's very challenging to challenge. It's very challenging to challenge the requirement. And you're just often seen as the bad guy, right? You're just seen as the naysayer or the one that's getting in the way of progress. And so it's a balance you got to have to play as a Jira admin there.
The most powerful words is no but. First thing is tell them why you don't want to do it, what the consequences are, but then offer them a alternative that would work and still satisfy their requirement.
Yeah. But again, you do need to have a little bit more thicker skin though as a Jira admin sometimes. It depends on the culture and of your team, right? I think everything's gonna be a little bit different. But just be aware of that when you're going through these questions. Again, I don't think it's something that the ACP would cover because I don't know how you test against this. But from an emotional perspective, like that meme of like emotional damage comes to play, right? Like coming up with the requirements for the right Jira project is a lot of emotional damage for Jira admins. Okay, what security do you need and what are the tools you need? And then you can ask your end users, like what type of different tasks do you perform typically? This is how I start figuring out my work item types, right? I try to figure out, okay, is stories and tasks enough and bugs, or do we need to introduce something like spikes? Do we need to introduce something like a risk, right? What are your processes for those tasks? How many of them share the same steps? How many of them are different? Because depending on that answer, I'm going to have shared workflows or I'm going to have unique workflows. Is work part of a larger process within the company, right? This is very good because there's hierarchies in Jira, right? And different issue types or work item types can be in one project but not be in another project. And you can get very creative with where you put different levels of work and the kind of workflows that they have. Where do you start and where do you hand off work to other people? This is great when you're talking about workflows, right? So the biggest complaint that I get from teams is we can't finish the work in our sprint. And usually the question is like, well, why? And they're like, well, because there's a whole QA portion that takes like forever. I'm like, well, and then why is QA part of your workflow? And they're like, oh, it's because we need it, right? So then we have a lot of negotiations because, again, many different ways to skin the cat there. Sylvie says another difficulty is when all the Jira admins in the team have not had the same opinions on things. Yeah, Sylvie, this is why you also want to have as minimal amount of cooks in the kitchen.
Too many chefs is definitely an issue. Another solution to this particular issue is for the major things: how to create a project, how to all this. You should have an SOP document within your team. If you have more than one admin doing the same task, you should have some sort of standardized process behind that task.
Yep.
But getting that standardized process and going through that negotiation is not easy. I am not in any way envious of that mountain of work that'd be ahead of you if you chose to go this, but it will make this particular problem a little easier.
Yep. How long does these tasks normally take? I think this is important because, again, people have a false sense of reality of how complex their work is. What sort of data do you need to collect to perform these tasks? This is going back to those required fields. How can you tell when something is done? Boy, oh boy, can we just spend? We could probably write like a 1 week long course on what is definition of done mean.
We've had discussions about this in the
Internally.
TJL. Yeah. Especially when someone decided they weren't going to get a passport.
That to me was done. I gave up. The task is complete.
And what was my response on the ticket?
You reopened it.
I reopened it with, "This does not meet our definition of done."
Oh man, yeah. Talk about opinions. If you think you have a lot of opinions on Jira administrative things, your
Me
team's
and
gonna have a lot of
Alex
them.
always. It seems like we always have the opposite opinion on any subject.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. Do you need to provide reports on your work? If so, to which report? Yeah. So again, required fields or just custom fields. These are all going to drive what I call the infrastructure and plumbing of Jira. So very, very good questions to have because all of these, depending on how you answer, impact the end result of your Jira.
I do want to make a point here with this section before we move on. Atlassian says something here. This is something I have often preached, and I have not seen a lot of people, even consultants, do. A Jira admin or project admin, because again, that's the main focus of this course, they'll take what they need from the project or what they need to do and what they need to look at, and they'll never consider the people who are actually going to use it, the team. If you are a consultant or project admin, you have to consult the team. What are your pain points? What do you need to get work done? All this. Because if you do not, you're going to get garbage data in, which means you're going to get garbage data out.
I 100% agree.
We do agree on something.
Every once in a while, the stars align,
Yeah.
or in our case, the ducks may align. Okay. Pro tip here: document your findings in Confluence. You want to eat your own dog food, folks. Whenever possible, use the Atlassian tools to manage the Atlassian tools. All right. Again, you don't have to. Email, PowerPoints are great. I personally love, Rodney, I don't know how you feel about this one, but one of my personal passions is when we're creating these business requirements is to put it in a Confluence whiteboard. I love using Confluence whiteboards for documenting business requirements on what your Jira should look like.
Whiteboard is a great first step, but you should formalize that into a regular document because every configuration change, I was harping on this earlier, every complication, because again, we want to keep these configurations as simple as possible. So every time we add a complication, be that another status or another transition or another transition with validators and conditions and post functions, any sort of complication, a new field. These are what I mean by complications. Anything that makes the project less simple, we need to map that to a requirement. Go, this is why we needed this.
Yep. All right. So mapping your requirements to Jira configuration. So once you have a solid understanding of your users' needs, you can begin mapping them to Jira. Remember, your goal is to build Jira right the first time. Reduce feature.
I agree with this with an asterisk.
That is your goal. I think goals should be lavish.
Goals, but we need to admit that a Jira configuration is a living thing that should change with your team and your organization.
Not too much, though, but it's a living organism.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a few things to consider while you make your plan. So configure Jira to meet your business requirements and your users' needs. Make fields, transitions, statuses, and screens easy to understand and navigate.
We have whole discussions on this point here.
I think naming convention will take you a very, very long way. I can't tell you how many untrained Jira admins I worked with in the past where they call their screen like adding a custom field X. And then later they realize that they have to find the screen to put in the screen scheme. And then they call it like the name of their project. That's it. And now you don't know which one's the screen and which one's the screen scheme because you didn't put screen and screen scheme in the naming. And then you don't know which Jira project is supposed to go to because you didn't put the key in there. And
and then you got to figure out what issue type the screen scheme is supposed to go to for your issue type screen scheme.
Yep.
Which is a whole nother headache. And then what project goes to and
names. Yeah. Naming
conventions will save so much headache.
Yeah. So much confusion, especially if you have short-term memory like I do, because you will forget.
I have goldfish memory. I'm not ashamed to admit. I don't
like,
write it down, it's gone.
Yeah, these things do not, like Jira does not do a good job at giving it to us in sequence, where like one thing feeds to the next, goes to the next. Like you're out of sequence a lot of the time, so you forget something you did 10 minutes ago that you're gonna need 10 minutes later.
I'm going to have to step away for a moment. I've got the hospital calling me twice.
You got it, boss.
That's never a good sign.
Never it is. Hopefully you're still alive by the time you come back. All right. So keeping your workflow simple, this we'll get into a lot. Setting your permissions to that balance security requirements with how your teams work. I would say permissions is a very big part of this. I think we're probably going to have a whole dedicated section just talking about permissions. But keep in mind that there are permissions to the project, which are managed by your Jira project permissions. And then there's work item level security. Permissions at the project level, I 100% support. We should always be very mindful and cautious of what we're doing there. When it comes time to work level security, in my opinion, these are edge cases. You don't want to go crazy with your work level security. You want to reserve that for very specific use cases, like you have external clients or you're dealing with like non-disclosure type of agreements, right? Very, very unique cases. But at the project level, the general philosophy is you want to get that project level security correct. But once you're in the project, you should have a lot more freedom. Using a project roles and schemes, this is going to be key so that you don't have to create 20 different unique permission schemes. One permission scheme can dominate everything when you use roles. So we'll talk about that later. Try to configure only a few schemes and reuse them across many projects. Again, really only possible. Folks, also, when you see the word scheme, this is only possible in company managed projects. So again, not if you're on a team managed project, none of this is going to matter for you then because there's no schemes there. And then automate as much as possible. I think this should come with a very big asterisk as well, because automation is great until it's not. And if you've done some automations in the past, I'll give you a great example. I have a client that I've been working with on automating some stuff. And just last night, I got an email saying, like, I don't think the automation is working. And I'm like, let me look into it. And I looked into it. I'm like, nope, the automation is working as we designed it. And they're like, well, it's happening too often. And I'm like, well, that's what happens when you automate things. You take the human element out of the loop, and now you're leaving it up to some logic that you define to do the work for you. So automate as much as possible, but be very cautious. All right. So implementing your Jira configuration. So once you've discovered your business requirements and you've mapped them to Jira, it's time to actually implement them in Jira. So keep these best practices in mind. So don't over-engineer it. Avoid complex configurations to help make your site easy to use. As Rodney stated earlier, if you're making 20 required fields, then your team is most likely not going to have all the information to fill out all 20 required fields. Guess what's going to happen? Your team is not going to want to use Jira. This is not a great way to drive adoption of the tools. So start simple, start intuitive, start easy so that your team warms up to the use of Jira. Keep your users' needs top of mind to implement Jira. Consult your notes often to ensure the configurations are meeting those business requirements. You ultimately want to keep your end users happy. And so make sure you're building to what they want. You're still alive? Oh, you're still on mute. And you're still on mute. I don't know what you did, but you messed up all your... There you go.
Double mute. Yeah. I'm still alive. I've got some testing coming up to make sure the surgery I had back in February did its job. And apparently the left hand wasn't talking to the right. If only they had a good system like Jira to go, oh, that patient's already been contacted.
Just tell them I'm gonna go to Europe in October, and that's gonna be the ultimate test. If I come back in a casket, well, you guys failed.
I mean, ultimately, yes, but we'll see.
I hope I don't have to bring you back in a casket. So let's go get those tests done.
I was much worse off in October, and I still managed to come back. It's going to take a lot more than that. I'm just too stubborn.
We'll just have to pull a Valerie and just stick you in the wrong train and send you in a train to nowhere.
I mean, I still got where I need to go.
I'm freaking out, dude. I don't even know if I'm going to Barcelona at this point.
You can. You should. You
I
absolutely
can read
should.
the signs, so that should be good.
I managed. I don't speak Spanish, so you know.
That's what gives me a lot of hope. I'm like, Rodney managed to survive Barcelona. I should be fine. All right. Users will be more likely to use the site if it's easy to understand and navigate. Consider their daily tasks. You know what's one of the pro tips that I tell people is like, I think that your work page in Jira is drastically underrated. Where a lot of people spend so much time like creating the perfect workflow, creating the perfect this, the perfect that. And I'm like, as long as you assign work to people, there's one place in Jira that individual needs to go to and see everything that's relevant to them. And you don't have to worry about everything else. And Atlassian's going to make the your work app work so much better with the new introduction of the home app, where all of your work, regardless of where you're at, as long as somebody's depending on you for something, it's going to be all in one place. So take advantage of that.
I will say this, another thing to consider, and I obsess over this. I think, Alex, you may obsess over it more than I do. Click count. How many times a user has to click to get a given task done?
Yep. Like hit and record on StreamYard.
Mm-hmm.
You want to make things easy. You want to make things intuitive. I get required fields. I get that there's a balance between like, hey, well, we need data, right? We need data to make a decision. But there's different ways to make fields required. There's a way to do it required upon inception where you might know things like the title, but you might not know the due date. You might not know the priority right away, right? You might not know certain things right away. But through the use of workflows, you can then make fields required later in life. And so I think that's very critical that, again, I don't think a lot of people know or can appreciate.
Mm-mm.
All right, so how do we balance our user and admin access? So consider how much control admins have on your Jira site. For example, a site with less admin control gives users more power to do their work. However, the site might be more difficult to maintain. Weigh the benefits of each option. So if you have less admin control, you're going to get up and running fast. It's going to give power to a lot of people. People can quickly do their own work without bottlenecks, and each project has their own schemes. Good for smaller sites with autonomous teams, 10 user instance.
I swear Atlassian stole this from thejiraguy.com.
That would be funny. But notice 10 users. The moment you're over 10, you're going to want to do this one. Actually, it's funny. They skip anywhere between 11 and 999. What do you do if you're between more than 11 users and less than 1,000?
It's a spectrum.
It's a spectrum. So you want more admin control. If initially more administrative work, but it's easier to maintain, more security. It's going to frustrate the users, right? If you have bad admins, and you're going to have shared schemes and better performance in large sites. I think, again, like Rodney said, spectrum is the right word. Balance, dichotomy, I think are the right words. You will not be able to please everybody, and you're going to have to make a call. I will caution you, as the great late Uncle Ben once said, with great power comes great responsibility. When you give too much power to the people, expect a revolution.
I mean, yes, but in companies where the whole culture is move fast and break things, that might be the way to go. Yes, you'll pull your hair out as the Jira admin, but that is the company culture. You just got to accept a certain amount of that and fix what you have to.
And it is a really big mindset, right? And what I would do, here's my 2 cents, because I've been in that situation. I managed a Jira where the team lead was gun-ho. We're Silicon Valley tech company. We are gonna fail fast, break everything, make a mess out of everything in the process, right? And I would say if you're a Jira admin that's a little bit more conservative, you're going to have a miserable time.
Yes.
Miserable. And the words of, if you can't beat them, join them, I can't echo them enough here, because you will have a much better time if you partner with these fast folks, and you should work at their speed so that you still regain control. Because all these things up here of like get up and running fast, give people power, people can do the work without the bottlenecks. Don't be the bottleneck. Work as fast as they do, right? Innovate with them. And if you shift your mindset to do that, you'll still have the power at the end of the day, and you're not the bottleneck, and you will be seen as a worthy teammate, as opposed to just a Jira admin that said no to them. And because that's what I do. So I'm speaking from personal experience here.
I mean, I could agree with it.
Positions you in a better spot to have greater influence in the future, because then you'll earn their respect. And once they want to do something outlandish, you can go, wait, hold up, this doesn't feel right. But they've earned your respect at that point. And so now they're going to be more open to pushbacks later. But at the beginning, you gotta run with them. It's my experience. All right. So let's see what we've learned. This is, again, the best part of this whole thing. So which of the following is not? And this is, again, when you're taking the test, folks, you want to be watching out for this. Which is not? Right? It's very easy to skip over the big bold letters when you're in the heat of the moment. So which of the following is not a best practice for discovering business requirements? So one of these is not like the others. Find out what users need to complete the work. That seems like one. Teach users about their capabilities of Jira. That seems like one. Get agreements on users' needs across the teams, and build Jira with more admin control. So I think this is the right answer, but I'm going to take this as a learning opportunity. And this is something you should be careful when you're taking the test. As you see here, I tend to like highlight and click on my as I'm reading through the questions. The test, if I remember correctly, will follow something very closely. So if you're clicking, that's your answer. So if you're just clicking for the sake of clicking to kind of help you read like I do, be very careful that when you hit the submit button, you're clicking on the right one. You ultimately want to hit the right answer, because it is very sensitive, right? And so if you went back up and clicked on something else, you might accidentally submit the wrong answer, even though you know the right answer, but you clicked in the wrong spot.
I usually try and make sure I have enough time to go through the questions one more time. Even the questions I'm confident in, I'll go through and make sure I clicked what I intended to.
Yeah, because I've caught myself at least 3 or 4 questions during the last 2 ACPs where I did that, where I was like, wait, why is this the answer? This is not the answer at all. But it's one of those things where the way I read with the mouse is like I tend to highlight the text as I'm reading, and then as I'm doing the question, I'm highlighting too, but that starts clicking into the answer. So be very, very careful if you have that bad habit like me. All right, so Liam's implementing configuration in Jira. His company has 1,500 people, so building a secure site is very important to him. How much admin control should Liam build into his site? More admin control. There you go. Yay, next lesson. All right, compare company and... Where's Sylvia? Are you still on? All right, so what's the difference between team and company managed projects? So there's a project type you can use in Jira that determines how different users can administer the project. It also determines which features and behaviors are available. Team-managed projects provide the team with more independence in setting up workflows, permissions, fields, and other settings. They enable you to move quickly as they aren't very complex, and your configurations only impact your project. Company, on the other hand, or AKA the traditional, AKA data center projects, share highly customizable configurations with other projects. These shared configurations are called schemes, allow greater flexibility than the settings available in team-managed projects, and only Jira admins can create company-managed projects and implement many of the configurations. So project admins need to collaborate closely with their Jira admin. And that right here is where you drive a nail in through your head, because you have to work with somebody to make the company-managed work. And team-managed, everybody's kind of like their own admin.
And Alex, to promo other videos on the channel, asked the Atlassian CEO why team managed projects even exist. And if you want to find out the logic behind it, you definitely need to go check out that video.
Yeah. So we definitely asked why team managed projects exist. I think the intention is great, but we're still failing on the execution. So team managed.
That's what Mike said too.
Spoiler, they're not going to go see it. All right. And then for Rosario, those were both the last ones. So Osario's been following along with the answer. So yeah, he got them both right. Yay. Okay, so team managed projects can create and assign roles. They can also configure restrictions for different roles. You can configure your own work types, fields, screens, workflows, and notifications. Though fewer options are available than in company managed projects, and you don't need to be a Jira admin to configure these settings. You can only have one board in the team managed project. The boards can only display work from that project, not others. There are also fewer apps and reports available. I like to call the team managed project the handicap version of Jira. Shara says, unrelated, but what I've always wondered is if a company has access to Jira, why would anyone use Trello? We wonder the same question as well.
Careful. This is how we summon Brittany.
I've wondered, see, if I ever get a chance to sit down with Mike again, the next question is going to be, why is Trello still a thing?
I am convinced Trello has its place in project management.
I'd love to hear that convinced argument.
We can make it a special debate.
We should have a more roll up your sleeves. Why does Trello exist with Brittany? Like, I get Trello, like I get its place in the world, but not in the business.
Lena, don't summon Brittany. Please don't.
Trello. I used to work in a team where I wouldn't pay attention to meetings unless somebody said Jira. So they knew that if they wanted my attention, they'd have to say Jira.
Oh, I've done one worse. I've set up a alert filter in Slack. So if anyone in any channel I was monitoring mentioned the word Jira or Confluence, it would ping me.
Ronnie shows up like the genie.
Yes, actually, that's how I became known in company-wide as the Jira expert, because I just show up. Here's your answer.
Ask and thou shalt receive. All right. So company managed projects have schemes, which, according to Mike Cannon-Brooks, CEO of Atlassian and co-founder of Atlassian, says, and I quote, when you master schemes, it's like being, was it?
Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah, there we go. It's like in the Matrix, right? Like you know the secret to life. You figured it all out. All right, so schemes control almost every feature, behavior in the company managed projects, including your user permissions, notifications, work types, work item fields, screens, and workflows. Jira admins can use the same schemes across multiple company managed projects. This is right here key. This is why we love company managed projects. And then they support multiple boards with more complex filters, including work for multiple projects. This is another reason why we love company managed projects. So I always tell people, folks, if you're going to be paying for the Ferrari, use the Ferrari. Because it doesn't make sense to pay the Ferrari price because Jira is not cheap, right? It doesn't make sense to pay for Ferrari level performance, but drive it like a Corolla. It just doesn't make any sense. Like you can, awesome, like, but why? Like, why would you pay $300,000 for a Corolla?
You have to drive it like a Corolla till you get it to the track, so you can drive it like a Ferrari.
No. You drive the Ferrari like a Ferrari all the time.
And this, how many tickets do you have, Alex?
It's LA. You can't even go anywhere anyways. This top speed is like 5. Although you should watch the barbecue video. Did you catch it, Ronnie, in the behind the scenes on the barbecue when we went to Costco?
I did.
Poor Bob he was holding on to dear life. He did not like my driving in a Tesla. We had to switch to my more conservative car on future trips, or Bob was driving. All right. Determine the project type. You can see the project type for any project by clicking more actions next to its name in the sidebar. This is very true, folks. This is new and improved for the new Jira 2.0. You can also select the project type. You can also see the project type on the All Projects page. which is very hard to get to nowadays, by the way, because it's all the way down there. And if you have 50 projects, it's all the way at the bottom. This new UI scales very oddly in the new UI. But this is where you find out. And this little button right here is what you're looking for, which is not immediately obvious to you, especially with muscle memory.
Yeah, I find myself going to the board and then like, oh wait, I have to go up to the project and click and get to.
Yeah. Damn it, Atlassian. I'm gonna get you back one day, Mike. All right. So the same kinds of people are project admins for company managed projects and team managed projects. Think product managers, people managers, team leads, scrum leads, and more. The roles are very different. So team managed project admins can configure everything without having to coordinate with your Jira admin. This includes notifications, automations, right? All the settings. There are just a few available. There are fewer available configurations compared to a team managed, company managed. And in the company ones, you can basically configure everything, except project admins can't do anything. Well, so while you have the power, you have the ability to do everything, you need to have the right permission. So a project admin literally is not going to be able to do a whole lot. In fact, the only things that a project admin will be able to do is like change the name of the project. That's kind of it. Okay. To be a project admin for either team or company managed projects, you need to have the administrator role for that project. This is both very, very true. Notice that I think Atlassian really kind of messed us up with this one too, right? But there is an administration role or administrator role built into the permissions of both team and company managed projects, and you have to have that role and that permission to then be a project admin. The easiest way, folks, for you to know though if you are a project admin or not is when you click on the little ellipses and you see project settings, you have the right power. If you don't see project settings, sorry.
I have seen some companies attempt a custom permission scheme or forget to assign administrator projects to the administrator role. And that causes no end of headaches when you're trying to learn a new Jira instance when they've done this.
Yep. All right. So Isla uses a team managed project. She wants to use a workflow from another project. True or false? She can use the same scheme. That is going to be a big negative. There are no schemes in these team managed projects. Next question. Wei isn't sure if his project is team or company. What's the easiest way for him to find his information? Contact his Jira admin. That submit a ticket. I love that one. Find the project in the search bar. No, this will tell you what type it is, right? This will tell. Well, actually, no. This used to do it, right? Well, in the search bar, it won't tell you. In the all projects, it'll tell you, right? So it used to. But this is the right answer. You want to click the more actions, the three dots next to the project name in the sidebar.
I will say, approaching the 620, it's going to be hard, given my experience as a Jira admin, not to put submit a ticket to your Jira admin on every answer that has it.
You should just.
Well, that is what my project admins do all the freaking time.
Marco wants to create a board with work from multiple projects. Which project type should he use? It has to be company, because a board in a team managed project can only see that particular project.
Correct.
All right, next lesson. Oh, and this is the long one. We have 9 minutes to finish a 10-minute thing, and we took us 50 minutes to do 2 5-minute ones.
We ain't making it, man. We ain't making it.
It ain't looking good for us. All right, what's a project template? So Jira offers many pre-configured project templates that enable you to quickly meet the needs of your team. These templates have already configured your work items, workflows, and other features intended for different use cases. And there are templates for software, business, service, product, projects. Project templates also exist for different areas like product management, design, and so on. So basically, when you hit the create project, you will see all of this on the left with all the different templates that are available.
Do you remember what started these Jira templates?
No.
Jira Work Management.
Oh, right. Oh, Jira.
Yeah, this was something I'm not going to say I'm the one who recommended, because I'm not sure if I was the only voice recommending it. I was one of the people recommending this to Atlassian for Jira Work Management. That much I know for sure. So I'd have some smart play with project templates being a thing.
Should we have a moment of silence in the honor of Jira Work Management?
Sure.
Okay.
That being said, just Jira is so much better.
Yeah. You served us well, Jira. And she lives on, right? Like all of these still are there. They just don't get acknowledged as a separate product. They're just now templates within Jira.
Yes.
Before they used to be their own product. All right. So explore available project templates. So project templates and project types are separate. So you can choose many combinations. So for example, you can have a company managed or team managed project that uses Scrum or Kanban. And remember from last week or last session, there are differences, fundamental differences in these. However, some templates may only be available for one project type. So for example, like the Jira product discovery templates are only team managed and only product discovery. Both the project template and the type will impact your configurations. Project templates provide pre-configurations. The project type determines how you can configure your project. Team managed projects offer fewer configurations but more control over them for users who aren't Jira product admins. Company managed projects are much more customizable, but only Jira admins can create them as they share the configurations called schemes. Software project templates. For software projects, there are 4 commonly used templates: Kanban, Scrum, bug tracking, and top-level planning. Really, there's only 2. There's Kanban and there's Scrum. And I think we beat these both to death last time, so I'm not going to spend too much time on these. But just know that if you want to sprint, you have to use Scrum. If you don't care, then you can use Kanban. That leaves us with bug tracking. I have never in my 8-9 years of being a Jira admin have I ever used a bug tracking template. I don't see the value in it.
I've used it
Once?
in a similar situation where I've used like a Jira Core project, which again, rip Jira Core, but it definitely needed to go. But the use case there is I used it as a basis to then customize into something else I actually wanted. And this is the point where I was going to Atlassian, look, give us project templates that get us 90% of the way there. Let us customize the last 10% for our teams.
Yep. All right. Again, I don't care for it. Top level, this is even worse because this doesn't even create a project, but rather creates a plan. So not helpful either. I tend to stay away from this one as well.
Yeah.
All right. So again, really, you only have Scrum or Kanban when it comes to software. I would avoid bug tracking and top level planning like the plague.
Again, bug tracking, only way I find it useful is if I'm using it as a starting point for something entirely custom.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll get to that. We'll get into that here because business project templates, right? This is where you have HR, marketing, finance, design, legal, and sales. Couple of things that I'll say here. I'm going to tell you this and I'll repeat it for the people in the back. 9 times out of 10, 95% of the time, I will pick the blank business template. I'd rather have a blank slate than to have predetermined options for me. Because I'm going to modify the workflow anyways. I'm going to modify the issue types. I'm going to modify the whole thing. And none of these, in my opinion, have ever provided me with any real value that I'm like, oh, I want to keep that. Every team, when it comes to HR and all that, has been so unique to me that none of these like templates that are there are helpful. Especially knowing that they also create new issue types as well for you. And they create new statuses in your workflow or in your pool of statuses.
As I said, I had my role to play in templates existing. I'm going to own that. But what I actually described to Atlassian is very different from what we ended up getting.
Yeah, and then we have service projects. So there's really only 2 that I tend to use. There's the ITSM one. I would not use this one unless you're really, really 100% gonna do ITSM and you are committed to it. So you have incidents, you have changes, you have all of it. You're using all of it. But this is I would say this is an edge case. I see very, very few teams that can really benefit from using all the features of JSM. I 90% of the time just go with the generic one or the general one. This to me gives me an emptier slate to then innovate on because this one here comes with way too many predetermined options.
That third one seems interesting considering Team 25.
Well, the third and fourth one do, considering Team 25.
Yeah.
So these right here are going to be broken out into their own. And so these will go away, and they'll sound like they're going to be like their own, I would assume their own entry up here. I would assume. But we don't know enough yet. Create a Jira project from the template. So most of the time you'll want to create projects from a template. However, you can also select blank project and create a project without pre-configurations. You can create both blank projects and template projects in the same place. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I think in my opinion, it's so much easier to just start with a blank project because you're going to customize the heck out of everything anyways. But you create a project, you browse the templates if you want one, and then you pick there's literally a blank one. Then you name it, you give it the key, you pick the team type. This has been a...
See our last study session about picking an appropriate key.
Yes.
We went into detail about that.
Yep. Then you pick your team type, you pick your access level, and then if you're on company managed project, you'll see this one here. And this basically takes the workflows and the fields and all the configurations from a different company managed project and applies it to this one. And then, so that's it. So let's see what we learned. So Sad wants to create a project with his developer team, which delivers work in 2-week increments. Which project? Well, that's easy. That's Scrum.
2-week increments was the keyword there.
Yep. That's also another thing. Don't get cocky during the test. Do not get cocky during the test and read half the question. Read the full question. It's very easy to get cocky when you've been doing this for a long time and then miss the question because you got cocky at the beginning. Sigma IT Solutions, an IT service company, wants a service project to help them manage incidents, changes, and service requests. They also want a template that is pre-configured for ITSM. So this is the ITSM one. Okay. And then true or false, a project template determines who can configure your project, whether your configurations are shared with other projects. Not really.
I'm pretty sure this is false.
Because, I mean, this is part of the project creation process, but it's not at the template level. Because after you pick the template, then you pick if it's team or company, and that's where this would apply. So I think it's false. Yay. Okay. So next lesson. So here's what we're going to do. We got one more section here about schemes. So we'll pick this back up on Tuesday. All right. So we are going to continue and again, hopefully finish where we left off. We are going to be doing the last section here, which is use schemes to standardize company managed projects, which is really the beauty of company managed projects, is the ability or the fact that you have this thing called a scheme. And according to Mike, right, it makes you feel like Neo from the Matrix once you figure it out.
I mean, the things I have done with this setup they have done for the projects does feel godly sometimes.
Yeah. So what exactly is a scheme? And so Atlassian says schemes are collections of configurations associated with projects that enable Jira admins to reuse configurations across multiple company managed projects. There are many types of schemes for different areas of a project. That's a lot. I like to call it a bucket. What about you?
Bucket's also a good term.
Yeah, this is basically, so you have different types of schemes, but it's really just a bucket where you put stuff in it. And sometimes you put workflows, sometimes you put issue types, sometimes you put screens. And so there's different types of buckets in Jira, and they just collect, they just hold your settings. But the nice part is because they're a bucket, they're shareable. And so you can apply them not just to one project, but you can apply them to a variety of projects. And so it gives you a lot of flexibility. And again, Michael talked about how amazing schemes were when they were figuring them out because they work and they give you a lot of flexibility, but unfortunately they make Jira really, really hard, right? Like they require you to have to know what you're doing, which is why we have these ACPs. But once you figure it out, you're like Neo in the Matrix.
That is one of my favorite quotes. I did not think it was going to be one of my favorite quotes, but that is one of my favorite quotes from that interview.
Dude, but it wasn't even like the quote, right? But it was like his energy and the way he said it.
Yeah.
Most memorable moment for me, absolutely. All because I asked him, why do team managed projects exist? This is what
I
happens
knew
when we
you were
go off
going
script.
to. I didn't even bother putting it down on the question list because I knew you would ask it anyways.
Good things happen when you go off script, except for when you do your session. That going off script is not recommended when you're doing a public presentation. All right. So workflow scheme is just one of them, right? So you apply different workflows. So again, you have a bucket, and so you can have different workflows. So the nice thing about the scheme is that again it collects things, but it doesn't have to collect one thing. It can collect multiple things. And with respect to workflows, you can create a workflow for like your bug. You can create a workflow for your story. You can create a workflow for your task. And so you can have 3 different workflows that are contained by that scheme. And so now that scheme has again different work types in there. And you can take that entire bucket, the entire scheme in its entirety, and apply it to other projects. And this saves time. This saves a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and it scales.
The worst thing is to have some change mandated from on high, and then you have to go visit every single project individually to make that change.
Yeah.
That is literally the worst.
Hey, we got
Florida.
We got a couple of regulars here. We got Victoria coming in from Pennsylvania, and then I don't know that I recognize Sean here, but hello, Sean.
I will say St. Augustine, Florida is one of my favorite vacation spots. So
I've only ever been to West Palm Beach, Florida, but Orlando is
aware.
Orlando's on my horizon. I'm not a big fan of the humidity of Florida. I wasn't a fan.
You're not a big fan of humidity. I'm like, you live by the ocean, you don't like humidity.
I don't have humidity by the ocean. California's dry. It's a desert. All right. 6 schemes are always included with the company managed project. So we have the work type scheme, the permission scheme, the notification scheme. You know what's interesting about the permission scheme? I don't feel like that one needs to be a scheme.
I disagree.
It's just one permission though. Like one, you don't have like a permissions of permission. Like in work types, you have a lot of different work types. In the field configurations, you can do a bunch of different field configurations per scheme. Same thing with the workflow and same thing with this one. But on the permission and notification, it's like a one.
Again, the whole point of a scheme is to take something and be able to share it between projects.
I guess when you define it that way, yes. But when you define it as the bucket that I've been calling it, these two don't really necessarily fit the bucket because it's one of one. The other ones, you can put many things in them. And so, so all of these different schemes here go into this project. And I love this graphic. I got to steal this picture. This is a beautiful picture that describes all of this.
I do want to say something here because this has some new nomenclature that if you've been a project admin or a Jira admin for a while, you may not be familiar with. And that's where they keep using work type.
Yeah. Welcome to the new Atlassian, where we no longer have issues. Everywhere you see word type, you may notice or you may recognize or be more familiar with the word issue. So this used to be called
work with issue. It'd be issue type scheme and issue type screen scheme. And what we're familiar with, they just renamed it because they're no longer called issues. They're called work items.
Or work.
I mean, there'll always be issues in my heart, but I just want to call that out.
But that's a personal choice. I guess not, right? You didn't really decide to be born with a broken heart.
I know.
I probably should have made fun of my co-host.
I mean, you're not saying lies.
I love you, Rodney. I love you. Somebody's going to meme the heck out of our brotherly love here. Okay. Several schemes can be configured per work type. So a field configuration scheme consists of one or more field configurations. So this is what I was talking about earlier, right? That a couple of these are just one. Like in the permission scheme, you only pick one permission scheme in there. You can't add variables to it. Same thing with notifications. But for some of these other ones, like the field configuration, the workflow, and the work type, like you can get very prescriptive here, and you can say, here's a field configuration for just the bug. Here's a workflow for just the task. Here's a work type screen scheme for just this or that, right? And so you can get a little bit more granular with these schemes. Now, very big disclaimer, and this is where we were talking at the beginning from basically like 2-3 weeks ago at this point. For these schemes, Specifically for these company managed projects, only your Jira admins can create or modify these schemes or associate them with projects, which is the downfall of the company managed project. And it's the rise of the team managed, right? Because in team managed, these schemes don't exist. And so therefore your project admin can do a lot of this stuff.
But so let's talk about that for a second. Why are they covering this if only the Jira admins can modify and associate them with projects? Why, as a project admin, would I need to know this? Well, the answer is, and I was joking that this was going to be my default answer for every question on this ACP, but you need to effectively interface and talk to your Jira admins as a project admin to communicate what your need is. And part of that is to know what's possible. So even though you can't directly modify these settings, you have to be aware of them and what they do. So when you go to talk to your Jira admin, you want something specific, you could actually figure out what that is.
Uh-oh. My computer broke. Oh, there it is. I fixed it.
I've got a picture to send you after the stream, Alex. It's about iPhones.
Oh, okay.
I found it hilarious.
What, the fact that you're going to get an iPhone for Barcelona?
I'm not getting an iPhone for Barcelona. I'll get a burner iPhone for Barcelona, but it's not going to be my daily driver.
Why so much hate for Apple? Have you ever had this conversation with Sean Doyle about his hate for Apple?
No, I haven't. And it's not that I don't like Apple. I just know Apple isn't the product for me.
See, Sean Doyle feels the exact same way, but his quarrel starts with Apple in 1972. And I'm like, dude, Apple has changed quite a bit since 1972.
Yeah. For my mom, who's less technical, for my little brother, who's less technical, please get an iPhone. Save me the headache of trying to debug whatever the frick you did. But for me, I want something I could hack a little more.
I wait for that day where you unfold your foldable and it just doesn't work.
Oh, it's eventually going to happen, but that's why warranties are a thing.
All right. Well, another benefit, right? So the first benefit was, okay, we have buckets, right? Awesome. We can put things in the buckets. Mm-hmm. But the bigger benefit that we've kind of already mentioned, right, is you can share these buckets. So if you use the same scheme for multiple projects, any change to that scheme will impact all the associated projects. It's important to consider the benefits and disadvantages of each before you start creating schemes. And so for the people in the back here, I want to make sure that this is abundantly clear. When you use a scheme for a project, you're fine because it's a company managed project. Those are the rules of engagement. But the moment that you create a new project and you click on the little checkbox, and I'm going to take you there just to drive the point here, right? The moment you come over here and you click into Jira and you're going to say, yep, I want this. But the moment that you put a name here, right? Oh boy. Atlassian's changing their UI on me, dude.
Are you surprised?
No. I need to change to apparently you can't use schemes on a free version of Jira?
Yeah, no, you can't.
All right, here we go. The moment you go through all this and you put your name here, well, you don't even need to put the name. The moment you check this checkbox and you pick an existing project, you just entered into a marriage. And a marriage that divorce is going to be very complicated and nasty to get out of. So you got to understand these benefits and disadvantages, because the moment you check that checkbox and you pick another project, you have entered I wouldn't say it's unbreakable because it's definitely breakable, but boy, oh boy, are you going to spend like twice the amount of effort to break up these schemes.
Let me to kind of drive this point home, I want to share a story from my past experience where one of my project admins got themselves in trouble because they did not fully understand what sharing schemes means. So the situation where the field configuration was shared, because I hadn't broken that marriage yet, but the screen schemes were already separated out. My project admin decided, I have admin rights. I know what I'm doing. I'll help Rodney out and do this for him so he doesn't have another ticket. Which, if you have permissions, sure, fine. What he didn't understand was he was trying to make a field required in the field configuration, which was shared. And the field existed on his project, but it did not exist on the train scheme of the other project. So the moment he made that field required in the field configuration, that other project stopped being able to create issues entirely. Which is a very fun email or phone call to get while you're stuck in Atlanta traffic.
Yeah, no. Well, again, you learn the best way to learn the impacts of a shared scheme is to try it yourself.
And he learned.
I think it's the easiest way to appreciate, because you can read this all day long. You can read that they're easy to manage and they reduce administrative overhead and they apply changes to all your projects using the scheme, and the user experience is more consistent and standardized, and that you have a better system performance because Jira won't have to load as many features or screens when creating, editing, or closing work items. But until you feel these disadvantages, that they're not as flexible, they're difficult to meet unique business requirements for different projects, and they involve multiple stakeholders with every modification. And until you feel this, you're not going to appreciate
that last one.
Yeah.
That last one is especially a headache. Oh, I have to make a change. It's going to impact 16 different projects. That's 16 different groups I now need to go talk to. And either tell them, look, this is happening, deal with it. Or this is happening, what's your buy-in?
Yeah. It gets real nasty real quick. But I think it's culture, and I think it's authority as well, right? Like, there's a balance that you got to do with all this stuff, right? Like, you just can't come in assuming that everybody's going to be always jumping in on your decisions as a Jira admin. And this is one thing that, as a Jira admin myself, has the most amount of implications, or a high level of implication, because I think a lot of people like to see the pretty side of Jira when they're like, yeah, we're all for standardization, until somebody wants a snowflake solution. And like, you can't have both. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it.
2 weeks. It's usually 2 weeks after I get everything standardized before someone wants a snowflake solution. Often less, but the average is about 2 weeks.
It's crazy. So that's and we said this before, Rodney, in the past, right? The hardest part about being a Jira admin is not knowing how to do this stuff, but it's knowing how to say no. It's knowing how to deal with the people part of the job.
Yeah.
This technical stuff, the stuff that's covered in the ACP, cakewalk.
I don't know. I've seen some ACP questions that are starting to bring the people part of the headache into it. So they're finally moving in the right direction.
Yeah. All right. So some custom schemes. So here's some benefits to creating custom schemes. You can meet more unique business requirements, make scheme changes without impacting other projects. There's some disadvantages. Too many schemes can be challenging to manage, creates more administrative overhead, can overload admins, and can impact system performance. So this is the way this custom schemes is stated. I don't like the wording, but this basically saying like unique, right? So if you were to just make unique, like every project be its own standalone project, basically team managed projects, these are some of the disadvantages. I like how they basically just called out the disadvantages of having team managed projects.
I mean, they did. Let's not mince words here. But I love how the first three are basically the same point.
Yeah. All right. So you want to use as few schemes as possible and share them whenever possible. This is the better way to deal with Jira, but you will create more people problems.
Yeah.
So now let's look at Go ahead.
I like to have a menu system where I have like 4 or 5 different variations on projects that people select from. And then if they really need something custom from those 4 or 5 standards, then they're going to have to convince me why it needs to be and why they can't do stuff like everyone else.
Yeah.
And usually they struggle when it comes to justification.
Let's explore an example. Naz is a Jira admin for a development team. One of the team's business requirements is set up each Jira project similarly so that project members can perform the same types of tasks using Scrum. So here's how Naz builds the project to meet the business requirements. First, Naz creates a new standard Scrum software development project using dev as a key. By the way, I like to create a template project first. Is that something you do, Rodney?
Yeah, absolutely.
I usually create like a dev template, right, or whatever you're gonna call it, template, so that you know it's a template project because it's not obvious, right? When you come here and you're picking a project, any company managed project will work, and so you wanna. It's Sean from Denver.
Hey, boss.
Hey, boss. Never mind him. He's working. I hear him typing away on the side.
What? This is continuing learning.
Yeah. But here, like, it's not immediately obvious which one is the quote unquote template, right? So do yourself a favor and call like the project that you're gonna use as your foundation, as your basis. Put the word template in there somewhere, whether it's in the key or in the title or the name of the project, because it will help you later. Because you don't always make new projects, right? You might make a project once every 6 months, once a year, and you might forget, right? And so it's just easier to name things a little bit easier for you.
Mhm. We do got a question in chat real quick.
Ooh, have you ever seen performance issues in the cloud due to that? Too many schemes are cut. I've never seen any performance issues.
I
I
have
mean,
seen it on data center. It was an extreme example of every project had like 50 unique fields. None of them were shared between projects, and every project had unique configuration, and it gave us a headache trying to get it configured in Jira. Now, Atlassian Cloud, I've never seen anyone do that with, but I would be shocked if they did it to that degree if they didn't have similar issues, because this was, I think I counted like over 3,000 custom fields on this instance.
yeah. So I will give you my personal observations to try to answer this question. One, I've never seen hard performance issues where like Jira has come to a halt, but I have seen delays. But the delays, you can always chalk it up to your internet connection, right? And it's not like you're like, oh, I'm gonna click on something in Jira. Like, I'm not gonna go look at the like this wouldn't be a delay where I click on. Oh boy, I gotta get out of here. Oh boy, I still gotta get out of here. Where I click on the gear and I click on issues here and I go to workflow schemes. Like, it's not delayed to the point where I gotta go get a cup of coffee and come back. Like, this right here is the delay I'm typically seeing, right? Where it takes a second or two to load. I've never seen it take more than 2-3 seconds to load, even with hundreds of schemes.
I know me and you, Alex, talked about this at some point, like using the API in a Jira Cloud instance to see how far we could push with schemes before something breaks.
We should. We gotta do this.
I really want to do that at some point.
Yeah, we gotta do. Can we break Jira? What I will tell you, the things I will tell you is that the more schemes you have, two big things that come to mind. One, and it's not even performance related, right? But performance is relative, right? It's like if you have to sit here and go through 5,000 schemes to figure out which one you want to use, that to me is a personal performance impact, right? Because it's gonna take you a while to find what you're looking for. And two, it just adds confusion, right? Like if you inherit a new Jira or like you leave your company and you leave a mess behind, like that poor soul is gonna take over. If there's no naming conventions, like we talked about it, I think last section, right? A lot of people when they create a new scheme, they forget to include the word scheme in the title of that scheme, and it starts becoming challenging to know, okay, what am I looking at? Because to us as folks that spend an unhealthy amount of time in Jira, it can be trivial, but to a new person, they can get lost real quickly in the schemes and issue type schemes and workflow schemes and all the schemes. So naming things correctly, I think helps with, again, a personal performance. Being able to find what you're looking for helps as well. Even though Control F is definitely there, but I've seen way too many people have like the same scheme, like V1, V2, V3, or just have very, very, very similar name where it's so subtle the differences you can't even tell. And that again won't impact the performance, the technical performance of Jira. But when you got to make a call and you don't know which of the four to pick, that's going to impact the time to delivery overall.
Yeah.
And it just gets messy, right? Like especially I've seen people with like Rodney, you said 3,000 custom fields. I've seen people with like 2,000 statuses, right? Because every time you add a status, it's adding a status to the available statuses. And you can create, you know how many Todos are out there? You know how many variations you can do for to do? Like T-O, D-O,
T hyphen or 2 hyphen do, to do all one word, or todo as it's often called.
Lowercase.
To lowercase do. In progress is just as bad.
Yeah. So folks create havoc. And the worst part is when you have that havoc, right? When you have 2, 5, 6, 10 different totos, different teams might pull in the wrong toto, and now you have 2 different to-do statuses that do not talk to each other. And so when you try to build it all together in a dashboard, you're done. you won't be able to.
Yeah.
All right. So after he created the project, he configures the project to create standard set of schemes and configurations. He shares those standards when creating another project. And then finally, he applies the new schemes to it. Okay, so basically this last one says, so this is something that we didn't talk about. So when you're creating a new project in Jira, you have the ability to go through the motions, right? And basically do all this and then select the share button. But what we didn't cover is that for any of your existing projects, you can just pick one at random. I'm just gonna do this one right here, right? All of these schemes are configurable even after the fact. So I can go to workflows here. I'm just gonna take an example. And here, this is what I'm talking about performance, right? That's as slow as I've seen Jira go for me. But you have these buttons nested throughout the UI where you can actually swap schemes. So you're not married to anything even after you've created it. So it is possible for you to go and create a template, apply it to new projects, but then also go and retroactively apply it to your existing projects. You will have to go through some hoops, right? Atlassian, I think, does a phenomenal job in helping you translate those changes. But it's possible. Just know that it's sometimes a pain in the butt. Okay, question time. And we're only take us 25 minutes to do a 5-minute section. Hope you all are learning stuff from here.
I think that's the whole point why people enjoy these over the built-in material is they get all the context that comes from a combined 20 years worth of experience.
All right. Which of the following, and personal stories, which of the following statements is about schemes is not true? And again, friendly reminder, please read the full question. And read all the answers. So which of the following statements about schemes is not true? So schemes are collections of configurations associated with projects. That is true. Only Jira admins can modify schemes. That is also true.
Yep.
Schemes can be reused across multiple team and company managed projects. Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. Potential candidate.
Precious.
Potential candidate, but again, don't always just go with the intuition here. You got to read all questions, all the answers. Notification schemes are always included in company managed projects. I think that's true as well because I've never seen it. So definitely going to be this one here. And the keyword here, folks, in case you missed it, team. Team has no schemes. And in case you need a refresher, watch our 1.5-hour interview with Mike MCB and we'll skip over to the end where we ask him about team managed projects.
And by we mean Alex.
See, I get in trouble when I say I, and then I get in trouble when I say we. There's just no winning with you guys.
Now you finally get it.
Valerie's like, you need to say more we. This is a team effort. And I'm like, I'm an only child. I and me is the only 2 words in my vocabulary. And then I try to be conscious and nice because I have a teammate on this call, and I say we.
I was an oldest child, so I was helping to raise my younger siblings by the time I was 13.
Nolan is a Jira admin helping a small software team set up their Jira projects. One of the team business project requirements is good system performance. They don't want their users' work to be impacted by slow loading screens. So Nolan is considered using share screens or custom schemes in their projects. Which option would meet their business requirements? So remember, shared and then custom I would replace with individual. So I would go with shared as this is what the question was.
I don't like this question. I really don't like this question because this is only looking at one business requirement. And there are at least 2 or 3 others that could affect that single decision.
How the heck does this thing work? I did all these already. Did we moved on to another course?
I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
But it says we already did all the permission stuff of the stuff. So I'm gonna keep going down and learn how do we explore roles on a software project. because the first one's apparently already covered. Or so I. Oh no, I guess I have to do this part. Or did I just scroll too fast?
I think
Let's
you
start
just
at the
scroll
top.
too fast.
I might have scrolled too fast. All right, let's go with permissions. What are permissions? Wow, this thing is too sensitive. And we earned our badge, and we're moving on to the next one. I don't know if I'm in the right order still, though, but let's keep going with this.
Yeah, we'll run with it. This is something that will be on exam. I can tell you that already.
So what are permissions in Jira? So by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to differentiate global and project permissions, list common global and project permissions, describe the function of global and project permissions, and describe access, permission types, and security. These 3 items are key, folks. They keep saying global and project. There is a difference. If you didn't know, now you know. Okay.
Actually, this may be from when we did the 120 that we already got credit for.
No, because I don't remember doing testing. I don't know where the heck I'm at. We'll come back. I'll figure it out by our Thursday session. Let's just keep rolling with this.
Yeah.
Because also when we look at this, when we zoom in here,
Command scroll.
well, to complicate things, I have a Mac with the Windows keyboard, so I have to do Windows logo plus.
Oh, you believe in a Windows keyboard, but you don't believe in a mouse with a scroll wheel?
Okay, Apple makes crappy, non-ergonomic stuff. I'll leave it at that. Apple's not perfect, all right? I'm not the biggest Apple fanboy. All right. Control what I'm just trying to see, like, I don't see how. Oh, I guess right here it's permissions. So yeah, see, it's covered. It's covered in this section here. So I would assume, yeah, manage project access and permission. So yeah, we're on the right track. We're heading in the right way. Carrie says, I hear that. Although selfishly, I do have mechanical keyboards for the clickety clack. Did I ever tell you about my big old problem of like 2000? What was it, like 2019?
No, I don't think you have,
Yeah.
but
Well,
I've had to get a quiet keyboard for streams, so I can imagine.
Well, I wanted noise canceling headphones. So for the longest time, I wanted noise canceling headphones. So I got myself a pair of noise canceling headphones, and then I wanted a mechanical keyboard. But then I realized they cancel each other out. So I had to pick between my noise canceling headphones or the clickety clack. Okay, permissions add a layer of security and control Jira products. They do things like control the content that users can access and the actions they can perform. By the way, this needs to be amended to also include AI because AI impersonates you. And so whatever permissions you have, it extends out to the AI bot as well. Permissions are controlled at the organization, product, project, and work item level. So there are 4 different levels, and we're going to cover those. So at the organizational level, admins, and by admins we are now talking about org admins. They can manage organizational security, as in your IP address. Do you have an IP address that is whitelisted? They can manage product access, as in do you have a license to Jira? And they can they can manage users and groups, and they can do this in a variety of ways. Simply just they can create groups and put people in it. But there's also single sign-on and Okta and integrations and stuff like that with Atlassian Guard, and you can have managed groups that then get managed outside of Jira that can get inherited by Jira and put you into the right license and stuff like that. So that's at the organization level. Again, org admins, think admin.atlassian.com.
Yep.
At the product level, we have global permissions. And so I'm going to dig into these well, first of all, let me show you these. So this might not work because I'm always logged into different. Okay. So this right here, and I'm going to go to groups so you don't see emails and stuff. But this right here, when you're adding users to a group here, this is what Atlassian's talking about, that first level of security where you can put users into groups that give them access to products over here. Although Atlassian has been changing. I don't know if you've noticed this, Ronnie, but products are now apps.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
So
apps are apps, and
apps, yeah, everything's an app. I feel like
all I hear is, and I don't know if you'll get this reference, Alex, being the younger person you are, but have you ever seen the movie Mars Attacks?
I don't take movie recommendations from you, so no.
You should see it because it's hilarious.
Right, after 30 minutes of black screen, sure.
The only black you're going to see on this is Jack Black. And if you could figure out which character he is, you're doing well. But the aliens in the show only ever say one thing. It's act, act, act. It's just that same word over in various patterns. And that's every time I hear Atlassian now, that's all I hear. Because everything's an app, including your apps, which were previously plugins.
Yep. So anyways, again, different apps or different admin stuff here gets you.
Yes, Sean, it is.
Is this on the exam? well, Rodney's going to talk to Joanne and get it on the exam. But anyways, there's certain level of administration up here. There's like security as well, where you can again be authenticated. You can be in an authentication policy. There's an IP allow list that if your computer's not on a specific address, chain, ban, you can't get in. So there's that, but that's super high level. Definitely not in scope for the test. That's definitely more of the 520 route. Within Jira, we have global permissions. And so those are usually found by clicking on the gear and going to system. And over here, we have global permissions. Now this, you may have heard us say once or twice that one of the things that Ronnie and I love to do is to turn off the ability to create team managed projects. Because when you have a brand new Jira, this is the setting. It's public. Anybody can, any person in your Jira can basically create a team managed project. So this is that one thing where we usually come in here and click the delete button to save you from a lot of headaches. But this is that product level thing. Then we have project level. So we dig in and we got to go into a project, and there's project settings over here, and there's a people section and a permission section. Both of these work in tandem. They work hand in hand. And so that's going to be at the project level, right? So we can manage.
We'll get into that in a moment.
Yep. And we can manage users' access to work items, and then we can manage project level functionality, which is like what from this list of levers can you or can you not do? And then finally, we have work items. So once you're in the project, right? So the browse permission is the most important one, unless you see the project. We also have under work, under issues over here, we have security. And this is a security section that basically you can put restrictions on specific issues or work items to then further define who can or can't see those items. So 4 levels of administration and security here.
That last one is especially useful if you're like have an HR project where you want the person who submitted the ticket to HR to be able to see it. You want HR to obviously be able to see it, but you don't want anyone else outside those 2 groups to be able to see something. That is my go-to example of why you would use issue level security.
Yep. So let's compare global and project permissions. So global permissions control the system-wide. So that's why they're over here under system. Now this impacts everybody and your mother and their mothers. Is that the same? Everybody and their mothers, right?
Yes.
It impacts everybody. Global permissions grant groups of users the ability to administer Jira, mention users, share filters. Get very familiar with these folks. There's, again, this is not an ACP 120. I think 120 covers it in more detail. But there's a pretty common one here where somebody's like, hey, I can't tag people in the Jira project. Well, that's usually for a couple of reasons. But one of the ones that Ronnie and I like to go and check is this browse users and groups. Can you even, do you even have the global permission? Because what a lot of people do, what a lot of untrained Jira admins do is they'll come in here and they'll be like, oh, dang, there's a lot of people in here. And they start clicking that delete button. And if a user is not, sorry?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if a user is not in one of the groups that remains, then the ability to search for users is going to become a problem.
And this can be anywhere from the reporter field to the assignee field to a user picker to a group picker.
Comments.
Or at comment. At mention in the description, anywhere where you would search for a user or group. The other one I see is I can't share a filter. Someone's went through and called to share filters and dashboards.
That's this one here. So again, a lot of people, especially untrained Jira admins, especially those that haven't taken the 120, they'll come in here and they'll start deleting stuff because this can be overwhelming, right? Like you're like, wait, why this platform then doesn't need to do this, right? It's really easy to be like narrowed into like, oh, well, this team doesn't need to do that, right? This team doesn't need to share dashboards. but intuitively you don't know what they're doing under the hood.
Now,
Same thing with
again,
browse users and groups. A lot of people, sorry, Rodney, just 1 second. A lot of people think that this is at the admin level, right? They think that this is at admin.atlassian.com. You're like, oh, I don't want them to be able to see the users or the groups, but this is fake, right? Like this is literally to be able to add people or set in a reporter or set an assignee. So basic fundamentals of Jira that you need to be able to do. Go ahead, Rodney.
What I like to do, and again, this is not 620 material, this is ACP 120 material. So if you go on, you may want to consider this, but I'll have a single access group that manages whether you can, if you're in the group, you could access Jira. If not, you can't. I like to keep it to one group per app to use Atlassian's new nomenclature. And what I'll do is all those access groups, I'll put in here and remove all the other ones. But that's after ensuring that people still have access by adding those access groups first.
Yep. Okay, so that's what this is saying here. So global permissions grant users, project permissions control. Now at the project level, this is where you get a little bit more granular, right? So at the project level, it now depends on your permission scheme. If your permission scheme is shared, right? If you're just using the default, which by the way, I'm going to take a little sidebar here and I'm going to show you a different, if my Jira wanted to cooperate. I'm going to show you a separate thing that you should be aware of in case you're not aware of this. This is not usually common knowledge, but very, very important, folks. When you have a brand new Jira, you're going to have 2 default permission schemes. You're going to have a default software scheme that applies to every project that you create that is of the type software. So when you hit the create button up here and you pick a software development project and you pick any of these templates here, it's going to leverage the default software scheme. The only way that that's not true is that when you're clicking through these screens and you pick this checkbox, it's going to go inherit whatever the other project has. But if you're just clicking through and you don't click on the shared settings button, you will automatically get the software scheme. Now, for the other projects, the quote unquote business projects, right? Your Jira, former Jira work management. And we really, Ronnie, you know how we do like major incident?
Mm-hmm.
We should have something when we say Jira work management and like a similar like homage to pay respects to Jira work management.
Yeah.
We'll have to figure that one. We'll have to brainstorm that one with Sarah. But anyways, when you create a non-software project, so any of those business projects, you're going to get the default permission scheme. And again, same rules apply where when you're creating the project, you don't hit that little share settings, you're automatically going to get these. So the common mistake that a lot of people make is they'll make a custom Jira project, they'll make a custom permission scheme. And in their minds, for some reason, they applied it to the project, but Jira never registered that.
Yeah.
And then the other change that I see is that somebody will be like, oh, this mobile program needs a custom permission. Let's update the default one and make the change here. And then you just broke it for everybody else. So
first thing you should do at a project level, if you're looking to make a change, is see if the scheme you're making the change to is shared anywhere else. Then go to those other people, those other groups, and go, are you okay with this change?
Yep. All right. And the reason I bring this up, right, is because again, if you're not careful, the way Jira does this, right, the way Jira shares it with every software project, even though you're down to the project level, because these automatically get shared with their types, then this is not, I wouldn't call it a global permission, but it definitely has more impacts if you're not careful. This is just the point I was trying to make. It's not global, but it's still pretty big. Only Jira admins can modify these global permissions, so keep that in mind. And so we're gonna breeze through these here, but again, this is more ACP 120. But global permissions extend beyond the project level functionality. So we have permissions to administer Jira. Maybe this is why.
Not share this.
Yeah, do not share this with anybody. Keep this list small. The browse users and groups. This is again be able to add people, be able to set an assignee, be able to change the reporter, right? You could still do that. Let me rephrase. You could still do that functionality, but you won't be able to see the list. And it's kind of a cause and effect. Like you need to be able to see the list of users. We have our shared dashboards, right? So if you ever want to share a dashboard or filter with someone, if you're not in that group that sets a setting, that'll be a problem. Group filter subscriptions. This one's a new one that I learned for the ACP-120. But basically, once you have a filter and it comes back with results, you can set it up like kind of like an RSS feed type of thing where it just sends you daily or whatever you configure the emails to, but you can subscribe to it, right? And or you can create the subscriptions. But again, if you don't have the permission, you won't be able to do it. There's a bulk change as well, which allows you to edit. So if you wanted to add a fixed version to 150 work items at the same time, you can do that here. And then finally, the coveted create team managed projects, which you should completely turn off. So again, if you want to learn more, again, definitely check out the ACP-120. So at the project level, though, Jira admins can manage project permissions for company managed projects. So this is very key, right? So Jira admins need to be able to. Jira admins are the folks that are going to do your company managed projects. Your project admins are going to manage for your team managed, but also your Jira admins. But you definitely have a lot more power when you're talking a team managed project if you're not a Jira admin.
I will caveat here, as a Jira admin, and if you're a project admin, that's something you want to request from your Jira admin, map the permission to project roles so you, as a project admin, can dynamically assign and reassign roles and therefore permissions to people without having to bother your Jira admin. A lot of Jira, especially new Jira admins, don't know that project roles saves them work. So they'll just do straight groups into the permission scheme. So now you're having to constantly bother them to update this group and that group or whatnot. Make your life easier, make their lives easier, insist on using project roles in the permission scheme for company managed projects.
What Rodney said. All right, let's explore company managed projects, because when you compare company versus team, like you have so many more options in company. But again, keep in mind that as a project admin, you don't necessarily have any direct, you won't be able to make the changes, but you can have influence to make the changes. Does that make sense, Rodney? Am I explaining that correctly?
Yeah.
Like you can govern, you can talk to your Jira admin, right? And say, hey, I don't want these people to access, or I want this to happen. So it's important for you to know the options, because most folks don't even know what levers you can pull on these permissions. So company managed project permissions are categorized into 3 areas: standalone permissions, interrelated permissions, and permissions that need to meet global prerequisites in order to have the effect. So most permissions in a permission scheme control a single piece of functionality, such as the ability to create work items. These are standalone permissions, as they do not have any cross impact on other projects. So we have browse projects. This is the most important one. I think that if you're talking company managed project permissions, browse project is the single most important one, because if you can't see the project, then nothing else matters. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Right? So getting this one right plays a very critical role in the rest of the experience. So
I usually keep this one fairly open unless there's a reason to restrict it.
Yeah. And keep in mind that Jira by default has this open.
Yeah.
And so the only time you will want to close, so not the only time, but one of the reasons why you would really want to close this down, and unfortunately it's more of a nightmare than anything else, is if you ever bring in like a client or a customer to your Jira, by default, Jira setting is to have your browse permission to be open, which means anybody can see any project. This is any logged in user here. This is the default. This is what Jira ships with.
Mm-hmm.
When you want to lock things up in Jira, you can't just lock one. You have to lock them all and then open to your clients or customers what you want. And so this becomes a little bit of a dance that you got to learn how to do. But just be aware that out of the gate, anybody can see any project. That's how Atlassian created it. So until you don't want that to be true, you're going to be happy. But once you don't want that to be true, you're going to have some
only other case I've seen where you want to lock down projects is like you have a new top secret initiative you don't want the whole company to know about, but you have a subset of people that need to know it to work on it.
But that's an easier one, right? Because you're just locking one project and the other ones are still open.
Yeah.
The
It is
client,
a much easier use case.
yeah, the client customer one is a much more drastic one because you got to lock them all up. Because if you don't, including team managed projects, if you don't lock everything up, they're going to see everything that's open. And you don't always want that. So you want to be much, much more careful when you have an external party. So what I rather pay, not sponsored, but I rather pay for like external share for Jira. So you can just pick the items you want to share with your customer and not give them access to all your Jira. It's a lot cheaper too than paying for the Jira license.
TJL, we make extensive use of external share for Confluence. So
yeah, Warsaw, if you're watching this, Warsaw Dynamics, if you're watching this, call us.
Yep.
Okay. Edit work items. So edit work items permission controls who can edit or update. So anyways, I'm not going to read through all these. I'm going to give you the highlights. The edit work items is literally, can somebody edit the fields in Jira, right? Can you change the description? Can you I don't know, that the dude, well, I'm trying to be very careful because certain ones like change the assignee and change the due date you're going to see down below, but things like literally rename it, change the summary, change the description, those kind of things.
The
That's
vast majority of fields are covered by this.
Yeah.
Not all of them. There are specific callouts,
which we're going to call out
the
here.
vast majority of the fields are editing the fields after creation are covered by this.
Yep. This administer project, this right here, if you have this permission, this is what makes you a quote unquote project admin. So you want to give this to as little people as possible, because even though they can't do a whole lot, they're impacting that particular project. Now, what I will also say is that this is the one administrative permission that you can also give out more freely, because they won't mess up Jira unless they're a team managed admin.
I mean, they may not be able to mess up Jira.
Yeah.
They will absolutely be able to mess up their own project, though.
True that. All right. Transition, literally ability to change the status. Manage sprints is literally be able to add issues and create sprints and add the basically start and stop the sprint. Start, stop, create sprint. Okay.
Now, managed sprints gets interesting where you have a board that covers multiple projects, because then you need the managed sprint permission for every project that board could conceivably touch.
Yeah. And this gets exponentially worse when your board filter is like, show me everything in this project, and or if this label equals X, right?
Oh,
and you think you're clever?
Or label. Do not put label in there. Because then you have to get managed sprint permissions for every project.
Every project.
And as your admin, you come to me asking for managed sprint permissions in every project. I'm not going to give you that. I'm going to go fix your filter.
Yep. And too many people, it's a very easy, innocent, like, oh well, we have a label, we just want to see these particular items. Like, not with an or statement, you're not.
No.
All right. Move work item. So this is literally move from one project to the other, and very similar to what Rodney was saying in the last one. You need to have it in the source and the destination. So it's not enough to just have it in one.
This one also works in concert with another permission that I have yet to see here. I'm a little surprised.
Me too.
It's the create work item issue.
Yep.
Or permission. You have to have the move permission in the source project and the create work item permission in the destination project. Unless they finally fix it and you just need move in both, which should have been how it was set up from the beginning, but
I doubt it. All right, manage work item layout. So this permission allows you to modify layouts for work items and add new fields within it. This is the new one. This is a newer permission that maybe came out within the last 6 months. I would not hand this out to folks because, I mean, it depends. I think give it out to people, but you might want to train them on how to do it first, because there's a lot of questions that usually entail after they get a taste of this privilege.
You're going to get, where did my field go questions.
Yeah. And then you're going to get, how do I create new field questions? And so again, manage carefully. I like to give it out for the simple fact that I was like, you know what, you set up your layout. Like I'm tired of setting up layouts for people, but I find that it often opens up more can of worms than I care for. So I'm like, you know what, never mind, I'll do it.
The manage work item layouts and the edit workflows I like to give in conjunction, usually the same project role as the administer projects. That way, only the project admins, in theory, has been. Those are people I should be training first before I make them project admins.
Yep. The edit workflows permission allows you to edit workflows used in a project, which again, don't hand this out.
Don't hand it out, but there's a massive caveat with that particular permission node.
Yeah.
You could only edit a workflow as a project admin if you're using unique schemes. What me and Alex were talking about earlier. If your scheme is shared in any way, you're going to need to get your Jira admin involved to modify the workflow.
All right, some interrelated permissions. So these permissions don't have any effect unless they're combined with the permissions that we just talked about. So for example, users will not be able to move a work item to another project if they also don't have the create one. So this is again what Ronnie was talking about. So schedule work. This one's important. If you want to put a due date on something, you have to have the schedule work permission. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people also don't know if you want to be able to rank the work in your backlog, you need to have the schedule work. That's not as clear.
Now, this is something I didn't even know, Alex. The last sentence here, users need both the schedule work items and the edit work items permission to do both of these actions.
Yeah. The one I'm missing that I think you need as well is to be able to even add an item to the sprint. You're going to need like the managed sprint and the schedule.
I don't think for due date or ranking you need that, because I've had non-Scrum Masters change the rank. They just can't add it to a sprint without the managed sprint permissions.
Yeah. So that's what I'm like, but this combination that you got to do just to be able to add an item to the sprint.
Yeah.
Assign work items. So this one here, you need to is related to the assignable user permission. So if you're not an assignable user, then your name won't show up, which then goes back to the permission on these global ones, because sometimes the problem is that this global permission is turned off, right? This is usually where I go start right here with this one here that we're looking at, right? But sometimes it just means you also don't have the assignable permission. So it could be either or. And this is where it gets becoming a Jira admin is a nightmare.
Yeah.
And then finally, we have these two other ones that I've never really used, but there's view development tools and service project agents, which are permissions that you can allow people to collaborate and view your things. Ronnie's got us with the hip hop. We're almost done, Ronnie. We'll start the party after.
Yeah, I've got a appointment coming up here in a few minutes. So
I do too. Yeah, we're probably gonna call. I think we should. Let's see if we can finish this out. So, the interrelated permissions have the same global and inter-project permissions prerequisites. However, there are a few project permissions that can't be disabled globally. So, like work item linking, work item watching, and work item voting. If these features are disabled, nobody gets it. All right, cool. Let's see what we learned. Which of the following is an example of the ability to grant a global permission? Allow users to administer no. Allow users to yes. No and no. Let's go with that. Next. Yep. All right. Dorothy's a Jira admin who has been assigned granted the Jira administration global permission. She wants to be able to create a new user group in the team of consultants. However, she's unable to create the group. What's the delay? Dorothy doesn't org admins. Jared is a project admin. One of his users has asked for his help because they can no longer view the dev project or any of its work. What should Jared be considering? Browse?
Project admin? Yep.
See, this is where you spend too much time in Jira. You just answer questions without. But don't do as I do. Do as I say. Read the full question. We're trying to wrap this up because Rodney and I both got to go. So, folks, we're going to stop here. We're going to pick it back up on Thursday, exploring roles. All right, Rodney. We're going to continue down our journey. I was looking at the module because I'm on a different computer today. and we're almost done. We're almost done. So let's see if we can power through this one and get there.
All right,
so
sounds like that.
we're gonna do a little bit of inception on my screens. I am on not only am I traveling, but I'm on a different laptop because I wanted to travel light and don't have a second monitor. So here we go. Okay, so yes, Tuesday we wrapped up the what are permissions in Jira. So we're just gonna continue exploring roles. And for some reason that went away. Okay. So by the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to explain what task viewers, members, and project admins can perform. So how can you access a Jira project? So there's roles that are going to control basically who can or can't access a project. Now, what's interesting here, Atlassian is not calling this out, and I think they should. I think this is a miss. These particular roles that you see here of administrator, members, and viewers, these are for team managed projects. This is not applicable to company managed projects.
Mm-hmm.
And so you want to keep that in mind, that if you're used to being an admin, especially a data center admin, and you move into the cloud and you're like, what's this, members and viewers? They don't exist in your company managed projects, only in your team.
Atlassian does this a lot. And here's our first tangent of the show.
2 minutes in.
Yeah, where they'll name dissimilar things, similar names. We think project roles on company managed project, it means something else entirely similar, but something else entirely to what it means on a team managed project.
You know, pulling on that thread a little bit more on what you just said, and notice that it says administrators and there's an administrator. There's a singular and a plural version, and they both mean very different things.
Mm-hmm.
So pay attention to those details, folks. Like one character can mess you up big time. All right. So in team managed projects, there's 3 types of roles. There's going to be an administrator, a member, and a viewer. So what do? So the administrator is pretty self-explanatory because they're going to be basically the same in company and team, with one caveat. Administrators of a team managed project can do a lot, versus in company, they really can't. So the administrators are going to be able to assign users to project roles, edit project details like the name, description. So this is all stuff that's overlap between company and team. But once you get to configuring boards and layouts, like I think there's still a lot of overlap, but be careful. Assume that you can't. And in team managed projects, the administrator role can make all project configurations, right? So you can do workflows, add issue types, add fields, and whatnot. Now the members are able to create work items, they're able to edit, and they're able to transition. So this is basically, you wouldn't want to, if you don't want somebody to be able to change the name of your project or add fields or anything like that, don't make them an administrator. You're going to want to make them a member. Okay. And then this last one, Ronnie, I think this one's a very interesting one. This is a very interesting play that Atlassian has. There's a viewers. And so the viewers one here basically is like read only. They can't edit. We don't have this in company managed projects. Like you have to be creative to make a read only.
But I usually do this. Usually in my company managed projects, when I'm setting up for teams, I'll have essentially a viewer's role that allows people to see into the project, but not interfere with the team's processes.
Yeah, but something you have to create. It's not out of the box. Versus in team managed, we get it out of the box. So just keep that.
If you do want to steal that from me, you have my blessing.
Have your lawyers talk to our lawyers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind, folks. Like it's easy to say, oh, there's no view only in Jira when you're so heavy on the company side. But know that on the test, right, especially if you've never gone to team managed, this could be one of those curveballs, because unless you're in team managed projects to appreciate the fact that you have a viewer role that is really read only, then you're gonna miss that question. Assuming there's a question on something like that.
I would be surprised if there wasn't.
Yeah. So team managed project admins and Jira admins can also create custom roles. So this is an interesting one. This is not something I typically do in team managed projects, but do know that you can create these very, very specific team roles, and they're interesting because you can actually, well, actually, let's see if they give us an example. No, they don't. So let's jump into Jira here real quick, and I'm gonna try not to give us all a seizure, but this is what happens when I'm not at home. Bear with me, folks. All right, Rodney, I need to stop sharing for 1 second.
All right.
I've
got to go take care of something off screen real quick, so I'll be right back.
Oh, great. So let's just cue in elevator music, without getting a copyright strike. All right, folks, I am just simply logging on. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, I am not in my natural element. I'm in a hotel, and I don't know how to type in and put my password in at the same time. And now I got to get a verification code. So bear with me while I get a verification code. Oh, security, right? And then Ronnie apparently, during the most critical time, decides he needs to take an off-screen
I'm
call
back.
or something. Oh, he's back. All right.
No. One of the cats decided now was time to start howling, so I had to go shut the door.
Oh, cats. All right. We're in Jira. Let me zoom in a little bit. All right. So here's what we're talking about. So in a team managed project, because this is weird. I wanted to bring this up because in company managed projects, you create roles over here. So you can come to the gear, you can come to system, and there's a project role section that allows you to create roles, as many roles as you want. You can create like 1,000 roles, but they don't do anything. They're completely useless. I'm gonna put they're completely useless in air quotes if all you do is create a role, because again, it doesn't do anything. You're just adding stuff to Jira. Okay. But once you create these extra roles like developer, product owner, scrum master, right? Once you create them in your company managed projects, right? So I'm going to go into a company managed project, into the settings of a company managed project, to the people section of a company managed project. Once you're in here, there is now in your roles, all the roles that you created. And so you can query by them here. And when you add somebody, you can give them those roles. Now I'm obviously on the free version, so I'm going to have to switch over, right? But trust me when I tell you, those extra roles that I was telling you about, they're in here. They're at the top. I just can't do anything because I'm in the free version of Jira. But even then, right, if I were to put somebody in the developer role here, it doesn't do anything either, because it's not until you put those roles in your permission scheme that magical things start to happen. So you would have to add like your role here, right? So I could actually, oops, not permission helper. I could do this where I can edit the permissions, and apparently not on the free version. Okay, Ronnie, we need to switch over to a different Jira.
We do.
Here we go. No, that's 24. Where's 25? Oh boy.
Did you just pass it?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay. So let's actually walk through the steps so now I can do it. So if you were to do roles we're going to do both. We're going to do team and company. But I'm going to do company first because it's more involved. So in the company one, you go to project roles, and you can come over here and create like a developer role. Awesome. We have a new role. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything at all. Nothing meaningful yet, right? We can go into a project, again, a company managed project. Notice it says company down here. I can go to the project settings. I can go to the people section. And in here, I can now add somebody. So we have, what do we have? Alana's my favorite. Who's your favorite fake employee? You don't play with it enough I
don't play with the fake employees enough. Yeah.
Yeah, there's enough. There's a lot of fake employees in our Atlassian 1 instances. But anyways, so I picked Alana, who's again my fake employee, and you'll notice that role that I just created is here. And so I can add Alana as a developer, and I see this happen so many times because what typically happens is there's a huge disconnect between like the Jira admin that created those extra roles and then what the project admin sees here, because they're like, oh, well, I have a developer. Awesome. They're just going to be a developer, right? It makes sense. My Alana is my coder. She's now my developer. Awesome. Everything makes sense, right? Except this doesn't actually do anything. Not yet. You have to go to the permissions, and in your permissions, you need to then embed and you need to weave in that role. So for example, here under browse project, I can now go to the role and give like the developer role that, and now my developers can browse and see this project. But it's like it's a multi-step process to make the roles work correctly.
But this is what makes project roles so powerful, because now you could share this permission scheme between multiple projects, but still have individual project defined access because the projects are defining the roles.
Right. And I would highly recommend you remove this any logged in user if you're going to go down this route.
Obviously.
Okay.
But
so that's how we do it in team. Sorry, company. Anything else you want to add, Rodney?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
The other Rodney Estrada has a question here, but I think after we talk about team managed projects, we could properly address this question.
All right, cool. Because I'm like, I can't see, so I'm flying blind a little bit. All right, so let's jump into a team managed software project. Well, actually, I don't have one, so let's just do a business one. But in these business ones, basically the same thing. Under access, you're gonna have those three roles. Now, these are the three that we were just reviewing. Where these are, notice that member and viewer do not, I repeat, member and viewer do not exist over here under the global roles. You'll notice that they're not there. Okay, so that should be like your key indicator, like something's wrong, something's different. Okay, so these roles, they behave very similarly, right? They're in the same part of the UI, but they do behave very, very differently. So we have our member and our viewers here. And so Atlassian for team managed projects has this manage roles button up here where you can basically leverage these three roles. And by the way, if you wanted to know in more detail what these roles do, you can click on the role itself and then it'll tell you a bunch of checkboxes like what it can or can't do. So these are the default ones. But when you create a new role, then you get to hit the checkbox. So if you were to create a developer role here, it's like a 2-for-1 special in team managed project, because not only are you creating a new role, which by the way is unique to this team. So if you're gonna, if you're gonna have 20 team managed projects and you want your developer role in there, you have to go 20 times, and this is why we don't like team managed projects. But it gives you that flexibility, and then you just check the checkboxes. What do you want your developer role to do? And you just go through all the checkboxes here and pick the ones you like, and don't select the ones you don't like. And once you're done, then that new role exists, and then it's just part of your dropdown, and now you can give Alana that developer role. So hopefully that clarifies things. Rodney, do we want to look at that question?
Yep. So Rodney Estrada asked, I forgot, if a role's permissions are edited in a project, is the role changed for other projects? As for custom roles, basically like a developer or something. And as Alex just said, for custom roles, on a team managed project, no, they're isolated to the project they're created in. That's the whole point of a team managed project, is configurations are absolutely isolated. Company managed project, it gets a little more nuanced.
That one, I'm gonna say it depends on your permission scheme.
Yeah, it depends on your permission scheme. If you edit the role itself, you change developer to developer with an E at the end for whatever reason, or change developer to Imagineer, or whatever you want to do, that is a global change, and everyone will see that. If you, but Jira should handle all the permission schemes and all that and make that change internally. If you're sharing permission schemes that call out specific roles and you edit that permission scheme, every project that's shared with is going to see those changes.
Yep. Cool. All right. Well, let's look at an example. So Haru is a project admin for a company managed software project. Keywords here, folks. Project admin, company managed. Those, when you read project admin and company managed, you should have one view of the world of Jira. And when you hear project admin and team managed, you should have a completely different view of Jira's world, because the behaviors are very different. So
Correct.
Again, when you're reading those questions in the exam, pay attention to what they're telling you with respect to team or company or Jira admin, project admin, because again, whatever, those can be mixed in very different ways and get very different results. So 2 of her senior team members create most of the work in her project. They also manage the work log. Haru wants to give these senior teammates the ability to delete work items. The administrator role has the ability to delete work items, but would give these teammates too much access to configure the project. The members and viewer roles can't delete work items. What should Haru do? So Haru should create a custom role that has all the permissions associated with the member's role, but also has the work item delete permission. Because Haru is a company managed, but because Haru has a company managed project, only Jira admins can create roles. Haru asks her Jira admin to create a new role called work manager, assign the appropriate permissions to the role. You know what? This is like so much more nuanced.
I'm just, again, me and Alex as Jira admins, we go, oh, we just do this.
No, you can't do this though. Like what Atlassian is describing here is not something you can do.
You can make a new role.
You can't. No, you can create a new role, but there's no member role in a company managed project.
We're assuming because of this is some custom role they already have because that was set out in the scenario. That was my thought.
No, remember, Haru is a project admin for a company managed software project.
Again, you're thinking a entirely vanilla out of the box configuration. I'm assuming because they mentioned something that was not out of the box. This is something they custom configured.
But they're assuming that the member role is existing for company managed, which it doesn't exist unless you go and create it.
And I'm assuming they went in and created it.
But why would Atlassian, like, why would anybody go and mimic a team managed architecture?
Because some people really want simplicity.
No, I don't think so. also, these roles here. Oops, click in the wrong place.
When you go to, they made a mistake in the question design. I just don't think the mistake really impacts anything. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, you have to assume a few things, which is the dangerous part here. I don't like assuming things when you're walking into a test, right? But here's where, like, these all don't just, like, they look the same, but they don't all translate exactly the same, right? Like you sometimes have to read between the lines on some of these, but I mean, these are all pretty much the same that I'm seeing. But you can't assume that team managed permissions and company managed permission schemes are going to be the same. I think there's more company managed levers that we can pull, but the members and viewers do not exist in company managed projects. So to just simply say, "Whoa, copy the members permissions and add this one," doesn't work that way. So not a good one. Okay. On to the question. So Gina has the administrative role for the Delta project. What does this role make Gina? She's a project admin for the Delta project. She is not for all the projects in the site. She is not a Jira admin, and she is not a site admin. That was the first one.
I'd agree.
Mehmet is a team managed project admin. He isn't a Jira admin. He wants to create a new role called developers in his project. True or false? He can create the new role. Absolutely true. Yay. Next lesson. All right.
Team managed project gives you all the power as a project admin, but also it gives you all the ability to screw things up.
Because it's too easy to screw things up. Way, way too easy to screw things up. All right, let's talk about adding users to a Jira project. By the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to assign project roles. You know what's really interesting, though, that they didn't cover company manager at all in that last section. And even though we were being asked questions for company managed, but the question was wrong. We should talk with Joanna about that one.
Yeah.
All right. So how do we add users to project roles? So we already showed you how the roles work, right? So it's like a chicken and egg situation. So the one thing you want to know is you can't like jump into Jira and add a user to a role because the role needs to exist. And so you have to do the previous section, which is creating either understanding the existing roles or creating new roles to make this all work. Okay. But once the roles exist, then we can move on to the next step, which is putting people into those roles. And so when you're adding somebody, like we did it to Alana, right, you need to give them a role. And then whatever your permission scheme or in Team Manage, whatever checkboxes you checked for that role, that's what they can do in that project. And so they're slightly different. So in Team Manage projects, to add users to the role, you're actually just gonna walk right through this. Okay. So in a Team Manage project, you're going to go into your, did you see this, Rodney? They updated this already for the new UI.
Yep.
So in Team Managed projects, you just need to go to Access, and then you're going to go to Add People, and you're going to put somebody in your team's name. So let me see if I have any B's, C's, D's, E's, F's. Oh boy, I got to have somebody. Here we go. No. G's. Where are my fake employees at? Okay, D. Back to D. Mitch. We're going to add Mitch. All right. You pick Mitch's name. You can also invite people. This is where I would caution you. So Atlassian likes money. Shouldn't surprise you. But one thing you should know is that you do have the ability to add like bob@kingbob.com. And when you hit enter, bob@kingbob is actually going to get an email invite. Right, Rodney?
Yep.
And the interesting thing is now this is where your ACP-620 rules are going to come into play, because if you have a rule that has your Jira open to anybody, which is possible, because Atlassian actually likes that, because the moment I invite Bob at kingbob.com, I'm on the hook for paying for his license. Again, there's some nuances, but Jira or Atlassian makes it easy so that if you actually invite Bob at kingbob.com, it is very plausible that you just bought a new license for King Bob. And again, depending on your settings, those invites are going to go straight through, and licenses will be granted to people. Even if Bob never accepts the invite, you're on the hook. And so if you're a site admin, if you're an org admin, if you're a Jira admin, go back and review your settings, because any user is going to be able to do this kind of invite people, right? And if you don't lock things down, your Atlassian bill is going to balloon real quickly, because people are just going to go rogue. And well, I don't know that they're going rogue per se. I think
You allowed them to do it as the org admin.
Right. I'm like, there's a nuance that you allowed it, right? So if you allowed it and they can do it, I don't know that's necessarily, I don't think that there's malicious intent sometimes here. But yeah, so be careful, folks. Like, know that in here, if you don't set up your other Jira settings correctly, this is an easy way to like grow your Atlassian build to an unmanageable amount. Okay. So again, it doesn't have to be a user. The key point here is that these users that show up do not have to be users that are already licensed in your Jira. They can literally be anybody. And depending on your Jira admins or your Atlassian settings, that can either be a good thing or a bad thing. All right. So once your users do pick a name, though, again, whether it's an existing employee or somebody else, they then pick the role. And this is where you would have custom roles, and you give them whether they're a member, a viewer, or something custom. Easy. Just click it. On the company managed one, I don't understand why they say it's a different thing. It's the exact same thing. The only difference, the only caveat is that instead of this saying access on company managed projects, it's called people instead of access. But the behavior is exactly the same. You still go to add people, you find Mitch, right? And then you give them the role. The only difference is that your roles are going to be different. See, Rodney, how there is no members or viewers role here?
It's saying, I'm not arguing the fact that it's not in a vanilla configuration. I'm arguing the fact that you could create it, and I'm assuming they did.
Yeah.
I'm also not disagreeing that you shouldn't have to assume on the exams, but I don't think this one's outside the range of possibility, because people create custom roles all the time.
But I don't know how much I agree that they're creating that member and viewer role. I'm not disagreeing. People create custom roles all the time, but I don't know how many times they're going to copy what team managed projects are doing. All right. Off of that soapbox, So for both team managed and company managed projects, you can create new project roles. However, for company managed projects, only Jira admins can create it through the Jira administration settings. And team managed projects, anybody can do it. So we've already talked about this. I don't think we need to talk about it anymore, but you basically just create a new role. And in the company one I showed you, right, you got to go to system, you got to go to project roles, and then add the role there. Which again, I don't know, is this the same underneath? Yeah. The key point though is you can create the new roles, but they're very ineffective. You have to, in both team and company managed, you have to then follow through and select some checkboxes or modify your permission scheme. Admins create custom roles to either restrict permissions or to enable additional permissions for a specific set of users. For example, certain members on the rover team need to be able to delete work items, which normally only administrators can do. The team does not want to grant full administrator permissions to these team members. They only need to. So here's how to do it, right? In a team manager, you create a custom role called work managers that only gives them the ability to delete. Then you add the users to that role. In company, you create a role, work managers, you create a new permission scheme, you assign the work item delete permission to that custom role, and you associate the development permission scheme to the project. Then your project admin can add a user. I like how they just did this so simple, Rodney. Like this is, I would never follow these steps. Do you know why?
Several points where I would deviate, but the first one would be wouldn't necessarily create a new permission scheme, because I'd probably already have something in place that just needs to be modified.
Bingo. And if you do go down the route of creating a new permission scheme, let me show you what happens, because Atlassian, again, these are very misleading. I'm actually quite surprised Atlassian does this, but I get it. I get why they did it, because Atlassian, that are trainers or folks that are doing this, like Jira is very nuanced. There's the devil's in the details when it comes to Jira, and you have to find the right balance of like, how do we teach new folks versus how do we do it correctly? And so if you were to just create a new permission scheme, okay, if you were to click this add permission scheme and call this like a brand new permissions scheme, and I click add, there's a fundamental flaw with this procedure. Check this out. Okay, I'm going to go into it. Okay, this is a brand new permission scheme. And according to their instructions, right, create a custom role. Let's just assume, let's swap out developers or work managers for developer. Remember I made that developer one? I made a new scheme, and then it says assign the work item delete permission to that custom role. So they're just basically saying, come down here to work item delete issues here, update, go to that role, give that developer, right? That is literally, if you're following the instructions to the team, this is what you've done, right? And then they proceed to say, associate the scheme that I just made to the project, right? But there's a huge problem. Anybody in the chat want to take a guess what the problem is? Ronnie, help me out. Is anybody typing in the chat?
I mean, I could type it into chat, or I could just say it. There are no permissions yet.
There's no permissions to
else
anything
is assigned.
Yeah, well, there's no permissions to anything else, right? So if you do what the instructions just said, you basically just locked everybody out of Jira. And so you don't do what Atlassian says here, because this would be bad. Do not follow these steps.
Typically, when I'm creating a new project scheme, I'm not creating a new project scheme outright. I am copying an existing project scheme to give myself a starting point. And I think that's what they meant, but as we've already pointed out a few places, everything's not exactly right here with them having to update.
And you just can't assume these things, folks, because you'll get into a lot of trouble, right? Like if you were to but I'm just putting my hat on, Rodney, of like a brand new Jira admin, and they're reading those instructions to the T, they're gonna screw themselves over pretty badly.
At which point they really need to go to either the JiraGuide.com or Ape Tech tech tutorials on YouTube and look up how to properly do it.
Yeah. All right. Let's wrap up this section here. So Jayesh is a project administrator for a team managed project. He needs to add new members, Sarah, to the project. Sarah's role will involve adding and editing work. Which role should Jayesh add Sarah to? So these are pretty simple, because you just you do need to memorize what the viewer can do, what the member can do, and what the administrator can do. If you're not in team managed projects a lot, you might need to refresh your memory, but pretty sure this is memory. I mean, remember. Because viewer can only view. They literally cannot edit anything. All right, Zaya is a project admin for her team's company managed project. This is not, this right here, Rodney. Team's company. That's two words that shouldn't be that closely together, right?
I mean, no, but I think that's the point. Are you really reading the question? This is why we say in our first and last episodes, read the entire question carefully.
Very carefully. Okay.
Because the next one will be company's team managed project.
All right. So again, we're talking about a company managed project. So that again should put you in a different state of mind. And Zaya is a project admin. She would like to give selected team members the ability to add watchers to a work item, but she does not want to make them administrators. True or false? Zaya can create a custom add watchers role that allows users to add watchers to a work item and assign her selected team member to that role. This one's a tricky one, Rodney, because this one does require you to assume. By all technicalities, this is true. A custom add watchers role can be created, and users can be added to that role and be able to do that. The problem is Zaya doesn't have that permission, making this one false. But it would be true if you assume that Zaya talked to her Jira admin, who then added the role, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what Atlassian thinks, because both of these questions can be true, in my opinion. All right. And this is exactly why. Thank you. And this is exactly why you don't make assumptions. Assumptions will get you in trouble. All right. On to the next one. And Rodney, we can finish this one up. I think we call it because I got a plane to catch.
Yep. So
and
let's see how many tangents we go on in this process.
5-minute section. Rodney's going to make this one a 30-minute section. Okay, so configuring permissions for a team managed project. So by the end of this one, you're going to be able to define team managed project permissions, control access to the project, and configure work item. I feel like this should have been titled company managed. Right, so you can grant permissions to users in team managed projects. So in team managed projects, roles control how users interact with the project. Project admins can grant custom roles, different permissions to accommodate their project needs. For example, if you want external consultants to have more permissions than the default view role, you can create a new consultant role and grant it additional permissions like work items. So I mean, this is all for the same thing as the last section, so I don't think there's anything new here. Here we go. I did want to talk about this, Ronnie. I think this next part here is very, very critical. So far, we've been talking about the roles, right? The roles control like what can you do. But when you create a new team managed project, you're also confronted with an option, a decision that you will have to make. And that is, you need to determine, are you going to make the project private, limited, or open? And this decision does not exist in company managed projects as easy. You can definitely do something very similar, but you have to really, get creative with your permission scheme. And so this is one aspect that I really like about team managed projects, because they kind of broke out the complexity of how to do permissions and access. Versus in company managed projects, your permissions and your access are very intertwined. Would you agree or disagree?
Absolutely agree.
Okay. So again, I wish this existed in company managed projects, but essentially, if you make your project private for a team managed project, then only Jira admins and users with the roles in your project can search, view, or comment. Like basically, if it's private, you have to explicitly add somebody to that project. And so here's how this plays out over here. So in this team managed project over here, we have our access, and we have open. And so you can do private, limited, or anyone. And I think this view gives you better. But if you set it to private, right, then that means somebody has to have their name here, because if their name is not in this list, they don't get access to Jira or to that project. So private is really good to make sure your project is private, as the name implies, which again, this doesn't exist in company managed projects as easily. Then we have limited. Limited is an interesting one. So limited is, if you choose the limited, anyone can access your project. They can search any issues in there, and they can comment on stuff. But only people with the role of like member or administrator can actually edit and create new things. So there's a nuance here, right? Because this one's interesting. This one's like, you can have like a stakeholder. So the project actually is exposed. So that means anybody with the Jira license can see a limited project. They can go into that project. They can view all the work in that project. They can even comment on it, but they can't edit it. So they're not going to be able to like change the title or something like that. So this is an interesting one. Again, it doesn't really exist in company managed projects. You can kind of tweak it a little bit to kind of get it there, but not something that's easy. Then we have open, which is the default for these projects. And so if you do open, then basically anybody can do anything. You can view it, you can edit it, you can delete stuff, you can do whatever permission you have, right? So you want to be very careful here, folks, because I think Tuesday we had a conversation about what happens when you bring on contractors to your company, right? Well, in your company managed projects, you can tweak your permission schemes to kind of lock things up, do it in one permission scheme, apply it to a lot of projects, and lock up all your company managed projects in one suite, right? But if you have team managed projects and they're all open, then your only option to hide the project is to make it private. Because remember, limited will also have it exposed. So limited projects are still viewable by end users. So the only way to hide the project is to make it private. But you basically have broken Jira for everybody that's not explicitly in that people section. So you're gonna have to balance your requirements here. Tricky, right, Rodney?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So be very, very careful. This one's usually like, you got to determine if the juice is worth the squeeze on this one. Not on this one, but on what we're just talking about here, because again, it's really only a use case when you have to bring somebody onto your Jira who's not an employee, and then you don't want them to see everything, because naturally Jira is very collaborative in nature, so things are very open. So you will have to make a very hard decision, and you have to lock things up. And unfortunately, your team managed projects, I think, are going to fall victims, are a greater victim, if I were to speak English correctly. Anything you want to add, Rodney?
I mean, this is one of a whole host of reasons why Jira admins on the whole don't like team managed projects. Some of it is control issues, and Jira admins by nature have control issues. Not going to deny that. Tell me I'm lying, Alex.
Nope, you're preaching to the
but
choir.
A lot of it is team managed projects do not scale. And it's situations like this where you have to go in and make changes, and you cannot make changes, blanket changes across all of them. You have to go each one individually, and it just gets to be a nightmare because there are so many scenarios, not just the adding a contractor, but there are so many scenarios where you'll need to make a company-wide change.
Yep. All right, folks. So again, be very careful, because my 2 cents, my opinion, the amount of headache that you're gonna create for yourself to lock things up, it's cheaper. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but it's cheaper to pay for external share for Jira than it is to lock things up. Much cheaper. Just trust me on that one. It is cheaper.
If you really need to, break your salary down to an hourly rate, figure out how many hours it would take you to adjust all these projects, and go, here, we could spend this in my hours doing this, or we could spend it on this one app, which is only this much per year.
Yeah, and then whatever number
one number will be smaller.
Yeah, and when you estimate it, double your estimate, because you will forget people. people, especially when you have open projects, there's a lot of people that take it for granted that they can just access Jira projects. And the moment you move that thing to private, people are going to come out of the woodwork and you're going to be like, who the heck are you? So you're going to miss people that weren't on your like approved list that should get access, which also budget time, because you now need to go figure out who should get access to the projects. And so it's just a time consuming event. You will spend drastically much more time figuring it all out and applying the permission and fixing the mistakes, because mistakes will be made, than you will just paying the $20 to get external share for Jira. Much easier. Okay, not sponsored, but it's Warside Dynamics, right?
It is Warside Dynamic, and though it's not sponsored, let's talk, because we would absolutely love to support this app.
Yeah. All right. So control access to work items with work restrictions. So in software and business projects, you can add work restrictions to work types. Work restrictions control which projects roles can view newly created work items of that type. For example, you can restrict custom security vulnerability work type to only a security engineer role that can view this. Folks, I will tell you, be very careful when you go down this route, but I'm going to show you how this works. You're going to go to your project settings. These are for team managed projects. For company managed projects, it's a whole scheme of issue level security or work item level security, much more complex, much more harder. There's screens that have to be involved. There's permissions that need to be involved. There's the actual creation of the work item restriction, and then you have to be in whatever groups you're going to restrict it to, because if you're the admin and you're not in those groups, then you don't see anything. So there's a bunch of nuances over there. But on team manage, it's as simple as 5 steps. So let's walk you through that. So you're going to go to project settings, click on your work type, add a restriction, and then put the lock. So let's see. So I'm in a team managed business project. I'm going to go to my work types. You're going to pick a work type. Let's go with defect. And
you are getting entirely too used to calling them work type and all that. I'm still struggling with issue types.
I'm an administrator, so why can't I do this? Oh, Atlassian.
Are you a project administrator, though?
I am. That's what I just confirmed. Select the work time. At the top of the page, there's a lock icon. Somebody yell at me if you see the lock icon.
This may have been a victim of the UI reorg.
Maybe. Yeah, let's go to my other one. See if it has it in there.
I mean, we've seen it before because we looked at this when we were doing our ACP-120.
Yeah, no. Here's the lock. Okay, so for some reason it's not on my other one. You click on this lock, and of course you got to be on the paid version, and then you go through the steps. So again, I would say though, just as a caution, just as a word to the wise, exercise this carefully. Don't just hand these restrictions out. Like, there should be a very good business reason for why you would lock something up. A very good one. Not and because I said so is not a good business reason. All right. Emilio is a project admin for a team managed service project. He wants a custom manager role to be able to edit requests and add customer comments. Okay. How would he configure this role? The team managed project. He wants a custom manager role. He wants to. I don't think it's B. Because that. So I'm going to go positive elimination because I don't understand the question nor the answers here. So it's definitely not B. So now I got a 50-50 shot of getting this right. We're going to update the permissions or update the restrictions. He wants a custom to be able to edit requests. Okay, so I don't think it's C either, because this based on this upper part is so you can see it. It doesn't talk about being able to comment or anything like that. So I'm going to go with permissions on this one. I was struggling with that one. All right. Mariana is a project admin for a team managed business project. She wants users in her Jira site to be able to view her project's work but not create them. So that's going to be limited. And that's correct. All right. Hey, I earned another badge. Okay. So I think, Rodney, I think this brings us to a good stopping point here, especially since I got to skedoodle and go travel.
Yep.
We're going to end a little early here, folks. Sorry about that, but I don't feel comfortable starting a whole new section. And also I got to go catch a plane. So we'll pick it back up on Tuesday next week. And I think it's going to be probably wise to see where we're at with respect to all the sections for the ACP 620 and make sure that we covered everything, at least in module 1, and then we'll go from there. Hey everyone, welcome back to the ACP 620 study sessions. I got Rodney here with me, and today we're going to be starting a whole new learning module, learning path. And it says 30 minutes, Rodney. You know it's going to take us 5 weeks.
I won't say 5 weeks, but 5 sessions, I believe.
Yeah.
But this one may not. This one may not, because
we'll see.
This sounds very familiar to something you just did, Alex.
Absolutely. So just to catch you all up, last week we wrapped up the first learning path. And so as part of this ACP 620, Atlassian gives us a series of on-demand trainings that you can actually take that help you out. And so we've already done what is a Jira software project, what are permissions, what are roles within the project. And today we're going to start a new one, which is basically configuring your software projects to support team efficiency. And the first module that we're going to kick things off with is configuring these work items and fields in software projects. Again, these are totally free. We're just kind of following through with them. I highly recommend you walk through these courses. They're very valuable in at least giving you a refresher as to what's going on, how these things work in the back end. And these things may or may not be on the test, but it at least gives you some structure to kind of follow through. So first section we're going to start off with here is exploring work types, fields, and screens in company managed projects.
I noticed that it's a work type and not something else.
An issue type. Oh, Atlassian, I love how somebody must have sat there and updated all this. And I like that they updated it.
I'm hoping it was just a Control F search for them.
Oh, I hope so too. Okay. So by the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to differentiate work types, request types, fields, and screens, describe the purpose of work types, request types, fields, and screens, and describe the relationship between request and work types. So what is a work type? So work types indicate what category of work a work item represents. I don't think Atlassian thought let's overuse the word work over and over and over. But
the biggest problem a lot of people have with Jira is it's related to work. And emphasizing that seems like a mistake to me.
Yeah, I would have gone with, what did I want? I want a ticket.
Ticket would have been good. I know this is going to be what I do for the next year, but I still call them issues when I'm not thinking.
Oh, I know. It's hard to not call it an issue. We should have quizzed Mike on it. I feel like during our interview, we should have gone, hey, Mike, so is it an issue type?
There may be another opportunity coming up to interview a high-level Atlassian about it, so let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, let's keep that in mind. And if you're interested in that, I just want to call out two very specific things right now. One, if you haven't hit that subscribe button, now is a great chance and an opportunity for you to hit that subscribe button. We are, what was it, Rodney, 20?
21.
21, and there's 20 of you watching the live stream right now. So if each one of you hit that subscribe button, we will make it to 2,000 subscribers by the end of this live stream.
That's 21 to 1,900. We have 121 to get to 2,000.
Never mind. Go find 100 of your closest friends and have them also hit the subscribe button so we can get to 2,000. Ronnie's giving me bad information at the beginning here. But at least help us get to 1,900. Smash the subscribe button. If each one of you hits it, we'll get to 1,900 by the end of the stream. Number 2, special shout out and thank you to Revyz for making this and the entire series of our ACP 620 live streams possible. We couldn't be doing this without Revyz because they back us up. They always have our back, and they should be backing up your Jira as well. So make sure you check out Revyz. Link in the description, but check them out in the Atlassian Marketplace. They are there to back up your Jira. All right, Rodney. So now that we know how to back up our Jira, let's back it on up into our course here and talk about work types. And so not all work is created equal. You sometimes want to categorize or classify or bucketize different, what are these adjectives? Your work, right? You want to classify your work into the types of work that they are, because again, not all work is created equal. And so Jira allows us to classify our work, or what they're calling categorize their work, by putting things inside of what's called a work item. Now, Jira ships with work items out of the box. You have things like epics that represent larger bodies of work. You have bugs that typically represent problems, stories and tasks that represent things that need to get done, and then subtasks that are a little bit more micro in nature and represent a smaller piece of work that needs to get done. On the service side, because there's different types of Jira templates, on the service side, we have change items, we have IT help, incidents, new features, problems. And so there's all kinds of different types of work that Jira is good for. So Jira traditionally was good for tracking software, right? It was great for tracking things that needed to be done at the software level, but Jira can work for anything, because you can also create new work types. So if you wanted to track like employee offboarding or onboarding, or if you wanted to, Atlassian told us what they had an invoicing Jira project at one point.
Yeah, invoice.
Right? Yeah, so if you wanted to track invoices, you could do whatever you want. Jira is super flexible to track whatever you want, and so you can create new work items.
If you want to create something larger than an epic, the initiative, if you will, absolutely can do that.
Yep. Now, one thing you should know is that Atlassian, or specifically Jira, has this concept of a hierarchy. Now, out of the box, you have a triple tier hierarchy. You have your epic sits at the top, then you have your bugs, stories, and tasks below the epic, and then you have your subtasks below the story, the task, and the bug. Now, if you're on the premium, if you're fortunate enough to be able to afford the premium version of Jira, you can alter your hierarchy. Okay, so again, just know that there's a lot of different types of work that we can work on and capture. Now, work types impact many project configurations. I always start with work type. So once we get through the hurdle of, do we want a Scrum project? Do we want a Kanban project? Do we want a software project? Do we want a team managed project? Do we want a company managed project? Right. Once we get through those hurdles, right, and we add people to it, right. Again, look back at our first 5 live streams, because this is session number 6. Right. But once you get through those hurdles, the next logical question, and this is the place I always start, Rodney. I don't know about you. I don't know where you start your engagements, but I always start with, okay, so we have a project. We figured out who's who in the zoo. We figured out what projects, how many projects we need, what kind of projects we want. But now we zoom into one project and we go, okay, let's start with the work types. Let's start with the issue types, because everything else that we're going to talk about, workflows and fields and required fields and pretty much the majority of these subsequent configurations, they are centered around the work type. So getting this right is important.
Yeah. That's typically one place to start. It usually takes the form of question, what you guys actually do week to week.
Yep. So again, work types impact many project configurations, right? This is what I basically just said. Jira admins use several different schemes to associate work types. Don't worry if you don't know what the word scheme is. By the end of this course, you will be infatuated with schemes.
Or you will curse their existence. Either one is valid.
Yeah, either one we're okay with. We're here for either or. Work type schemes define which work types company managed projects use. So the work type scheme is basically a bucket that contains all the work types that are relevant to your project. Now, little disclaimer, I really don't know why Atlassian did this, because the title of this is Configure Work Items and Fields in Software Projects, and all of a sudden I have service management stuff in here. Why?
Because service management is a little weird, and it's not unheard of that a JSM project would be an ingest point for software project.
Yes, but 2 things that come to mind, Ronnie. One, the title of this course is Configure Work Items and Fields in Software Projects. And 2, there's an ACP-420 that specializes in the service management stuff.
I mean, I'm assuming it's just a good for you to know. I mean, this is stuff me and you already do know, but putting ourselves in a project admin role,
they may not be aware of this just because this never crossed their sphere of influence.
Maybe. All right. So let's take a little detour because Atlassian wants us to go down this detour. But in service management, and I think this is an incorrect statement, by the way, work types are called request types. They're not. In a Jira service management project, you still have work types, and the request types sit on top of the work type. They don't replace it. And
so you could have a work type of ticket, but you could have multiple request types underneath that ticket. One being password change request type, or a laptop fix request type, or whatever you're doing for your particular JSM project.
Yeah, and fundamentally, at the end of the day, while you do technically put screens or fields on a request type, they have to exist at the work type first, and the workflows are applied to the work type, not the request type. And so, I mean, technically, in all technicality, a JSM project still fundamentally works just like a Jira software. The request type just augment and sit on top, but the core principle is still at the work type level. So to say that they are the same is not
wrong.
True. Yeah. All right. So in company managed service projects, Jira admins configure the request types through work type schemes. Sure. No. I'm gonna fail the 420.
I'm glad we probably should be looking at our friend Rob Haynes for 20 course at some point.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little worried now. All right. So for example, a service request work type controls configurations for several request types, including fix an account. Yeah. So these are just requests. I would not put request types and work types in the same sentence. Or here. Like they're just totally different things. Okay. So now that we have work types, right? So now that we know that we have these buckets to track different types of work, the next logical question is, well, what kind of, for each of that different type of work, what do you want to track, right? What kind of data do you want to collect from your users? And so that's where fields come into play. So fields enable users to add and track data onto the work items. So for example, we have fields like the description, summary, assignee. These are fields that ship with Jira that allow you to track very important information. And we have system fields that are in all the Jiras by default, and they're critical to how Jira works. A very common one that ships with Jira is the summary. Folks confuse the summary. They don't know that the summary is the title.
And also, it is, I'd argue, the most important field in Jira.
I would agree with you. If there's any field in Jira that is an absolute showstopper, is not having a summary. So you have to have a summary.
Mm-hmm.
So a key field is something that must be on every work item in Jira because it assigns a unique identifier to each work item. It's funny because like even though I fundamentally understand that the key is a field in Jira, it's not a field that you ever like add to a screen or anything. So it's not one that I ever consider as a field. But it is a field. Some system fields are required, like the key and the summary. You can only modify the description. You can't modify their configuration or delete them. Other fields allow you to make them required, or optional, or hidden. And then Jira admins can create custom fields as well. So, for example, you can create...
Yeah, we're going to tangent here.
Uh-oh. We're on a roll.
Required fields. You should be aware, especially if you're a project admin. If you make a field required, it will need to have something entered into it upon creation. There are ways you can make fields required later in a workflow, but that's not called a required field. If you're saying I need a required field, understand what you're asking is this field needs to be created or used and filled out at creation. Just one of those things that I've speaking with project admins as much as I have, and I'm sure you've had the same experience, Alex, this is not a point they often understand.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, and I don't know the exact detail right now, but there are some fields that you just simply cannot make required using the field configuration. I'm blanking on it, but I want to say like the description field is like a field that you cannot make required through field configuration. Let's test it out. If only we had Jira. Rodney says, do you know why work item ID isn't available in the filter search? I have to export them to see the work item IDs.
Do you mean the key? The key, the Jira key, is something like for the project ADV, it'd be ADV-1, 2, etc.
Yeah, but you can export that as long as you include it in your columns, right? Because you can put key. The key is here.
Not key, the ID.
But
So
why do you need the ID for a work item?
you do need it for some API calls. I could see that. But this is the ID. I think if it's what I think you're thinking of, Estrada.
Oh, the Rodney.
It's very well. Last name works. I'm keeping this in all day long. It's very crucial to how Jira works internally. So unless you're dealing with the API, either REST or programmatic APIs, you hardly ever have to deal with these. So that's why it's not made available to the end user.
Yeah, and as a Jira admin, I usually go grab the ID by going to the work item, and you see it in the URL up here. So you don't necessarily have to export anything. You can just simply go to the gear, go to work types, and then just I don't even think you need to click on it, right? You just have to go over here to edit and down at the very bottom. Let's move the Rodney's comment, right?
Mhm.
Down at the very bottom, when you go to hover, you'll see the ID down there, 10084. But for sure, when you click on the button itself, it'll put the ID in the URL up top. So there's a different way to get the ID without having to export stuff.
But the answer is because it's internal how Jira works. You're kind of using a very advanced use case here. And while I'm not saying it's not valid, it's perfectly valid. They don't want everyone having access to those IDs without good cause.
Okay. So now back to the other thing we're trying to prove, right? So I'm telling you that the description field is not one I can make required. Pretty sure.
I believe it. Description's a little weird.
No, it's there. There's a required button there. I could have sworn there's like a field in here that just does not have maybe the assignee. I could have sworn that there's like a default field here. See, the assignee I cannot make required, but the assignee should. Well, no, the assignee is not required. So you cannot make the assignee required like you can the other fields. And this is a default field or system field.
Yeah.
Yeah. So interesting. Again, a little tangent, little sidebar, but just know that not every default field can be made a required field. So just some nuances that you'll pick up along the way.
Yeah, I don't like required fields as a concept. I get they're needed sometimes, but I think it slows down the whole experience as a Jira user.
Yeah. So it's important to note, though, that all your system fields and then even your custom fields, right, they're in a general pool. And I was just talking about this in my last class, like 17 minutes ago, right? But there's a pool, and I'm going to redo my graphic. There's a pool where you have all your fields in there. So the moment you create a custom field or the moment your Jira is born, there's fields in a pool already. And you get to choose from that pool. Now, just because the field exists doesn't mean that it's in play. It doesn't mean that users can use it or populate it with data. That comes later, right? But know that you can do things at the field configuration scheme, like making the field required, making it searchable, right? Changing the render of it. You can control it at the field configuration scheme. But most of the time, when somebody adds a field and they want the field to be visible in Jira, then you actually add it to a screen, not the field configuration. The field configuration, again, is different. And it's unintuitive, right? Because you would think that you would control fields in the field section, but you don't. You control fields in the screen section. So the screens allow us to see specific work item operations. So we can control which fields are visible when we create, we can control which fields are visible when we edit, and we can control which fields are visible when the user views Jira. And I can also control when you see Rodney or not.
Apparently. Now the SFP port I was using on my main switch decided to die, so that's my connection to my PC, so I get that gigabit plus speed.
Except for when it doesn't work.
Except for when it doesn't work.
You get 0 gigabytes.
Experimental network technologies and all that.
I just plugged my computer into the network.
Oh, it is plugged in. It was just plugged into a 2.5 gigabit port. And that's cited because it's a adapter to not adapt anymore.
More money, more
Moonlight
problems.
as a network admin too.
Yeah, apparently.
And a Slack admin, and yeah, I got a bunch of hobbies.
Yeah, too many hobbies. Okay, so Jira admins. We're talking about screens. Jira admins configure screens by adding and removing tabs, adding and removing fields on those tabs, and changing the orders of fields. And you can then associate each screen with the work item operation, like the create, edit, and view that I was just talking about in your screen scheme. So, for example, a user sees the work item Dang it, I cannot read today. For example, users see work type, summary, assignee, and due date fields first on the create screen, but on the view screen, they only see work type, summary, and description. So the assignee and due dates are in a different tab. And so it is possible for you to have some fun with this, right? You can get a little creative here, and you can go to your screens and you can grab one of your screens here, and your screens ultimately add. This is where you add your fields. So if you had a new field like acceptance criteria, you can click on that, and now your field is available or visible on the create, right? You can also add tabs, and you can call this like agile stuff, right? And you can create it over there, and you can just simply move the field over. So you actually have to remove it from over here, bring it over here, and bring it over there. Because if it's a field cannot exist in both tabs at the same time. It can only be on one.
Do you use tabs in your practice?
I use spaces. I'm just kidding. No.
No. I like tabs to like organize fields for what specific team or job function needs to access it. But I don't like tabs because it hides information from the immediate viewing.
Yeah, I think it's for the untrained eye, it's unintuitive, and they don't know to go look at the tab.
Yeah.
And so I try to avoid tabs, but I usually have folks like the time that I do use tabs is when I have a business requirement from usually from a person that doesn't understand Jira very well. And they have like 50 fields that they that are in play, right? Whether they're on the create or in the view or the edit later, there's usually too many fields. And to just have a long list of all the fields, it's usually unintuitive for me. So we'll use tabs to kind of break them up. There's like a compliance tab, so you put all your compliance fields in there. You have like a QA tab, so you can put all your QA work in there, and so you can segregate all the different fields. But again, it's not intuitive because most people don't use the tab. So if you don't know about it, if you don't know to go look for it, you might forget. Okay, so everything's in the work type screen. So for example, the bug work type should have an environment field on all its screens. However, stories don't. And so that basically means that if I were to go into a Jira project itself, and let me just go into the one where I can't spell the name of my own company. Let's just go into the one we're just using in our demo for the previous class. If you go to your screens here, you have a Jira project, platform development. That platform project or that software project has an issue type screen scheme here. That issue type screen scheme contains one or many issue types. Usually by default, you get bugs and everything else broken up, right? And then in here, you have a screen scheme that is a collector for those operations to create, edit, and view. And then for each one of these, you can then call out a screen. Okay.
Correct.
And you can play with any permutation of all of this, which is what makes Jira hard, right? Because any permutation of this can be changed. It's not just one or the other. You have a lot of options here.
Flexibility is the name of the game.
Flexibility is the name of the game, and I'll never forget Mike. And then you will feel once you figure it all out, by the way, you will feel like Neo from the Matrix.
You do. I can see everything.
I know everything. Okay. So customize what your users see in projects with layouts. So the screens are important, right? The screens control which fields are visible and not visible. So you can add and you can remove fields. But on the view itself, when you open an issue, when you go to a project and you open a story, when you open a task, when you open something up, where the fields show up can be configured as well. And that is done in what's called an issue layout or a work layout. And so, for example, if you want to move your priority to the top for everybody, you can click on this little configure button and you basically grab your priority, wherever the heck it's at, here, and you move it to the top. You put it right there, right above assignee. And when you hit your save changes, when you go back into the issue, you open it up, your priority is now at the top, and it is at the top for everybody, not just for you. It's there for everybody, which is different than pinning, because you have the ability to personally pin a field, and it moves it to the pinned section, which is the top. But that's personalized for you. For if you wanted to impact the order for everybody, you have to do it at the field layout, or sorry, the issue layout. That's basically what all this is saying. Let's see what we learned, Rodney. What is a work type?
Work type.
I think it's, oh, wait, are these drag and drops? Select the matching pair. Okay. Wow, that was like accidentally clicked and I got it right.
Huh.
All right. A field is a collection of items.
Yep, middle one.
Yeah. And then a screen is a collection. There you go. Yay. All right. Which of these does a Jira admin not use a scheme to configure? Layouts? We have work type schemes. We have field, well, we have a field configuration scheme. This is a trick question.
I think it's layout.
There really is no scheme for fields, though. I mean, there's a field configuration scheme, but not a field scheme.
I think it counts.
Well, by that count, I'm gonna go with layout, but I'm pretty sure it's fields. Why wouldn't, like, I feel like this is such a bad question. This is a problem I think that Atlassian sometimes has, right? Where I think they have great intentions, but I don't think Atlassians understand like what's the word I'm looking for?
The nuance?
No, not nuance. Like you and I start to build behaviors, right? Like we spend so much time in the tool that we can get nitpicky on the technicalities of Jira. Right? Like to like Joanne, a field is a field. But to us, the field and the field configuration are two very, 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 very different things. And again, this is why I'm like, I wonder how much the test creators, maybe this is why Bob helps out a lot, right? Because I would assume Bob would catch those nuances. All right, moving on to the next 10-minute module here. Configure how fields appear on work items in a company managed project. So by the end of the lesson, you're going to configure the layout of your work items, customize the fields on the request form, and describe. This feels like the last thing that we did. Okay,
Yeah.
so look at this. We're doing what I just did, right? So you can configure the layout for your work items.
To explain that joke here, if you guys are not aware, Alex hosts on behalf of Atlassian some community-led learning once a week. And his time slot for that is literally right before we come on here.
For some reason.
He scheduled it. Don't look at me. But I'll jump on every now and again and hassle him because it's fun. But he literally just covered this topic.
No, but I'm also talking about, I literally just covered this topic 2 minutes ago as well. So how do you configure the layout? You do what we just did. You go to the works, you go to a project. I like to do the shortcut. I like to go here, but the technical way is you need to be a project admin. Although there is now a setting, there's a permission that you can open it up for other people. But you go to your project settings, you go to issues or work items, and you go to layout. And once you're here, you then pick which, see, this is more on the scheme than anything else, but you pick which of these screen scheme ones you're going to use. And so you pick whether you're going to do the story or the bug. And if you wanted to break it up, right, if you wanted to say, well, I just want to modify it for the task, well, you need to go to the screens and you need to create a screen scheme for the task and a screen for the task, and put that screen scheme with that associated screen into the issue type screen scheme for this project. And then your layout will work. In the chat, who wants to see me build that out real quick? You want me to build that out, Rodney?
No.
He says no. It's very complicated. It's not complicated. I will do it in 10 seconds. Bill says no thanks, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it real quick, guys. Because it's really not hard. Here's what I do. I start.
This is Alex going off script, guys. It's just what he does.
It's just so easy.
We love him for it, but it's hilarious
because it's so complicated. And I'm gonna show you. I will finish this in 60 seconds. Somebody start a timer. Okay, ready, set, go. So you go to your screen. You copy. You find your screen, and you make a copy of this one. Okay, and then you're gonna. What I like to do is I like to keep this here, and I'm gonna put task. And I do start at the bottom up. I start with at the lowest level, and I work my way up. Then I go to my screen scheme, and I'm gonna find my screen scheme that is my default one, and I'm gonna make a copy of that one. Okay. And once your copy is there, I do basically the exact same thing, and it kind of feels unintuitive. But I now made all I've done is I made a screen for the task, and I made a screen scheme for the task. Right. Then over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my task one, and I'm going to click edit here, because now I want to swap out not the default ones, but I want to swap it out for my task one that I made. So I'm going to do this here, and then I'm just going to keep things simple, and I'm just going to delete the other one that I had. Right. So I now have a task screen with a task screen scheme. Awesome. Then the last step is to go to the screen scheme, issue type screen scheme that I had. Go in here, edit it, configure. You want to configure. And once you're configuring it, right, you're going to add an issue type. We're going to do the task. And then we're going to do our plat that we had that's based on our task. And once we do that, now we will have a task. And there's no saving or anything you do here. So done. By the way, stop the timer. Right? You can stop the timer now. I think that took 60 seconds. Right? But now when I go to my project settings and I go to my layout, now I can have my task, and now I can mess or move the fields around just for the task. Which is why that last question about schemes, I feel like was a bad question, because you see how you have to use the screen schemes to do the layout.
I want to be honest, I was distracted by your wife's new logo.
That it has a nibble, not a bite.
Yeah.
Ronnie,
That's
you obviously have
science joke. For those out there who don't know, a nibble is 4 bits or half a byte.
Yeah, Lena, you might want to add another 4 nibbles or another nibble there to get the full bite. Phil says lots of clicks equals very complicated, in my honest opinion. Phil, this is why we charge what we charge.
Mm-hmm.
I have this client right now that she's always telling me, like, this is so hard. Why is this so unintuitive? I'm like, that is why I charge you what I charge you. Because it takes me 10 seconds to do it for you. Okay. Maybe Lena's going to change it to a nibble with Lena.
Now I'm hungry.
Okay. I know. All right. So that's how all that works. So I think this took care of all of that. So everything here is exactly what I just described to you. But let's talk about this work item view. I think this one's an interesting one. This is only in why are we covering this in this project though? I don't know that this is appropriate, but let's cover it here. So one thing that I wanted you to look at is when you're looking at this view of the layout on a software project, you're just manipulating the fields. That's all you got to do. Okay. Ronnie says, Atlassian, if you're out there, please make a distinction between delete and remove. Alex just clicked delete to remove a screen from the scheme, but technically it was removed, not deleted. Ah, yes.
We were talking about this the last hour with Alex's Life Learning, Ape Tech tutorials
On the
on
save and
YouTube.
publish.
But the difference between what schemes you save and which ones you don't save.
Yeah, there should be consistency there. Okay. I will take a little sidebar because the class is taking us there. But if you're in a JSM project, when you are in the same view, right? When you go to your oh crap, where's my issue types? My issue types aren't even there. Like there's no layout. So to do the layout, you have to go into this request type and then you open up the request type and then you're going to be in this view that looks like the layout, but it's not the layout. It's not called the layout, right? But just know that you do have a request form, and I do want to walk you through this. Again, it shouldn't be on the test because this is ACP-420 material, not 620 material. But when you are in a JSM project and you're looking at the exact same screen, right, or the same page, you have a request form. This is the public-facing stuff. This is when your end user clicks on the portal, what fields they're going to see. So you can control what fields they see there. But as an added bonus, you also have the issue view, which controls which fields your agent sees. And this right here feels more like the issue layout that we were just looking at. But just know that you do have a back end and a front end when it comes to JSM. The issue view is the back end, which is really just the regular view that we have in Jira software. And the request form is a very similar but different view that allows you to control what the end user sees when they're going to go through the portal to submit a request. So again, nuances, and you got to know the differences between JSM and Jira software. So what can you change? So you can change which fields are in the description area, which is the main section, right? So there's a fat section. I call it the fat section, but there's a description fields here. And really, the description field is when you open an issue up, it's this middle section right here. Again, I call it the fat section because it's big, but there's this big section here. And then you have the details. The context is what they call it over here on the right. Yes, fat with the PH, exactly, like Fat Gus from Mark Rober. Okay, and then you have the hidden. And the hidden is down here. It's under more fields. And you can actually collapse this one. And basically, if a field is not populated upon its inception, upon the create button, then it'll be in the more fields. But if it is populated, it'll show up under the details over here. So those are all the nuances you got to be aware of. Oh, another little fun fact. From the layout, you can hide fields, so remove them, right? I think going back to Rodney's thing, Atlassian should have some consistency here. We can remove a field and not delete the field, and the field won't be visible on the layout anymore. But it might still be in the create, so keep that in mind. Did I get all that correct, Rodney? I feel like I'm going through this quickly, but that's essentially what we just talked about.
I think you got it.
All right, so configuring different layouts for work and request types. So depending on your project schemes or how your project schemes are configured, you may have multiple work types or groups of work types for which you can configure separate layouts. For example, let's say your team uses components and time in the tracking fields for bug, but not as yet. So we did this already when I broke up the task. So just know that for each work item, you can separate them or you can keep them all together. The requirement is really in what the business needs, right? What they're asking for. Okay, so what if a field you need isn't available? Dun, dun, dun. Where's your sound effects, Rodney?
I don't know. I still need to work on that. I'll put it on the list somewhere after the new intro, the new outro.
And sound effects.
Yeah. But
you were going to say something, Ronnie. Sounded like you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Again, for this exam, we're focusing from the perspective of a project admin. So as a project admin, what do you do if a field isn't needed? I feel like the default answer from most every project admin who's actually practicing is going to be submit a ticket to your Jira admin.
Ain't that the truth? Okay. So what if a field isn't available? You can only configure fields available in the field configuration scheme for that work type. This means that some work types will have fields available that others don't. You can always hide a field by removing it from the hidden fields area, but you can't add fields that aren't already there. For example, your project's field configuration scheme may show the environment field for a bug, but not others. If you want to add a field to the layout, your Jira admin can update the field configuration scheme. See, this is so misleading though, Rodney, because I never, ever go to the field configuration to add or remove a field. I never hide a field. I always just go to the screen.
Yeah, take it off the screen.
It's really all you got to know. Just add things to the screen. Make your life easier. Only go to field configurations when you need to make the field required or when you need to change the render. Any other use case, manage it from the screen.
There's one more use case for field configuration.
Enlighten me.
If you want a project-specific description on the field, that's done at the field configuration.
But that does mean you now have to go through all the hurdles and if where is he at? If Phil's saying lots of clicks equals very complicated, get ready to get carpal tunnel.
I'm not disagreeing with you. It's something I highly discourage, but there are occasions where it is required.
Yeah. All right. So Jana is the project admin for a company managed project, but not Jira admin. She wants to hide the labels field on stories when it's empty. How would she do this? Jana is a project admin for a company, but not a Jira admin. Okay. So she wants to hide the labels field.
So based on that, we know she's not going to be able to modify these screens.
Yep. I think it's this one. She's going to have to move the field to the hide when empty section. Because you don't want to do the hidden fields because this will get rid of the field altogether. You don't want to do this at the field configuration because then that removes the field altogether. And she doesn't have the privilege to move the field altogether. So it's got to be this one. Positive elimination. Ding. Arjun is the project admin for a company managed software project, but not a Jira admin. Currently, there are separate layouts, one for the Epic, one for everything else. True or false? Arjun can configure a single layout that all of his work types use without supporting. No, because it's broken out. Right? The fact that it's broken out means he needs to do it twice. Next lesson. Gasp, Ronnie, will we actually finish one module? Let's not jinx ourselves.
Let's not get too hopeful. The moment we say something, we're going to jinx ourselves.
I'm so tired. I had a nightmare last night. I had to wake up in the middle of it, and I did not get out of my sleep.
I mean, it's still better than my Sunday night where I got like an hour and a half worth of sleep.
And welcome to Team 25.
Yeah, I mean, Team 25, that's one thing. At home, that gets concerning.
Yeah, no, we were sleeping very little at Team 25. I think I was going to sleep like at 1 a.m. and waking up at 5. So I was sleeping 4 hours a day. All right. So how do we configure work types, fields, and layouts in team managed projects? Well, this is going to be easy. So everything that we just talked about, you primarily need to be a Jira admin. The layouts is something that your regular users can do, but there is a permission that you can tweak at the company and managed level as well. But for team managed, it works a little bit different. And so a lot of this is going to be a repeat though, right? So work types still exist in team managed projects. You're still going to have request types that sit on top of your work types. So all of this is exactly the same. The only difference I think is really at the power, right? At the permission level, where instead of, you basically just don't need to be a Jira admin to do this. So your project will have different default work and request types based on the project template you choose. That's very true because you have so many more templates. Work and request type functionality is very similar. So the Scrum projects come with your epic, bug, story, task, and subtask. Your Kanbans come with the task and subtask. Your service comes with email request, ask a question. This is irrelevant. I don't think you need to care for this.
No.
You can modify the name and description of work types. For example, if your team wants to call the story a user story instead, then they can just change the name. Now, keep in mind that in team managed projects, because statuses and work types and everything are isolated to just a project, you can safely do this without screwing everybody over. If you try to do this in a company managed project, you will have renamed it for everybody. So don't do that.
And
You'll get fired.
by Alex.
By me.
Alex, even if you don't work there, he'll come specifically to your office to fire you.
I have that kind of authority. And just a gentle reminder that if you do make a mistake like this, if you do rename your stuff, it's a pain in the butt. So you need to do two things. One, hit that subscribe button right now. Because again, we were 21 subscribers from hitting 1900. And if you have 100 friends that you know, tell them to also hit subscribe so we can get to 2000. But more importantly, when you make mistakes like this, like sometimes they're irreversible. I mean, I would say every mistake in Jira is reversible, but some of them are a bigger pain in the butt than others. And so you want to have something like Revyz. You want to have backups for Jira, because when you make a mistake like this, you can roll back your changes. If you don't have something like Revyz backups for Jira, then you're really out on your own. And so it's moments like this when you make careless mistakes where you rename a work item that you should definitely have some sort of a backup solution. So Revyz makes that possible. So shout out to Revyz. 118 till 7. So we got 3. Folks, you all got to hit the subscribe button. Everybody hit the subscribe button right now.
How many of them are already subbed, though?
Yeah, that's a good point. Everybody go to your wife's account, your spouse's account, and hit the subscribe button. I know you all have more than one Gmail. Hit that subscribe button now. All right. You can delete any work types that your team won't use. So this is, again, going back to Rodney's, the other Rodney, right? Not this one. There was a comment that the other Rodney did about removing and deleting, right? In a team managed project, you will most definitely delete a work item or if you don't want it, or work type. But in a company managed project, you would remove the work type. You wouldn't want to delete the work type because that work type could be, because it's a global work type, it could be used in another project. So deleting a work type is a much more drastic thing that you don't want to do carelessly. But you can remove them all day long. You can remove them from a project all day long and have very little impact. Creating new work or request types. So creating them inside a team managed project is very easy because you just click a button and you just make them. It's very simple. So let's do that now. So let's go to a team managed project here. And you go to your project settings and you go to your issue types and you just literally click this button that says add an issue type. And so you click on that and you can either pick one of the ones that are available, or you can make a brand new one and change the icon to whatever you want.
It's nice that they include that on the creation so you don't have to go back and change it.
I know, because in ours, we have to do both. You have to create it and then go back and change it. But you also lose the flexibility, right? You lose the flexibility to manipulate like the hierarchy. Although, can you just drag and drop things? I don't think you can. No, yeah. You lose things like the hierarchy manipulation and stuff like that. So there's some pros and some cons, but I would definitely, it's a lot easier to create them in team managed projects. You just don't have as much power. All right. So fields in team managed projects. So same thing, right? The field is still the same field, but how you create fields work a little bit different. And you also have a slightly less number of custom field type that you can make. But in a team managed project, when you just want to add a field, you go into the task or the work item itself. Okay, you pick it, and then on the right hand side, you can create over here. Now, updated for this version, right? Something you should be aware of is that whenever you create a custom field in the global sense, right, and for your company managed projects, those custom fields can actually be used over here. So if you wanted to bring in like this job role that is a company managed custom field, you can just bring it in and now use it in the team managed project. So you don't have to recreate the projects anymore. So that is an improvement in team managed projects that just wasn't there a few months ago. So keep that in mind. Now the layout is basically going to be the same thing here, right? So when you don't have to go to another place, right? Where you create the work item, where you add new fields, and where you change the order of those fields, it all happens in the exact same place. So Everything that we covered in the last ones with respect to the fat section with pH, the context, the hide when empty, all of that happens in the exact same place. So you don't have to navigate to different parts of Jira. Wouldn't that be nice, Rodney, if that company managed projects were nice like that? This is yes, Rodney. This is where you say yes. Or your 2.5 gigabyte thing die again.
No, I'm still here. I'm just thinking back to Mike's interview. Why do team managed projects exist?
Yeah.
I knew you were going to ask it. It just was a matter of time. It's just didn't know you were going to be that blunt about it.
Well, because I was mad because I got myself lost in the script. Because my script was in my tiny little phone versus Bob's giant iPad. And so I got lost and I'm like, screw this. And I threw my phone on the table and and I went off script. All right. 2 questions here. Yasmin is a project admin for a team managed project. A new team member has a hard time remembering when to use a task and when to use a story to track work. What should Yasmin do? Rename the things. No. Add a short text field to the layout of each word. No. Delete one. No. Modify the description. There we go. Next question. Anton is a project admin for a team managed project. His team wants to track very specific information about bugs. First, they want to know what platform the bug impacts. Then, based on the chosen platform, they want the user to segment the bug impacts. Which custom fields should Anton use? Dependent dropdown? Why would... is there a dependent dropdown in team managed?
There's a dropdown. I don't know if it's dependent.
There's a cascading one in the company managed ones, but I don't know about them dependent.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, this is the only one that makes sense, but is this a new feature that Jira doesn't have for us? I earned a badge. But also, what is this dependent dropdown? There is no dependent dropdown. Ooh, Atlassian, we got to talk.
Maybe it's only... No, because that's a Atlassian 1 instance, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I can go to mine and see if they named it differently in the new one.
Would not surprise me.
Team managed software. Project settings. Work types. Task. Create a field. Oh, look. They do have one now. Dun, dun, dun. Dependent dropdowns. This got to go on the Alex Discovers.
So, Bob, that is 52 minutes, 30 seconds into the...
This is cool. I can't believe this actually exists. But also Atlassian. Kudos to Atlassian for updating the documentation, though. Hats off. Okay, so I think that's it for this. I think we should stop here, Ronnie, because there's no point in starting a whole new. We finished this one. We're gonna get started on Thursday with configuring workflows and notifications in Jira projects.
No.
We are going to get started with configuring workflow and notifications in Jira projects. Again, and just to kind of give you a recap, we are studying for the ACP-620. We are in the learning paths that Atlassian gives to us, and these are recommended that you take. I don't know how exactly they align with the study material, but they're part of the overall package that Atlassian gives you for free when you're trying to study for the ACP-620. So we've already finished configure work items and fields. That was Tuesday's session. Today, we're going to jump into configuring workflow and notifications in Jira projects. So this is a 15-minute session. We're going to start with the first one, which is what are workflows in Jira? All right, we got Victoria. Hey, Victoria. And we also have Jody. Yeah, I think it's Jody. And we have Susan. Hello, New Mexico. I love that folks are coming in, and we have a few people already. All right, I am pinging Rodney to see where he's at. He's ditching me, leaving me behind, but we'll manage. We'll get through it without Rodney. Okay, so what are workflows in Jira? And so by the end of the session, you'll be able to describe common workflows, differentiate workflows in Jira products, and differentiate between company and team managed workflows, which there's some differences, not a lot. Company managed ones are way more powerful, but the look and feel is going to be pretty much the same. You just have a little bit more power in company managed projects. Fernando, welcome from Chile. Welcome. All right, so what are workflows? So all Jira projects contain work items that your team can view, work on, and transition through stages from creation to completion. My buddy Sean calls it cradle to grave. And so the path that your work items take is called the workflow. So I like to think of this as a process, right? What are the steps when a bug is created, when you're working on a story? What are the steps that your team takes to go from that idea that just came in all the way to what we call done, right? And so all those intermediate steps from beginning to end, that's what Jira defines as the workflow. And we want to make sure that we have good workflows, because one of the bigger configurable things that you do in Jira, once you figure out, okay, what are my issue types, right, is what paths, what processes should be reflected on those issue types or work items. And so this is a really big discussion that you should be having with your stakeholders, right? Because once you figure out, are we doing Agile, are we doing Scrum, the next natural conversation is, well, what kind of work do you want to track? Do we need bugs? Do we need the story and the task? Do we just want one? Do we just want the other? These are all great conversations to have. Are you also missing issue types? Do you need a new work item? Do you need a work item type, right? And so lots of good conversations there. But now once you've settled, once that's kind of been negotiated and you figured it out, the next logical step in your brainstorm here is, okay, now what path should the team take? And so that's what we're going to be focusing on today. So each Jira workflow includes statuses, transitions, and a resolution. Workflows should align with processes within your organization. So here's an example. In case you've been living under a rock, you've never seen a workflow, this is an example workflow. And notice the transitions. There's a line that connects from one status to the other. That's going to be very important. And I'm sure we'll come back to talk to them or talk about them. But for now, let's just proceed. So, well, there they are. See, I knew these aren't scripted, folks. We don't look at this beforehand. So we just roll with the punches here. So what's a status? So before I read what Atlassian has, this is the definition I usually give my teams. And so a status, the way I treat a status is it should be and I'm putting this in big air quotes, folks. This is just my 2 cents, right? A status should be like a noun. It doesn't have to be, but I think too many people confuse the transitions with the statuses. And I like to make a clear distinction between status and transition. And the best way that I like to do this is, again, a status should be a noun, and the transition should be the verb. It's what you do to get there, right? And so the noun is more of the status is more of a destination. You've arrived to something. The verb is what you're going to do, right? It's the thing you do. And that's how I treat those transitions. Now, you don't have to write the transitions and the statuses can be whatever they mean for you and your work, for you and your team. But I think when you kind of think about it from a noun verb perspective, they tend to click a little bit better. So let me know in the chat if that's any helpful to you all. But that's usually how I describe it. But also in the chat, how do you describe the differences between status and transition? Because it's not always clear cut. And since we're taking a pause here for you all to talk in the chat, I'm just going to remind you all to make sure you hit that subscribe button, right? Because if you haven't subscribed to the channel, we're trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. And so we can really, really use your help. And if you're watching this and you haven't hit that subscribe button, that would be a great time to hit that subscribe button. And you might be seeing Revyz all over the place. Well, they're our sponsors. So check out that link down in the description for the Revyz app for Jira. It's basically backups for Jira. So if you ever make a change in your workflow and you're like, uh-oh, I wish I would have had a backup. Well, Revyz has your back, and they should be able to back you up and get your Jira back in order. So check out Revyz. All right. So what is a status? So a status represents the state of a work item at a particular point in the workflow. Okay. So again, this is why I call it a noun. It's a place that you are at, right? Like your work, if you think of work as like a fluid, right? As an object that can move, your work lands into a status. Okay. And the work item can only be in one status at any given time. This is key. And each status should be unique. Now, Jira doesn't really have too many rules on this, but just know that if you have too many statuses that are very similarly named, you're going to run into some problems and some challenges there. Oh, I went down. Okay. Statuses must describe what has already happened. Now, this is a must. Jira is not going to force you to do this, but it's a good idea. You can use default statuses or create custom statuses. So for example, you can have open, in progress, reopen, resolved, and closed. These are all statuses that are built into Jira. Now, I'm not a big fan of this default Jira workflow because everybody's always like, well, what's the difference between resolved and closed? Do you really need reopen? These are all conversations you need to have with your team. Now, that takes us over to Greg here to see we're actually cleaning up our statuses on our site right now, trying to reduce 1,100 statuses. Wow. Yes, it's a lot of statuses. But yeah, again, keep the ones that make sense. But yeah, if you think of them as nouns, what I think a lot of people do is like reopen. This is why I'm not a big fan of reopen, because to me, reopen is a verb. It's a transition. So what I would do is I would take something from like closed and I would make it a transition of reopened back to open. Again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder when it comes to workflow architecture. So keep that in mind. But if you're going to go and scrub through your statuses, try to identify statuses that describe a verb, something that you're doing that could technically be a transition. I think that's a good way to think about it. Now, with that said, let's go over to transitions. So a transition represents the action being taken to move a work item from status to status. Again, the line that connects these statuses together. Most transitions are one-way links. So if a work item needs to move back and forth, you need two transitions. So this is very key, folks. This is something that we're going to focus in here because a lot of people miss this, especially if you're new to the world of Jira. A lot of people think forward and they have really good workflows that take you forward. That's awesome. That's needed. That's a very critical thing. You need to know how to go from step 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, right? In a linear fashion. However, what a lot of people often miss, and this is especially true because usually what happens, right, is you have a new PM, you have a new project manager, and they're like, okay, we want a new project in Jira. You go through do you want Scrum? Do you want Kanban, right? You go through those conversations. Then you get to what kind of issue types do you want? You figure that out. And then you get to the workflow conversation, right? You're like, okay, so what do you want the workflow to be for your bug? And so most of the time, what your end user is really, really good at is giving you the happy path. They will give you step 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Awesome. We know what that looks like. Great. But what they don't always give you is the path back, right? It's if something goes wrong, if the happy path is violated in some way, then how do we go back? Well, in Jira, if you don't have an explicit transition to go back, you're not going back. And so you want to be very, very conscious of this, and cautious for that matter, that if you do not add a transition, you're not going that way. Mr. Rodney, how you doing? And not good enough that his microphone's still not working. So we'll figure out the microphone situation.
Ah, there we go.
What's up, Rodney? You look good.
Thank you. I just spent 10 minutes dealing with a delivery person and trying to find some cash, so
No Venmo?
not for this one.
You know, it still startles me in 2025. Like I went to San Francisco, and this is gonna sound bad, so please, if you guys are massive tippers, I apologize ahead of time. This might trigger you all, but I go to San Francisco, and I took a shuttle from the airport to the hotel, and everybody's tipping the guy, and I'm like, huh. I don't know when's the last time I've had a dollar bill in my wallet. So I was like, sorry, man. It's not that I don't want to tip you. It's just that I don't have cash. And you should probably advertise your Venmo on the door or something.
Maybe, but they came at exactly the wrong time. I'm like, I can't ignore them. We need these packages, but
They also wanted money. That's also weird. So people are asking you for money at your door?
Cash on delivery for tariffs.
Oh.
But I don't want to get into that because
no, that's interesting.
yeah, they were shipped before all this and then been stuck in customs for a bit.
That's fun. See, that's why I just don't buy anything.
Anyways, we're talking about workflows, aren't we?
We are. We just finished describing. Rodney tells me that high fives is greater than tips. I just don't carry cash anymore. Like, not having money is a problem.
I keep some emergency cash in the truck for like if I'm going to a park or going somewhere where I need it or I need to tip something, but I don't keep any in my wallet.
Yeah, no, my car would have been in a parking lot in the airport, 400 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, like in Southern California, we just have so much homeless as well. Like, I just never have any money. So for me, it's just easier to, you know, like invite them in and buy them food or something because I can just pay it on my card. But just cash is starting to become a little bit of a commodity or something that just doesn't exist as easily anymore.
Yep.
All right, so we're talking about the difference between statuses and transitions, Ronnie, and I basically have given everybody a good definition of status. We were halfway through transition, so I'll just wrap this one up and then I'll pull you back in. So, and I was describing why when you elect to have a workflow with transitions, if you only create a path for your happy path, when things go wrong and there is no transition to go back a status, you're not going. There's nothing in the world that can make you go back, right? You have to accommodate for forwards and backwards in your workflows. Which the last thing that I'll add to that is if you're not careful, your workflow will end up looking like an Etch-a-Sketch real quick. And you have to be careful with that, right? Now, certain cases, like a very common case that I see is like a blocked status, right? If somebody goes on a blocked, like puts a blocked status, they'll put like a bunch of lines from every status to go to blocked, and then they have to put lines from every status to go back out to where you came from. That again is a very surefire way to getting yourselves into an Etch-a-Sketch situation, because that nicely transitions into something that Atlassian calls a global transition. So in this particular scenario, if you have a blocked status that you want everybody to be able to get to blocked, I love the global transition because it allows you to basically go from any status, you can come into that status. So that solves at least half of our Etch-a-Sketch problem. However, you will still need to transition out into individual status. So keep that in mind. The takeaway here is that you can use a combination of both global transitions and explicit transitions is what I call them. So just keep that in mind. Curry says, unless you're going on vacation like the beach where they charge you extra 3% to use a card and 0% when you use cash. You know, I intentionally do not go to Ronnie, in Atlanta, do you guys have a Dave's Hot Chicken?
We do not.
So there's a chicken place that's popping up all over Southern California. It's called Dave's Hot Chicken, and they have a spicy chicken that is so spicy they make you sign a waiver before they serve it to you, right? And I went and I paid with my card, and they force you to tip. Like there is no way that you cannot tip. And so I'm like, but that's not, this tip culture is getting crazy, right? And so I'm like, so I put a penny because I had to put something, like it would not let you pay if you did not put a tip in their UI. So I'm like, well, you know what? If I ever go to Dave's Hot Chicken, I'm just paying with cash because like this is ridiculous that you cannot complete your transaction unless you put a tip. And so yeah,
that defeats the whole point of a tip.
Yeah. So Dave's Hot Chicken, I haven't been to you because of your tipping culture. Shame on you. All right. Let's see. And we got one more thing. The resolution. So resolutions are fun. Resolutions are very, very critical. I think what happens here, folks, if you're multitasking, I want you to stop for 1 second and we're going to go full screen because you know it gets serious when I go full screen on you. So when you use the default out of the box workflows in Jira, specifically the done statuses at the end and the done transitions, if you don't touch that part of a workflow, everything's great and dandy. Jira knows what to do, specifically when it comes to the discussion of resolution. But again, if you're multitasking, you're going to want to listen to me for the next 30 seconds here. This will save you hours and hours and hours and hours of problems and a lot of tears, guaranteed. Okay. And in the chat, if you've ever had this problem, empathize with me and let me know in the chat, right? But what happens is you sometimes create new done statuses, right? Or you have new transitions that go to done or custom transitions that go to done, right? And so what will happen is Jira, for whatever reason, does not recognize that you're going to done, right? And because you have a new transition or you have a new done status, the resolution is not set automatically. And this is a miss because if you, again, modify an existing workflow, an out-of-the-box workflow, and you add like a new to-do status or a new in-progress status, then you take it for granted that the done statuses need an extra step. They need to have their resolution set. And you can set the resolution in two ways within your workflow. We'll talk about them in just a second. But I want to drive home the point that if you are making a new workflow or whatever you're doing with at the done area, you have to make sure you take care of the resolution, because if you don't, your issues will move to a done status, but they'll never be resolved. And Jira doesn't like that. Jira will punish you if you don't resolve your issues, because they will never they'll never be crossed out, they'll never be resolved. Your creative versus resolve stops working. And the worst part is when you move an issue to a done status in your board, and that done status is not the last status on your column, then those carry over from sprint to sprint. And so a lot of people, canceled is a really great example, right? A lot of people put canceled in its own column, not in that last final column in Jira. And so they have two columns at the end. They have canceled and done. And so everything that's in canceled, it should be resolved. But because you never added a resolution in your workflow when you transition to canceled, all of that work carries over to the next sprint, and you just have all this baggage. And fixing that problem is a little bit more of a nightmare than it is not. And so you want to be careful.
I will go a step further here. In my workflow designs, and what I advocate is you should only have one final status.
Yeah.
And then if you want to explain why it's in that final status, that's when you use resolution as a pop-up.
Yep. And we were having this conversation, Rodney, so you just missed it. But Greg Williams here has 1,100 statuses that he's cleaning up through right now.
Oh, and dear God, I'm sorry.
So canceled is one of the things that I mentioned to Greg when he was saying this is that a lot of statuses technically should be transitions. But something I should note too is that sometimes I see this less as common, but it is something for you to keep an eye out, that a lot of times, well, again, some of the times, a lot of your statuses technically should be resolutions. So if you have a status of won't do, a status of incomplete, or a status of duplicate, those are resolutions. Those are not statuses. Right? And so again,
Greg just posted an update here, and this is something a lot of people don't realize until they really learn the workflow. I had to take a class to learn this myself, where you could have a pop-up on a transition, set a screen on transition, it will pop up. If you have the resolution on there, you could set it rather than setting it in a post function.
Yep. So yeah, so that's what I was going to say, right? There's two ways to do it. You can do a post function, which is going to set your resolution, or you can do this. What I do not recommend you do is do both. You should not do the post function, and you should not prompt the user to set the resolution, because if you do the post function and the screen, Jira is going to prompt the user to pick from the list. Awesome. They're going to pick won't do. Awesome. Won't do will be registered, but then the post function kicks in and overrides whatever the user put with whatever you define in the post function. So do not do both. You got to do one or the other. I mean, Jira's not going to complain. Jira will let you do both, but you'll find out that your resolutions are not being set correctly because of that. So food for thought. All right. Oh, and one little fact too that I found out, Rodney, is that if you do go down the screen with the resolution, at least if you use that default resolution screen that Jira ships with. This is interesting, Rodney. I don't know if you know this, right? But I, as a safety, if I go down the screen route where I'm going to prompt the user to pick a selection from the list of resolutions and not go the post function route, I, as a safety, put in a validator to make sure that upon that transition, that resolution is set, because you could screw yourself over and essentially not carry a resolution, right? If the user doesn't pick a resolution, then you're back to square one, right? But I found out very recently that Jira, if you go down this route where you use that resolution screen, it pseudo makes it required. It won't let you proceed if none is your resolution. You have to pick a resolution, but it's not a required field, and you don't have to put a validator in your workflow. I thought it was interesting.
It is. Carrie added something here, and I think she has stumbled onto one of the great debates in the Atlassian ecosystem. That is done versus closed.
That should have been a mic question.
It
We need to
should have
start
been.
fabricating a list of questions that we're going to ask MCB if we ever get a part 2.
Or maybe someone else high up at Atlassian.
Yeah. All right. So that's the resolution. So, it should also be noted that resolutions feels only available in company managed projects. So that's another thing. If you're only using team managed projects, then you're probably going like, what the heck are you all talking about? But if you ever go to a company managed project, it's easy to forget that this is something you got to now accommodate for. All right, so exploring the default workflow. So I avoid these like the plague. I don't know why we have default workflows, because more often than not, your company doesn't run like Atlassian did 25 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so these workflows are almost always, I like my 2 cents, I like to start with a blank slate. I don't like to, because when you have a workflow here, by the way, I don't know if y'all know this, but when you are working on an active workflow, so that is a workflow that is associated to a Jira project, you are not allowed to delete a status. So if you don't like one of the statuses that are in these default workflows, you have to make a copy and then you have to go through all the motions. So I might as well just start with a clean, brand new workflow. Any thoughts on that, Ronnie?
Yeah. The amount of time I just get into a workflow and just delete everything to start over from a blank slate is ridiculous. Once you've become proficient at developing these workflows, starting from anything else feels like such a task. You really just let me start over from scratch.
Yeah. Especially since you're going to have to make a copy of it anyways to make it inactive so you can delete the statuses that you don't want.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, we'll skip over default workflows. Just know that they exist. Know that they come, when you make a new Jira project, they're there. Usually they're simple like this to do in progress and done, but depending on your template, they could get complicated. They could be like this one up here. This is a very popular common default workflow. I think this was actually just called Jira. Yep. Okay. Explore simplified workflow. So this is something I never quite understood, but it's something you should grasp, because as a Jira admin, simplified workflows play a key role, and Jira complains to you if you don't abide by the rules of the simplified workflow. So the simplified workflow is a basic workflow that uses global transitions. Global transitions allow work items to transition from any status to any other status rather than requiring an explicit order. Now, there's some pros and some cons here, folks. So there's some benefits. I love this workflow. This is my favorite type of workflow. It's my favorite type of workflow because it allows me to add statuses really, really easily. It allows me to not have to put so many rules, right? It takes me seconds to create these kinds of workflows. The workflows up here, where you have explicit paths, right? These take some time. These take time to architect, to design, to negotiate with your team members, right? You need to know the name of the status, but you also need to have the name of the verb of the transition. And so there's a lot of variables that there's a lot of information you need to create a workflow like this. But with this one, you just need the status name and that's it, right? We're done. The conversation kind of ends there. So those are some benefits. Some cons, though, there's a couple of cons, and Ronnie, we'll see if our lists compare. But one of my biggest cons, and in the chat, feel free to drop your why you don't or don't like these simplified workflows. But one of the cons is, and I know, Ronnie, you have a solution for this already, right? But Jira will give you in the drop down. So when you go look at your Jira and you try to transition the status, Jira will display all the statuses in alphabetical order by color. So that means all your to-dos are at the top, all your in progresses, all the blue ones are in the middle, and all your dones are at the bottom. And they are in alphabetical order by color. And this can confuse people because a lot of folks need that hand-holding. They need to know I am in progress. I should go to in review. You're giving too much trust to the user. What I see happen a lot is that you create a story, it goes to do, it gets planned to your sprint, yada, 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 it's done. And you're like, well, what happened to the yada, yada, yada?
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of people don't like it for that reason.
No, I hate these kind of simplified workflows. They're assuming a lot of discipline and trust in users that, as a full Jira admin, I don't believe ever exists. And you're really going to have to lean on your project admins, which again is the focus of this course, to enforce that discipline within the team if they're going to be able to use this kind of workflow effectively.
All right. So again, your mileage will vary, but Rodney does know that there is a way for you to set the order of these transitions through a property, is it?
Yeah, a workflow property on the status called, I believe it's called ops bar, specifically. OPS, BAR, all one word.
Ops bar sequence.
Now, this is very advanced workflow configuration. This is something you have to go looking for to set. So a lot of Jira admins don't know about this. And if they do, it's kind of the secret sauce they want to keep to themselves. But workflow properties can do a lot of powerful things that it's just not in the base workflow.
Yeah. So if you are going to go down this route of using these types of simplified workflows, just know that that this ops bar sequence is an option for you to set the order up. Because there is the
other thing you could consider doing is set conditions on those transitions such that they only appear when certain fields are set appropriately. So someone has at least looked at the issue and done something before his move to done.
Yeah. Now, I am assuming that this is going to be on the test because they're putting in this dedicated section and they gave you a video. But you should know what a simplified workflow is. And I think it's safe to say you should know that every project created using Scrum or Kanban is going to use a simplified workflow. You should know that simplified workflows have no transition screens. They have no conditions. And they just use the global transition. Whereas a custom workflow, these are complex. You put transitions, conditions, you input validations, functions. There's a mix of everything, right? And so know that that's also a possibility. So let's compare workflows in company to team managed projects. So workflows are slightly different in the two. So the biggest takeaway here is that your workflows in a company managed project have to be done by your Jira admin. That's a non-negotiable, at least to a certain degree. There are some workflows. If your workflow is a simplified, well, I guess if your workflow is not shared, this is what I've been told. I haven't confirmed this myself, but if your workflow is not shared with any other projects, because remember the benefit of having a company managed workflow is that they can be in schemes and that schemes can be shared, right? But if your workflow is not shared with other projects, then there is now a permission in your Jira project permission scheme that you can open up editing to non-Jira admins. I would personally not recommend it because as you've seen in the last 30 minutes, there's so many different ways to screw this up. And to the untrained person, that's an easy way to yank your hair out of your head if you're the Jira admin, the head Jira admin, because people will make mistakes, especially when they're not trained on how workflows work. So I keep that off.
And several of them, if your head admin is Alex, will get you fired.
Yeah.
Because he will never live that down so long as I have a chance to say something.
Hey, just don't do dumb mistakes. You don't get fired. That's
I think you'd have more faith in me by now.
Rodney, you and I, as long as we've been working together, have never actually done Jira together.
I mean, no. Fair. We've been on Jiras together. We just never administered Jiras together.
Yeah, we talk a lot about administration of Jiras together, but we never actually do the Jira together. Although that sounds like a great t-shirt, do the Jira. Okay, so again, biggest difference is in company, you need to be a Jira admin. This is a really good general rule of thumb. Even though there's now workarounds, I would not enable those workarounds. Those are bait. So Jira admins are going to be the ones that are going to set up your workflow. So project admins can only configure how the workflow appears on the board by associating statuses with columns. Project admins can't add or delete statuses or configure transitions or anything. You will need your Jira admin for that. In company managed projects, workflow schemes determine which workflow each issue type uses. Although this is a thing in team managed projects as well, but basically each issue type can have a different workflow. Multiple company managed projects can use the same workflow, which is a company managed only thing. Again, only Jira admins can do that. Company managed projects can use the transition screens in a workflow to require users to enter data. So there's validators and conditions when transitioning. And then you can also use templates to create workflows for request types. You know what's funny? Have you ever, just out of curiosity, Rodney, because we're on the topic of workflows, in all the years that I've used Jira, and it's been many years, have you ever done, or do you know, does anybody in the chat know? Right, I'm trying to get to a button here. Come on, Jira. Don't make me look bad in front of the wizard. Okay, I got to go to the workflow scheme. Hold up, folks. I got to go to the scheme. Here we go. What the hell is this button for?
I do not know. I've played with it once. It didn't really do anything.
Does anybody actually put their workflows on the marketplace? There's some here. Do you have to pay for these? Like what? Why do we have? I've done like 1,000 workflows in my life. Not once have I ever clicked on that get it from the marketplace one.
I clicked on it early, like within the first year of becoming a Jira admin, when I was still learning the ins and outs of how this system even works. And I've never found it useful.
You know what would be a great feature at Atlassian if you're listening? Add a workflow from my sandbox, because I've already done the workflow over there. Now I got to recreate it in production, unless you're using something like Revyz backups or Jira, because Revyz doesn't only just do backups, but rather lets you copy configurations from one instance to another. So there's a couple different uses for Revyz. So it's not just backups. It's not just there for when you mess up your workflows, but they're actually there to help you transition or move your entire workflow and all its dependencies over to your production environment. So we'll be making a course on that too, to show you what that looks like in the near future. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. But yeah, if you don't use something like Revyz to move your configurations over from sandbox to production, you have to manually recreate your workflows in production. I wish there was a button that says copy from sandbox and or pick it from over there.
Yeah.
Atlassian, fix it. All right. Well, I'm just glad that I'm not the only one that's like, I'm like, why in the world does this exist? Like, I've never once had any reason to hit that button. Greg says, I think the workflow marketplace is like Atlassian's way of being able to share and migrate. But can you, that's why I would like to put my sandbox workflows into it and copy them over. But Kari's with us right here. She wishes there was a button to copy from sandbox. Yep. If not, Kari, you got to use Revyz. This is the best way to get your automation rules, your schemes, your fields, everything you have in the sandbox over to production. Make sure you give Revyz a try. It saves you time. I think just if your use case is to literally build stuff in the sandbox, so change management protocols and rules that you have in your company, governance. And so if your policy is do it in the sandbox first and then do it in production, it seems easy, but a couple of problems come to mind. Rodney, if you're not careful, you can confuse which Jira you're in. I've had the situation where I thought I was in the sandbox and I thought I was deleting something in the sandbox, but I was actually in production. So what I do when I go to my sandbox is I make it red and I add a banner and I make it all kinds of customizable so that I know I'm not in my regular Jira. Because the only thing that you can learn is that little URL. So tiny. That tells you that you're in the sandbox. And the second thing that you got to consider is that you still have to recreate it. So if you make a complex workflow with a bunch of validation rules and a bunch of conditions, a bunch of post functions, a bunch of statuses, a bunch of transitions, if you have 50, then you got to recreate 50 and you can't forget one. Because if you forget one, your whole workflow is botched. So again, use something like Revyz. It will save you so much headache, so much time, so much money in the long run, because hourly money is money still.
Yeah. Revyz is your best option for the full workflow. There is, and I feel it would be negligent not to mention this, the ability to export a workflow from Jira.
Yep, and that's what Kari
But
was asking.
it does not forget anything. If you have a validator or transition or post function from an app, it will not include those.
You know, well, let's stay on that topic though, because let's assume this is something. So I've never done this, Rodney, because I know that you can export a workflow, right? I can go into any workflow here. Let's just get into one. Oh man, I'm in the wrong place. It's like if I'm doing workflows for the first time in my life. Here, let's go to here, edit. I'm just gonna grab a workflow. And where the heck's the export button? Hey, here it is. Right? So I can export. But what I've never seen or found is where's the import button?
So go to the workflow overview page that shows all the workflows.
Okay.
Click
Up
the
here?
drop down for add workflow. It should be import right there.
But see, this is why I'm back to that marketplace button, but I've never seen the where's. Okay, so Kari's telling us we got to go to system over here. Import.
External import. External system import.
Use that for projects, though, not for workflows. Okay, so I'm in the external system import, but where do I pick the workflow? And do I have to be in the old experience? I got a
No, it
JSON.
wouldn't
Am
be
I
the old
importing
experience. No, you're not importing a JSON. Go back.
Oh, you can't. Oh, I guess there's a button. This is the new one. Let's see. See, I'm telling you, I've thought of this. This is something that
Maybe
I've
it's
exported
one of the Jira at the bottom. I mean, it should be data, project data, but maybe it'll take a workflow.
But again, Rodney, the fact that you and I spend an unhealthy amount of time in Jira and we don't know how to import a workflow is a problem.
Again, my specialty on the team is DC. I am learning cloud. I am proficient in cloud, but I can tell you exactly where it is on DC.
So you actually have an import button for workflows in DC?
Yes.
I've never. So in the last 3 years, so Kari is telling us that we have to do import XML. Was that over here? No, that was Trello.
No, that
Where's
was
she
not.
at? Under, okay, work. Okay, so we're in import Jira Cloud. Are we doing import Jira Cloud, Kari? Import data? No, that's the backup. I don't know.
Go
See,
to
again,
the external system import. Keep it at the new experience.
there's no XML here. I don't see an XML here. Yes, hang on. Looking. Thought it was there too. See, in just this conversation, Revyz just paid for itself.
True story. You would have been done already if you had used Revyz.
You click a couple of buttons in Revyz, and that workflow's in production. It does it for you. So again, this was totally not scripted. We're not. I mean, obviously, we're very thankful for our sponsors, but this is one of those use cases where Revyz makes sense because the amount of time you're going to spend Googling trying to figure out where that damn import button is, not worth it. Okay, while Kari and everybody else goes out there and looks for it for us, we're going to continue because we got 19 minutes to finish this one up, and I'm getting hungry. All right, so project admins on the team managed side, project admins can control the workflow in their project. So you do not need a Jira admin. So you're able to do everything you can, or everything that Jira allows you, but there's certain things that you cannot do. So you cannot use the same workflow in multiple work items. You cannot use transition screens, and you can't use resolutions. Womp, womp, womp. So just know that that's there. All right. What have we learned? Oh, hopefully nothing. What is the transition? So an action. There we go. This one. Next question. Raul's team wants to control their own workflow without involving a Jira admin. What type of project would this? Okay, so if this is the test, dude, I'm just gonna go take it tomorrow. True or false? In a simplified workflow, you can move freely from any status to any status. Yes. Great work. Next lesson. Yay. All right. Create a basic workflow in Jira. By the end of this lesson, you're going to be able to differentiate workflow editors and create a workflow. So the workflow editors enable admins to create, move, reuse, and delete statuses and transitions for a workflow, as well as add conditions, validators, post functions, and transition screens. There are 3 kinds of workflow editors in Jira, because that's not confusing at all. Okay, Carol. So it says in Jira Cloud, you can't import workflows from anywhere other than the Atlassian Marketplace. So then how am I supposed to export my workflow from the sandbox, and then upload it to some magical marketplace because it's proprietary data for my workflow, only to then download it and be able to import it from that said marketplace? Like, that doesn't make sense.
And they still let you export it. That's the thing. If they're going to remove the import, they need to remove the export functionality too.
Why do they have an export? Like, what is the value of the export then?
No one bothered to remove it yet. I think now that a couple of YouTubers have pointed it out, it may get removed in the next year.
Disappeared. We need to have a face-to-face with Dave Meyer here. Like, it needs to happen. We need to get this one scheduled.
But yeah, I call that a BS regression. That's the kind of thing that if I was in charge of the software team, would be filed as a bug. Atlassian probably considers it a feature.
We're going to open up a ticket, says Carol.
So can we figure out how long that Jack ticket will be alive? Will it be able to drink some one day?
20 years from now. Do you think there will be like 40, 50-year-old Jack tickets at one point?
Yeah, I am convinced there will be.
When I was a G.
Still gathering interest too.
I wish there was a way. Maybe that's something that we do. We should just go through all the Jack tickets and see which ones are gathering interest and just like get all of our subscribers to like one to just flood it. I don't think Atlassian is like designed to like take in an influx of information from an influencer network.
They're not.
Yeah, that'd be so cool. That'd be so cool. We like literally just pick up one day, like we just pick a Jack ticket and we have like everybody on LinkedIn and YouTube and all of our like, you know, followers just like just go hit the button and submit your interest. And I would be so curious to see what this poor Atlassian one is going to be like. There's an uptick in demand. Like, where did 1,000 people all of a sudden are interested in this one? That'd be cool. That'd be so funny. We could like instigate a change at Atlassian by literally staging a coup.
I mean, there's been some evidence that we've done it before.
Yeah, but it was very uncoordinated and very accidental. I'm like, what if we actually like try to do a revolution?
So field level security should be our first hit.
That's the first one. We should. Okay, so that sounds like a LinkedIn post we're gonna have to put. If you can change anything on Jira, what would it be? Maybe go back to the old UI. I wonder if there's a way to petition. Who would sign a petition to revert Jira back to the old UI? Because this new UI. Have you seen this, Rodney? Let me show you this. Let me show you a problem I'm having. I know a little sidebar, but we got 15 minutes and we're about to start a new module. So check this out. I am working on a sponsored video, not sponsored, but I'm in Elements copy, right? I'm trying to do the use case that I'm working here is if you have a JSM ticket and you want it to show up in Jira software because you want your developers to work a JSM ticket. It's a couple of different ways to do it manually, even through automation rules, but this app will let me do what I need to do, right? So I'm in here and creating my recipes, doing what I got to do, doing all my stuff, right? So I won't bore you with the details, but I'm in here doing stuff. And then I got to a point where I needed to go to the settings of this app. And so now I have to go down to the bottom and like go to explore more apps to finally get to my apps here, right? And so now then I got to find my app and I was doing some settings over here, right? So I'm here. Now I'm still in the wrong place. I needed to be over here, right? So to hit this button, sometimes it doesn't work. It doesn't go back. Like, I think, let me try the workflow. I think it might be in the workflow. Like if I'm inside the project workflow and I'm configuring the workflow here, okay, and I go to like the permission scheme, maybe because I left. No, that doesn't make sense. I needed to do it where I wasn't. Let me edit the workflow here. I don't want to move to another tab here, right? So if I'm here and I want to go back to my project, I normally hit this button. Oh, now it's working. Dang it! So, I, see, okay. So I went back and I'm on this page, but now if I hit this button, please don't work. Okay, there we go. That's the bug. See how I'm hitting the button to go back to projects? But it won't let me. So you would say, well, there's a switch settings. So I went to projects, but this takes you to the settings page for the project, not back to the project list. I want to see this list, but it wasn't taking me there. You see, so that's a bug that you have to skip through a couple of steps. The easiest way that I found was I was simply clicking back here and going back into Jira to get back in there. But yeah, Curry's had it where I had to go back to the project list and had to start all over again. It's super annoying. Like this new UI, I'm not liking it. So in the chat, who would be with me to sign a petition and revert us back?
I mean, I don't think it'll be a successful petition, but I'd be interested to see that movement.
All right, let's see if we can power through this one. It says 10 minutes, Rodney. Let's see. Focus. Can we get through this 10-minute module in 10 minutes?
I'm going to bet no, but I'm willing to try.
All right. All right. Workflow editors. Okay, and there's 3 of them. I don't know why. We just need one. Right. So the new workflow editor combines all the workflow configurations into a simple view with a header and a bar on the side. We recommend you use this editor as it is the most streamlined editing and the most configurations in one place. But it's also the most confusing. I don't like this new one. Do you use the new one?
I do not.
I don't. I use the old workflow editor. This is my bread and butter. This is what I grew up with, and this is the one I used.
So the real question here is, do you use the diagram view or the list view?
I only use diagram view. I know you're a big fan of the list view. I don't know why. Something's wrong with you.
I won't say I'm a big fan of the list view per se. In certain circumstances, yes, it makes more sense. But that is only when I'm trying to find a specific transition on a specific status. Trying to go through and highlight all the lines and find a specific transition is nightmarish on the diagram view. Control F on the list view, especially if I already know what the transition's named, much easier.
Yeah, I like clicking around. And then there's a text flow editor, which is exactly what you're describing. My problem is here, when you have too many transitions, like it gets really overwhelming with what the heck's happening and how do you fix the one you were looking for.
Again, this is where our different approaches come into play, where I like to name a transition after the destination status, and you like it to be some sort of verb. I'm not saying your approach is wrong. I'm just saying that can lead to some confusion.
All right, we're starting a revolution here. Sorry, not to detract, but old UI, keep the new font. I would say keep the new icons as well. Call it an upgrade, make pure money. Like this is the recipe for success.
45 seconds.
For what?
It took us 45 seconds to get distracted.
I wonder how many people come for the distractions as opposed to the knowledge to go pass the test.
I think the distractions is part of the knowledge to go pass the test because it's the context, and that's really what you need to pass these exams is the context behind why this is the way it is. And even when it's like, look, this is what they will test, but this is what you should actually do based on experience.
Yeah, based on a lot of scars on our bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, squirrel. All right. You can choose which workflow editor you use by either clicking on the switch editor or the more actions. And I'm still a fan of either this one or if you're crazy like Rodney, this one. But this new one, I don't like it. I'm not the biggest fan. I feel like I'm so muscle memory. that even though everything's here that I need, it feels different and I don't like it. I like this one. All right, create workflow. So here's where you have some options. Okay. In most cases, you'll want to create a workflow by copying an existing workflow and customizing it. If there are workflows similar to what you need, then you will save time. When creating a new team managed project, you can still share all the settings with an existing project, including workflows, but you can't copy individual workflows within an existing team managed project. Well, okay. So to copy a workflow in a team managed project, you navigate to the request type, whose workflow you want to copy, click edit workflow, then more actions, copy to another request type. Let's test that out because this is not something I typically do. Folks, I don't spend a whole lot of time in team managed projects in case it wasn't obvious. Project settings. Boy, I'm getting very hungry. Work types, epic, edit workflow. Where's my copy button? That's what they said, right? Click edit workflow, then more actions. Where's the actions? Did I miss something? Let's try the task. Edit workflow. All right. Well, folks, if you're gonna put it in a document, it's gotta be there. Don't use team managed projects. Trust. So here's my 2 cents on when you're taking the test. Do what they say here because that's what they're gonna test you on. Don't do on what reality is because they're not gonna test you on that.
Fair.
Carrie, are we saying your name right? Is it Carrie? Kari? Help us out here. I don't want to butcher your name every time. You seem like a pretty cool person that I don't want to be messing up their name.
But someone
or.
who I'm not going to name on this show or on the study session asked the CEO of Atlassian, why do team managed projects exist? And I agree with the principle and the idea. Do not agree with the execution.
It's Carrie. Okay, I like Carrie. We deter our users from team management. That would be a cool little thing. Maybe like if Atlassian, you know what? If Atlassian, no, you know what? For team managed projects, you can put your background, right? I would put like skulls and scary stuff to convince people to not use them. All right. On the in Jira administration on the sidebar, click on workflows next to any workflow, click on more actions and copy. So copying a workflow in a team managed project, in a company managed project is much easier. You go to your project here. You go to your project settings. I do it this way because then I guarantee that I'm going to be in the workflow that I need to be in. But you can't go to the gear, go to work types, and then do it. But you go to your workflows, and then you just go to actions and you copy. Now, pros and cons to copying or starting fresh, because there is an add a workflow where you create a new workflow. My pro, if I'm going to make a workflow for an existing project and I'm just going to break it up into like the task, right? If I'm separating this task from the bugs and there's a lot of overlap, I'm going to make a copy because then I'm just tweaking, right? I'm removing a couple statuses, I'm adding a couple statuses, and we're done. If you're like from the ground up architecting something new, I would just click create because then you got to delete so many things, right? And start all over. So that's my 2 cents. Make it make sense, but depends on how much. I would say gauge how much work you think you're going to need and then go from there. So creating a new workflow, I kind of just showed you, right? So you literally go to the gear, you go to workflows, you click on this button and you're there. Yay. Reminder, if you go down this route, accommodate for your resolution not being set. You will have to set your resolution if you create a brand new workflow. That's another pro to why you would copy a workflow, because if you copy the workflow, then it's not a guarantee. It's not 100%, but you have a higher probability, especially if you don't fudge around with your done statuses, that your resolutions will be set. Look, you can also import workflows you exported from other sites or the Atlassian Marketplace. Fake news. Show us Atlassian. I wonder if it's in this video. You know what, Ronnie? Another LinkedIn post. We should add a LinkedIn post. Does anybody actually know how to import a workflow not from the marketplace? Because this statement here says that you can. So I'd be curious. Does anybody actually know how to do this? I mean, obviously in this chat here we exhausted it, but anybody outside, let's see. I'd be very curious. All right, configuring your workflows.
Post.
Editing statuses. So this right here is fireable offense numero uno. So basic workflows usually have 3 or 4 statuses: to do, in progress, review, and done. Admins can add new statuses while configuring. All right. So to add it, to edit a status in the new workflow, click on status. In the side panel, you can change the name, category, properties. Never, ever, ever, ever do this. Never do what Atlassian just told you to do. Never open up a status, never click on the status, never click on edit, and never rename that. If you do this, even though this workflow is applied to just one project, you will remove backlog from everybody. All backlog statuses across all the projects in your instance will be impacted. Never, ever, ever rename a status unless you want to get fired by me.
Yeah, this was what I was alluding to earlier. Alex has like 3 or 4 things that if you do in Jira and you're his employee, you're no longer his employee. This is one of them.
Always make a new status, swap things out, delete the old, or remove the old status, but never rename it. The only time I am comfortable with renaming a status is if I go Rod's status, right? And I click on add and I just make a status, right? I just made it. It's in a workflow that hasn't been published. It is safe. I will edit this right now. And that's the only time that I will edit a workflow, because a status, because I know that it hasn't been used by anybody. It's still in development. But once you publish that workflow, you got to make a new status and swap them out, because you're just going to create all kinds of problems.
And then you need to repeat this around 1,100 times and then give your instance over to Greg.
Yeah. And then Greg's like, that's why we ended up with 1,100 statuses. All right. What did Susan say? Carrie, I wish I could. We're on standard, no sandbox. Oh. Train on sandbox. So Carrie or Susan, one little pro tip: Jira is free, right? Jira is free, and so you can't go create your own Jira and then make your changes over there. Screw that Jira up, and then
burn it down, create a new one.
And, yeah, you don't need to have a sandbox, but you can create another Jira. All right, adding the status though, very similar. You just literally saw me add Rod's status, so that one's good. Editing transitions. This one I'm more okay. You can edit transitions. You're not going to get fired. But just renaming things in Jira is usually not a good idea. Okay. Let's see what we learned. Oh, Ronnie, we might actually be able to make it. So which workflow editor does Atlassian recommend? The new one. Duh.
But that's wrong.
Is a team management project. How can he configure workflows? He can copy workflows from no. Yes. No.
I think it might be 3.
He can configure. Is a team managed software project admin. How can he configure workflows? I want to say it's the last one. He can modify individual workflows in his team managed project. Because I know he can copy, but the rule wasn't very clear up here. I kind of read real past it real fast. When creating a new team managed project, you can share all the settings with an existing project, including workflows, but you can't copy individual workflows. What does that even mean? I'm going to go with the last one.
I think the last one based on that.
Okay, cool. So we finished that one, and we're right at time. We only went over by a minute, and we actually finished a 10-minute section in 13 minutes. Look at that, world record. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to session number 8 of the ACP-620 study guide. I am tired. Ronnie, how you doing?
I am not as tired.
That last section took a lot out of me. There's a lot of energy you got to bring to the game to make workflows interesting.
I mean, yes, and I just sat through right before your session where I was trolling you. I just sat through Rob's session, giving him the same treatment. So I've been going on 2 hours, about to go on 3 here.
Good to know where your priorities are, Ronnie. Just trolling your fellow teammates. All right, folks. So we're gonna continue it. We are not even halfway. I get almost halfway through the study session here of this particular module, which was talking about configuring workflows and notifications in Jira projects. So we're gonna go over to create workflows in in Jira, and talk about triggers. So again, this is building up. So make sure if you haven't already, go watch the other sessions that we've done. We have 7 of them, and this is the 8th one. And so make sure you catch up and stay up to date. Now, at the end, if and when we do, we predict that there's going to be like 15 or so of these. We will stitch this into a long, like 15-hour session. So make sure you subscribe for that as well. And we're running, what is it, 10 away from 1,900 subscribers?
I believe so. I haven't checked it this morning, but
so if you're
that's
watching
where we were
this,
last night.
Yeah, so if you're watching this and you haven't subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Help us get to 1,900. We'd love to hit that 2,000 mark, hopefully before the end of the month. I think if we hit 2,000 by our birthday, I'd be very, very happy.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jira Life is turning, the Jira Life is turning 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. 23, 24, 22. The Jira Life is turning 2. And so what better way to celebrate our 2-year anniversary than with 2,000 subscribers? So make sure you smash the subscribe button, help us out here. And we know that even if you've already subscribed, you have extra Google accounts to subscribe to. All right. So use triggers to automatically transition work. We're going to talk about triggers. So triggers automatically transition work when certain events occur in your development tools like in Bitbucket. Now, this, my friends, is an advanced thing, and this is why it's under complex. You wouldn't do this unless you have a specific reason to do it. Liz, you're joining us 2 for 2. Unless was Liz in Rob's session as well? I think she likes to go to Rob's as well. So I'm assuming Liz
Sarah was in Rob's. She was in this one or in yours. Now she's in this one. I think Liz is also 3 for 3.
3 for 3 on a Tuesday morning. Wow, we just gotta have to make this like the day of the Atlassian Tuesday or something. Either that or we gotta start picking other days of the week.
No.
Okay, so for example, when a user creates a pull request, update the status of corresponding Jira work item. Triggers support developers while they complete their work in Jira. They can remain focused while providing insights to stakeholders. So to use the triggers, Jira admins need to integrate your site with the development tool. Then you have the events related to your development tools that you can use in workflows. Now, there's a couple of things here that I want to unpack here, Rodney. The big one, and Scott, look, Scott's on the 3 for 3 as well, then maybe.
I don't remember.
Scott was pretty vocal in the last one, so maybe Scott's 2 for 3. But we're on hour 3 of the Atlassian community-led courses. Okay, so 2 things that I want to talk about this particular section here, right? Number 1, you can use automation rules, and you can use workflows. There's now a pros and a cons to both. My 2 cents. I actually enjoy the automation more. I think the automation gives me that developer vibe for just 2 seconds. And I feel it's a little bit more powerful. It's a lot more visual, that's for sure. But it comes with a very big cost now. And that is every time that your developer submits a PR, and that could be 10 times a day, right? 20 times a day, 50 developers.
Per developer.
Yeah, 50 developers, 100 developers, 10 times a day. You are quickly going to hit your usage limits very, very quickly. So there's this tried and true old school way of doing it, which is through a trigger. So that's one thing you need to know. The second thing that you need to know is that you should implement these things, because one of the biggest problems that I usually hear, or the biggest complaint that I hear, is that developers don't want to go into Jira. They don't want to go to Jira to update their statuses. They don't want to go to Jira to do things in Jira, right? And so through triggers, they can stay in their world, in their software development world, and Jira will automatically work on their behalf. So this is a really good thing, right? So if you're finding that your developers are not updating Jira, or that things in Jira are just getting stale, then try and look into either the automation rule, because I do think automation rules are a little bit easier to set up in this respect. But again, it's not scalable, and you might hit your usage limits really quickly. But if you have like 200,000 usage limits on your automation rules, then I would say do the automation rule. But if you have like under 10,000, I probably wouldn't do it. Any thoughts, Rodney?
Anytime I don't have to have the developer do something, it just happens for them, I prefer it. So either option works. I prefer triggers just because it's built into the workflow. People could see it as part of their workflow. But you said they're not as powerful. You can't do as much. If you want to transition the issue plus do several other actions, it's probably better to just do the automation.
Yep. I prefer the automation, but I feel like the workflow is a little bit harder. And in fact, we're going to jump into it and we're going to look at how to add a workflow. So I'm going to jump into
Again.
the workflow that we were working out of in this last AC or the last course that we're in. I'm still not used to, Rodney. I'm so used to going into the project to then go to project settings. I'm not used to essentially hitting that project setting right away without even going into the project. By the way, my Jira still gets stuck, so I'm not happy about that. Now, what is interesting is that Atlassian wants us to use the new editor. So in order for these instructions to make sense, I'm going to switch to the new editor. I don't usually do this. I don't like the new editor, but we're going to see how good their instructions are. So it says in the new workflow editor, click on our transition. So we're going to go in progress. There's a trigger here. And actually, you know what? Let's, yes, branch. When a branch is created, that's going to be my trigger. Done. Hey, that was easy. And so that's cool. So these are all the different triggers you have. So you can do things when pull requests are created. So you can move it from in progress to like code review. When the pull request is merged, you can move it to done. If it's declined, you can make them go backwards. If it's reopened, you can do other things, right? So these are all the different types of things that you have. Is Crucible cloud-based?
No, it is not.
Can you connect?
I think this is old nomenclature.
But can you connect Jira Cloud to Crucible?
You can. The question is if you should is a whole nother question. We've got Ivan from Barcelona saying hi.
It's Ivan from Barcelona.
Ivan? Excuse me, I have my apologies.
You better start practicing, dude. You're going to be there in 5 months.
So I'm told. That's so interesting, though, that we have Crucible, because I would have thought this would have get updated with like Bitbucket or something. Do you even do reviews? I haven't used Bitbucket enough. You do this in Bitbucket. All this is functionality in Bitbucket now.
Yeah, but I would have assumed that it got rolled under the pull request, right? Like, does that make sense? Like the review happens as part of the PR, not its own independent thing.
I don't know. My favorite of these, I mean, PRs, all that, they're a little subjective, whether that constitutes a move or not. Branch created. That is one of my favorites, because if a developer has created a branch, they have definitely started work on it. So that's a good time to move from start work or use the start work transition to go from new to in progress.
Yep.
Using your case here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a great one, right? Because it'll force that developer to again not necessarily have to go and update Jira, but it'll force them to follow the good practices, right? They should be creating feature branches for their work. And Jira will automatically follow along without having to add that extra overhead.
Now, there's a caveat to using triggers. Can you think what it is?
There's a caveat to using triggers. The only thing that came to my mind is they still have to tag the ticket, right?
They have to tag ticket. That's going to be the case to link the issue to the branch anyways. But what happens if you have a trigger, but it has a condition that's not met or a validator that's not met?
I'm assuming in their workflow on the Git side, they'll still have the branch created. Jira just won't update, so you kind of lose that value there.
Exactly.
So make sure that you don't have conflicting settings. But the real question is, who's the author of that trigger then? Because what if it's not the user, but rather the system?
I want to say last time I used this, it used the we had the situation where the users were the same on both systems because they're using the same source of truth and same settings on LDAP. So, and to show you how long ago since I've done this in a work environment and not in my test lab, but it used the user that was logged into Bitbucket to do the action because it was the same user.
Yeah, no, but I get that part. But like if we were to do this in an automation rule, it's the actor who would be executing this transition.
Yes, it would.
So in the trigger of a workflow, who's the actor in that? I know there's no actor in the workflow, but who is the? Is it Jira? Because it's a trigger, right?
It's the user that executed it. Whoever created the branch, assuming they're the same user. If not, it's just Jira doing it.
I think this is something I don't have Bitbucket connected, so I can't quickly test it. But this is an interesting one. I don't think it'll be on the 620, but for our own edification, we're
going way off into the weeds here. But triggers are awesome. They're a great way, especially for developers. You're setting up Jira for a development team to take work off of them, but still keep Jira updated.
Yep. Moving on from triggers, we have conditions. Conditions I use a lot. Triggers I don't use a whole lot, but if I was a developer, I can see a lot of value. But the conditions, this is where you start now to entering more common territory, right? Because triggers, especially when you look at the available triggers, these are very developer centric. So if you don't have development teams, then you're probably never even going to touch a trigger. But your conditions, those apply to anybody and everybody. So let's talk about these conditions a little bit more. So as I mentioned in the last section, if you weren't in my ACP, in my last section here that came off 15 minutes ago, conditions prevent a transition from even being visible, right? So when you are in Jira and you are, let me just open up a new drop down. When you're inside of Jira and you go to transition an item, right? And so you open up a particular story and you click on this little drop down for the status. If you don't meet the condition, this doesn't show, right? Or if you had multiple transitions out of a status, you would see the other ones that don't have a condition, but you would definitely not see the one that you don't meet the condition for. And so you have to be smart about this because it's good, right? You can do it. So my favorite use case of this is like moving something to done. A lot of times you don't want the creator, the reporter, to be the person that moves to done. You don't want the developer to be the one that moves something to done because they tend to cheat, right? They tend to just move things to done without doing any kind of quality check or something like that, right? And so usually you want to restrict who can actually move something to done. And that's how you can do it using the condition.
My favorite use of conditions is to have, I've said this before, I think I've said this before in the series. I hate that Jira does not have a feel of security kind of setup. You can kind of fake it. People can still manage it with bulk edits, but you can kind of fake it using a conditioned transition that self-references back to the same status that has a pop-up. And that's the only place you have the ability to edit certain fields. You have them in the view screen on the main view, but not in the create or edit screens. And then you have them on this one screen that pops up during a transition.
Yeah. From Justin's point of view, though, that this is very annoying because when you're troubleshooting, right, especially when you have multiple Jira admins, multiple people can go in and create these conditions, but you're not going to remember that the conditions have been set. And so a user is going to complain and go, hey, I can't transition for whatever reason. And the answer is going to be, well, because you have a condition. What movie is it? You, sir, have a condition. Oh, the Hulk. When the Hulk jumped out of the building and that old guy saw him and he's like, you, sir, have a condition.
Yes.
Also, shout out to Atlassian for this water cup here. Can't see the logo, but it's there. Barely.
Yeah.
Not sponsored, but shout out to our sponsor though, Revyz. Where's our Revyz background?
I think I had to take it off for the regular show. So
Shout out to Revyz. If you guys are not backing up your Jira, because when things go wrong, when you start adding conditions everywhere, and you're like, "What the heck is going on? Who made all these changes?" Jira Revyz got your back. They will. You'll be able to revert back, especially if somebody goes way too deep down the rabbit hole and makes a condition on everything, and you just need to go back to an older version of your workflow that actually worked, and you didn't make a copy. Well, Revyz is going to have your back and have those copies for you. Additionally, if you go to your sandbox or to a different Jira and you test a workflow with new conditions, because folks, once you put the condition, right? Once you put a condition in Jira, you yourself could lock yourself out, right? If you are not in the group or in the condition that meets the condition, right? And so if you messed yourself up and you were like, uh-oh, how do I get back out of this? Again, do something like Revyz. But the other thing is if you're in the sandbox testing things out, because again, you want to be careful. The moment you publish that workflow with conditions, if you didn't set it up correctly, you just kicked out a lot of important people. They're going to have a word to say.
You do not want to be the one coming into the office to see a line at your desk.
Yeah. And so you want to test in the sandbox, right? And so, but then you got to recreate these things in production. And so Revyz will let you configure or change your copy configurations from sandbox to production in seconds, as opposed to, recreating 50 conditions in your workflow. So definitely check out Revyz. There's actually a link in the description this time, and I actually put it in there this time. So go show them some love and tell them we sent you.
I know you mentioned this during your last session last hour, and I know we mentioned this on Thursday. They're the best way to move workflows because although you can export a workflow,
there's no way
you can't import it in cloud. But yet, if you have Revyz, you can move that workflow.
Yeah. Okay. So what is the condition, right? It just basically makes it so that if you do not meet the qualification, like a user must be in the QA team, you must be the current assignee, right? Whatever the or field must be filled out. That's a pretty good condition, right? If you don't hit that, or that condition is not met, then whatever action they're trying to do is just not going to be possible. And so select done, and so you have to meet the condition. So to add the conditions, we're gonna, and this is something I don't like about the new workflow editor, by the way. There are rules, but then from here, they're not clearly labeled. I don't know, like I would have put this conditions. No? You see how that makes
I would have, it says more of what it does. I mean, me and you, when we say condition, workflow condition, we instantly know because we've been in this system for years now.
Yeah,
this feels more junior admin friendly.
Yeah, but in the old workflow, I would say this is opposite of what you just said, because as a new Jira admin, I might not be able to read in between the lines that conditions is restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have called this condition transitions or something. But these are all the ones that are available here, a little bit more graphical than in the old UI, but definitely gives you a little bit more context. I think this view does make it a little bit easier to understand. But again, I would have put condition here somewhere other than here. But that's how you add them. So you just add them here, pick a transition, add the restriction, and just be careful. Validators. Wow, I feel like we really got to think our stuff better. I feel like we just went over validators and conditions. So the validator is happening during and after the transition has occurred. Okay. Gamer likes the new UI. Gomer, sorry. Wow. Gomer likes the new UI.
You just did that to me not even 5 minutes ago.
Ivan. It says, oh geez, it's a deep dive, just trying to find the missing piece. Yeah. Okay. What was I going with this? Validators. They're gonna check any input given during the transition is valid before transition. So This is an interesting one. So the condition kind of prevents you from even getting started. The validator will at least initiate the transition, but if something doesn't work out correctly, it'll immediately stop it. So you can still take action. You'll still be able to do something, but it won't let you get very far. Some examples of this is when a user opens a support ticket, they have to add a comment. When a user closes a payment request, they must have the administrator permission. This almost feels like a condition. And when a user,
it's available as validator, but it's not really useful as validator. It's much more useful as a condition.
Yeah. When a user fixes a bug, they will enter a fix version. So, in other words, making them feel required. As I yawn my way through my last statement. You can use validators to show an error when users don't meet the criteria. If a transitions validator fails, the workflow won't transition. And company managed project.
So yeah, let's go and get that detail done, and then I've got a very important note between conditions and validator because they sound very similar at first. But go ahead and finish, Alex.
The only thing I was going to add here, right, is these validators, the most common use case that I have for this is making them feel required, right? But I like to, as a gesture to the user, and this kind of goes with this highlighted item, if I know that I'm going to make a feel required later on in the workflow, that user might not know. And so as a good gesture, I like to pop up a transition screen so that they see at least the one or two fields that I'm going to prompt them to make required. Because then if they ignore that and then Jira yells at them, well, it's on them. Yeah. But I was at least nice and courteous to show them and go, I'm a gesture. Thank you, Ghost. I'm going to at least be kind and prompt it to them.
This gets into the main thing to understand about validators and why they are so powerful. Conditions are determined when you load the issue or whatever view you're in. It determines at that point whether you could see that transition or not. So conditions work before you even decide to take an action. Validators work in the middle of the action, most importantly, after the pop-up. So if you need to make a change that is on a pop-up screen, you want to ensure that change is made in place, be that a comment, as Alex said, a required field, something. You could have it on that pop-up screen for the transition, and then have the validator verify that they did fill out that pop-up as required before the transition is allowed to complete. So that timing there between the two is how differentiates how you would use each one. As Alex said, using something like you have to be a project administrator, I will not use that as a validator, use that as a condition. Understanding that people then cannot see that transition unless they are the project admin. This is great for a emergency cleanup close kind of activity. A validator is great for like required fields or field logic there because it does allow you to do it after the pop-up.
Yep, 100%. So how do you add the validator? Again, very similar, except this time you go to the validate one and you pick one of the validators. I do enjoy this new description. I think this makes it a little bit easier to digest than the old one.
Yeah,
just a little bit. Then we got post functions. This is the ones I use a lot. So I would say conditions I use less than 10%. Triggers I never use. 0%, maybe 1%. 0, but it's closer to 0%. Conditions I use less than 10%. Validators I use 20 to 30% of the time. But post functions, I'm like 80, 90% of the time. So
we were talking about the automations and how the automations are now capped. Thank you, Atlassian. This is a great way to get around that.
Yeah, and we've actually had an episode of the Jira Life where we talked about the difference between workflows and automation rules and when you should do one versus the other.
Yeah.
Okay. So post functions. These perform an action after the transition executes. So the transition will have happened, and then It's almost immediate. It's almost instantaneous. It's not always though. Like I wouldn't bet my salary or my life on it. Sometimes it takes a second or two, but it's pretty much almost instantaneous. You can then it'll take effect, but it happens after the transition occurs. And so you can automatically assign a bug to a QA engineer. You can enter the current date. I love this one, by the way. This is one of my favorite post functions.
Absolutely.
Timestamping. I make a date custom field and I timestamp it when it entered in progress or when it entered a specific status. Now I can do some arithmetic with that date field.
One of the most interesting use cases for updating a field I've heard of is our friend Matt Dorr actually is the one who told me about this use case. He had a global field that's like universal status. That's just like a simple to do in progress done kind of deal selector. And what he would do is based off the status within their custom status within a project, he would set that field so that, yeah, you have the specific nomenclature for what the internal team calls it, that status, but you also have a global search field that goes, give me everything literally that is in progress, no matter what they call it.
Yep. This one is one of these things again where I didn't know this was a post function thing. Oh man, the sun disappeared. But I usually do an automation rule for this, but if you can save an automation rule, I would save the automation rule. But copying a value from the parent is a pretty common thing to do in automation rules. That if you cannot have to use up one of your automation rules, I would do a post function. Before a post
Ghost absolutely could, but when Matt Dorr first put this together, status category wasn't a JQL term you could use.
Yep. Couldn't that be solved using the JQ? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a new JQL clause that used to not be available.
All right, so before a post function can execute, the workflow must meet all the conditions and validators for that transition. Depending on the statuses and transitions in your workflow, you may see some default post function rules. One of the most common use cases is to manage the resolution field. Yeah, so we talked about that and that on the other one. But yeah, to do this one over here, you go to perform actions, and these are your automations. Now, this is interesting. Update an issue field. It looks like
Yep.
It looks like they just changed it so it's just the field now, because in the old UI you have to pick between a custom field and a base and a out of the box field. That, am I describing that correctly to you?
You're right.
Yeah. So now
it used to be. Yeah, they've finally combined these, and this has been a headache for years because the custom field was a hack to give us the functionality we wanted all along. Originally, Atlassian only let us update the built-in Atlassian provided fields in a post function. If you want to do a custom field, you had to get an add-on or an app or whatever they're calling it these days.
An app. So this was an interesting one. I would love to sit with somebody technical from Jira, because Atlassian started building us more for automation rules, because I'm assuming there's some sort of a, what do they call it, Lambda functions or whatever in the cloud.
Yep.
Right, to run these, to execute the automation rule, right? They have to make a call to an AWS server for this thing to happen, right? How does the workflow one work then?
Workflow is just a built-in part of the code.
So why would
automation? I think is Lambda function. I think this one is something different.
But why would it, like? Why would Atlassian, in good faith, create a system that was going to cost them money, knowing that they had a system that didn't cost them money?
Because the automation rules are that much more powerful.
Yeah, okay, I'll give that to you, but why not just focus on augmenting the workflows with automation rules by not creating the possibilities that you could do in the workflow in the automation rule? Like, why not just focus on automation rules that are hard or that are more powerful, but not why copy the stuff that we know works in workflows?
So I'll answer that in one question. Who can modify workflows versus who can modify a automation?
Well, that both of those is a subjective answer because you have ever since they introduced the usage limits on workflow on automation rules, you can restrict who can do both.
I mean, yes, you can restrict it, but think back to like Jira 7, Jira 6. Only admins could modify workflows, but project admins, and I'm talking about when this was just a code barrel product and not an Atlassian product, project admins can modify automation. So if I want something under my control, I'd put it in the workflow. If I was fine with something being done by a project admin, I looked at their work, or even if I was helping them, but I want them to be able to see it, I would put it in the automation.
Yeah.
That's why their overlap was needed.
But I'm telling you that not because of their continual abuse of the automation rules, I tend to remove my project admin from having this privilege, and we're back to square one, and it's still costing me money.
I mean, yes, but you're trying to figure out why something is the way now, and it's the way it is now because that's the way it was when it had to be that way, and no one's just ever changed it. As I said, it's still an open question. Sometimes I look at the same problem on 2 different days, and I'll solve it 2 different ways. One day will be automation, one day will be workflow. I tend to default to workflow these days because of the cap, but both are perfectly valid weapons to solve this problem.
Yeah, but one costs you money and one doesn't. I just don't get why Atlassian would have. I don't know. I don't think I'm explaining it right.
Don't question why Atlassian does weird things. They just do.
It's just interesting to me. Like, I feel like, well, the point that I was trying to make was, if the workflows don't cost you anything because they're fundamental, like under the hood, why wouldn't they carry that power then to automation rules? But then you said Cracker Barrel, whatever their name, Code Barrel.
Code Barrel, yeah.
So then that
again, automation did not start out as an Atlassian product; they were just an add-on.
Right. So
a very powerful one I loved, but
I answered my question. Okay, and the last thing on here is properties. So this is something. This is a property is something that I use maybe 5% of the time, maybe 10%, but closer to 5%. You look like you want to say something.
I'm going to leave this one be for a little bit and just remind people this is a course focused on project admins. As a project admin, you need to know what these are, but only on a surface level. You don't have to go as deep as I know me and Alex are about to go.
Yeah, I'll stay at the surface. So, great use case that I do properties, and I wish Atlassian gave us field level security, but through a workflow property, you can restrict who can do what. So, for example, you can make editing fields in a particular status impossible, unless you're in a group that has the privilege.
I like to do this for closed issues. Make sure we maintain that history. Make it only editable by the top level admins.
Yeah.
We could go in and change something if you absolutely need it, but you have to justify it to us.
Why? Yeah. So powerful stuff. That's usually the biggest use case, basically, because we don't have field level security, and we need to lock things like the resolve date. We need to lock things like the due date, especially once they enter closed. Right. That's a really good. I like to also lock things up when they things like enter like a review status. Right, because you're reviewing the was and the is. But this is a great way through a property. 2, you can restrict the resolutions available. So if your resolutions are a global thing, and so your team might have 1,000 resolutions, and you're like, what is all this? I don't want my user to pick from 1,000 different ones. You can just tell Jira, only show me these 5. Right? You can order the transition buttons within the work items. I have no idea what this means. Oh, in the drop down, right?
You just talked about this. I know you just talked about this.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have called it that. I wouldn't have called it transitions. I would have called them statuses. So if you don't have these lines here and you have the global transitions, you can reorder them. That is not the wording I would have picked, by the way. Because you're not transitioning per se. You're moving to a status. And it's a lot more. Never mind. I wouldn't have used this word. All right. You can add translate buttons if you have an international team. That I did not know.
Properties are very much a advanced use case. Most of the time, you will never need to even think about them, but they are an incredibly powerful tool in your tool belt as you craft workflows.
Go said that he needs to do this course training, learning a lot. This is honestly, like, I was so resistant and hesitant to do the ACPs. But once you kind of get into it, like, you even, like, as much as we spend an unhealthy amount of time in Jira, like, you're always learning something new. Like, I did not know that I did not know you can change the buttons to have for international teams. And then I love Sarah's comment here. There's a lot of questionable wording. All Jira is questionable at this point. All right. Workflows commonly use properties to further restrict permissions beyond a company managed permission schemes. For example, the permission scheme only enables Jira admins to delete work items, but you can use a property to only enable Jira admins to delete work in the done status. It is best to manage permissions exclusively in your permission scheme. However, you may have specific use case worth administrative burden. Each property has a key and a value. This is always confused the heck out of me. So the key indicates what the property is. The value specifies the necessary data. For example, you don't want users to edit work in the done status. So on the done status, you add the property with key jira.work.editable, and the value of false. The key indicates that the property will control if the work item is editable. The value.
And this used to just be jira.issue.editable, and this is why work item is the worst option they could have picked. I do want to hold up here for just half a second. Ghost says he has taken his ACP-120 on the 27th. Having just taken your 120 late last year, any thoughts other than check out our 120 playlist on the Jira Life channel?
Yeah. The 120, I think one, I'm seeing a lot of overlap on this course. So I think you will, if you haven't done our 120 study session, which I recommend you put that thing on 1.5 speed and run through it, like all 14 hours of it. But if you haven't, I think there's a lot of overlap. So if you've been following along with this one, you should walk in and at least get the D you need. Okay. Properties on the new one are in a dedicated properties section, and you go here, you add the property. The crappy part is that you have to go over here and kind of see what's possible. Like,
copy and paste will be your friend.
Yep. Well, I shouldn't say the crappy part, but the key part is that you need to know that this link is there. I don't know that it's there in the old UI.
It was, I think, question mark. I always pulled up the page anyways. It's one of my bookmarks.
Open workflow in the old editor. Let's go see. I'm curious. I don't think it's there. I think you're taking a shot in the dark. You need to know to Google it, unless they added something. Yeah, I don't see a link. There's definitely no link. So if you don't know that there's workflow properties and you got to Google it, then otherwise you're kind of not going to use them.
So when I first learned about this, I had to take a dedicated class on creating workflows to even get this knowledge. It wasn't even a documented thing. So take advantage of the documentation. It is definitely a godsend.
Yeah, I was talking to your boss, and I'm gonna have to be doing some Jira data center work right now. I'm a little worried because I'm a Jira Cloud expert, but when it comes to DC, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know, right? Especially when it comes to like databases and stuff. Like, but I was like, thankfully, after 20 years, I hope that every problem in data center has been Googled and documented. That I should be able to Google any database error in Jira Data
Only
Center.
if someone has been posting stuff for about 6 years now on some sort of a website.
Yeah, Jira and there's a guy in the Jira. But yeah, that's like my only thing where I was like, I'm so glad I'm coming into this problem 20 years later that there's 20 years of history for new stuff. All right, so let's look at an example. So Kiri, a Jira admin, is working with the developer team to configure a workflow for the feature work type. She has a set of requirements. So to move a feature to in progress, the current user must have the developer role. When a feature moves from to do to in progress, copy the assignee field. And then when a feature removes from in progress to done, the time spent field must have a value. I'm not watching a video. All right. Match these select, please. Match what?
Okay, so we're trying
match
to
them in
find.
the order. Okay. They're in the order already, no?
Yeah. Easiest question ever, right? To double check that, go like, that is right. Yes, that is right.
I like how you and I both had the same realization at the exact same time. We're like, that looks right. All right. Isa is a Jira admin on the transition from to do to in progress for a workflow she configures. A create branch trigger for an integrated development tool, a condition that only allows project admins to transition it, and a validator with the transition screen that requires users to add a comment. What is the problem with this configuration? This is a case of this is a case of too much words on the text. So this is usually when I have to go back and reread the question. Because now I know what the heck's going on. So either the Jira admin.
This question we were talking about earlier, so we'll know the right answer now.
So on the transition to do to in progress, she adds a branch trigger from an integrated development tool, a condition that only allows the project admins to transition it, and a validator with a transition screen that requires the users to add a comment. The trigger will ignore both the condition and the validator. I don't know about we talked about this earlier, remember?
C. Yeah, I want to say it's C, but
I'm leaning towards A. The condition, let's see if we can do process of elimination. The condition must use a group from the development tool. I don't think it's B. I don't think this is true at all. No. The transition screen can't require users to enter a field. But this doesn't talk about
sense.
This doesn't talk about a transition screen, though.
Yes, it does. You have it highlighted.
A validator. Oh, sorry. A validator with a transition screen that requires users to add a comment.
Transition screen.
A transition screen can't require users to enter a field. But I mean, it depends on how you use the word required. But with the validator, you're essentially doing this.
Yeah, that's what they mean here.
I think it's A, though.
You click A and we'll know the right answer.
Oh. I felt that this was this one because the trigger happens first. So the branch is going to be created, and it doesn't matter what the conditions and the validators are because the trigger is going to happen no matter what.
So Sarah's like, I love that you guys question things as you go because it helps us learn more.
You should just be so lucky that Rodney and I love each other so much, otherwise, and that we're 3,000 miles apart.
I think that has a lot more to do with it some days. Because some days I'm just poking you, and there are days I swear you don't like me anymore.
Oh, never. Bob, on the other hand, I'm just kidding. I love Bob. This is definitely not a property key. Now I'm like, okay, so what was it? The value and the key. I always get those mixed up. I want one of these, it's either going to be B or C here. And
So I know the answer to this one.
I want to say it's this one because I think this is the value, but I might have them backwards.
You're correct.
I am correct.
The key will always look like some sort of API function, Java API function.
All right, we got 15 minutes. Let's see if we can power through a 10-minute section. Challenge
We won't.
accepted. Whoa, technically we have 15 minutes to get 15 minutes. So let's see if we can go there. So best practices when configured, think about it as alphabetically ordered. Okay. Key value. All right, best practices when configuring resolutions in a workflow. So understand the difference between resolutions and statuses. A status shows us where a work item is in its workflow, while a resolution details how any close work finished.
Atlassian, that wording sounds very familiar. Where did you get that from again?
I know. It's almost like they watch our videos.
Or maybe read something that's been out there, or it's a really familiar wording there.
Is it a 6-year-old blog as well?
Yeah.
All right. You can technically use statuses to track this information by creating statuses like duplicate, won't do, or done, but this is a messy configuration. You should never do this. Resolution is a system field. All workflows have the same values available. This makes them easy to use and report on. Statuses can be different for every workflow. It confuses users if you have too many statuses. We recommend you use one done status and provide users with the screen to enter a more detailed section. So this right here will, oh shoot, where'd it go? This right here will cause all kinds of problems for you.
You say.
You know how many people have fought me on having a canceled status? That's the resolution.
Mm-hmm.
But people want their canceled statuses.
And no, you got to be the big boy.
I like to be gainfully employed. I like, my kids eat a lot of food. And folks, if you're watching this, Revyz helps me feed my family. So don't just
definitely check them out so they keep sponsoring us.
Yeah. And don't just when we tell you to check out our sponsor, because that's how my kids get fed as they're eating right now.
But seriously, I've always advocated for this approach. I think I made a little jab at you during the previous hour when you were doing your workflow show, saying there's Alex's way and then there's the right way.
I didn't see that. When you look at it, you see that. Okay. You can use post functions to set the resolutions automatically. And we did mention this, right? So you just want to not do both. You don't want to do that screen and the post function because the post function will always trump.
Yes.
It will always win. Best practices for post functions. When configuring a post function, keep these best practices in mind. When adding new post functions, ensure they're in the correct order. You don't want to copy a value before you set it. Ask yourself if a post function is necessary before you add it. Can every project that shares their workflow use a post function? This is where you want to be very careful with shared workflows. Avoid relying on third-party apps for post functions since these stop working if the app is removed, disabled, or license expires.
No, Atlassian. No. Bad Atlassian. This is their really... No, really, you should be using automations because we get paid for those.
Oh, Atlassian. Bad Atlassian. All right. Best practices for properties. When configuring properties, keep the best practices in mind. Ask yourself if a property is necessary before you add it. Can every project that shares this workflow use the property? This is particularly true with your edit property. If you stop the edit in progress for one team and another team uses the same workflow, they're going to be in for a rude awakening when they move something to in progress and they can't edit it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Ensure you enter the property key correctly or Jira can't understand it. Make sure you remove all spaces. This is true.
Copy paste. Copy paste is your friend.
Configure as many permissions as possible in the permission schemes. Only use the properties for unusual cases. Instead of using properties to make work uneditable, only allow Jira admins to edit work items. This way, Jira admins can easily take action on work needed, but most users can't. I don't know how I feel about this. I know you said it earlier, but man, as a Jira admin, I got enough balls up in the air that the last thing I need is somebody else's problems on my plate. Like,
I mean,
I don't want
yes,
to be the
but
bottleneck.
but also for these type of things should happen so rarely that it's not going to be that too much overhead.
I don't know.
I'm not going to say it's never going to happen. There's reason you have the workaround in place, but it solves more problems than it creates, in my opinion.
I would still designate a trusted project admin and bless them with the power.
We got a question here that I'm going to distract us with because I want us to not complete this for some reason. On average, how many statuses do you typically have on your workflows?
I say like
Ours is 14.
I usually say about 8.
5 to 8 is where I try and target. Too much above that, you're asking for some headaches.
You know what I've been having problems with? Pre and progress statuses. I think we should have you and I need to have an episode where we talk about workflows at a deeper level, because fundamentally this is the challenge that I've been having very, very recently. And it's been happening more commonly, and I hate that I don't have a good answer. But I have a lot of teams that want to have both Scrum and Kanban boards in a Jira project. And fundamentally, they work very, very different. The Scrum workflow, you get a backlog for free. And when you move something in from your backlog into your sprint, you edit the sprint field, but the status stays the same. And so you're allowed to have a to-do in progress and done, because the to-do status doesn't go into effect until that item is put into a sprint, and then the sprint has to be started, and then you go from to-do to in progress to done, right? The problem is when you go with Kanban, you need that backlog status, because to put something onto your board, especially when you enable the backlog, you're transitioning from backlog to that selected for development. And then you can go from selected for development to in progress and done. But you need to sacrifice the status, right? But when you keep them independent, when you have only Kanban, it works. When you have only Scrum, it works. But when you mix and match the two, one of them loses. Because in Scrum, you have an extra status now. And in Kanban, you're short of status.
My question here would be, and this is pure speculation without having looked any details of the situation, what are they trying to do with Kanban that they need both? Are they actually trying to use a pure actual Kanban workflow, or they just need a display?
Yeah. And that's kind of where I compromise, right? What I've done in the past is like, I'll go, okay, so your stories and tasks should follow Scrum, but then I recommend you make like a custom issue type for that, or not, maybe not a custom issue type, but you use a different issue type that then has a different workflow that can then be optimized for Kanban. Like the epic is a great example, right? I put my epics in a Kanban board since you can't see them in your sprints anyways. But the problem usually becomes like, well, I have operational work and then I have development work. And that operational work I want Kanban, because you can't always react the same way as you do with project work, because project work is usually planned. But your operational work is usually, a bug pops up. But that's why I'm like, well, you probably do want a different workflow anyways for operational work. But it's still not clean, right? Like I feel like Atlassian.
No, it's not.
I feel like Atlassian needs something better, right? I feel like fundamentally at the core, Atlassian needs to treat, because we see this in the team managed projects. Remember we made like that discovery like a month ago, where team managed Kanban and team managed Scrum behave way closer than they do in company.
Yeah.
I feel like Atlassian needs to go address that one. Felipe, if you're watching, because I know you're here. But yeah, that's a big problem, right? And I think again, one that we should chat. Oh, and the other problem is, because I know we don't want to finish this section, but the other problem I'm having is well, grooming, right? Like grooming is like a key thing where like it's like a knife right in the chest, right? It's like, what do I do with my grooming status? And I'm like, why do you need a grooming status? And they're like, well, because we need to like groom the story and it's not ready. I'm like, well, that's what you get your backlog for, right? Like the backlog is ranked. When you add a new item to your backlog, it's at the bottom. And then when you're grooming it, you move it to the top. And they're like, well, what happens if we don't finish grooming it? I'm like, I don't know. Finish grooming it? But I don't feel like that's like the right answer.
That is not.
But Atlassian, but the point still is though, right? Like if you have statuses between like backlog and in progress, like I've seen people that have like a review, they have a rank, not a rank, they have a grooming, they have I don't know, refinement, right? They'll add like 2 or 3 statuses, and I'm like, these kind of break Jira then, because if you're in Scrum, those statuses have to be on your board. And if you take them out, then those any issues in that status are gone now. And so it's like a whole complex thing. I gotta show you, and we gotta debate it one day. There's got to be a right answer for this. I can't believe
I have a few ideas, but I want to save it for the episode.
Yeah, we should have a dedicated episode on this one. But all right, in the spirit of 4 minutes, can I finish this? All right. So
the answer is no.
Best practices for managing workflows. So setting up workflows in Jira is pretty straightforward, but you'll avoid a lot of maintenance and confusion if you spend time carefully gathering users' requirements. Meet with stakeholders as the first step. Before creating or customizing a workflow, admin, I feel like this is a duh, right? Like, who else is going to get you the requirements? Like, as Jira admins, like, we don't wake up in the morning with requirements.
I just automatically know what this team is going to need that I've never talked to before. That's just one of my powers as the Jira guy, I guess. No, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah. Some other questions to ask: who creates or submits the work? Why are the team members creating work? Where does the work go after you create it? Are there any approval requirements? Who will perform the work recorded on the work item? I don't know that I would ask any of these questions.
There is one question I always ask that is actually not on here. What information do you need to complete your work?
Mm-hmm. I usually just ask them, what steps do you currently take today to go through your work?
That's my first question, is what steps do you take? The second question is, what information do you need to be able to complete it? And the first one starts giving you an idea how to set up the workflow. It's not going to be the workflow step for step. That's very junior admin thinking right there. The second one's going to tell you if you need any custom fields and what they may be.
Holy moly. We're not going to finish this. Okay, let's just pause here. We left off in understanding post functions to set resolutions automatically, I think. And most workflows, you're going to want to transition this. I can't tell you how many people forget this, though. It's like an obvious thing to do, except for even for me, who have done thousands and thousands of workflows. I will always forget this.
This is why, again, even if Jira does not have that screen, I will make it and add it to this so that people can select their resolution. I know, Alex, you have the opposite problem, but there should ever be only one final destination. Hopefully not behind a log truck.
Just a very big trunk. What I was looking at a post. Apparently, there were log trucks driving around LA recently.
Yes. Brilliant marketing. I still can't drive behind a logging truck. And that's a big industry around here, so you have to eventually. And I'm still like, nope. I will go into oncoming traffic first.
Try your luck on the other side of the road. Oh, movies. They're just so funny. The things that we grew up with and things that my children will never experience. Like, have you ever seen the thing about how do you answer the phone?
One moment. My headphones are acting up.
Uh-oh. We're getting technical difficulties. Well, while Rodney figures that one out, we're going to continue with our best practices for post functions. So when configuring your post functions, keep these best practices in mind. When adding a new post function, ensure they're in the correct order. You don't want to copy a field. Yeah, I feel like we read this already, but you do. I think it's worth reiterating. Post functions are going to happen in sequential order. So don't have something happen and then something else undoes what you just did, because that would be bad. Ask yourself if the post function is necessary before you add it, because you might have some unintended consequences. And avoid relying on third-party apps, which I know you made a comment last time about.
Yes.
This.
My point is that Atlassian, one way we could get around the automation cap for automation for Jira is using third-party apps in post functions, especially. So I feel like this line right here isn't so much about what it actually says, because this isn't as big a problem as Atlassian seems to imply it is here. But it would definitely make you more reliant on the automation for Jira, and therefore more willing to go to the higher tiers to avoid the cap.
Yeah. Some best practices for work for properties, which I tend to avoid. I don't do a whole lot of properties, but ask yourself if the property is necessary. You should always ask yourself with these things, because with workflows, regardless of what you're doing with the workflow, there's a high probability that the workflow is going to be shared. So impacting one workflow will actually impact a lot of people. So be careful with that. Ensure that you enter the property key correctly, which we talked about, copy paste, because if you don't copy paste, if you try to just do it out of memory, you might not yield the results you want.
You will. It's not even a may. You will get it wrong.
Yeah. Even if it's like a simple thing like true or false, you'll always forget which one's a false and which one's a true. Configure as many permissions as possible in the permission scheme. So again, very, very rare case where you have to do some property in there, but it's comes handy because the permission scheme can't do it all the time. They're welcome. Instead of using a property to make work uneditable, allow Jira admins to edit work items. This way, only the Jira admins. And remember, I was telling you, don't do this either, because then you become the bottleneck. But you said, I'm enough of a bottleneck that I don't mind doing that. To each their own, I suppose. Right.
But yeah, to Alex's point, though, workflow properties should be your option of last resort. They're not as visible. They're not as easy to work with. They're very much advanced functionality. Use them if you need them, if the requirement is there, but look for any other option first.
Literally any other option. Except automation rules.
And then, well, you don't want to burn out automation rule execution on something like that.
Yeah. All right. I think this is where we actually left off, which is best practices for managing workflows. So setting up your workflows in Jira is pretty straightforward, but you'll avoid a lot of maintenance and confusion if you spend time carefully gathering users' requirements. Meet with your stakeholders as the first step. Duh. I think we covered these two.
Yeah.
Ask a bunch of whys. Create a workflow diagram outside of Jira. I think this is a very important step. I think having some sort of a whiteboard, or just even on a piece of paper, what the diagram should look like is very critical. But what I urge you to record, because I see these a lot in Miro, right? And nothing against Miro, because this is not, don't do it in Miro. But what I will tell you, whether you're doing it on paper or whiteboard, Confluence, Miro, whatever tool you're using, put the name of the transitions. Because a lot of people will remember the state for the statuses, the names for the statuses. They'll draw lines connecting things together, and they will forget two things. They will forget the names of the transitions, because you need those. You can't just add a line in Jira. You have to give it a name. And two, remember, you got to go back. So architect into your solution ways back in case things go south on you.
Again, I'm going to give you a different view, and not saying Alex is wrong here. My preference is not what he says, unless absolutely necessary. But I like to name my transitions after the destination status. So if it's going from to do
I didn't say not
to
give
in
it
progress.
But I didn't make a recommendation what you should name it. I simply said you should have a name.
Yeah. Well, this solves the problem already, because the name is implied by where it's going. But it makes it super clear to the end user, if I click this button, this is where it's going to end up.
But this is not where we have a little bit of a difference of opinion here, because I don't necessarily not agree with what you just said. I think it's fine. But I think as we're talking about workflows, you should understand how these are rendered to the user. So when you use a global transition, which this one does not have, so let's not talk about that. When you do not use a global transition, you will see the transition name here and then the status. And so if I heard you correctly, you would recommend you put in progress.
Yes. And again, this is the new UI. In the old UI, all you got was the transition name.
Ah. So in the new UI, or no, I would say in the cloud though, because I've seen this through in Jira Cloud.
I mean, it may be a cloud thing, but still.
Yeah. Rodney doesn't spend as much time in the cloud as I do. But this, I think, tends to confuse folks a little bit as well, right? Because if it's just in progress, they're like, wait, what does this mean? So this is why you should think about your transition a little bit better. However, if you're in a project that does not have, or that isn't not, my gosh, Atlassian, why did you make this so hard? I just want to open up an issue. Why do I have to click 7 times to get to an issue? If you do not use the explicit transitions, but rather you're using global transitions, your team only sees the status name, no transition name. So there's a balance here. If you want to make the transition make sense, because it will show you the name of the transition, an arrow, and then the name of the status. So whatever floats your boat is what I'll say, but make it make sense. Ooh, you said the word issue. You know what, Victoria? I am forever just I'm gonna boycott work items and I'm gonna boycott this new UI.
So I've been watching Rob's learnings Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 a.m. my time. Don't think how early it is for him.
6 a.m. Pacific.
I am aware. I can do the math. But he has this whole thing about avoiding the word issue, such that he'll replace it where it actually makes sense. Like going to the comic book store for the latest comic book work item.
I'm gonna boycott it. I'm just gonna switch over to this Jira over here that is still in the tried and true UI that actually works really, really well. And we're gonna go from there. I don't like this new UI.
I can set up a data center instance for you.
That's even worse though. That I feel like I stepped a decade behind. All right.
Because you have.
Identify the configurations that support requirements. So after you've confirmed the requirements, focus on their key parts. So identify what kinds of work moves to the workflow. These are your work types, issue types. Have you ever seen The Middle?
No.
So there's a show based off the Midwest. I never figured out what era The Middle was in, because even though it came out in 2008, 9, 10, 12 timeframe, it felt like it was in the 80s just by the technology that they were using. But there's a character on the screen where he's got a little complex thing where when he's lying or he's uncomfortable, he'll whisper something to himself. And so I'm like, every time I have to say work items, I'm just going to go issue.
I mean, if that works for you. I'm going to just be straight up with Victoria and everyone else in our audience. I'm going to call it issue a lot out of habit until the next time Atlassian makes a change, and then work items will be what sticks. I have been through a lot of changes with Atlassian, a lot of rebrands. This is my MO. It's frustrating, but here we are.
Yeah, Victoria gets me. I love The Middle. It's one of my favorite shows. The Summer of Atlassian that I do on ATEC was actually inspired by the Summer of Sue.
But back on track here, I think this is an important point here, and I know you've said this before in some of your other trainings, Alex. The workflow you do on the whiteboard for the team is not what your final workflow is going to look like. It's going to inform it, but you need to think while you're doing it, what are the actual stops? What are the actual transitions? What will your final workflow be based off what you're seeing?
Yeah. Yeah, no, well, I mean, there's two things to think about that, because what you just said is I literally was describing a workflow that directly translates into Jira. But before you get there, you should have a process flow, which then kind of walks you through the steps in plain English of, your
Bob does this, and then he sends it over to Sue to do this, who sends it over to Michael to do this.
There's a lean term for this, value stream mapping. There we go. It's your value stream, right? It's where literally steps A through Z on how to get something done. You need that. Then that needs to be converted into a Jira workflow, which is usually still on a whiteboard and a piece of paper or something. And then you convert that into Jira, because Jira is a little bit more less forgiving. If you make a mistake in Jira, like renaming a status, you can get yourself into more trouble. Whereas a whiteboard, you just like scribble it out and you're good to go.
Yep.
All right. We got a whole. Apparently, our audience here loves the middle. So, Rodney, you're gonna have to start watching the middle, and I'm gonna have to rewatch it now because I really want to rewatch it now.
I mean, if we go by the shows I have to watch based off you, I've got about a decade worth to catch up on.
Yeah, and if I watch movies based on your recommendations, I'm staring at black screens for 30 minutes.
I'm not even going to touch that one. It's not worth the hassle today.
I was hoping I threw the hook. I was hoping I reel you ready.
Nope, not today. Not today. Try again this evening.
We'll get you back. I spent 2 hours with you today, so I'll get you. You will be vulnerable at some point. All right. Identify the states that work items can be in. These are your statuses. Again, nouns, my opinion. Identify any restrictions, who can perform this certain action. This is important. Very hard to document. I don't know that I've seen it very well, but most people try to put it in some sort of like an Excel file or a table view where you have like the transition, the status, and then the restriction. But it's important requirements to capture. My 2 cents, build the workflow first, get the transitions and the statuses, because that's a whole thing by itself. And then go in and figure out, okay, which of these lines needs restrictions. Because then I think it's too overwhelming. The other thing is it's too overwhelming, right? Because if you try to put the restrictions too and you don't have the privilege, then you won't be able to fully test out the workflow. And so I like to iteratively test the workflow. So I like to build the workflow first in its entirety, test it, make sure we got the right states and transitions, because that's more critical. In my opinion, having the steps A through Z in Jira are more critical than who should be able to go through A through Z. At least on the first go around, right? Once I can actually get from A through Z, then I check. Oh man, I'm trying not to see. Then I check for the limitations and the restrictions of who's not going to be able to do it. Because if you can't get through from A through Z to begin with, then you're gonna have just more complexity you got to troubleshoot through. So do it in bite sizes here. And then identify any automatic actions. Like these are your conditions, validators, and post functions. Best practices for workflow governance. Carefully consider if you need a new workflow. As with all project configurations, limiting how many folks will improve user experience, maintenance, and site performance. So before you create a new workflow, ask, can a new work type use the same workflow? Can you modify an existing workflow? Can you use conditions, validators, or functions to address a new requirement rather than a new workflow? I've never taken the test running, but I really hope that they don't ask these kind of questions on the test.
I think we'll expect questions similar to what we've already seen on the 120 around workflows.
Okay. I guess we'll scroll down to the bottom, but this would worry me because I can imagine a question about Atlassian. If you're watching, Joanne, Ray, you're watching. I haven't taken the test. I don't have access to any questions. I'm hypothetically making up a question right now. I can imagine a question of like, a typical scenario of like Sue's got this and she wants to do that and she doesn't want this to happen. Should you create a new workflow or should you add a function? And with these, it's so subjective because there's no right answer, right? It's a subjective answer. I have a problem with those kind of questions.
That's the reason I think they would avoid that kind of question, because it is so subjective. You and I both know from experience that being a Jira admin is as much an art as it is a science.
With a much heavier lean on the art side.
Yeah. Trying to find that right balance between when you do something new versus when you modify something versus when you just tell them no.
Yeah. So anyways, but do ask yourself these kind of questions. This, I think, comes with experience. So if you're newer to Jira, you might not feel as comfortable. These might not be as intuitive, but subconsciously, after you make enough workflows and you work with enough teams, you'll be asking these questions. But if you are a new Jira admin, I would actually have these questions handy because these are great questions to ask when somebody's asking for a new workflow. Because as a Jira admin, part of your job is to kind of be like the gatekeeper and also to kind of keep the peace and the order within Jira. And you should ask very similar questions when somebody asks for a new project, when somebody asks for a new issue type, when somebody asks for a new workflow, a new field. You always got to ask not what do you want build, but should you build what they're asking you to build. And these are great types of questions to kind of help answer that question.
Again, we're taking the test from the perspective of a Jira or project admin. So we've got to be thinking, is this something worth asking the Jira admin for?
Or have an answer ready to go when they ask you.
Your Jira admin, if you're taking this from the perspective of project admin, your Jira admin is there to be the expert. So coming at them with a solution ready to go may actually annoy them rather than explaining what the requirement is and then what you think a solution is that would address that requirement.
Yeah.
Because they may, having that full perspective, have a different idea about how to solve it that you may not have considered. Oh, we already have a very similar workflow that the other group is using over here that you're not even aware of that can address this need.
Always check which properties used your workflow. Before editing a workflow, know exactly which projects. Oops, wow, I can't even read. Know exactly which projects use that workflow. All changes to a workflow apply to all projects. So great advice, but I would also tell you, never, ever, ever, ever rename a status, because even though you think you're going to be doing a change to just the projects that are shared by that workflow, this will be a global change that everybody's impacted by. So yes, on this, but also never rename a status.
Me and Alex are working and putting together the 7 deadly sins of Jira. And that is literally sin number 1.
Is it? I was going to ask, is that number 1? All right. We need to figure out, by the way, in the chat here, if you guys all want to help us, we have like what, 4 sins right now? Four deadly sins?
We have 2 listed, but I think there's more we've thrown around.
So if you all have an idea or what would like to throw out, what is your Jira deadly sin? Let us know. Rodney and I want to put it on a shirt. All right. Keep your workflows as simple as possible. So there's value in the KISS principle, the KISS-ING. So yeah, keep these as simple. My 2 cents, and I've told you this in the last session, is always, whenever possible, keep those global transitions. That's going to make your workflow the easiest. If not, then find a right balance of transitions, because there's a couple of tips that I'll give you. Figure out a way to correctly place your statuses so that the lines don't crisscross as much. Because the moment your lines start crisscrossing, you're getting all kinds of trouble. Number 2, and Rodney, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one. But what are your thoughts on when you go from one status to the other? Actually, you know what? Let me just show you. What are your thoughts on this? I'm very, very curious. I like readability, but I feel like it creates more of an etch-a-sketch. But I feel like you make less mistakes. But just curious, how do you feel about when you have this? You see how I have one transition that goes out into in progress and one back. What I see a lot of people do is this, where it's both on the same line. It's a cleaner workflow. You eliminated a line. But if you're not careful...
Now what happens when you have to select one of those 2?
Right, but if you're not careful, so 2 things, right? Yeah, if you're not careful trying to select one, I mean, you better have the greatest amount of patience in the world. Because trying to get one or the other literally becomes a nightmare, right? And 2, if you're not careful, you will miss the little, like, see here, I don't see, it's not obvious to me that I'm coming from in progress into new, because I don't see the little black arrow. I see it down here, but I don't see it here because it's kind of hidden, right? See how like I have to really stretch it out to finally see it. So it's harder to read if you're not as well versed in workflows. I love this. I like doing it this way, but now you run the risk of really creating an etch-a-sketch. So you got to go ask yourself, is the transition really needed? Because one thing that you can find patterns, like if, for example, if everything, this is a really, really funny one, right? Like a lot of people like to add a status of blocked. I'm not a huge proponent of a blocked status, but people like adding a status of blocked, and then guess what? You can go block from here, right? block from here, block from here, block from here. Well, if you can go to a status from all the statuses, then that's what this button's
Just
for.
use the global transition.
And then
now
you just
the
need to
trick
worry
comes
about the way
in
out.
is the outbound, because now you have everything that go to blocked, but now where does block go to?
I think we go back to that reopen discussion. My 2 cents, if you were blocked and you have new information, I don't think you should go back to the status you came from, but rather you should either go back to new so you can reevaluate your life or pick off the progress in progress. Those would be the only 2 places I would send it to.
That's my recommendation. I've had people fight against it. Back to your original question, when possible, what I'll do is I'll ladder them up so all the statuses are in line and have each transition separated out between them, and then just the complications go off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be really careful when you're crafting these things then to not get to, I mean, you call it etch sketch, I call it spaghetti. Either way, it's a pet peeve.
And for those of you that are too young to see an etch a sketch, this is what an etch a sketch looks like. And if you look at some images, this is what your workflows can look like this. When you just have lines going everywhere.
Yep. But
again, simple, challenge as much as you can here. You're gonna get pushback, but really ask if there's a better way or if you have to do it that way. I'm working with a team right now and they just have, it's an etch a sketch, and I'm like, I don't even know. Like, it's taking me an hour to recreate a workflow because I gotta trace every line, and you can't trust every line because every line could be 2 lines. They're just stacked on top of each other. So you really got to pay attention and really got to be careful. Always test in a separate project or sandbox. This is very true. When in doubt, go somewhere else. Sandboxes are your friend. Make a copy. I will tell you that Atlassian needs to, my 2 cents, Atlassian, if you're watching, we need an improvement on the sandbox capabilities because you can't override the existing settings in your sandbox every time you want to bring new production data. Like, there's got to be a better way for them to figure out deltas. What's up, Sean?
Hey, Sean.
You got to say, hey, boss.
Do I?
Yes. He's working, I promise.
Continuing education. But you're absolutely right here. Especially when you're trying to bring stuff from your sandbox back to production to go to work, is a nightmare. And there are tools to make it easier. Thank you, Revyz, for backing us up. But it is still not an easy thing to look at.
Yeah, it's painful. So this is actually a good use case from Revyz, because we've been talking a lot of Revyz sandbox to production, but Revyz will work from production to the sandbox as well, right? There's a use case where maybe you have, because let's be honest, I've never seen production and test environments ever be parity, right? Be at the same step. You always go off and do a little something extra in one of the 2 environments. So you're always going to be off. And so this is, again, where Revyz will come in handy, where if you've already done a change in production, but that change hasn't made it to your sandbox, you should bring it in to your sandbox, but not using the copy everything again, because you will overwrite everything in your sandbox, which is not a good feature in Jira. Ivan, hello. All right. And use the audit log to understand the changes. This is your best friend and has gotten a lot better, but this is the ultimate finger pointer.
I mean, Justin, we can test everything in prod, but friends don't let friends test in production.
I have done this though. I had a situation where I was spearheading a new workflow and a new way of doing things. Specifically, I renamed the epic into feature, and then I did the whole safe workflow type of thing. And a team was like adamant. They're like, we need to start today. And I'm like, guys, I'm not ready. Like, we're still testing things. And they're like, well, we needed to start last week. So get us in wherever you can. I'm like, I can get you into the sandbox, but at some point I got to pull you out of there. They got sent so deep into the sandbox, they were treating the sandbox as production, that when it came time to move them out, I cried. I cried a lot.
And this is going back 10 years now when I did this. So A, I was a lot less experienced, and B, this is back before cloud was really big. Even data center wasn't really a thing yet. We were on server. I did not label my server and production instances properly. And I was doing some server side configuration test for an upgrade we were planning. And I did not label them correctly. I did not realize I was making changes to production. So when I made my changes and restarted the instance, all of a sudden I started hearing from all around me, "Hey, is Jira down?" And then your gut just drops.
That is one of the benefits of being in the office. You get feedback quickly.
Yes.
You get feedback real quickly. I think I did. I remember 2017. We added a field configuration, made a field required, went to lunch, came back from lunch to like 100 emails and a bunch of pissed off people. They couldn't create stories in Jira because I made a field required.
Sean, I do this now, and also on the server side, if I'm dealing with the data center instance, I will have it big bold letters on the server name, prod or test. But all that was from this one incident early in my career where I did not pay attention to that.
I do hot red on mine, and I put a banner across the whole thing that says sandbox.
I do red on the internal test instance for our team where we test upgrades. I do orange for the user-facing test instance where I release stuff to the users for testing.
This works too. Make one dark mode and one prod. The only problem is, Justin, this is a personal setting. So you got other Jira admins coming in there. They might not fare as well as you. And this is from personal experience. I've had somebody not go in because in the cloud, it's subtle. It's the URL that's the only indicator that you're in the one versus the other. And unless you're used to staring at the URL, you might not remember you're in the sandbox. But yeah, change the color on one or both, and then add banners. My 2 cents, and then dark mode. This is a triple safety here. Okay. Troubleshoot your workflow. So workflows are complex and interact with many configurations in Jira. These are some of the most common problems and how to troubleshoot them. I would write these out. I print these out. I'd have them on your office wall.
Tattoo them on your forearm.
Maybe this is our next shirt, Ronnie. Is Jira working? No. Did you try this? Did you try this? All right.
Print it upside down so you can just look at it.
You look down and read it. And then a copy on the back of the shirt the right way up for everybody else. So you can just go. Did you read the sign? Okay. So if a user can't see any transitions, check the transition work items permission. If a user can't see a specific transition, check the transitions condition. So I'm not going to read through all these, but again, these I feel it should be on a T-shirt somewhere, or at least printed out in your office so that you can run through these, because you have to go mouse pad. Oh my gosh, my wife, if she's watching, I hope she's watching. We just found our new merch. I wonder how much of an Atlassian course we can turn into merch.
At least 50% if this is any indication.
All right, let's see what we've learned. Ruth is a Jira admin who administers a company-managed project. Some of her project members report that they can't transition work from to-do to in progress in the status field. They can only transition to done. What could be the case? Wow. Again, tattoo these. If you tattoo answers to your body, what do they do at the test center?
Make you cover up with a shirt and then monitor you.
That would be a way to get. Yeah. I'm just thinking of. Okay, so this is a hard one, folks. This is probably the hardest question we've gotten all the study sessions, and we made it 9. So Ruth is a Jira admin who administers a company managed project. That automatically needs to put you in a state of mind. Okay, some of her project members. So this is not a Ruth problem. That's another key indicator. This is not Ruth's problem. right? She can fix the problem, but it's not her problem. But a project member reported that they cannot transition work from to-do to in progress. But they can go to done.
Again, the keyword some, which means some of them can do this.
Yep. So positive elimination, the screen for that transition. This is a field. This is wrong automatically. Okay, eliminate that one. The conditions for that transition. This is a possibility because remember, conditions will prevent certain users from being able to do something. However, the thing you need to know about conditions is if you don't meet the condition, that particular transition won't even show up. So for them, we don't have enough in this question to tell us that they cannot see the to-do to in progress transition.
They just can't do it. Which
they just can't do it.
If this was an actual ticket, this is we start asking questions, but comparing to this test, let's continue looking at some of the other things.
So, but this is the most correct so far, but I'm not convinced that this is the right answer. Yes. The transition work items permission in that permission scheme. This can't be the problem either, because they can also transition to done. The transition work items would be all transitioning, so it can't be that either. And the status mapping for board columns, that can't be it either, because you can still, they specifically set the status field. So even if a status is not on a board, you can always open up a work item and transition it from the status field. So this one's the most correct, but I still think it's the wrong answer.
I think it's the most correct answer here.
Right, but it's not the right answer, because they should not be able to see the to-do to in progress. All right. Raul is a Jira admin who's administering a company managed project. He doesn't want users to edit work in the status of done. What's the best practice to follow? So again, remember, we got company managed and we want all users. He doesn't want users to edit when it's in a specific status. So we already know it's a property. So grant the edit work item permission to no one. Now remember, if you do this one, you just paused editing for all issues, work items, across all users. So not a requirement. This is too drastic. Grant edit work items permissions to the administrator's role only. Again, doesn't quite solve the problem. Use the Jira work items editable property. And now, folks, this is where you have two that basically start with the same. So now we got to look for the differences. The top one is specifically saying to make done work items uneditable. And the other one's to restrict editing done work items to Jira admins. The question is saying he doesn't want users. So C would be the most correct. What do you think, Rodney?
Again, we're making a distinction between users and Jira admins here. Best practice would say the bottom. Again, given the information we have here, this is the point where you ask more questions. So, because right now either C or D can be correct. I think D is more correct, but I definitely see the argument for C.
Well, I mean, the question says he doesn't want users to edit work and done. It doesn't say anything about the Jira, but I mean, this is the best practice. Restrict editing done just to the admins.
I mean, yes, that's the best practice, and that's why I'm saying it's the more correct answer. But
yeah, this one meets the requirement. This one,
again, in your Jira admin practice, this is a point where you go back and ask more questions.
Yep. So let's go with D, because now that I reread it with your eyes, this is gonna make it so that it's only so that everybody can edit except for the Jira admins, which is the best practice. Now this is what I like. The all four options would technically prevent the users. If Raul grants edit, no, okay. So suppose Raul edits the permission uneditable, this will seriously complicate his and other Jira admins' ability to manage this project and its work. But the requirement didn't say anything. The test here didn't tell us. The question didn't say that somebody needs to be able to edit. It just says, I don't want anybody to edit.
Agreed. And the real answer here, if you are taking this test or just trying to learn how to manage Jira here, is ask.
Yeah.
Get clarification. don't assume.
Do not assume. All right. Configuring internal notifications in team managed projects. So this should be easy because you really can't do a whole lot.
You would think, but I have seen people find ways to mess this up.
Justin says the kind of question that differentiates admins and users, but it could have been worded better. Yeah. So to give credit to Atlassian does kind of acknowledge that some of these questions were poorly written in the past, and they're actively working to make these worded better. What worries me is that, as we've seen throughout this entire course, they've updated this course to be work items. I would have updated the questions too. Okay.
But they got to then think up new questions that are up to the snuff to be on the test, but will never appear on the test.
Which is easier said than done. All right. So in team managed projects, project admins can configure notifications by selecting which events you'd like to notify users, different users. You can also configure which email the notifications are sent from. Some default notifications already exist, depending on your project template. You can add more notifications as well as edit and delete existing ones. So all project notifications in Jira use email. But you can also integrate messaging apps like Slack or Teams. In service projects, event-based notifications are called internal notifications and are only sent to basically licensed JSM users. These are different than the customer notifications, which are sent to customers. I love how we went from configuring internal notifications for team managed projects to literally doubling down on a JSM thing. All right.
But JSM is the new hotness.
Yeah, Atlassian will like to think. So to configure internal notifications, this kind of works the same for both, but I'm going to show you I don't like this, Rodney. I hate. Have I told you how much I don't like the new Jira?
Yes, you have.
There's a notification section here, and these are very similar to both company and I would say the mechanic is the same between team and company managed projects. The only difference is when you come over here to add a notification, in company managed projects, you have a lot more options, and I'll show you that. And you also think you have more events. So right now, this event, a comment is deleted, is the only event that doesn't currently have some notification. So if I would have removed one of these, right, then when I go to add a notification, I have two in the dropdown. So that's why this dropdown is looking a little light. Okay, but once you select an event, then you kind of pick, well, who gets notified, and you can click add, and that's it. That's all you do. On the company managed projects, though, you have a little bit more flexibility. I'm gonna show you real quick. Again, very similar in the mechanic, but as you can see, we have, I think, either they're spaced out more, you have a couple more, but I feel like there's at least a couple more in here that we don't have.
I believe there is a couple more.
Yeah, but here's the big one. One, by default, all the projects share that notification. So I have 49 projects in this instance, and they're all using the same one. But two, when I go to add, instead of just the 6 or so that I had in the other one, you have a lot of options. You can do current assignee, the reporter. You can do a single user. You can do a specific role. You can go to a group. You can even create a custom field of a user type and send it to them, or even a custom group type and send it to them. So a lot more flexibility, but again, same mechanic, just a lot more freedom in the company managed.
I will say this: be really, really careful when you are editing the notification scheme. Jira has a lot of events that send emails. So if you have something like project lead for a bunch of these different events, they will get flooded with email.
And then they'll turn off their emails, and then you just lost a lot of the effectiveness of Jira.
Yeah. I tell the story often. I had a project admin once who was convinced they want to know about every little thing that happened in their Jira project and would not be talked out of it. No matter how much I warned them, told them this was a bad idea, here's what's going to happen, here's why you don't want to do this, they were adamant. When you have people like that, sometimes you just have to let them experience it. So I did. I created a notification scheme. I set them up to be notified about every event they were interested in, which was not a short list. I put it into production and waited, and it only took 24 hours before they were back at my desk saying, yeah, that was a mistake. Like, I wonder if anyone told you that before.
Yep. All right. Down here to just kind of, you should be aware of these. Know the different notification events and who can get them. And the list a little bit more limited and team managed. So let's explore an example. Carlos is the project admin for a team managed project. He does not want to he does not want to receive notifications when work logs are deleted. The sole exception to this is Alex. Hey, I made it in here. The team resource manager. To meet this requirement, Carlos could create a new role called resource manager and grant the appropriate permissions. Yes, there's a project role here. Assign that role to Alex. Remember, users can have one or many roles. They don't have to just have one role. Add the project role to the resource manager to the a work log is deleted event, and then remove everybody else, and you're good. If the users aren't receiving notifications, they should consider these questions. Is a user in the correct role? Is the notification being sent to the correct role? Has a notification been deleted? And did the user opt out of notifications in their personal settings? So again, a couple of hoops you got to go through to eventually get an answer. T-shirts, mouse pads, coming to you soon. All right. And the question: May is a user in a team managed project. Her project admin Lila says May should receive email notifications when someone comments on work in the project that May is assigned. So when somebody adds a comment, Maya should receive a notification if Maya is the assignee. May, oh, I'm sorry, I added Maya. Okay, May checks her assigned
Maya
work.
Better.
Yeah. May checks her assigned work in the project and realizes she isn't getting notifications for new comments. What's the problem? So many things to unravel here. First question I usually ask is, were you getting any other notifications?
That is usually my first question, because what you'll find often cases here is user isn't getting the email notifications because they have opted out of it.
Yeah. Then the next question is, well, do you get the notification when the thing's created?
And the third question I usually ask is, do you have an email filter for Jira?
I never gone that far, but that's how I ended up with a can of spam on my desk. All right. So what could be the problem? So let's do positive elimination. So you can't use the assignee for a work item as a recipient.
This is
that's
false.
Up here. You can't. Current assignee. You can't send notifications about new comments unless comments are deleted or edited. So we come over here, and this is where you got to know your events. So we have comments is edited, and a comment is deleted.
What's the one above those two?
Someone made a comment. So that's a comment's added. May can't receive notification. So both of these are wrong. So now we're 50-50%. We have a 50-50 shot now of getting it right. So May can't receive notifications about assigned work if she's turned them off in her personal settings. This is a possibility. And May can't receive emails because she doesn't have access to the project or its work. Huh. That's an interesting one. So she could be the assignee.
That would... Yeah, you can't be an assignee if you don't have the browse projects permission. And the assign.
Because assignable is a different permission than assign, and a different permission than browse. But this is for
it does come into play.
But this is a team managed project.
True story.
So let's go. Let's go to a team managed project.
Oh, now, boy, just to be clear, Tashar, I agree with you. The answer is 3. But for the sake of thoroughness, we're going to test this out.
Yep. So we're going to... Oh, shoot. I'm in the free version. Okay. Hold up. Not a problem. We have a paid version. Now I just got to find a team managed project in the paid version. Here we go. Team managed business. Project settings. Where it should be. Top right corner. Atlassian. Put it over here in the new UI. This is where that button needs to be, right there. Right there. Okay. I shouldn't have to go fudge around looking for it in ellipses somewhere else. It should be right there. Just saying. Atlassian. Private. All right. I'm a site admin. That's good. Let's not add Alana. Wait, let's try to. Okay, so I have a few people. So I'm gonna go to my list, and I'm gonna open up a ticket and assign it to Alana. Should I go with somebody else? B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I,
looks an awful lot like you.
J, K. I know I have more users in here. Max. Here we go. Let's assign something to Max. So we can assign something to Max, but I don't think Max can log in here.
No, he shouldn't be able to.
Everybody close your eyes for 1 second. I'll be right back. Cue elevator music, Rodney.
I don't have elevator music queued.
Well, maybe
I'm
you
not
can
even sure I could play music right now.
like do some non-copyrighted. All right, Max.
We could do copyrighted as long as it's from our music provider.
Max Taylor is not a site admin, but let's double check. Oh, he is in the site admin, so remove the user from that group. And what else? Who else? See, project settings should be there. Atlassian, put it back. Field demo bot. This is a user. Okay. So I don't think he's gonna be field F. Okay. Max is not a user now. So he's no longer in the site admins. So let's go back to the list, grab another ticket, and assign it to Max. Oh, look at that.
And I've set up where we play music now.
Oh. So Max may can't receive emails because she doesn't have access to the project work. But that's technically not correct though, right? Because if
go back to our scenario, she's checking her issues.
Right. So
she does have access.
So we just proved that you need to have access in order to be assigned something, which is clearly stated in the problem question. She is assigned. So it has to be C. Yay. Yeah, I earned another badge. Okay. Ronnie, I say we use this as a great stopping point because this also gets very confusing. Atlassian, here we go. Let's see. We did this one. So now we got to jump into streamlining software projects and Jira automations and integrations.
Yep.
So I would say, folks, get ready. Come back Tuesday next week. Hopefully we get through this entire course, 9 lessons in this course next week. So let's see. Let's do some planning here, Ronnie. If we can get... So it's taking us 9 sessions to get through 50, 60, 70, 80 minutes. And we are committing to an 85-minute session in 2 sessions.
Again, it depends on the tangents. We should have a tangent counter on screen. That every time we go to tangents, it gets
so let's just assume, let's assume 4. That's 8, 9, 10. Let's just say we're gonna have at least 12 more sessions here. So it's probably gonna put us closer to 20 sessions here. So folks, that's too many, Ronnie. We gotta triple down. We gotta either go faster with less tangents or schedule more of these sessions. Folks in the chat.
I know you're eager to take this.
I know, folks. Let us know in the chat if you want to do it, because I have an expiration code. My code expires like in a week. I should probably sign up for the test in like June. All right. Folks, let us know if you'd be interested in a weekend session. But if anything, we're just going to keep that. You all got to help us out in the chat here. Help us stay on track. But we still have 3 more sessions. And then we still got to go through the file and make sure we hit everything. And then go from there. So, all right. we're gonna do this. We're gonna figure this out. These are the courses for this particular. Am I in the right spot still? Shoot, this is just this one, Rodney. We still got to go to this one. No. That's the second one. Then we still got to do this one and do all these courses.
But
oh
do
boy.
we really need something on Agile boards?
Well, you do because
I mean, for the sake of the course, yes.
There's a
but
board
for the sake of
configuration
taking the
section.
test,
That's 35%. So maybe we power through these a little bit more.
My point is, for taking the test, because we know you want to take the test, I think it's okay because you know that part pretty well. We both do. For the course, absolutely, we should cover it.
Yeah. Let's just let's focus on powering through this and maybe not tangenting so much. And let's see where we are. We'll sign up next week, but we'll come back on Tuesday, folks, next week. So streamlining software projects with your automation. In case you haven't been following along, we are in this 5-course learning path for configuring software projects to support team efficiency. This is part of the ACP-620 learning material. Last week, we finished the workflows and notifications with Rodney. Today, we're going to kick off a brand new one. And I'm going to see, this is an hour and a half. This is an hour stream. Does Rodney slow me down? Here's the $1 million question. We're going to see how much Rodney slows us down. So we're going to start off with, what is an automation? Wow, this is not looking good here on the left-hand side. Okay, so by the end of the lesson, you'll be able to explain the benefits of automation, describe how automations work in Atlassian products, and list several use cases for automations. Build rules that automate manual tasks. So an automation enables you to automatically complete tasks with simple rule definitions. It's very easy to use, doesn't require coding, although you do need to have a little bit of like coding logic understanding, because you can put conditional, like if this then that. So knowing how coding and programming works in general is a good idea. You definitely don't need it, especially if you're on the premium or enterprise versions of Jira, because you can just use AI to help you create the automation. But making it's just one of the best tools. I will also add that not only is it the best tool, but it's also like the biggest headache that I have as a Jira admin, because you're expected as a Jira admin to be able to make any automation rule. And some things are possible and some things are not. And I'm surprised myself every single time with what is actually possible. Okay, so some of the benefits here. We have save time spent on repetitive tasks. So as a general rule, you should automate manual tasks that can be automated. Okay, this is not just for you as a Jira admin, but for your Scrum Masters, your project managers, the people using your Jira projects. You can use automation to clean up your Jira projects. For example, you can identify and remove old duplicates or old work. This can significantly minimize the complexity of your Jira projects. You can enforce process consistency. So automation improves process consistency and quality. So you can do things like automatically assign the appropriate labels to specific work items, minimizing manual user error. So this is very important, because one of the cool things about automation rules is that because you take the human out of the loop, assuming that you set up the automation correctly, you should minimize that manual user error fat fingering. You should extend the out-of-the-box functionality of the it extends the out-of-the-box functionality of Atlassian products. So for example, you can use automations to close an epic when all stories have been completed. Liz says a good intro to no-code, low-code that teaches you the conditions is the W3Cs. It's totally free, has good intros and operators. Yes. So just for everybody's purpose here, I have not been to W3C schools in a very long time. But W3 schools here is this, Liz? Is this what we're talking about? I'm pretty sure this is what I think.
I think that's what she's talking about, yeah.
Yeah. So this place right here, very easy, basic beginners to get into coding. I will also add one of my favorite ones, free code camp. Oops, not here, but rather.
A free code camp is not 100% free.
Did they start charging you now? It says it's free.
It depends on the course. They charge you for some courses.
So yeah, I mean, they're growing a lot. It used to be free, and they used to have a lot free, but there is a large curriculum available in here. It's interesting. The ones I started off with are all archived now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why But yeah, some of these foundational ones, these are the ones I grew up with using 6 years ago. But definitely, if you want to get into coding, that's a great way to learn. Okay. But yeah, you can use automations to close epics. This is probably the one that I set up the most. This is one that is used very, very popularly. One that actually works now. Atlassian, there was a period of time, Lena, where Atlassian had this identity crisis, and you had something called the parent link and an epic link, and you had an epic name, and there was just like all this trouble. And it was very confusing, and like subtasks to the story didn't have any linking. It was just parent. But then if you wanted to go from the story to the epic, you had to use a combination of epic link and epic name. And then if you wanted to go from the epic to like an initiative, you had to use like parent link, but there was no parent name. So it's super confusing. And now Atlassian's just parent. And it just works. It's like it just knows where it's doing it, and it just magically works. But for like 6 months, it was pretty painful. Like I cried a lot. We can also track content lifecycle. So, for example, we can mark related Confluence content more discoverable by managing and auto-adding page labels. So, a lot of people don't know this, that automation rules are not just in Jira, but they're in a variety of different tools, Confluence being one of the more popular ones. You can keep your team informed by sending Slack messages every morning, or every time something gets released, or when a sprint ends, or when a sprint starts. There's a bunch of different triggers, but you can send messages into Slack, into Teams, into different places. You can also send emails. And it integrates with other products. This is something that Atlassian is quickly getting better, and this is why Revyz is really going to shine, because automation rules are kind of limited in their integrations. Like there's a lot out there, but I would imagine that Revyz is going to have like an unlimited amount of connections. So that's kind of, I'm looking forward to that. So what can you automate? So you can use automation in Jira, JSM, Jira Product Discovery, and Confluence. There are components of automation, rules built for specific products, as well as one that you use for any product. So in these products, you can automate schedules, notifications, integrations, comments, searches, and more. So you can create rules that create subtasks when a work item is created. You can create a page when a work item is moved into a specific status. You can automatically apply specific templates to new pages created in a specific space. You can randomly assign high priority work to team members. You can send a message when somebody's due date is approaching. This is a very, very common one. This is something that somebody asked me a lot. You can create a task for a team member to update the documentation after a work item is closed. You can automatically close all work items with no recent activity, and you can notify the assignee when an SLA is about to breach. I love this one. I love this one. One of the reasons why I use JSM, one of my use cases for building a JSM project for SLAs and notifications. This is a really good one. Who can use automation? So we have product admins. So in Jira, Confluence can create global rules, which are automation rules that can apply to multiple projects. In Jira, specifically, project admins for both company and team can create automation rules for their projects. These are called project rules. And then we have space admins for space rules and Confluence. Now, an interesting thing, Lena, is that automation rules used to be kind of open to everybody and anyone. Like anybody could have created automation rules like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. But about a year and a half ago, Atlassian introduced automation usage limits. And so one of the first things that I usually do is if somebody's abusing the automation rules, like they have, like some people have automation rules that are redundant. They'll have automation rules that really you should do like in a workflow. My favorite one, this is a really, really good one. If you have subtasks in a story and you move those subtasks to a story, very similar. Remember how we saw up here that you can close your epic? Right? Where's the epic one? Here we go. You see how you can close an epic when all the stories have been completed? Well, you could close a story when all the subtasks are completed. Problem is, Jira does that for free by default, natively.
Yes, it does.
Right. So when you move your subtask to done, then your story will go to done automatically for you. But people go create an automation rule for that, and that uses up your usage. So what's cool now is that because there's limits now, Atlassian's like, okay, so we'll let you control who can make automation rules. So in general, these are the folks that can do it. but your Jira admin can always go in and override these permissions and set it up. Like I like to put people in a group that I train. I train people. Here's how you use automation rules. Here's the consequences of having crappy automation rules because you're going to use up your usage real quick. And then they can create the automation rules. Otherwise, I don't let them because it's the worst thing, Lena. I don't know if you know this one, but the worst thing is that when you use up all your automation rules for the month, all your automation rules come to a halt.
Yep, it stops
so
and
if
nothing
you were
works.
so if you were depending on something, it's not going to work anymore. Now, Rovo, have you looked into Rovo? Do you know Rovo's going to do a similar thing? I know Rovo's going to have usage rules, but have you seen anything on what happens if you use up your automation rules? I mean, your usage.
On the Robo side, no, I don't know if they're going to have they probably would have a limit because I know they're going to have a limit on the Robo itself, kind of
Yeah.
like the.
Yeah, there's a usage limit, but I haven't seen if you can buy more because in automation rules, it'd be cool if you can buy more automation rules, but you can't. Like once you run out, you are out for the month. Liz over here is like a pro. Yeah, Liz over here is a pro gamer here. She's like automation plus API plus webhooks. This is not the way, Liz. This is the way for people that want to make their lives really hard. I don't.
Well, I guess if you know how to use them, it is that way.
Yeah, I know. But when you start talking with webhooks, those are skills that are way beyond what I can do. All right, let's check our knowledge. Amadi is a project admin for a team managed project, JSM specifically. Can he create an automation rule for this project? Yes. So the answer is yes. So we have a 50-50 shot. And the question is the rule that Amadi creates just for that project or for all projects? But because Amadi is just a project admin, the answer is going to be the first one because only the Jira admins can create rules that are going to apply to multiple projects. So those project admins can create rules just for their project. Oh no, that's not right. What's wrong here? Because both company managed and team managed project admins can create automation rules. Their projects are in all Jira. That is not right. That is not a correct
Let's read
answer.
the question again. Let's see.
Marty is a project admin for a team managed project in JSM. Can he create an automation rule for this project? So the answer is yes. But he cannot create all Jira products can use automation rules. Like this is not a good question.
I guess the question is not worded correctly.
Yeah. This is a dumb question because this shouldn't be this shouldn't be the reason. Because this right here is basically saying he can create automation rules because automation rules exist.
Mm-hmm.
But again, crappy question, Atlassian. Crappy question. All right, next lesson. Yeah, see, Liz is with me on this one. And Jay, this is the first one I got wrong, but it's not because I got it wrong. So Atlassian doesn't know how to write questions.
It's on like the test, DMV questions.
Well, in the test, they actually this is why I really take my time. So what I do on the test is I speed run through it because I know my ADD is or my ADD and my dyslexia is gonna get the better half of me. But I just like to power through and get through all the questions because at least I finished the test. I always have a fear that I'm not going to finish the test, that I'm going to use up the 3 hours and I'm going to have questions that I didn't even get to. So I power through, answer everything, and see which ones come out of my gut. And then, knowing that I now can at least submit the test because I at least answered every question, then I go back and reread everything a lot slower. A lot slower. All right. Liz and I have the exact same strategy. I just hate taking tests. Okay, so let's build the simple automation rule. So by the end of this one, you're gonna basically know how to create an automation rule. Lena, have you ever created any automation rules?
I don't. I will. Yes, I think I have. It was a very simple one. It's kind of like I feel like automation rules is kind of like pulling blocks. Like if.
Yeah, They're
Little
easy.
GUI blocks.
They're easy, but they can get complex real quick. So, and they can be very powerful real quick too.
Yeah.
But you can do simple stuff and you can do pretty hard stuff. So let's see what this example is going to have us do. All right. So automation rules are essentially if-then statements. So if something happens, then do something. Right. So if a work item is unassigned, then assign it to Micah. If a comment is added to a page, then send the owner a notification. And so really what we have are technically 2 sections, but there's really 3 areas. So we have a trigger. I think a lot of people get tripped up here because this is the first step. You have to, and I repeat, you have to trigger the automation rule. This is my opinion. When you're creating an automation rule, this is the hardest part to get right. For 2 reasons. One, there's a limited number of triggers that Atlassian gives you. And 2, it's always not clear. Like you kind of know what you want the automation rule to do. Like a great example is like, well, I want the assignee to be notified when an issue is due in the next 2 days, right? So the action to do that, this action that we do down here, that's pretty easy. But the trigger, how do we know? Right? How do we know how to trigger, like how to jumpstart? Because the rule just can't exist. Something needs to initiate the trigger to happen. And with the example that I just gave you, the best trigger that I found is there is no. There is one, but it's a scheduled trigger. So every day at the exact same time, I run a query that's going to find every issue that's due in the next 2 days, and then I send a notification. But coming up with that trigger is usually the harder part, right? Because some of them are easy, like when a field is changed, when a status is updated. But there's other ones that just like you're like, what the heck? I don't even know how to start.
So basically, it's for the triggers. Basically, understanding if you understand how the fields or stuff get read right by the API or something, maybe that helps.
Yeah, but you're talking very technical, right? Like most people, I would say 90% of people building automation rules have never looked at Jira's APIs before. Right? They're very basic. They're very drag and drop as well. But so all you need to know for the test though, and this is going to give us some insight. But every rule has to have a trigger. That's an when in doubt, use a manual trigger, especially when you're testing your rule out. Right? If you're still trying to figure out, this is something that I do, right? If you're still kind of figuring out what should trigger the rule, but you know what the rule should do, I do it a manual. So I get a button that I can click to initiate the trigger. But then I can figure out the logic, right? I can figure out, okay, the coding part of it. How's that going? So this says noun, verb on noun result. So scheduled trigger is typically useful to check on weekly tasks on Monday. Yeah. So every day, if you want to, the problem now though is with your scheduled tasks or with your scheduled triggers, you run the risk of hitting your automation rules faster. You want to be careful there. Okay, so so for example, there are triggers that enable you to build rules related to new comments on a page or work item. Well, you can't add multiple triggers. It's very, very, very important. I think a lot of people try to do this. You try to add multiple triggers. In some products like Jira, multiple work item event triggers enables you to select more than one event related to the work. I've never done this. So in Jira, you could use a multiple work item event trigger to act when a work item is transitioned to a different status and assigned to a new person. We're going to have to look at that one because I've never done it. I've seen it, but I've never actually done it. So what does this one actually look like? So inside of Jira, to get to your automation rules, you go to your project settings, you go to your automation. And again, this is not one that I've done before, but there's a trigger. So we have workday. These are new. Version deleted is new. But it sounds like we have a multi. Do you see more? Oh, here, multiple issue events. Yeah. So when an issue is created and when an issue is like assigned, then something can happen. So while you cannot have 2 triggers, right? You can't have trigger this, then this. They basically say this is the workaround. Good to know. I didn't know that. Then we have conditions. These are optional. These are very optional, but basically so an automation rule is going to trigger, right? Something's going to initiate it. Cool. Awesome. but then the action is going to run, except if you have a condition. And you want conditions, especially when Atlassian counts for every successful execution. So this is very key. So Atlassian is going to bill you for every successful rule that runs. And so what I tell people is, if you are hitting your automation rules limits quickly, make it harder for the rule to run. And so you make it harder by adding conditions, right? So a great example is when a story is when an issue is created, or in our case, when a work item is created, auto assign it to Billy, right? Well,
Yeah.
every time somebody hits create, it's going to be automatically assigned to Billy. You can, however, limit it so that when an issue is created, and if it's a bug, then assign it to Billy. So now, instead of every single time that every single person creates something, now it's just a bug, right? And so you can limit the chances that it's going to successfully run, because the moment that it's not a bug, the automation rule kind of drops, and then it doesn't count against your usage. So put conditions if you're hitting your limits, but also put conditions to make good automation rules that are very specific, right? You don't want to make an automation rule that's too generic, because then I don't think it has the same effect. And then finally, you have your action, which is what we're actually doing. So
When you're
what's
creating these automation rules, and you're trying to test if something works, is it count towards your usage?
it does. So
So they
every
don't have like a
successful
sandbox in place where
kind.
you can just test.
So there's two methods to this. There's two methods to doing it. Jira gives us. Why can I not see it? Okay, Jira gives us this, so we can do. I'll show you. So we don't want that trigger. We want, let's just say, when an issue is created, right? But what you're allowed to do is, oops, I did not want to branch. What you're allowed to do is, as your action, we have and you can see Rovo's now a part of this. You can log your action. So instead of running the rule
Mm-hmm.
and actually doing the thing, what it's going to do is it's going to basically write to the log. And so it'll run, but it's only writing to the log, and that doesn't count. So Atlassian gives us that from a debugging perspective, where you can at least see what it was supposed to do or what was supposed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to be, again, a little bit more of a coding mind to do this, because I don't think most common folk will be able to read the log and understand that. And you have to write code. This curly brace is the closest we get to code.
Okay.
So the better option, if you aren't comfortable with writing to the log, is go to a different Jira, or if you're on the premium version of Jira, set up your sandbox. Now, most people, though, Lena, are okay, because most companies have like 1,000+ users, and you get like 1,000 automation rules per user. And so a lot of companies have like 200, 300, 400,000 automation rules to run. And so that's a lot of rules. So you normally, like, really, it's just like the people with like 50 people in their company and on the standard version of Jira, those are the people that are going to run into problems. All right, so create an automation rule from the template. So before creating an automation rule, check to see if there's a template that already meets your needs. So there's a library of templates. I don't like this. I hate this because, oops, I clicked on the wrong button. I don't like these templates because what it does is it encourages bad behavior, right? People are going to look at this and go, oh, I like this one, right? And they turn it on, they set it up, they turn it on, and we're done. But this is going to work for that. Remember that example that I told you, that subtask to the story? Well, this is going to capture those things because there's no condition for it, right? And so we're using up rules now very foolishly, right? And so you want to be careful with those. And so while they're good to kind of get your feet wet and get you started. I hate that Atlassian gives us these things, because these are not usually best practice automation rules. But on that topic, I've seen some crazy automation rules out there. And so I would say take some training, understand what the automation rules are, because there's automation rules that are really, really good. And there's just automation rules that are going to just be really, really bad. Anyone have tips on hitting limits when running lookup objects on assets? I don't think I do, Jay. I haven't spent too much time in the JSM automation rules. But I would say, again, that log feature might be useful for you. And or I know JSM. Well, if you're on the premium, if you're on JSM Premium, are you really hitting your limits though? Because to use that, you have to be on JSM Premium anyways, and so you're gonna have a lot more usage limits than if you were on standard. But I don't have anything particular. I like to add conditions a lot of conditions. But anyways, we have templates. A long time ago, long time ago, we used to have Atlassian automation rule library. So this used to exist a long time ago. I think it still exists. As you can see, I'm getting something. But you used to be able to like click on some of these and like it will show you how to use it. And so this library still exists. And so that's a resource that I used to use a long time ago when I was learning automation rules. So again, these are the templates. But yeah, so when you're creating an automation rule, the first thing you're going to want to do is you want to give it a name. Jira will not let you proceed if you don't give it a name. Descriptions are optional. I don't normally put descriptions. Usually I put in a good enough name. I usually put a good enough name so that I don't need a description. Your scope is very important. It used to be, Lena, it used to be a long time ago, about a year and a half ago, that if you selected the scope of your project to be a single project, then it wouldn't count against your usage. But if you made it 2 or more projects, then it counted against your usage. But Atlassian changed that. Atlassian now says all rules, as long as they successfully execute, count against your usage. So this kind of went out the window. But the scope is an interesting one because there's some cases where you want either all the projects to run the automation rule, or you want like 5-10 projects to run the automation rule. And so instead of creating 5-10 copies of the automation rule, you can just do a global one that runs everywhere. But again, you need to be a Jira admin for that. The owner is who's going to receive emails when the automation rule fails. And by default, whoever created the rule is the owner. The actor, my friends, is the most important one. The actor is who is actually performing the action. And this is very important because when you are in an automation, when an automation rule runs, it's going to be logged in the history of the ticket. Okay. And you want to be very, very careful here, right? Because if you don't set this actor correctly, you're going to run into a couple of problems in a couple of different ways. So let me give you a couple. One, if you are the actor, then you need permission to the project. A given, right? Also, if you have an automation where you transition, well, since you're the actor, you need to have the permission to transition. Okay. But the bigger problem by you being the actor is that your name shows up in the history. And so I can't tell you how many emails or messages and Slack messages I've gotten from people saying, "Why did you do this?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything." And they're like, "No, you changed the sprint." And I'm like, "I didn't change any sprint." They're like, "Yes." And then they send me a screenshot of the logs of the history. I'm like, man, that was an automation rule that's under my name. That wasn't me. So that's again, couple of but because it's you, because your name's the actor, the probability that you have the right permissions is going to be higher. And so the rules tend to succeed better. The alternative is that there's a dedicated actor. There's a dedicated actor in your automation rules that can act on your behalf. Right? And so we have an actor here called Automation for Jira. This is the free user. They don't use up a license. And in the history, it'll say automation did the change. Awesome. But now you don't know which rule made the change. So now you got to go figure out which rule is causing your problems. So there's that. But the bigger problem for automation for Jira is that in your permission scheme, a lot of people don't know this. So you get it here. In your permission schemes, you have this project role Atlassian add-ons project access. This makes it so that third-party apps, like your plugins from the marketplace, can successfully interact with your projects. But it also means that your automation rule actor can run. But a lot of people, what they do is they create a brand new permission scheme in Jira. And when they create a brand new permission scheme, Let me see if I have one handy. Yeah, when they create a brand new permission scheme, this is what it looks like. So guess what's missing? Right? And so they'll add the users, they'll add the groups, they'll add roles, but they forget to add that add-on. And so now the automation rules as the actor won't work. And so there's a lot of rules, and especially if you add like issue level security, and then there's even more rules. So there's a lot of nuances. I'm gonna drop a link in the chat. If you need help with any of this, I'm available to help you out. Hit up my link tree. Spend an hour of your time, buy an hour of my time, I should say, and let me help you figure this all out. It's gonna be cheaper than you banging your head for 2 weeks. Because you'll eventually figure it out, but it takes me minutes. Okay. Notify on error. So basically, this is kind of annoying, but every time the rule runs successfully, nothing happens. But if and when it fails, then you get an email. And so it's possible that it runs good 10 times and then it fails. Then it runs great 20 times and then it fails. And so you get notifications. I tend to ignore them as a Jira admin, but you don't want to ignore them. Who can edit the rule? This is a good one to have in case you get a new job, you hit the lotto. You want other people to be able to edit the rule in case you're not there anymore. And this is the most important one. Trisha, thank you. Twice. And Trisha, don't forget, you still have some time left. So whenever something pops up, call me. Okay. So this box here is super important. This box here allows you to create a cascading trigger. So this is awesome. So this is one of my favorite features of automation rules. So you can create an automation rule that says, okay, so whenever I transition to done, I want to send an email to Mike. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that's a bad one. Whenever what's a good one? Whenever like the due date changes, I want to then change the status to like review. Okay. But then I can have an automation rule that says when something enters the status of review, then I want to send an email to Mike. But those are two separate automation rules. Jira's not smart enough to say, okay, the due date changed, so I got transitioned. But not because I got transitioned, now I want to send the email to Mike. Because those are two separate automation rules. And they happen so quickly, Jira doesn't catch it, right? And so what you have to do is you have to hit this allow rule trigger so it cascades. So what it'll do is when the due date changes, it gets automatically transitioned. So that's automation rule number 1. But because we transitioned into the trigger of another rule, then this will trigger, it'll do the domino effect. But if you don't check this checkbox, those two don't talk to each other. So you have to kind of have some foresight and like trigger or like set up your automation rule so that you know that remember that Rube Goldberg machine? It's basically that.
Mm-hmm.
Build the Rube Goldberg in automation rules, but this checkbox is a very powerful checkbox that not a lot of people know how to use. So kind of cool. Then we have triggers. So again, we talked about triggers, but we can trigger based on events, comments, an action. We can schedule the triggers, so these happen at a specific time. If you know cron expressions, I'm not very good. Cron, Liz, where you at with crons? Where's your skill set there, or level of comfort with crons, Liz? All right, but if you have crons, this basically allows you to set up your rule in such a way that you can put in like some code. Have you ever seen a cron job, Lena?
No.
So crons are kind of cool. You'll like this one. Have you ever seen regexes? Remember regular expressions in coding and how we cried ourselves to sleep with regexes?
Oh yeah.
It's basically a regex, but it's more like Unix, Linux based stuff. Like I see it a lot in like Linux stuff, Unix stuff. But we can do a manual or schedule trigger here. And then there's a cron section. Where's the cron section? Oh boy. There's a cron in here somewhere. Where are you at? Why can I not see this? Oh, advanced. There we go. So you put something like this. So there's like a whole a whole library of how you can translate a bunch of random characters in Jira into something meaningful. And so there's like these things here where if you want second, you put this code in, and if you want minute, you put this code in, and if you want days of the week, you put this code in, and like you put random characters, and it means like a date and time and seconds. Kind of interesting. I use ChatGPT to do my cron jobs now. So you can do ChatGPT gave me a cron expression to run something every other Monday at 9:01 a.m. And so the cron is going to be like that. So you just copy paste that into your cron instead of trying to figure out the 1, the 9, the colon, the star 1. It's a lot harder. So that's what the crons are for. Yeah, UTC does not change. Yeah, I hate UTC, by the way. We have work item triggers, so things like your status or your workflow change. We have confluence triggers, which I don't get into a whole lot, but page creation updates. We have JSM triggers like SLAs and queues. Then you pick your conditions. So we have a lot of different conditions. We have user type. So is it the assignee? Is it the reporter? Was it a customer? We have if-else statements. I always recommend you use the if-else block. 9 times out of 10, you can get away with just an if statement, but most of the time you're going to want an if and an else, and these separated doesn't work very well. Like having 2 if statements in the automation rules sucks, but you want to have like an else if else, so you can have if this, else if this, else if this, and then so this is where we get into coding. This says I have zero idea what UTC is, when, where, and at any time. Yeah, I hate it when somebody sends me like a UTC notification. I'm like, what in the? I don't know what. Like, give me a time zone. I can convert time zone. Roll Time Buddy can help me with time zones, but UTC, never.
Yeah, I used to work with UTC.
I hate UTC.
It was hard.
JQL. So you can do a JQL or CQL where you can actually put a query language. Like you can actually put the code itself and get something back. You can do an advanced compare. This is a little bit more tricky, but you can compare like two fields and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting. I don't usually get into these. And then you can do a smart values. So basically every field in Jira is you can use it as a variable or what they call a smart value, and you can do things based on that. You can also do things with attachments. So for example, if you want to check whether a customer has included a screenshot of a vendor, like if there's an attachment, you can do that. You can check to see if a work item meets a specific criteria. So for example, if a field of component equals this component, then you can do that. Or what's even more powerful is like you can check linked or related work. So you can check to see if the parent has something, you can check to see if the child has something, and you can go up and down from there. The order of your conditions matter.
I like list response. So I just nod and then Google when I'm off camera.
Don't we all, Liz? Don't we all?
Yep.
So the order of your conditions matter. So the rule is going to stop executing when the first condition fails. So you can drag and drop all your components in an automation rule to reorder them. So yeah, so order. I can't tell you how many times I've had automation rules not behave properly. They successfully execute, but they don't execute successfully because my if statements were backwards. So just reversing things have made a big of a difference. Like the logic is exactly the same, but the order is in reverse, and it just fixes it. Select your action. So there are many different actions available, similar to triggers. So you can search for actions in the search box, right? And so there's just Atlassian keeps adding more and more actions every day. And so as you saw over here, we have all these actions. So we can create a user in Okta. We can create a doc in Google Drive. We can restart a VM. We have the old ones like the oldie and goodies, create an issue, send an email. We can create a branch in GitHub. So we can do it so that whenever an issue is moved to in progress, it automatically creates a branch and links them together. So powerful stuff there. And then you got to test them. So you should always test your rules by creating situations in which the trigger should and should not trigger. And then you can always check the audit log to see what's going on. And so you just get to your audit log. Each rule by itself has an audit log though, so you don't have. I usually go to the audit log of that rule. I don't usually go to the main audit log, but rather what I do is I go into that specific rule and check the audit log of that specific rule.
Hmm.
So now we're going to explore an example. So Dia is a Confluence-based admin and a Jira project admin. She is managing a new team member, Anne, whose work she needs to keep up with. Dia sets up 2 automation rules, one in Confluence, one in Jira, that sends her notifications whenever Anne updates a page in Confluence or a work item in Jira. This helps Dia monitor. I like how they've used monitor. Micromanage is really what they're doing.
I was about to say that, just micromanaging.
See, this is where I like restricting who can create automation rules, because some people can abuse the system real quickly. So the first one, configure the rule details. Dia needs the rule, so notify Dia. So that's the name, and add the detailed description. Awesome. Then we pick a trigger. So whenever the work item is updated, and then whenever a page is published. But then we got to add a condition, because it'll be any user can do this, right? We don't want this firing off 1,000,000 times a day. But so we add a user condition that says when the person who triggered the event is Anne. And then we're going to do something. So then we're going to send send to the manager, although this is oversimplified. This doesn't really exist. Jira has no concept of knowing who the manager is unless it's like in a field, right? But we're going to send to somebody. Usually I put an explicit email and then the subject and then the body. And you can, of course, use smart value, so you can actually send like a URL or a link to the automation rule. Then you test it by running it. And that's it. All right, so what have we learned? So which component can you only have a single one? Which component can you only have a single one of in its automation rule? Not okay, that's a trigger.
Trigger, yeah.
Emma is creating an automation rule. Before executing an action, she wants to check if the assignee is not her teammate Greta, Javier, or Haru. What condition? So user condition, I'm assuming. No. Work field. While Emma could technically see the best ones to use a work item field condition.
What is a work field?
You're checking the assignee. While Emma could technically use all these condition types, the best one to use the work item. They don't give us a good reason. You would have checked. I would have used user.
Yeah, why would you use work item fields for?
Before executing, she wants to check. Well, because the way I would build this one out is, again, this is where manual, you always got to put a trigger, but I would put my condition of a user. And it's not, and then I would have put those people in there. This is what I had in mind.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't do a work item field condition, because they don't even tell me which work item field. Like, what are you going to check the assignee? Like, I suppose you could go. They're basically saying you got to do. Where's my? Oh shoot! Sorry, went the wrong way. Got to do the if issue fields. I mean, I got to check for assignee is not one of, and then I guess you can put those names. But really, it's not the assignee though. Before execution wants to, okay, yeah. So you could check. Yeah, I guess the assignee is the right way, for the simple fact that you're looking at a value inside of a field and you're trying to make sure that the people in that field is not those people. This one is more along the lines of like who actually ran the rule.
Mm-hmm.
So the work item field would be the right one. So let me explain. So the user is to check who actually triggered the automation rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you could put that the user is not the assignee, right? So we could put over here, oopsie. Oh, it's copying. I'm like, why are you duplicating? Right. We could say user. Where's my user? Right? That the assignee is not one of those people. So that's one option. But the other one is you're just checking to see if the assignee, basically they're both the right answer. This is why, again,
There's multiple ways of doing this, basically, right?
yeah. But on the test, I'm told that Atlassian does a better job and gives you questions that only have one right answer.
Hmm.
All right, last question here. Determine if each option is a trigger, option, or condition. Okay. So we basically got to say which one of these is the action, which one's the trigger, and which one's the condition. So first Tuesday of every month looks like a trigger to me. The action is this one, and then the conditions are these. Yay. Next lesson. All right, 10 minutes, and we got 15. Let's get through this. Creating automation rules using natural language. So this has been a game changer for me. So prior to AI or Atlassian Intelligence, you really had to know what the heck you were doing. And you really had to like create 1,000 automation rules to see it all. Now you can get inspired by Atlassian Intelligence. Now it's not correct. I still find myself that I have to try this like 20 times to finally get something that works, but it does all the logic and thinking for you. So automation rules are structured workflows. If this, then that, right? So creating automation rules in natural language simplifies the experience of getting started and creating rules. So I use it as a catalyst. I use it as like a getting started. So inspect in Confluence and Jira, automation rules operate seamlessly in the background and can handle routine. Okay, so I don't know why you're telling me this. Automation is a very powerful tool that can have outcomes that can't be reversed. Prompting is an art. It is possible that an AI may not understand your prompt and misinterpret your prompt. Yeah, blame this on us. Or you might be asking the AI to create rules beyond its capabilities. To limit a possible fallout of the AI misunderstanding of the prompt, the generated rule is initially shown in a preview state so that the user can inspect it. 9 times out of 10, this will not work. So 9 times out of 10, you're going to have to re-prompt and prompt and prompt a couple of times before you finally get it to give you something good. Not disclosed here, by the way, is you need to be on the premium or enterprise versions of Jira to do this, because if you don't have Atlassian Intelligence, you're not going to get very far. So getting started can be overwhelming experience due to the product's complexity. Simply type the use case you're trying to automate or description of the rule and let AI work its magic. Once you describe it, it will come back as a draft. So we're going to go try this because really all you're doing is that. And then they're just using change. Okay, so let's just try this one because I don't like Confluence. So we'll just do Jira. Do we have a Jira one? These are SLAs. Okay, let's do the Jira one. So Jira says assign all high priority issues to Alana. And we can do that one, right? And so we can actually go to Jira and we can return to the rules. And we have a create with AI button. And we're going to say assign all high priority issues to Alana. I'm going to hit search or enter. Atlassian Intelligence is going to do its thing. It takes a second and it's almost always wrong. So here's a priority. So we're listening for priority when the priority field changes. And then we're going to give it to Alana. And if the priority is high, we're going to give it to Alana. And I'm curious to compare this with what they came up with, because interestingly enough, it's the same thing. But I wouldn't do this. I would. So the problem with automation rules is that this is how you hit your usage limit so quickly, is that this is one way, right? So you're listening for the priority field to change. But when the issue is created and it's already with the priority of high, it didn't change. So you're going to miss any rule that's already coming in with the priority of high, right? And so you got to protect against that by then creating another rule that says when the issue is created, right? So now you need 2 rules to do the same thing. So this is usually when I challenge people back and go, okay, which one do you care more about, right? Because see here how we have to create and edit. Like this is why these are important, because sometimes you don't put this for statement. Okay, because if you forget this one, then it's only listening for editing. And so you got to add these here so that Jira knows, okay, it's when I create and when I'm being edited. The other thing that's weird or wrong is what did I tell it? What was the prompt?
Yes. Set all
Okay.
high priorities too.
Yeah. So that's okay. But normally you have like highest, right? And so you have to be very explicit. So I have highest as a priority, and so highest would have been missed. And so you got to be careful, right? Because it's very literal, and you might not want literal. Like in your mind, highest might be highest, but Jira, because there's a highest and a high, is only going to give you high and not the highest. And so again, you might not get the results you want. All right, so let's see what we learned. So true or false? Mika utilized Atlassian intelligence to describe an automation rule providing in simple text. However, when the AI generated rule is incomplete, it lacks certain fields. The rule has been created. Mika can't specify it. That's false. You should be able to fix it. So it'll give you a draft, but basically it's like a working. It's a starting point.
Mm-hmm.
Karishma wants to manage and follow up with many customer tickets. She wants to automatically close tickets currently in the waiting for customer status that have not been updated for more than 5 days. That should help her work efficiently by reducing the time she spends manually checking and following up with customers. What automation rule description will help her write this rule? Ooh, now we got to convert English to English. So she wants to automatically close tickets that are waiting for customer and have not been updated in more than 5 days. I feel like it's this one. Because it's more of an if then.
So would the AI want it in that format
Well, that's what we're going to find out.
or in the natural language?
Apparently it wants all of the above. So those have also gone away from Atlassian. So you do want to be careful because apparently the right answer is all of them.
Where does it say all of them? Oh, you check them all.
Yeah. All right, next lesson, and this is a 15-minute one, and I think this is going to be a good stopping point where we're going to create complex ones. So we'll pick this one back up on Thursday, folks. Hopefully Rodney is here. I do have an incentive to finish these as quickly as possible because my test is going to be on June 14th. So I got a month to finish going through all the material. And so we got to keep pushing through all this. All right. So what are smart values? So smart values are variables. So if you've ever written any code before, it's literally, it kind of looks like a variable, and you put these values in curly braces, and they basically do magical things, like very magical things.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole list, which I'm sure we're going to cover at some point, but they basically allow you to access and manipulate data without using like hard-coded values. So it's really powerful in the extension that it gives you. So you can call things out, like as we get over here, right? You can get things like the comment body. You can get things like the summary of an issue. You can get basically any field inside of a Jira issue. You can reference it. So a really good common use case that I like to do, or that some teams ask me, when a child is created, they want to like append or indicate the epic's title in that summary of that child. So I can run an automation rule that basically grabs the parent's summary and sticks it as a summary, or appends it as a summary of that child's summary. That's way too many times of the use the word summary, but hopefully you all get the idea of what you can do with these smart values. Now, they're kind of, there's a lot of smart values, and accessing the custom fields is just one of them. And Ronnie, have you seen this feature? Sarah showed it to us, Sarah from our team, and this is pretty cool. So what you can do, and I'm gonna go back to the old UI because folks, I still do not like the new UI. But what you can do, because you're probably asking yourself, like, what are these smart values? There's a lot of smart values. There's a lot. Trust me when I tell you, there's a lot of smart values. But what you can do here is when you are like setting a field here, let's just grab something here. There's this little curly brace button that you can click on. And then Jira has like a catalog /index of all the available smart values that are available. The other Rodney said it would be great if Atlassian would give us the assets. Yeah, I'm taking this as a win right here, Rodney, because this didn't exist, I don't know, 6-8 months ago. And so the fact that we have this is kind of cool. But I think they might have some maybe advanced format. I thought I saw assets somewhere once. Might be wrong. But there's a lot of different cool things that you can go look at. There's some lookup objects, guard detect alerts, fields changes, regular objects, Workday, Confluence, and so there's all kinds of smart values here. And all you gotta do is like click into it, and then you'll see the code. You can see the code here, and then you can just copy this, and then you can paste it over here, and then use it in your automation. So it's kind of cool that from that perspective. Some of the more common ones here are like time. So this one's kind of cool if you want to like timestamp something, like with now, like put the date and time and like when did something enter in progress, where you can create a custom field that when you move it to in progress, you can slap it with the now and find that out. Although I would, in this particular case, in that particular example, I would strongly encourage that you use a workflow property, because those are going to be better for you than using up on automation for that. You can also send emails to people, right? So you can see who triggered an email and send them an email. You can also do some basic arithmetic. So this is kind of cool. So this allows you to, like, there's an automation rule that comments back to a customer, notifying them that your team will address the problem within 3 business days. And so you can figure out what 3 business days is by simply doing the like today, now, and add 3 days to a business day so that you don't include Saturday and Sunday. That's kind of cool. This is one that I use a lot. So I work with a team that uses their comment section as like a status update. But as you may or may not know, comments can't be visually seen in the in the list view or in the Jira Advanced Roadmap. And so this is a really cool way to just take the latest comment body and add it to like a single a small text field, and then that you can display. So that's kind of a use case for that. But in the chat, what are some of the uses that you've had for smart values? What about you, Rodney? What have you done smart values for?
I said I've done a lot of the grab the epic name or epic summary and bring it down to the children and grandchildren of an issue. Work item. I've done a lot of things with dates. People want a date in. Customizing comments. People want a comment automatically added when certain events happen, but they want it to reflect specific data. Like this issue number is moved into this status at this time. Just really digging into that. But smart values, as said, the list is always changing. When they first introduced them, always growing. When they first introduced them, there was like 5. And that's all you had. Yeah. And it was still game changing.
Yeah. So let's look at an example. So Danica is a project admin for a company managed project, also maintains a Confluence space for that project. I think the only real difference that I would see right now, just not knowing too much, is that in company managed projects, because you can have custom fields that are, custom, that are searchable custom fields, you can actually, each custom field has a unique ID. And in the smart value, you can actually reference that unique ID. I don't know if we'll see it here, but I would say when you're when you're trying to balance out custom fields in team managed versus company managed, that's one thing to keep in note, that you can technically access company managed custom fields in your automation rules. Right, so her team has a communication problem in the past, and she wants to automate notifying users when someone comments on their content. In Jira, Danica would like to notify her team work item reporter when someone comments on the work, and in Confluence, she would like to notify the page creator when someone comments. So let's see. Configure the rule details. So Danica would create 2 separate automation rules, one for Jira, one for Confluence. Okay. Going to select the trigger. In Jira, work item is commented. These are one of the many triggers out there. And in Confluence, the trigger would be page commented. Then we want to do conditions, because she does not want the work item reporter or the page owners to be notified of their own comments. So what they're going to do is they're going to put some conditions here, and your first value is going to be comment author. So you can see everything in bold here is going to be a smart value. So we can access who is the author of that comment. You can do a condition that is not equal, and then we're looking for the reporter. So as long as the person that added a comment is not the reporter, then do something. And then we have an action. So what is that something? So in this particular case, we're going to take the reporter's email, and we're going to write them an email and tell them, here's the key, here's the author, and here's the comment that was written. And so as you can see, you can access like parts of the data, if you will, in your automation rules. And you can, and what's kind of cool, in case you missed it, in case you weren't paying attention, is that these smart values work from a trigger perspective, right? So you can, conditions perspective, I should say, where you're actively checking to see if a value in a smart value meets a certain criteria condition. And then you can take action on the more data as well. So very powerful stuff. And then you can test it out, right, by being the reporter, and it shouldn't get an email. And then you do one where you're not the reporter, and you should get the email. So those are some checks there. Now,
that is
branches.
an important point. Always test before you just trust something's going to work, especially in a production environment.
Oh yeah. Branches. So smart values are cool, and if you're new to this whole thing, I would start with smart values, because smart values are much easier to understand, because at the end of the day, they're just a variable. They're just a variable that accesses part of the data, right? So when you look at your issue or your work item as a whole, right? When you look at the whole the whole thing as a, just one entity, you can think of, the summary as one accessible piece of data, the reporter, the comment, the due date. All of the fields within the ticket are pieces of variables and data that you can grab and do something with your automation rules. Okay, so I think the context from smart values is pretty easy to describe. Branches, however, those are hard. These are complex. This is not.
Yeah.
You don't want to be doing this after 1 or 2 beers. I can tell you that much.
I don't know. Maybe you're one of those weird programmers that do better when you're a little buzzed.
You ever hear of programming?
I think I have.
Programming was like starting up when I was in college getting my CS degree. And the whole premise was like, for every 10 lines of code that you write, you take a shot and then you do like 10 push-ups.
It sounds vaguely like a old XKCD commercial, or not commercial, comic from about 15, 20 years ago that had a similar premise.
That would have been around the same time that I got my CS degree. So yeah. It's probably around the same time frame. But yeah, so let's not get into programming. All right, so create branches within an automation rule. So what is a branch? So a branch acts as an independent subrule within automations. It runs conditions and actions on multiple related branch work items. Branches are optional. You can use multiple branches in a rule. For example, in Jira, you want to create an automation rule that identifies, whoa, my desk just started moving on me. In Jira, you want to create an automation rule that identifies when a work item has a new comment, then adds that same comment to their parent epic. And so you start by configuring the main automation rule with the work item comment trigger, and then add a JQL. So MP Marty says that this is their thing. Summary has issue key, subtask for transfer in. Well, what are we doing here? This looks like some SQL stuff at this point.
I mean, makes sense.
No, it definitely makes sense, but I don't write JQLs that complex. I'm not I use the in a lot, but not that way. That's a little bit more complex. So MP, kudos. That's what is that in plain text? What does that do? Can you think of a branch more like a subflow routine? I don't know that that's how I would classify it though.
I think it's more closer to like a for loop.
I don't even think I would. I think honestly, the best way that I would describe a branch is like a coding branch, like in Subversion or Git, right? Because what happens is, like, this is why branches get very confusing. Is you start in, like, something's gonna trigger your automation rule, right? And so you are in that automation rule. Let's just say it's a story, right? And so you can go into that story because that's the trigger. So you're working out of that story. So when you do issue.summary, you're grabbing the summary of that story, right? But then you can branch. And so you can branch to the parent, which means you physically move to the parent. So now when you do issue.summary, you're no longer in that child's story. You're now in the parent. And so you're moving physically, in my opinion. So this is why I would attribute it more to like a Git branch where you physically move over to another branch because you're no longer working on that other, or maybe even Avengers branches and timelines.
That's a fair comparison, but I'm thinking a situation where like you're doing something across like all an issue's children. And in that case, it acts a little bit more like for loop than just a pure branch. But when you move into like,
yeah, no, I can see that too. But I kind of still feel that my analogy for that for each, you kind of branch and branch and branch and branch for each available branch available in the branch tree.
And that is also a fair comparison. Because there are times where like if I move a child in progress, I want to move the parent in progress as well. You're going to use a branch for that as well.
Yeah, because you got to go find the parent and then move that parent over to in progress. But then when you go the other route, right? If you're going to go find all the children and update the children, like if you move the epic to done and you want all the stories to go to done as well, like it's a for loop because you will go through each child and update its status.
And by the way, that is a terrible way to do things. If anything, you should be blocking the epic from moving to done until all the children are done.
I'm just saying, man. I'm throwing examples out there.
Oh, that's the example I thought of too. I'm just like, that's a great example. That is a terrible best practice.
All right. So we have a JQL that says parent is not empty. So then you'd configure a branch rule to add a branch. There are different kinds of branch rules available. So let's take a look at what's available. So we have advanced branching, allows you to enter a smart value and perform actions on the value as an object. So for example, trigger work item. Your branch can perform actions for each comment on the trigger work item. We have related rules, so we can look at subtasks, we can look at the parent, we can look at the children. Some other common ones that I can see is most recently created work item. I've used that a lot because sometimes you have an automation rule that creates like a subtask, right? And so step one is create the subtask, and then you can go branch into that most recently created subtask and then do something on that subtask. So you don't have to do like two automation rules, like you can nest it in there in one. I've also done the linked work items because what it does is it lets you go find the relationship that's linked. So for example, you can find any issue that is blocked by the trigger, and then you can go do things there too. Here's some of the branching options in Confluence. So I've never actually explored Confluence, but it looks like you can do a very similar thing where you're getting the trigger page comments body. You're looking for inactive page. You're looking for each page owned by a deactivated account. So I'm getting cleanup vibes here, right? Like a lot of helpful things for cleaning up stuff in Confluence. You're finding related items that find based on the JQL, CQL. You can go find JQL stuff. So that's interesting. You can page branch applies the same condition or an action up to 1,000 pages that meet your criteria. And a task branch applies the same condition up to 1,000 tasks. I did not know that. So have you ever written any Confluence automation rules?
Once, and it was more to test it and get a feel for it than actually do anything productive.
Yeah, I don't ever actually go to Confluence. I mean, I've done 1,000 Jira ones, but hardly ever do I go do Confluence ones.
You were about to say I just don't go to Confluence, and I was about to say our scripts are well aware of this.
Shut up. Shut up. I prefer Excel. All right. When would you use branch rules? So branch rules extend the power of automation rules. Let's explore several use cases. First, you decide that all stores within your project should have a parent epic. You can create an automation rule that automatically adds comments to all work items in the project that violate this policy. This will notify all watchers of your work items. So how do you configure this rule? So you're going to manually trigger this rule, okay? And then you're going to run. So this is a branch, this purple indicator here. Purple, is this purple or pink, Ronnie? I'm going on purple.
It's purple.
Yeah, this purple indicator here is your branch. And you can also see it here. We branched out. And the best part that I like about this is you kind of see it just like the way I described it in in Git, right? Like this is kind of how Git works. And so you're going to do a branch and you're going to basically look, here's our for loop. So you're going to iterate through every item in here. Now, there is a caveat. I don't know if Atlassian is going to tell you here, but I don't even know if you know this, Rodney, but there's like a caveat of like 1,000 returned items.
Yeah.
So I've seen this phenomenon where your JQL brings back like, I don't know, 2,500 items. And then you're like, it works, but it's intermediate. And like my automation rule kind of sometimes works, but a lot of issues are being left out. It's because you hit the limit. You can only do this on 1,000. So make sure that whenever you're doing your for loops, the whatever is being returned is less than 1,000. And another thing that I'll see is that at the beginning, maybe you have maybe your for loop returns like 10 items, but then over 6 months, your for loop starts returning 10,000 items. And again, you're going to lose 9,000 of them. So at the beginning, during your initial testing, it might work out, but later on, as users create more and more work, your JQL, you might need to update your JQL to refine that scope again. So anyways, it's going to go find everything where and it's funny that they used Epic Link. I would have just used parent, right? Like Epic Link's not a thing anymore.
They at least updated it with work type, though. That's the thing.
Know, that's the funny part. Why would you do that? Why would you go through the effort to update the screenshot only to still have the screenshot outdated?
They just missed it because Epic Link to parent wasn't as big an advertised change as issue type to work type.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, though, I mean, you still use the Epic Link. The Epic Link is still in play, but boy, oh boy, did they try to hide it. What did completely die, though, is the Epic name.
Good riddance.
Good riddance. All right, so here's another example. You want to automatically mark epics done when look at this. Isn't this something similar to what we were talking about? So you would when a work item is transitioned to done, you're gonna go find its parent. So again, you have now shifted whatever triggered you to go to done, that story that went to done, you're no longer in that story. You have now shifted to the parent. And this trips a lot of people up when I'm working with branches because they still think that they're working off the parent, and they go back and check and see why is the parent not doing what I'm telling it to do, or the story or the child or whatever, because your branch has moved you. Your branch is now, the scope has changed, and so all these things is now happening on that parent, not on that initial work item that triggered it.
All right, I think
yes, Felicia.
These two conditions though are really what tells, because on its own it sounds like a terrible best practice, but the second condition specifically, I think, is the teller that makes it okay.
You want to make sure that all the children match done.
So if you run this and there are, say, 2 children stories, one of them's done, one of them's not, it's going to cancel the run right there and nothing's going to happen.
That's what makes it okay for Ronnie. I like to know where Ronnie's moral lines are. Chat says, I've tried, and that's where I ran into branch issues. So hence the question above. Yeah, you gotta chat these branching things. The best way to do it is to just practice them and try them until you visually in your mind can see the branch. That's like, you gotta know, maybe even draw it out. I've done that before.
Absolutely, draw it out.
Yeah, you're the project admin for the security. Oh, use a log. You can use your log too, because what I do is I export out I write to the log the summary or the issue type, right? And then it'll give you insight as to where you're at. So take advantage of the log, of that work log entry that you can do, so you can visually see what the heck is happening in your rule. All right, so you're the project admin of the security team. You want all bugs in your project to have a security bug label so they appear in your company-wide bug reports and dashboards. You want all bugs in your team to be automatically assigned to your team lead. How do you do this? Well, you are gonna, when an item's created and if it equals a bug, then for this particular item, labels contains, if this label isn't there, we're gonna add the label. I don't know that and then for this particular item, I don't know that I would, this is overly complicated. I don't know that I would have branched to do this. I would have just added the label if it didn't exist and added the assignee. Maybe you have to branch in order to do both, but I feel like I wouldn't have. I feel like I would have just done
That's-
2 then statements here.
Yeah, I think what they're doing with this branch is just running these 2 sets of actions in parallel.
But I would have simply just said, if it's a bug condition, does the bug contain this label? No, then add it. Then
Then it's just not going to run the second part at all.
Because of a second condition.
Yeah.
Unless you put an if statement, but you could do an if statement that says if or this, then that.
And that's probably what I would have done. But I'm just saying, I see what they were doing here. I see the logic behind it. Branch may not be the best tool, but
they're stretching.
I can see what they were trying to do.
They're stretching.
They needed a third example. That's really what the case was.
Gunnar is a project admin. He wants to. By the way, I started missing the one thing that did happen is this whole 11 series of sessions that we've been doing here. By the way, shout out to our sponsor Revyz for making this episode possible. 26 minutes into this. Make sure you check out Revyz down on the link in the description below and back up your Jira today. Especially when you make mistakes with your automation rules and bad things happen to your Jira tickets, you're going to want to be able to back that up and, restore back from a good copy of your Jira ticket. So make sure you check out Revyz down in the description down below. Okay. Anyway, so 11 sessions into this, I haven't missed a single question, and then you leave and I miss like 2. So you need a D to pass the ACP though, so I'm feeling good still.
As I said, you've got this.
Okay. Gunnar is a project admin. He wants to add story points after a sprint and then receive an email with the total. Let's consider several components of the automation rule Gunnar can use to meet this requirement. What's the best trigger? Not manual, so we can eliminate that one. I would say not scheduled either, because that would come. I mean, you typically start a sprint.
If you're religious about starting and stopping your sprint on time, you might be able to schedule, but the moment you don't, you miss a day, whatever, it's going to cause problems.
Yeah. So we have sprint field completed. Now this is interesting because he wants to add story points after a sprint. So basically the sprint has completed, so that's a good one. And then we have the field value change trigger, which I don't think would be a good one either, because the sprint field value when you complete the sprint doesn't change on you.
No,
I think it's going to be sprint completed. Dun, dun, dun. All right, Gunnar's back at it again. He wants to add... Wait, we did this one already. What can the... Okay, so I guess it's the same rule, but now we got to go over to what can Gunnar add to the automation rule to identify work in each recently completed sprint. So we can do a lookup. We can do a JQuery. I don't think we would do this one, and we will not do this one. So really, is it a lookup or is it a JQuery? Which I kind of feel like the JQuery in itself is a lookup.
It is, but it's a little more flexible, and I think it'd probably be better for this situation.
Yeah, because finding in JQL, finding your completed sprint, I don't think it's going to be as intuitive. I think the lookup is going to give you more explicit text. So let's go with that one. Again, I think JQL would have worked in this particular case, but you have to be more creative with the JQL on that one. And I think with the lookup, it's more of a drop down. Like you're gonna pick most recent sprint or something.
I like being creative with JQL.
I don't. All right. So same story again, but what can Gunnar add to the automation rule to get the sum? And so we're gonna, is it a JQL? Is it a smart value? It's definitely not the auto log. I don't think it's going to be this one. So I think we're between.
It could be D. If you set all the work items story points to 0, you then know the sum.
I feel like this should have been I feel like this needed to have been a for loop.
Yeah.
How do you get the sum of them all? I feel like you need to do the JQL within the branch. And so
I think this one's a smart value.
You think so? You think that there's a
I seem to remember there being
an
appendage.
Now that you bring that up, there is a sum function inside that wasn't covered in this test. So yeah, you could do story points.sum. Yeah, now that you bring that up, I think you're right. There it is. Look up work items story points.sum. Good call, Rodney. Next time, just be at the test with me. Imagine if you could take the test collaboratively. Pair programming.
Pair certification.
All right. And now for the title of today's episode, Automation Rules Best Practices. What are some of them? Let's find out. So to simplify your experience when creating and managing your automation rules, follow these simple best practices. Test your rules before you implement them.
Didn't we just mention this one?
Not only that, but again, I feel like we're going to have to mention Revyz here for the next 20 minutes, folks. So for the next 20 minutes, bear with us. But test your rules away from your production environment. Don't test in production whenever you can avoid it. And if you are going to test in production, you want to use Revyz to back up your data in case things go south on you and you can restore.
But here's the deal. I mean, absolutely get Revyz anyways. It's going to save you eventually. But here's the deal. Even if you don't have a sandbox, you can get a 10-person Jira instance for your personal use for free.
Yep. Now, here's the other deal. If you go down that route, or even if you go down the sandbox route, Revyz can also basically move your automation rule over from the sandbox to production or from that other Jira to production. And so take advantage of that capability and that feature because you could test it. The worst thing that can happen is you can do it and test it and build the best automation rule in your sandbox or in a different Jira. But the devil's in the details, my friends. And if you don't recreate it in production the exact same way, then you're going to put yourself in an interesting situation. So again, Revyz lets you move them for you without manually redoing things. So take advantage of that. What else have we got, Rodney?
Validate step by step.
Build the rule slowly, step by step. Yeah, so I like, this is how I used to approach coding because I sucked as a developer, but sometimes you get so excited. Sometimes you get so excited and you build this massive automation rule and it doesn't work. And you're like, shoot, where did it break? And I'm like, well, you should have just started with do a simple check, right? Make sure that one piece of it works. Don't get so excited and do, because you can put up to 60 elements inside of an automation rule. Don't get excited and do all 60 in one shot. Do the trigger, do an action. Does that work? Are we triggering correctly? Right? Do we even get into the rule? Right? Then can we do something? Can we transition? Can we update? Right? Because you're going to be able to start narrowing it down. Because guess what, folks? Your automation rules still have to respect your permission scheme. And so if you're trying to transition something and the actor doesn't have the permission to transition, your automation rule is not going to do anything. It might still be able to edit because that's a different permission, but you might not be able to transition. So check those things, right? And you won't know if you throw 50 things at it. Mm-hmm. Don't assign work items. Don't assign work while testing rules. I've been in this one before. I would say don't follow this rule. I would say give the person you're going to be testing with a heads up, or test with yourself, or test with a trusted colleague that is preferably on the call with you, because there will be a moment where you are going to have to test these assignment stuff. And so you can either A, assign things to yourself, or B, and let that other person you're going to be using as a guinea pig know, because otherwise it will confuse them. But I wouldn't say don't not do this.
DC data center, what we used to do is on our test instance, we just entirely disable outbound email to prevent this. So you could test your heart contents anything you want on Sandbox without an issue. I don't remember 100% for sure if we have a similar functionality in cloud.
You can disable outbound email in cloud.
But that's only if you have Sandbox. If you're having to test on like a test project in production, definitely follow this rule.
Yep. Conditions enable you to limit actions to your specific use cases. Again, very similar to that second one. Baby steps here, folks. Get strategic. Hey, log your action. This a fun little fact. I'm pretty sure this is still true, but Atlassian does not. If you're making an automation rule where all you're doing is writing to the log, it doesn't count against your usage. Jay, I think it's 60. I don't think it's 65, but I think it's 60. But does anybody know what's Rodney? I think it's 60, right? How many?
I think it's 60.
I'm pretty sure it's 60.
I know I've gotten in trouble with this where someone wanted enough actions that I actually had to cascade the automation across several rules. Me and them had a nice long talk about this is a shared resource.
Oh, 65. No, it's definitely 65. Jay, you're right. Well, I mean, this is AI. Let me see if I can find an Atlassian documentation. Because I don't trust AI all the time. Cloud only, yep, 65 components. Your trigger counts, I think, and your conditions count. Everything counts.
Yeah.
Every little box in there counts. All right. Use that log auction because it won't count against your usage. Understand your auto log. I don't know about you, Rodney, but they made this auto log so freaking hard to understand. When you click on this, well, let's go to a rule that has run successfully, which I don't think I'm going to have one. Yeah, I don't think I have one in here. But when you go to your audit log now and you look at these, like you have to expand things now. Like I liked it better when they expanded it because over here is the action that was taken. And way the hell over here on the right-hand side is a little plus button to expand that. And it's really easy because there's a bunch of expand. It's really easy to get like your eyes cross-eyed and not click on the right expansion. So I'm not a big fan of how they do it in the new UI for this. Have you seen that?
This is my first time seeing the UI with automation.
Oh,
I know when you have like a lot of executions on your automation, finding the specific one where it went wrong, especially if it's a couple of days ago, yeah, it's a mind-numbing search.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can show you what this looks like because it is annoying. Well, here's an auto log. Let's just grab. Nope, that was no actions performed. Let's do one that successfully ran. Here we go. So when you go to this run, you see you have what happened, but to see the actual thing, you have to swing yourself all the way over here, and you gotta like pray and hope that you click on the right one to then see that data. They used to just give it to you like this so you could see the whole thing, but I don't know. Atlassian efficiencies, right? You gotta bring back less data from the server. All right. Validate your rules against using the notify on error setting. Use the notify on error setting to validate your rules once you've successfully enabled them. This basically gives you an email if it ever starts failing later in life. Monitor who can create. So this is a good one only because you have usage limits now. Then you might want to control your people that are too liberal with automation rules.
There is a best practice they did not have on that list.
What's that?
Always use a either account you control or better yet, like a bot account, some sort of automation account to run your automations rather than have the actor be someone in the organization. Because the moment they leave, that automation breaks.
Oh yeah, it does. I've seen that many a times. Which now brings us to how do you troubleshoot all this crap? If your rule's not running at all, is it enabled? I've seen that many times where you get lost in the sea of copies. You turn on the wrong one, you turn off the right one, and it's just a mess. Triggers, folks. The trigger, I think, is still the hardest part about automation rules. Are you triggering based on the right trigger? Is that trigger event happening? I think a lot of people make assumptions and stuff, and you got to check that trigger. And then also the scope, is it configured to run in your project? This one's very common because especially when you follow the templates that Atlassian gives you, those are project specific. But if you're in one project and you're expecting it to run in a different project, it's not going to do it if you don't have it over there. Some actions are being performed, but not all. What's the status of the rule execution? So sometimes what's interesting is sometimes it'll crap out, but it successfully ran because it did the thing, but then it didn't add the comment or something. And so it is possible for the actual action to work, but just not the comment. You check your audit log. that's a great way to go find out what's actually happening. Are your conditions being met? Which again, the audit log is going to tell you. Are you using multiple conditions or an if-else block? Because I've actually had this problem where the order of your conditions matter, and like if you don't set it up with the right order, like it won't run. Does the rule actor have the current permissions, right? So we've talked about this one a lot, right? Like your actor, the rules, the permission will supersede everything. So make sure you get that correct. Or change your actor, or change your permission scheme. Some work items are being processed, but not all. So do they all meet the conditions or not? Does your rule use JQL? And remember, we were talking about the JQL also has a limit of 1,000. So if your thing's coming back on number 1001, you're not going to get hit. It's not going to work. Let's explore an example. So Tara created a new rule, but has some problems. She wants her rule to assign work items to the user that transitions them into in progress and set the fixed version. If there aren't any subtasks, she wants to send an email reminding each reporter to add them. If there are subtasks, she wants the rule to edit their due dates. Holy moly, this is complex. Let's troubleshoot this rule. Check if the rule is enabled. Tara opens up the automation page and sees that the rule is enabled. And we can tell this rule is enabled by the little green mark here. Check the audit log. The audit log shows no actions performed or some errors next to several entries. So no action performed means that it never got triggered. And some errors mean that it did get triggered, but it didn't work correctly. This is a good one. Copy the rule. I think, again, if you don't have backups you don't have Revyz backups for Jira, right? You end up going down a rabbit hole, and like 60 rabbit holes later, you're so far into it that you're like, I just want to go back to what I had. And this, my friends, is why Git is such an amazing feature and capability that was introduced to the coding community.
Yeah.
You can always just go back. Examine your trigger, right? Especially if you're getting the no action performed. Like, what's going on? Like, how come you're not even getting in? Like, why is it not getting picked up? And then I would say break it down, right? Examine the assignee, right? Maybe the assignee doesn't have the right permission. Maybe the global permission of assignee is not working. There's so many problems there. And so check each one individually is basically what this is telling you. I don't know what the answer was, but let's see what we learned. Dilara wants to understand how often her project's automation rules run. Where can she find this information? So the usage tab, right? Oh,
Or
this is the multiple choice one. So I don't know what the hell control chart is, so I would not go to that one. I will not do performance insights either. Dahlia wants to understand how often her project rules automations run. The audit log
would
I'm
tell
gonna
her.
go with these two. I don't think it's the rule details either. The rule details just tells you like the name and the actor.
No. Now, this is an important point.
Performance insights. What the hell are the performance insights?
That's a good question.
Where do you find performance insights?
I mean, I see usage.
Why did Atlassian have to get rid of GG?
Does the dot still work?
They got rid of GG. The dot still works. What the hell is performance insights? I hope this is not a... Who the hell's going to go all the way over here?
And again, we're setting for the 620, which is a project admin view.
Okay, so over here, under automation, in here, you have performance insights, which is not something that the project admin would have. So, wow. Okay, I've never been here before. So that's why I got that one wrong. There you go, folks. You heard it here first. There's a performance log. When Mateo triggers a particular manual rule, it performs all of the actions, but when Victor triggers it, it does not. What's the possible reason? Victor does not have the necessary project permissions, maybe?
That'd be my guess.
Yep. Yay. And in 15 minutes, can we do the next one? Create Jira automation rules for developer productivity. So this is probably the most common use case for automation rules is going to be these developer ones. But you can make an automation rule for everything or anything. Rodney says, I thought no action performed meant the rule ran, but you know what? You are right, Rodney. Well, kind of. So what does no action perform mean, Rodney?
I'm assuming you're talking to Nis, not Estrada.
No, I'm talking to you because I think no action perform means that the trigger disk triggered then.
Yeah.
Because if it didn't trigger at all, then nothing at all would be logged.
So yeah, it means the trigger hit,
but then the condition definitely did not.
Or some subset of conditions happened, so it didn't run.
Ronnie, you want to join? You should just join us. You should be an expert on here. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We're gonna do we're gonna offer up a retraction.
So that being said, Rodney, if you do join, we're going to have to start going by last names.
You're just the Jira guy. Rodney should be the other Jira guy.
Actually, my my personal YouTube account is just called also the Jira guy.
Rodney should be the Jira guy.
That's my main account. My brand account is the Jira guy, and then my alternate account's also the Jira guy.
I'll ask my people to reach out to your people. Rodney, were you at Team? You're one person I would like to meet in person. And apologies if we've actually met. Okay. So auto assign work. At least I'm glad somebody's paying attention to what the heck we say. I sometimes feel like you and I are just talking to each other. You didn't catch it.
No.
All right. Your team has a backlog of tasks that anyone can work on. Rather than manually select the work, you can use automation to automatically distribute the work to your team. So here's a trigger. Depending on how you want to distribute your work, you can use several different triggers. For example, when the work item is created, or you can schedule it. Condition. You may not need conditions for this rule. If you may not need. Okay, if you do not want all work created in your project to be assigned, you can use the work items field condition to ensure that new work item has certain values, or you can use the else if. Okay, the action. Use the assignee work item. Wow, this is like they overcomplicated this. Let's just look at the picture. Here we go. When an item is created, assign it to somebody. This one's interesting. Have you seen these automation things? These are kind of cool. I don't know if you have these in your antiquated data center world.
Hey, we were the first to have this stuff, so I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, well, you're not the first one anymore. So there's like, let's do an action here to assign. What's kind of cool is like you can you have a whole bunch, right? So you don't have to just assign it to a specific user, but you can go to a user in a group. And what's also kind of cool is like if you put it into a group, you can either like some algorithm is going to like in a balanced manner, make sure that everybody's getting equal assignments, or it'll just round robin, so it'll go in a circle, or it'll just randomly pick a person based on a group. But as you can see, there's like a list that we can create. I don't know where you would put the list. I guess you create it down here up to 500 people. That's cool. Your on-call responders, if you have an on-call team with JSM, you can do that too. Another field value. So this is kind of cool. Like you can go grab it from another field. So lots of cool things that you can do here. Automatically create subtasks. You may have a task with a set of subtasks for your team uses frequently, like testing your code, unit tests, and all that. So you can do a manual trigger, although you can really do whatever trigger you want. Conditions are less important because the choose is going to select. Okay, this is not helpful. Let's look at the example. I just look at that. So whenever you hit the button, if summary contains documents from current work item, then create the 3 subtasks. Else, if it contains deploy, create these 4 subtasks.
So
this is an interesting one.
I will add a caveat to this one, and it's a little bit of tangent. When I was first working with automation for Jira, way back in the olden times, as Alex likes to call it,
to just automation rules.
Yeah, it's what became automation rules. So same setup. I had a manager who wants to set up the create subtasks, but they went way too far. It was for deploying servers, and they wanted to go to level turn screw 5A 5 times clockwise. That level of detail with subtasks, and it was just like such 120 subtasks they wanted to create off a single automation rule per epic they ran. And I had to put my foot down on that one, going, some of this needs to be documentation and Confluence, and you need to trust your team more. Otherwise, why did you hire them?
Yep, very well said. Let's look at another one. Automatically trigger actions in Jira from integration. So webhooks, this is kind of where I start to draw lines in the sand, because once you get into webhooks, that's new territory that I don't want to do. So let's look at the example here. So we have some sort of incoming webhook and from this private API, and then it does something. So these are very, very, very unique, like very edge casey. Like I rarely do a webhook one, but I know the inner coders in your team, they're gonna be all over these webhooks. Tushar says, how can we create a parent-child relationship using automation? I need to create epics and stories under the initiative automatically. Oh boy, I believe you
if I
have.
remember right, when you do a create item, it is one of the fields you get to define, and then you just use the smart value.
Yeah. So I think I would do this. You can. Let me see if this is possible. I think you can do. Yeah. I think you can set the parent, and then you can set your parent to be the trigger work item, or the current work item, right? Whatever way you want to go. So this is where you got to know which dimension you're in on those branches, because if you created if you're an app, what does he want?
He has the initiative. He wants to create the epics and stories. So first he has to create the epic with that parent field. He has to branch to that epic and then create the stories.
Yeah. And then use that parent field to know whether your parent is that trigger or your current. Like,
yeah, you want to use current work item for both levels.
Right. So it's possible. You have your parent there. And I feel like there's an easy way to do that too, though. But and when in
what
doubt,
I used to do was again back in the olden days, Alex like talked about when all we had was epic and epic link. I would set epic link equal to smart value of the current work item.
Well, here's what I do nowadays. I don't even I don't even entertain the problems anymore. I go here.
You just have it all done in the workflow?
No, I have automation rules created for me. I need to create an epic and stories under you know what? I need to create an epic under an initiative. See what it tells me.
It's probably going to be something along the lines of what's an initiative?
This is so not useful. And this, my friends, is why I'm not that result right there is why I know that AI is never going to replace my job. Oh man. I think there's a way to do this through a template that they may or may not have out here.
I won't be surprised if it's not a template.
I feel like this, like I've done it. I just can't remember how to do it, but I'm pretty sure you edit that parent field there.
That parent field is how I do it currently.
Yeah.
And then again, just branch so you can then create your stories underneath that epic.
Okay. Edgar wants to create a rule that automatically distributes his work for his team. Which of this following is not true? Okay. Making easy on us, guys. So the rule will always include a condition. I don't know that that's true. That could be true. The rule can distribute work based on a balanced workload. That's true. The rule can assign work based on a schedule. Yeah. The on-call schedule. The rule can use the assign work item action. All right, so I guess the rule, this is not true because you don't always need a condition.
Yeah.
You just run. All right, that was easy. All
We
right.
got a question before we move on. How to block subtasks being created directly under an epic, which breaks our hierarchy of epic story subtask.
Dude, I will tell you, Karen, that in the cloud, at least, creating a subtask under an epic is really hard to do.
Yeah.
You can do it, but it's not something that the UI lets you do. Can you, through our automation rule, can you do that?
You can through an automation rule, or you used to be able to. I won't say you still can. I haven't tried it in a couple of years.
Let's do a manual. And let's create an issue of the type. Same project, but we're going to make it a subtask. Turn on the rule. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to go to my project. What project did I do this one? Platform? Okay.
Let's break Jira.
I'm going to open up an epic. Okay, too many issues. Great. Thank you. That's helpful. Let's get to an epic. Here's an epic. Plat number 1. I have children, but apparently I have 500 children. What the hell is this? This is, by the way, what Atlassian gives you out of the box. Cloud. Okay, there's too many. Okay, whatever. Let me hit the button, and let me see if it gives me a subtask. Because then it wouldn't be a child issue. It would be subtask. It would be its own separate section for subtasks. Yeah. Let's see what it says.
We might have to go back to the audit log.
I'm hoping it failed. That would be best case scenario because it shouldn't. I don't know that you can, Karen. I don't know that it's supposed to let you skip. Yeah, we have an error. Yeah, so you can't do that. So that's good. So you can't blindly create the thing. So that's awesome. But then, like, you can't. The only way that I know to create a subtask under an epic is if you create a story and then you move the story to become or convert the story to be a subtask, and then tell the parent to be the epic. And that's the only way that I've seen it happen. But natively, you like when you add a child, it's going to be a story. It's not going to be a subtask. Jira won't let you skip the hierarchy. There is a way, though. I've done it in the past, but you got to go through hoops. At that point, you should slap somebody's wrist. All right, Rodney, I think we're at a good stopping point here. Where are we at? Oh, shoot. Too far back. Too far. Okay, so when we come back, wait, we're here. Too far back. Okay. We got 3 modules left. All right. So automatically create bugs from incidents in your organization. If your organization uses JSM for incident management, in the same time as you do for Jira development, you can easily automate bug creation from JSM incidents. This makes sense. Why it's in this section now. Now, this kind of contradicts a little bit. Well, it doesn't contradict. So there's multiple ways to do this. And I actually have a sponsored video that I did with Elements. And Ronnie, have you seen Elements' copy and Elements copy and sync app what they do?
I played with an early version of it some number of years ago, but I have not seen it released recently.
Well, this is kind of cool because when you do the automation rule, right, when you do what we're about to start covering here, you have to remember to check the right checkboxes and do the right things. But Elements copy and sync, you click a couple buttons and then it just forever takes care of it for you. Because getting 2 items to sync across, like getting 2 stories or 2 tasks to sync, or 2 bugs in this case, like it sounds easy on paper, but it's not that easy.
No. And that's on the same Jira instance. If you're looking at trying to do it across Jira instances, it's just impossible.
Yeah, unless you use something like copy and sync. Not sponsored, but definitely.
But it's a good product, and I'm willing to say that on camera.
All right, triggers. So first thing you want to do when you want to do this, right, is you need to set up a trigger for when a work item is created, especially the one item created in your JSM project. Okay. Then you want to check for some conditions. So depending on how you want to identify the incidents, you can be looking for a specific word type. Maybe you're looking for a specific word in the summary or the description or a comment. Maybe you're looking for another field, like maybe you want to know everything in your production environment. Or you can also have effective services. Now, I think this is effective services is a much more advanced capability here, but definitely something you should keep an eye out. JSM, this used to be part of Opgenie, but now it's all JSM.
Mm-hmm.
Then your action. So your action is, well, we're going to want to create another work item, but if we want to make it of the work type bug and we want to put it in the developer project, not the JSM project, but we want to send it over there. Now, this is easy, right? In theory, this is easy because if we look at this example here, when a work item is created in JSM, if the service tier equals 1, so we have a critical problem, we're going to go create a bug in the mobile project and then link them. And that's it. But all that does is create a bug in the developer project and links them. But it doesn't do a sync, right? So if you're gonna comment on one, you have to go back and forth to the different work items to do the comments. Like if you have a licensing thing, like now licensing is a problem because if you now need a JSM license and you need a Jira software license if you want to see both. And then if you don't set up your automation rules correctly, you could potentially end up in a situation where your work is just out of sync now, right? Or just things are not working together. So this is a quick and dirty way of doing it, right? It's effective. It'll get you in there, but probably not going to be the best.
No.
Another use case that we have is you can automatically add watchers to newly created bugs. And so we'll have a trigger here. Again, watch for a new work created. We have some conditions which are all the same. But let's actually look at the example here. So when the work item is created, if it equals a bug, and so this right here, though, Rodney, this is maybe where we want to do a cascading automation rule, right? Because the previous rule creates the bug, but this one is when an item's created, and if it equals a bug, we want something else to happen. And if you don't check that checkbox for the cascade, this isn't going to work well. And so you're going to do the cascading. You're going to look for anything that meets this criteria, and then you're going to add watchers. You don't have to add this, though, if you do the cascading, because that bug you just created is automatically going to be the bug that triggers. And so you just add the watchers to that particular bug. So this is a good way if you just didn't want to cascade, but always try to cascade because it just makes life way easier.
Mm-hmm.
We got another use case here of notifying our team on Slack about our bugs. And we'll jump to the configuration here. So when an item's created, you can either cascade, or at this point, I don't see the point in creating multiple rules. I would have just appended this to the bottom of this one as another then and send the Slack message, because this is just another rule that now needs to run, which Atlassian, of course, wants you to create as many rules as possible because, usage.
I mean, this one is a little more general, that it sends a message for every bug. So if someone creates it, just in general, someone creates it specifically for an incident, whatever, this one has no filter other than, is it a bug?
Yep. So Andrea is a team. Let's see what we learned. Andrea is a project admin for a software project in Jira. Her team works with a service desk team who uses JSM to manage incidents. Andrea does not have access to their service project. True or false? Andrea can't create an automation rule triggered by the new incidents because she does not have access to the project. At the very, very beginning, there was a disclaimer. The rule applies to 2 projects, so you must be mindful of the project. The rule's actor must have the permission. But it doesn't say anything about the creator.
Nope. And that's a very important distinction.
So I'm going to... Go ahead.
Said the creator does not have to be the same person as the actor. So the creator could have permissions. The actor could have permissions. The creator does not.
Yeah. So I'm going to say that this is true, right? I'm going to say that this is false because Andrea can create the automation rule, even if she doesn't have access, because I don't think there's anything stopping her from creating the automation rule.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't know that this is where we're always so privileged. It's hard when you have all the rights. I don't know that she's going to see the JSM project in her drop-down of available projects. I always just see everything.
That's a good question. I still think this one's false, I think but whether they'll see the project or not, I think is on down to the view permissions. Can they see the project? Says does not have access, but does not specify what does not have access means.
But I think it's no. She doesn't have a JSM project, so she doesn't have access to the project. So I'm going to assume that the permissions trump, and if she doesn't have the browse permissions to that project, it won't show up in her dropdown. So I'm going to say that this is true. She can't create. You ready?
Let's go for it.
That's what it is. She needs to have multiple project permissions. Okay, so this is just this is not true, but I think the question is a bad question.
I think this one is very easy to overthink. Case in point, I just overthought it.
Yeah.
You need to just go with what it says. Don't try to read into it. Well, what is the definition of access?
I know, right? That's what we're notoriously good at. All right. Next section: discover new apps and integrations for Jira. Talking about not sponsored segments. And yeah, Ghost agrees with us. This is a bad question. And Liz, welcome. I love how the train continues this morning.
Yep.
All right, so there are many powerful ways to integrate Jira with other work tools. Jira supports simple integrations, and some of the most common ones is obviously the Atlassian ones, which we have Confluence. So we can connect Jira and Confluence together. They're almost both becoming the same product at this point. There's so much integration now.
They've always been two sides of the same coin, even when they were separate systems in the data center days and server days. But they're so closely tied. I mean, you literally feels like you cannot get Jira without getting Confluence on cloud.
Yeah, and now have you seen the side by side feature now?
Mm-hmm.
The new side by side, like you have Jira in Confluence, and it's like you never left Confluence. It's trippy. Or sorry, you never left Jira to go to Confluence. Like Confluence comes into Jira. It's like literally adding capabilities to Jira that you don't even need to leave the tool. But that's not all. We also have repositories. So we have, if you have GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket, you're gonna be able to connect those. And then if you have your CI/CD pipeline, so you have a deployment section. So again, maybe your GitHub, GitLab, and Bitbucket, well, they're going to take care of your deployments as well. But that's not it, right? So those are a lot of developer centric, right? At least the repositories and CI/CD pipelines. But Jira integrates with over 3,000 external tools. You can integrate with Slack, Microsoft, Zoom, Google, and thousands more. Now, you integrate Slack for simpler communications, keep your team in sync. There's some cool notions there. You create like a dedicated channel. You can it's like a broadcast channel, right? You're just notified of all the things. You can be very specific with incident management and triaging tickets or something like that.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite use cases for the Slack integration with Jira is when you get an incident in, part of the automation is to create a dedicated Slack room for that incident and invite all the appropriate people for that service into it.
Yep. You can also integrate with Zoom, so you can toggle, instead of toggling between calendars, the Zoom integration allows you to schedule meetings directly from within the work item. So this is convenient, right? Because sometimes like typing, have you ever been in the situation where you're like, you know what, let me just call you because this is too much to type? And so the same concept with the meeting, right? Like instead of, writing a little graphic novel in the comment section of a ticket, you can just simply jump on a Zoom meeting and jump and do that. And then, of course, there's also Teams, because a lot of companies, if you're not on Slack, you're going to be on Teams, but you're on one of the two. Liz says, I've gotten the app, but it's the app, but it's because there's always an integration and 7 different. Yeah, there's always. I've worked with companies that have used like all the tools. Like I worked at a place where if there was a tool manufactured by some IT company, like they had it.
The interesting apps to integrate are always like, yeah, we have homebrewed this thing 20 years ago and no one knows how it's still working or why or anything about it, but you have to integrate it now with Jira.
Mm-hmm. Now, you do need to be a Jira admin to connect with another application. So, interestingly enough, that is part of this test. But again, you won't necessarily know or need to do it or have the privilege to do it. But you should definitely talk to your Jira admin. And as a project admin, you typically sometimes need auxiliary things. Like, I think a really good one, right, for like project admins is like, or Scrum Masters specifically, is like, have you ever done like poker planning?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's like apps to facilitate that. That's the poker part, right? And so you need to talk to your admin to get that installed.
I think a lot of this comes down to the reason why it's important for project admins to know is just to know what you can ask for.
Yeah. Script Runner is like a good one, right? Where you're probably going to be doing a lot of usage of Script Runner, but you won't be able to install it, but your project admin has to install it for you. There's an entire Atlassian marketplace with hundreds and thousands of apps. Some are free, most, if not all, are paid, but there's still some free ones. If you are trying out Jira, a lot of vendors, they offer like a free for 10 users or less, so you can try out the apps without paying for them if you have 10 users or less. But most of them, and unfortunately, Temple killed it. This is the biggest thing I hate about. Remember when Temple killed custom charts for Jira?
Rest in peace.
Rest
that
in
was
peace.
Like one, and they've spent so much on it to get Old Street, and I loved Old Street. They were a great partner. I think they worked with both me and you, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame.
They broke a really good thing. But anyways, custom charts for Jira used to be free for 10 people. So some apps are free for under 10. Some of them, like now, custom charts for Jira, you have to pay per user, even if you only have one user. But try out different apps. Most, if not all, the apps though do have a free 30-day trial. And if you talk to the vendor and you ask politely, sometimes they give you an extra 30, 60 days depending on your particular use case. Because some businesses need more than 30 days to evaluate and then get the approval process going. So talk to the vendors. Almost every single vendor has some sort of a page that says, "Hey, let's talk."
Yep.
There's this Atlassian DevOps ecosystem that just have DevOps specific runs. So you're looking things for like planning and building and testing and deploying. Like there's just going to be a bunch of different apps that integrate there.
Alex, where can people find out more about the different tools they can integrate with Jira and maybe setting up their own DevOps tool chain?
There might be a book that you and I both wrote that's too far to reach. I really should have it handy, but maybe you and I wrote a book on how to use DevOps in Jira. So check that one out. We'll drop a. Oh, you know what? The book. What was it? Atlassian
DevOps Toolchain Cookbook.
No, but I had I have the URL that I just didn't renew because if you go to, I don't know if you knew this, Ronnie, but if you type in Atlassian, like, why am I doing it on the site? Atlassian DevOps book.us is, oh no, I had it. Oh, I just typed it in, Atlassian. Yeah. I don't know how to spell Atlassian. That's the problem. Atlassian DevOps book.
I mean, this is only our career. No one expects anything.
I know. It redirects you to the book, at least for another 2 or 3 weeks. Ooh, and it's really cheap right now, $28. 50, almost like 50% off. Get it, folks.
Yep.
There's you.
So yeah, integrations, DevOps, Atlassian has done a lot of work to make sure that no matter what tool you're using, it'll likely integrate. So take a look at what you guys are using. And Ghost, we're probably the wrong people to be asking this. Ghost, you're asking if it's worth a read. I think so. I know Alex thinks so. So we're probably the last people you should be asking.
We may or may not be a little biased, just got given by the names on there. But I mean, we could tell you to read it. Also, I want to take a little pause here, Ronnie, because we are like 70 something subscribers away from hitting that 2,000 mark. So if you're watching this and you haven't hit the subscribe button on this channel, help us out. Help us get to 2,000 subscribers. We're almost there. Major milestone hitting that extra 1,000 subscribers. So smash that subscribe button right now and help us get to 2,000 subscribers.
Absolutely.
All right. Aria is a project admin for a development team. She wants her team to be able to create branches and pull requests directly from a Jira work item. Which type of integration best solves this? Integration with the repository. I didn't even read the... That was it. Wow.
Now, don't answer questions like that on the exam. Read all the answers before you just click one. But that one was easy enough. We probably could get away with it.
Get away with murder. Okay. Next. What happened? What happened? What did I miss?
Ghost commenting. I'm supposed to make sure the author thinks it's worth a read.
Can you imagine? We're like, nah, don't read this. This is the worst book I've ever seen in my life. That would be the anti-selling pattern. Imagine we sold the book on a... That would be interesting.
I still think people would buy it just to see how bad it actually was.
It's not bad. It was not bad. Okay. Integrate key development tools with Jira. So a repository contains files that make up the application or service where the code is deployed. Here's what happens when you integrate Jira with a repository like GitHub or Bitbucket. So in a Jira software project, you can view development information in Jira. Basically, your branches, your commits, your pull requests, they come into Jira and you can see them in there. In your service projects, you can map repositories to your services. So once you've mapped the repository service during a major incident responders can view any recent deployments for a service so you can see if the hot fix is coming or not. It reduces your context switching. So once Jira is connected with a repo, you can view progress of that work in Jira. It has automatic updates. So again, you avoid having to play the telephone game, which is never a good game to play. And then you have insights to your DevOps process, right? So you can see all the developer activities without having to go and ask your developer, because the last thing you want to do is bog down your developer with like, is it done yet? Is it done yet? Did you test it yet? Where's it at? And you can just see that metadata inside the Jira ticket, so you don't have to do that extra work. Now, while these integrations are cool, and again, not sponsored, but I feel like I need to throw these out because they're great partners of ours, and we partner with them quite a bit. And so Git Kraken, if you want to take a lot of what we just talked about, but take it to another level and to a much more insightful level, check out Git Kraken. Again, they're our friends, not sponsored, but they are close friends of ours that send us to events every once in a while. And so definitely check out Git Kraken. They have some cool stuff that takes this they call it developer experience, takes it to the next level. Because this right here is bare bones. Like this is minimum, right? Like if you don't have this set up, like you're doing things wrong. But to go to the next level, you definitely want to check out something like Git Kraken. Enable the code feature. So you must enable code features in your project in order to do the linking of this thing. So coding is a feature, right? So this code tab, it needs to be turned on. And so you can turn that on to see all your codes, and then only project admins can enable or disable features. Now, the opposite is also very true, Rodney. So if you're a project admin and you're like a marketing team and you don't use any code, don't turn it on. And in fact, if it's already on, turn it off.
You don't want anything else extra that would bog down your team. But if this is something you need, it's here and available.
Yep. Now, what's cool is once it's a two-step process to the handshake here. Like you have to do the integration between Jira and like Bitbucket or GitHub. But once it's there, once that initial integration is done, nothing happens until you actually use it. And the way you use it is by linking your repositories to your work items with the keys of the work item. And so when you are checking out a new branch, you type in the key in. So this would be Jira 123 into your branch name. When you're committing your changes, you can put the ticket number or work item number in there. Or when you're just going to the code page, you'll see everything, right? So, but you need to do one of these. You need to do it either at the PR level, the commit level, or the branch level. And then the handshake will happen automatically, and then magical things happen.
So do you prefer to link the branch to the work item, or do you prefer to have the branch created in the work item in Jira?
I have a developer mindset on this one, so I think the developer should do what's in their like environment. So the developer is already over in Git doing everything, so I would put the key into their when they're forking their branch.
You see, I take the middle of the road approach. I'm like, I want it done, both things done in the IDE. So I want them to be able to create the branch of whatever IDE they're in and have that automatically link to the Jira issue.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. So I want, as they're creating their branch, I want them putting in the. So I guess you're asking, should the Jira ticket exist before the branch?
Yeah.
So then, yes. So the ticket should. So you should never. Your developer shouldn't just go off and start creating branches. Like there should always be a method to the madness, and you should always be working on a story that's been planned in your sprint. And so the story should already exist and should already been planned and put into your sprint before you even go and start writing code.
Mm-hmm.
And so for that, then the Jira work item comes first, and that one should exist. So you should know exactly what key to put when you're creating that branch.
Me, I like to go like a level deeper with my branches. Like bug will have bug fix / Jira item / whatever whatever I'm tempted to do with this branch, or / feature / Jira item / details.
Mm. Now, when you do put them, though, you do get this development section. And this is, again, another case of if you're not a development shop, kick out the development field because it's just extra space that it's taking up. But if you are a development shop, get some good metadata out of here. You get to see the branches, the commits. You can actually click into them. Now, this is a little bit of a problem because most of the time that project manager or scrum master is not a developer, so they might not have access to the Git repo. So get access so you can go look at that information. But you get to see the commits and the status of the PR. And you can see if the PR has been merged, which is really good. You can see if the PR has been declined or failed, which is also really good information to have without having, again, bother your developers because those developers can't be bothered.
Now, again, we covered this previously when we were talking about workflows. If you're using Bitbucket specifically, you could have transitions automatically happen based off the pull request or the branch status.
Mm-hmm.
But that's specifically in Bitbucket. If you're using GitHub, GitLab, and the other repositories out there, you could see what's happening, but you can't have automatic workflow actions.
Yeah. Now, these next instructions here are going to teach you how to create the branch from within Jira. We just said your developers are not going to come into Jira to create a branch. So this is for a newbie, for a developer that doesn't know how to develop. Because your developers that are developing, they're going to be in the develop world and they're not going to be in Jira.
I believe the term you're looking for, Alex, is intern.
Interns. This will be for your interns that follow documentations to the T. And they're going to come in and create the branches. But once they figure out that they can just create the branches from within Jira, within their IDE, then they're going to be doing that over there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you essentially create the branch. All the magic thing here, though, is the item key needs to be in there. As long as you put the key in there, doesn't matter where, but as long as the key's in there, then magical things will happen. And then, of course, you can see your branches. Is source tree still a thing? Are we still using source tree?
Source tree does exist, but it hasn't really been updated beyond maintenance for a while, and I love Atlassian. I'm going to say this with all the love in my heart. Source tree is terrible. Do not use source tree.
If you're stuck with source tree and you need something better, check out GitKraken because they have a very source tree like interface here. Again, we got to talk to GitKraken to maybe get some sponsored videos coming. Chris, where you at? All right. Now, branching is not the only way. We can also do it on the commit messages. So again, when you're writing your commit message, after the -m, you can put your key, and then you just stick it in there, and then you'll see the commits. So it's kind of cool. And a little bit of extra work, but again, your developers are going to be in their IDE writing the commits messages anyway, so they just need to get into the habit of putting in their key in either the branch, the commit, or the PR. So what did we learn? Taylor wants to connect her team's Jira projects with the repository. What should Taylor do first? Ooh. Well, this sounds like the right one. Taylor wants to connect your team's Jira project with the repository. Because in order to do any of these, you need to have the code feature turned on. What do you think, Rodney?
I think you're right here.
That's correct. Oli has just created a commit message in his developer tool. When he checks his Jira related, he does not see the commit reflected in development. What could be causing this? The Jira project admin has not enabled the code feature in the project. That's true. The work item key was not included in the commit message. That's true. Development panel only displays. Nope, that's not true. Nope. So 1 and 2. What do you think?
1 and 2.
Yay. Next lesson.
Before we go on, we do have a question in chat. Sridhar asks, if possible, we show Teams connection quickly. Sridhar, to be completely honest here, we don't have a good Teams account or Teams server to show this connection with. So we could show what it looks like on the Jira side, but we couldn't show you actually going through the connection process because we're missing half of that.
Yeah, you need to have there's some hoops that you, especially with M365, you have to work with your M365 admin to get a lot of this configured anyways. Mm-hmm. So you need, in any company, you need to get your 365 team. Now once it's there, right, it's very easy, like just Jira and team integration, right? There's a right here. Don't go to the AppFire one, but just follow these steps here. This should be what you need. It's not hard. It's very trivial, but the problem, the challenge is, 1, getting approval, and 2, finding the right people with the right permissions to do it for you. I think that's the hard part, not the actual integration itself.
Correct. Most integrations, you'll spend most of your time trying to figure out who you need to talk to than actually setting up the integration itself.
Hey, this one's hard. Slack is not built into Jira. It's a third-party tool. What? I've earned a badge.
Slack feels like it's a native integration at this point.
Okay. We're going to back it on up, though, Rodney, because I feel like we're going down these very developer-centric rabbit holes. But let's see where we're at. My learning. Where are we at? We want to. I'm going to go back to ACP-620. I want to make sure I'm going down the right hole. That's a PDF.
You should bring up the metrics and look at what we've covered already and what we
look at that. We show up.
I'll take that.
Atlassian learning. We should bring that up too, but I kind of want to see. Oh boy, this is the all new experience. All right, let's go to certifications. View professional. This one.
Yep.
Start prepping for free. Okay, so this is the first one, which I think we did all of them. Yay.
Yep.
This is the second one. Okay,
which is one we're working on.
So we're still on the track. So we're on this one here. Okay. And then after we finish this one, then we got to go to the Agile boards, and we'll take care of that. All right, so we're still on track.
Agile boards doesn't look too bad compared to this one.
Yeah, this was an hour and 40 minutes, so let's just jump into it. I just don't like that they're so developer focused, right? And I feel like
this one is called software development metrics for software project.
All right. Well, let's jump into reporting for DevOps. So 4 key DevOps metrics have been shown to correlate to high performance. DevOps metrics are data points that show the performance of a DevOps team. There are 4 key metrics that every DevOps team should focus on. Lead time for changes. So lead time is the length of time between when a code change is committed to the trunk branch and when it's in a deployable state. And I have no idea what this has to do with the ACP-620, but let's power through these. How can you improve your lead time for changes? So working in the small batches is one practice that can help improve your lead time. So the lead time is pretty important though, Rodney. I will tell you that lead time is critical because your team, right? How long it takes your team to actually take action and do the action is important. Sometimes you have procrastination and your lead time will tell you that. Change failure rate is a percentage of changes that need to be undone or fixed quickly. High performing teams have change failure rates in the 0 to 15% rate. So basically, so that fail fast, fail often thing, how fast are you failing when you do something, right? And so you make a change, and then how bad was your code? Deployment frequency. How often do you deploy work to production? So how often, like literally the rate in which code gets made to your production environment. That's something that sometimes takes teams years to get to.
Yeah.
And then your mean time to recovery, right? So it's the start time of a service problem to its resolution. So once you have a problem, how fast did it take you to fix it? Now, Atlassian eats their own dog food, and they have their status at Atlassian.com. And they tell you here. And so right now there's an active maintenance because just a few days ago, last week actually, we had our Northern California folks have some problems with Jira, and there was some degradation in the services. But the interesting thing, Ronnie, is like, I wonder, so your mean time to recovery, right, it's a reaction to failed something. But I think that sometimes we focus so much on deploying as much as humanly possible because that's a metric that we then push crappy code, which increases this.
Increases your mean time to recovery because the more you're having to recover, the more chance you have to have a really bad one that takes you 2 weeks to recover from. Not that Alex has any experience with that one from Atlassian.
But then because I don't think that these are good metrics. Like these metrics are okay, but they have unintended consequences, which is your services go down more often. Because as you're trying to drop your lead time, your developers thinking about problems less and they spend more time coding because that's what you're being graded against. And so you're gonna have higher problems, but you're deploying faster, but then you have to know how to put out your own fire that you just made faster. I don't know. Not the I'm not a fan. Use Jira reports to track your team's progress and performance. So teams need information to optimize their process and to do their best work. Jira offers a number of reporting options to help you track your team's progress and accelerate team velocity. So reports can be
product would help with this, Alex.
Custom charts for Jira?
Custom charts for Jira, but I'm thinking more Compass in this case.
Oh, Compass, yes. So why is this important? So reports take the guesswork out of doing your best work. Real-time report data helps teams manage quickly identify obstacles that slow down progress. So understand your team cycle time. There's a report built into Jira that shows you cycle time. I've never found it very valuable, but cycle time is beginning to end. How long is it taking for you to do something? Different than lead time. Your lead time is one part of the cycle. We have track your team's progress in your sprints. So this is your burn down chart. This is the one I use all day, every day.
Have you ever seen this actually match the gray line?
Never. This is the best picture in my entire career as a software engineer, and I've been a software engineer for 15 years.
I have never seen a better picture than this example, which I've seen a number of times. Like this, if your burn down chart does not look like this in real life, do not feel bad. Most people don't.
15 years, thousands and thousands of burn down charts. This is the only burn down chart that I've seen that accurately. And I wonder, because you can't fake these pictures. I wonder which poor soul had to for what is it?
2 weeks.
2 weeks sit there and like fake the data. Because like right here, like he took it, he forgot. This person forgot for like 3 days.
I mean, that is a weekend. Ideally, you wouldn't be doing much during the weekend.
Okay. So the weekends are acceptable, but look, they worked this weekend. So
they shouldn't have, but they did.
But yeah, the interesting thing about all these reports is that you can't fake them. They really use Jira data, which is a really cool part. This one I love. This is one of my favorite ones. The gray one here shows you how many story points your team committed to, and the green one shows you how many points they actually finished. and these should be within 80%, my rule, of it. Like, I think having them like almost even is unrealistic. This never happens. Your team will never finish more than they committed to. I guarantee you.
I was just about to point that out. I'm like, I don't know what data they faked here where they're completing more work than they committed to, but the team needs to stop doing that. A. And B, what?
What? Yeah, that'll never happen. You have historical data on your Epic burn down. This one's kind of cool because this one shows you for a specific Epic, like how you're trending on over time there. But it tells you how much more work you have left on that Epic relative to your velocity and relative to how much work is left. This one's very similar, but instead of an Epic specific, this kind of shows you across all the remaining work. So this one takes like how much your team's able to accomplish sprint to sprint, and then how much work is left on their backlog. And based on those factors, predict, okay, we're going to finish in like 6 months or something.
Now, this
like
means you have to have all your work planned out in your backlog for that version ahead of time.
All of these reports assume you're using Jira correctly.
Yeah.
Now, this one I like. These are insights. These I use now more than I use the reports, but these insights here are just very quick. They're on the board itself, and they give you a lot of good situational awareness without having to be distracted or go to the reports. And then finally, some of these can be shared, but like the sprint report is one of these things where you're going to want to give people a picture so they can see at a glance what happened here. So how do you create these reports in Jira? So you don't, right? Like they happen automatically, and you just go to the reports section of Jira and you click on the chart, and then you have them. Yay. So which of these is not a characteristic of the DevOps methodology? Manual processes?
Oh, manual processes for sure.
Milton is on the DevOps team trying to improve their lead time for changes. Which of the following is definitely a way that they can improve? Establish a manual process? Probably not. Separate the development work from operations? I think it's C.
That feels like the opposite of what DevOps is.
Yeah. It's like dev and ops. Or is it dev or ops?
You know, I had someone ask me this weekend about our 120, how I felt the questions compared to the exam for the 120 course we did. And I'm like, for that one, I feel it was close. The questions we got during this study session felt close to what we saw in the exam.
Yeah.
This one, if this is the quality of questions we're going to see in the exam, I'll be shocked.
Yeah, because I've gotten 2 wrong so far. This whole 12 series that we've done. And on the other ones, I remember when I took that 520s test, when I was doing the prep for the 520, I got them all wrong. I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna pass the 520. And I ended up finding out that the test questions were actually easier than the prep questions. But these, either the test is gonna be ridiculously hard, or they're just gonna ask some very simple questions.
I'm going to leave my opinion of project admins out of it for the moment.
Which affects the reports available within the project? If the project's team or company, yep, that'll affect it. If a project condition is met like complete, yeah, I think both of these will affect it, but not the other 2. Boom. See, I'm telling you, I'm going to pass this test with flying colors. Okay, let's double down on the burn down. So what is the burn down chart? This is the best report, by the way, guys. This one in the velocity,
yes,
chef's kiss. So here's a burn down. The rule. Okay, I won't even read these things, right? The red line is performance. The gray line is your tracker. Like that's your aspiration. That's your goal.
If you were the best, the absolute best sprint team on earth and always did everything you committed to at the proper timing and scheduling, you should exactly match the gray line.
Exactly. But what I tell teams is you wanna aspire to hug the gray line as much as possible. You don't want the gray line to be here, and you don't want your red line to be way over here. Like that's not good.
How many sprint teams have you seen where the red line is just straight across to like the day before sprint and then just drop straight down?
Yeah. So, let's talk about what do these straight lines mean. So straight lines means that nothing. So first of all, to get credit for the red line is solely dependent on 2 things. 1, your story points, and 2, did as particular work item make it to the farthest most right column in Jira. If an item makes it to the farthest most right column in Jira, whatever story points that work item had, it'll drop the red line by that amount. Okay. And so this particular case.
Yeah, I believe just to add to that, that farthest block also has to set a resolution for it to count.
I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it just needs to make it to the farthest right column.
I'm sure someone's going to correct either me or you.
I'm pretty sure I'm right. Okay. Anyways, that resolution may or may not be a factor, but for sure it has to make it to the farthest right column.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Now, so what does this chart tell me? It tells me that when you hit the start sprint button, you had 35 points. Well, actually, in this particular case, you had 35 work items. So you can change the metric. So it shows you points or individualized items. I don't like individualized items because it treats every item as a value of 1. It means that all work is created equal. But in reality, not all work is created equal. So story points, in my opinion, trump, because story points give you a better reflection of the complexity and nuances of the work, versus this one, it assumes that fixing a typo and ending world hunger are treated exactly the same level of complexity.
Yes.
And they're not. Right? So
I'm seeing a lot of interesting things in this burn down chart too. We'll need to go over.
Yeah. But if you've never done story points before, then just doing again at face value is an okay way. But this tells me that when you started your sprint, you had 35 items in your sprint. If you see a 0, if your burn down starts at 0 and it shoots up, like if you see a red line, if you see it any time go up, but specifically if you start at 0, if your red line starts at 0 and then goes up, that means that you did not put your story points at the beginning and you hit start sprint and then you added story points after the fact. Okay. But the moment you hit the start sprint, that's when the snap happens. And that's when this line starts wherever you set it based on that data. 2, when you move something to done, it will go down. Okay. Now this kind of over time. These are over days, right? And so Jira's kind of gonna, if you start and stop the same day, it'll literally go up and down in itself. But I think a few hours passed, maybe an hour, and then you finished something and you went down. So you went from 35 to 4. That means you finished like 4 things here, because we're not quite at 30, but we finished like 4 work items. Okay. And then nothing happened for the next few hours. And then we finished something. We finished another one, but then we did the cardinal sin. We brought more work in, and that's why we went back up. And so your burn down is a burn down. It shouldn't go up. It should be burning down. And so you want to cautiously and cognitively and prescriptively bring things into the sprint when they need to, but not for any other reason.
Yeah, and then, this is much too early to be adopting new stories or trying to do any of that.
So you finished 2 stories, but you brought 2 stories back in. So that's why we're going back up and down. Then another day passed, but then we got real productive and we finished a bunch of work, but then we brought 1 more back in. And then
that one tells me, that little spike tells me something happened in particular. Someone accidentally closed something and then moved it back open before anyone noticed.
Yeah. That's either that or they brought in more work immediately because they were like, well, what do I do now? And then nothing happened. And then they started like getting bored or something, but they started adding more work. But you should never do this because you're still at 20. You still have 20 items left. Why would you bring more work? Because every time you're pulling work into your sprint, you're committing to that work. So this is, you brought more work in and then you finished more work. And then the weekend happened. And then you brought more work in because more work popped up over the weekend. And then you slowly start fixing these things up, right? So you're watching out for flat lines. Like this is not good. Over one day, nothing happened over one day. And again, you do not get credit. You will not go down unless you move it to the farthest right column. And so you want to make sure your team's updating Jira, because if they're not updating Jira, you end up with a flat line halfway across and then a cliffhanger, because then your team's like, oh yeah, I finished all this work. Let me just move it to done now.
And that's exactly what happened during these last 2.5 days, where they did nothing. They forgot Jira existed for a few days after the weekend. And then, oh yeah, we have sprint review. Let me close everything I was supposed to close.
Yep, and then they move to done. So
if you've worked with Sprint for a while, especially as a Scrum Master, you could read a lot into this chart.
Yeah, you can tell a lot about the behavior. And the best part is, again, you cannot fake this. This is Jira, how your team is moving stories across the board, how they're pulling things in and out of sprints. It's represented here. And you can, unfortunately, some teams like to clean up and they contaminate their data. So you have to come with a good plan. Otherwise, you're gonna have crappy burn downs. If your intentions are good to clean up, but Jira's not gonna forgive you. And there's no way to fix this, right? Like this is time stamped and embedded into the Jira for Ether.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we explained all of this because I use the burn down chart so much.
I mean, you and me both.
So McKinney's team is about halfway through their sprint. She opens up a burn down chart to check the sprint progress and notices a sharp increase in the red. What does this say? Work was added. Which of the following is not an example of when you would use a burn down chart? You want to see if your team is on track to finish. No, that's when you would do it. You want to see why your team missed forecast entirely. Maybe. You want to examine your team's velocity over the course of several sprints? Probably not.
Now, there's another report for that.
Yeah. You want to see quickly a snapshot of the total work remaining. Yep, this one. So I want to say C is not. You would go to the velocity report.
Yeah.
There we go. Next lesson. All right, we got 10 minutes. Can we get through a 5-minute one? So what's the sprint report? So the sprint report, the upper half is basically the burn down that we just covered. Okay. But the one thing that we didn't talk about the burn down is that below the burn down itself, it's actually telling you what happened. It's telling you what work came in, what work came out. And this one here, though, and it's telling you by the minute and by the user. So it's kind of telling you, so the burn down tells you an exact timestamp of on February 5th at 3 p.m., you finished an item. On February 5th at 7 p.m., you added 5 items. And it's telling you exactly the time and what happened. Versus the sprint down is kind of a bird's eye view. It's telling you all the work that got finished in general, but it's also going to tell you all the work that didn't get finished or that got moved out. And so the move out, I think, is my favorite part, right? I like to see, how did my team try to cheat here?
Yeah.
Where did they move out? What did they commit to and then said, no, never mind. So what do you not get in the sprint report? So the sprint report can only be used after the sprint has been completed. That is technically true.
That one I would say is true.
Yeah, the sprint report contains a more detailed breakdown of each item's work status. Kind of, because you do get a status. It can be used to determine if your team is committed to the right amount of work. Probably not. I think C still. Ooh, it's not correct.
No.
Sprint report can be used during the sprint and after the sprint. Why would you use it during?
Progress. I've never used it during the sprint. I've always used it like take a snapshot after the sprint.
Wait, I got it wrong though. Which one's the right answer?
I think that one, because I think that one is the velocity report. Number B is the correct
Number
one.
B? That's the one I picked.
No, you pick C.
No.
We have it recorded, Alex. We'll go back.
No. Look, it reorders. Watch, I'm going to hit B and it's going to be wrong. Right? And then when you try again, look, right amount of work. When you hit try again, see, it's a different, it reorders it. It's not the same, buddy. Put your bifocals on. So that's the one I picked. See, now it's A. So it's not that one because we picked it twice. That shows you how bad this question is.
Yeah.
Because this is not what you're getting. You don't determine if your team's committed to the right amount of work. That's more of your velocity.
Yeah.
Because yeah, it's gonna tell you things that moved out and that didn't complete. But
here's how I always think about it. For a single sprint, that is only one data point, and a lot can happen in a single data point that makes it an outlier versus everything else. If you really want to see if they're committing to the right amount of work, you need to see a trend, which means you need to see multiple data points.
I don't know what the right answer to this one is. The sprint report can only be used after the sprint has been completed. That is not true. Apparently, it can be used whenever. Again, you don't get value during the sprint. That's what the burn down's for.
Yeah.
The sprint report is really for the end. Unbelievable. All right, velocity. We got 5 minutes, and let's see if we can get to the velocity one. So I love this one. This is one of my favorite ones.
This is my second favorite chart after the burn down.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. So gray tells you how many story points. Now the caveats, you have to use story points. So this one, unlike the burn down that is you can do the issue count, this one doesn't work that way. You have to use story points for this one, which means you have to have good definition of the story points. This right here is going to tell you how many story points were there when you hit the start sprint button. This one's going to tell you how many are left when you hit the complete sprint button. These lines should be as close as possible, but 80% variance. Like this right here, this I think is a realistic expectation of life. Sprint 38. This 37 will never happen. All right. What did we learn? Sadie wants to know how many story points his team can realistically complete every sprint. How can this be calculated? Take the average of the total committed story points over the last several sprints. Yep. Use the sprint stats committed to determine. Nope. You want to take average, by the way. Take the average of the total completed points over the last. What is the difference? Oh, Sadie wants to know how many story points his team can realistically complete. So I would say how many they were able to complete, not committed to.
Yeah.
There we go. And then Kai's viewing the past 7 sprints in the velocity chart. For each sprint, the gray bar on the left is always higher than the green bar on the right. The left is always higher than the green.
That's called reality.
Yeah. They committed to more than they delivered.
Yeah.
And that's reality.
If you're seeing consistently that the green bar is in excess of the gray bar, you need to sit down and have a talk with your team about what shenanigans are going on, because you're completing more work than you're committing to, which means you're undercommitting each sprint, which affects planning.
We missed a question in the previous section, so we got to go back. Rodney's team has just completed a sprint. When she looks at the sprint report, she notices that several work items in the status report have an asterisk next to them. Work items not completed. What does this mean? This one and this one?
They are experiencing both.
Okay. There we go. Now we're back to burnout. So we got 4 minutes, Rodney. I say we call it before we start a new section, even though these are going kind of quick.
I mean, these charts, again, once you read them, you just kind of, they become ingrained.
Yes. All right, folks. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
So let's keep things going with tracking a project release with the release burnout. So here's a report that I hardly ever use. So all the reports we worked up to this point, those are the ones that are my go-to ones. Those are the ones I'm using on the daily. We start entering territories where like, yeah, they're there, they're cool, but do I use them? Not really. Do I care for them? Probably not. But
releases in general are just not really utilized a lot, as much as they probably should be.
Yeah, I usually get the value in the release just within the releases tab inside of the Jira project. So I don't see value in venturing off to, go to the report. But we do have a release burn down. So if you are using releases, this is going to show you how quickly your team is working through the backlog, assuming you're putting things in release. Like this is a very big assumption. You want to see how work is added and removed during the sprint. Again, assuming you're using a release. This will help you, because if you don't put things into a release, then all this just doesn't even work. So that's the very, very big caveat at the beginning, is you got to make sure you put things into your release, which, as Rodney just mentioned, is not a feature that a whole lot of people are like itching to go and do. But if you do it, right, you get these benefits. You can see how quickly your team's working. You can see the overall sprint progress. You can predict how many sprints it will take to complete the work. I think this is a good method to predict, right? Is most people typically like a date, but I think in the agile world, having a good prediction of, oh, well, we're going to finish in like 3 sprints or 4 sprints, that typically is a little bit more abstract, which I like, versus it's due July 5th.
I mean, how much of this are you going to get from this one report, or how much of it should you be getting from roadmaps or whatever they're calling advanced planning these days?
Just plans. Yeah, I mean, there's
portfolio.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting the signals from a few different places. So you got, these are data points, folks. These are just reports that you should be watching, monitoring. and helping you with your narrative and your decision making. The release report down is going to help you to monitor whether a version will release on time. If work is falling behind, you can quickly take action. Folks, spoilers, work will always fall behind. Always. You stay informed of the version progress and scope change insights, and then get accurate predictions to your stakeholders. So here's what this one looks like. You pick your release up at the top. Again, if you're not using releases, then this whole thing just kind of goes out the window. You get your predicted. I like how Atlassian's own pictures doesn't have the data. Like I would have taken a screenshot that had the predicted data. But over here on the right-hand side, you get your forecast. So this is going to tell you, when things will be done. You have your work completed. So the light green shows the work that you've completed during the sprint. Wow, this UI is horrible. Your middle tier is the work remaining, and then the bottom is your work added. And I'm assuming the number you're seeing here are story points, which, holy moly, that's a lot of points.
I mean, this is story points, but you have to remember, this is story points for a release. It's not for a single sprint. If you're committing to some, just back of the envelope math here, 500 points in a sprint.
No, but that's what it's telling you because
right.
No, that's what it's telling you because this release has 1,100 points.
So who's committing to 500 points per sprint?
Crazy people is what they are. Predicted sprints are calculated based on your team's velocity and total work remaining for the epic. This is interesting. Wouldn't this be for the release? We're in the release burn down. I don't see any breakdown by epic here.
Yeah, that's weird.
Velocity in this case is the amount of work you completed in the last 2 sprints. Scope change is not considered when calculating velocity, but is calculating in total work remaining. So this is going to allow you're going to want to view the progress of your versions across sprints, focus your attention on the work completed and the work remaining bars. This team completed 270 points in sprint 34 and had 102 points remaining. Track scope added. So this bottom. I like this. I like to see how much work you added. I think this is a valuable metric. And then predict how long it's going to take. So they're going to go and do the predictions for you, which of course the screenshot doesn't tell us. Let's see what we learned. Leilana's team has been experiencing some scope creep. She wants to see how much work has added in sprint 9. How many points were added in sprint 9? So we got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 60.5. That's easy. Which of the following statements is not a function of a release burn down? The release, look, the release burn down tracks the projected release date for Epic, which is what was in the document. For the version, which I think is true.
Yeah.
The release burn down can show you how much work was added and removed during a sprint. That's true. The release burn down helps you predict. That's true. So yeah, so there's definitely a typo because this is not a function. Yet up here,
it very clearly says Epic.
Yep. Dun, dun, dun. We found a typo. Where's Joanna?
I'm sure they'll hear about it.
Tracking your cycle time with control chart. So this is one that I kind of like, but I've never knew how to read. So let's see how do you do this one. So the control chart shows your cycle time for a product, version, or sprint. And the cycle time is the time your team spent working on an item. Typically, Typically, the time when the work begins to when the work is completed. So end to end. This is important. Because if you create something in Jira and you wait 6 weeks to start it, that 6 week is counted in your cycle time. So it punishes teams that are proactive and preemptively creates a crap ton of work, which to a certain degree, I'm okay with that penalty because in the world of Agile, like you don't know the future and like you're supposed to embrace that ambiguity. So you're not supposed to plan out you're not supposed to create up every task that comes to mind. You should create just enough to get started, just enough to get by. But as a project manager, that's usually a hard pill to digest or swallow. All right, so the control chart maps the average time spent by each work item in a particular status over a specified period of time. This helps you identify whether data from the current process can be used to determine future performance. That's a mouthful. So here's the chart itself. We got a lot going on here. So you can use a chart when you want to analyze your team's past performance. So that's good. So unlike some of the burn down, I feel like the only one that gives you a trend, but it's within the sprint only. But this one gives you a trend even beyond the sprint. You can pick your dates. Obviously, you can do the last sprint time, but you can go beyond 2 weeks. If you want to measure the effect of a process change, right? So maybe you told your team you're not going to get dinged for every failed build, and so they start building faster, or they take longer to do their builds because they don't want their build to fail. You're going to see that data here. If you want to provide your external stakeholders visibility to your team's performance, this is going to tell them, like, look, this is how long it's taken us to do stuff, so chill out. And if you want to see your past performance, to set targets for your team. So maybe you're bringing on new work and you're looking at a previous project your team worked on, and you're seeing that average cycle time is taking like 2 days for 100 issues or whatever, like this 11 weeks for 181 issues. So you're like, you know what? It's going to take us at least 3 or 4 months to do this same project. So you can get that data. You can make that decision based on data. And so you're going to be able to see outliers and investigate their costs. You're going to be able to see if your team's efficiency is improving, right? If that cycle time is getting lower, then that's good. We want the numbers to go lower. And then predict how quickly your team completes work, right? Because again, we see this, we have this metadata up here that tells us a good amount of situational awareness information. And so this up here tells us the key reports. This right here is the details. So you can click on that work item, and it's a green dot. A cluster of work items appears as a solid green. So these solids are good. That means you have a lot of work happening in that same general area. You can zoom in and click and drag your cursor across the chart to focus in on a specific time. You can see your standard deviation. So the blue shaded area represents the data amount, the amount of variation, the actual data from the rolling average. Then we have our red line is the flat average cycle. And then the blue line indicates the rolling average. So too much math. How did you do in statistics, Rodney?
I'm okay at it. I understand it to a point, but
I'd rather not.
This chart has always been problematic just because, like, I get the individuals, what the individual bits represent, but I don't know how to interpret that to go, our team is improving. Do we want a higher blue line? Do we want a lower? I'm never quite sure.
I think you want a lower blue line, and you want your dots as low as possible.
That's the general consensus I've given as advice, but
yeah. See, when the blue line dips below the red line, your team is completing work faster than the average speed. So that's good. Obviously, though, it's not sustainable. So you want to balance there.
If they keep going below the average, eventually the blue line is going to rise back to meet the red line because that's going to be the new average.
It reminds me of we didn't talk about this in the velocity chart, but I remember when I was on a team like back in 2017, and they started making us, estimate our story points and find our capacities and our velocities, right? And so for a sprint, we're like, all right, we're going to shoot for 100 points, right? And so we plan our work, and we got to 100 points. Awesome. We went and ran our sprint. Turns out we finished 80. Right. And so the manager's like, all right, let's shoot for 80 then. Because the first 100 was just the number we threw out there to see if it's stuck or not, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Chad. And so we shoot for 80, and we run through the whole sprint, and we ended up finishing 70 out of 80. Our manager's like, all right, let's shoot for 80 again. And so we shoot for 80, and this time we come in like at 71, 72, whatever it was, right? And like, okay, how about we shoot for 70? So we go shoot for 70 for that next sprint. We came in like at 55, and he's like, whoa, what happened here? We kept lowering the bar. We kept performing worse.
But again, we have to look. That's not the full picture. Were the stories equivalent across all the sprints? I mean, ideally, a story point should be an equalizer, but you and I both know that not every story is created equally. Even if you even if you're perfectly accurate with how you're story pointing it, not every 13-point story is going to be exactly the same.
True that. Just funny how life works out sometimes like that. All right. But again, you want to be careful just when you're looking at this, because you might push your team, but it's not sustainable. Higher values indicate a possible bottleneck, right? So if your values are going up high, then that means your team's stuck. And if they're stuck, that means somebody's not helping out. The standard deviation, a narrow shaded blue band means work items are spending less time in statuses and your team's improving efficiency. A wider band, the team is spending more time. So this is high efficiency, this is low. So wide is, I guess, if you turn your head sideways, not taller. All right, let's see what we learned. So what does the control chart measure? Not the number of stories included in the sprint, not the number of work items, the effect of process change. Yeah, that could do it. I think it's C.
C,
Cool.
I would agree with.
All right, Stanley is looking at his team's last sprint in the control chart. He notices that the blue line consistently stays below the red line. What does this tell him? The team is completing work slower? Nope. There was a potential bottleneck? Nope. Work items are spending more time in statuses? Nope. The team is completing work faster? Yes. Man, I hope the whole test is like this.
It'd be nice.
Can I walk out with like 100%?
I mean, I think you've gotten about as close as I've ever heard anyone getting 100%.
Use insights in Jira. These I love. These I absolutely love. So insights are a feature in Jira that give you a team daily, gives teams a daily dose of information when and where they need it. Your team can plan smarter and take informed action in just a few clicks. Insights are currently available for Scrum and Kanban metrics in both company and team managed projects. You can find the insights feature in your team's board, backlog, or deployment views, right where the key decisions are made. So this is what I like. It's right there. You don't have to go far. And you get a lot of cool stuff. Like you get, if you have items that are flagged, if you have a blocks and blocks by, if you have items that have due dates and they're past their due date, they're going to show up here. You also get your sprint progress here, which is kind of cool. Like, so it's telling you out of all the items we brought into our sprint, how many are done, how many are in progress, and how many haven't been started. These are based on status category, by the way, not individualized statuses. You also get a burn down, which I think is cool that it's a micro burn down. It's right here, front and center. And then you get an epic progress, which I think there's a bigger report for as well.
Yeah, I believe so. But I mean, this in the olden days, I like speak to server and data center because I'm old. Yeah. We used to have to go to like 3 or 4 different pages per sprint meeting to talk about all these that you now get in one place where you're already working.
This one's an interesting one. So I feel like if they were going to put something on the test, this would be something you put on the test here.
Absolutely.
And you should be aware that insights are sourced from a board level data and summarized to provide a team a holistic view. If your organization uses work item security, then with your company managed projects, your site admin will need to enable the aggregate data permission to gain access to the insights. Because if you're blinded to it, you're SOL'd. All right. While insights show you key metrics when you need them, sometimes more information is needed. That's when you can dig deeper with reports in Jira. Reports and insights weren't designed to be used exclusively. You can use your reports and insights together to get the information you need to move your team forward. All right. Plan smarter sprints with insights in the backlog. So insights are available for any number. So what we just saw was at the board level. We do have them at the backlog level. And so what I like about this one is that this right here is the most valuable one. You get the two things you get in here, I think, are super valuable, but I find that the first one's the most valuable. So when you're planning out your sprint, you get this like what I call Goldilocks chart, because it's going to tell you, right? It's going to look at how many points you've committed to for the sprint. And it's going to tell you, just like in the story book for Goldilocks, right? Like, is it too hot, too cold, or just right? And so the chart's going to tell you, this little dash line is like what your target should be. And it's going to tell you, okay, are you under, over, or just right with your estimates? And then you get the issue type breakdown, which I really like as well, because not all work is created equal. And sometimes you're working on stuff that's hard. Sometimes you're working on bug fixes. Sometimes you're working on new features. Sometimes you're working on out of scope work. And so whatever you're working on, your situation is going to be changing. And I love having this issue type breakdown, because it gives you a good understanding of like, okay, for this sprint, my team's spending 50% fixing bugs and 50% working on stories. But if you only work off of stories or only work off of tasks, that distribution is not always appreciative. And so I like to add work items like spikes, because now I can say, okay, 10% of my sprint is research and development with spikes, 25% is bugs, 10% are just tasks, and then 50%, I don't think my math added up, but 50%, 45% is of new features.
You call them spikes. I call them buckets. I like to do this too, especially when you have work that you know is going to be unplanned, like incident response. If you know you're going to have to deal with incident responses, it usually takes about 2-3 hours a sprint. You could plan on that. Something I'll note here is this is the Goldilocks. This is the ideal. It does not take into account personnel. If you have a guy who's going to be on vacation for a week this sprint, you need to manually take that into account and reduce your target from what it will say.
Yeah. It's easy to forget that. Very easy.
And then you find yourself overcommitted for the workforce you have for that sprint.
Yep. So this is just stay on target, right? So you want to be viewing these insights during your sprint, because like this sprint progress is going to be helpful. But the epic progress, I like to do my epics as like features or capabilities that I want to deliver. And so this right here helps me understand for a particular feature, how complete is it?
I have a feeling your passport story should have been an epic.
Optimize your delivery pipeline with insights found in the deployments view. So this is something I have not played with yet, but in the deployments, so if you have your Git and all that stuff plugged in, connected and integrated from previous sections, you do also get an insight. So you can see your deployment frequency, and you can see again Goldilocks, or how often are we reporting or deploying, and then you have your development cycle. And so it's giving you that, again, that's that control chart that we just looked at, but in a more condensed view. So I really like this one as well. All right, let's see what we've learned, if anything. Sven wants to quickly see how his team is progressing towards their sprint goal. Which insight should Sven use? So, sprint progress?
It's literally in the name.
A sprint progress, right? Because it wouldn't be deployment. It wouldn't be the epic. I would think it's the sprint progress. And I don't think there was the commitment was in the backlog.
Yep.
True or false? Insights are available for both Kanban and Scrum metrics. I think that's true.
That is true. That one feels more like an advertising question than an actual test question.
Oh, Atlassian, how you left to tease us. All right. Create basic dashboards in Jira. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to use dashboards to gain insights to your team's work and create simple dashboards. So what is a dashboard? A dashboard is a customized screen that gives you a high-level snapshot of everything happening in Jira. Dashboards are made up of small configurable blocks called gadgets. For example, your default dashboard may have gadgets like an introduction, projects assigned to me, and activity stream. If Atlassian could work on a new feature, instead of revamping the entire UI and pissing everybody off, they should improve their dashboards.
We've talked to Atlassian about this, how the basic set of dashboard gadgets we have in Jira today is the same one that was on server when I started in 2014. 11 years, no significant update. And Atlassian loves to say, well, there's not much more we could do than what we have done. And I'm like, custom charts exist.
Yeah. Custom charts exist for a reason. There's a lot of, I've heard chatter that there's a new dashboard functionality coming through, but I have not seen any concrete evidence.
I definitely look forward to this, but I will say this. If you are a project admin, even if you are not taking this exam, this should be a skill that you have and know well. If you are not taking advantage of filters and dashboards, you are not taking advantage of Jira's full power.
Yep. Okay. So different users may see different information on a dashboard depending on what permissions they have. So it's important to know that if you don't have access to a specific issue or to a specific project, you're not going to see the data. And most of the time, especially if you don't have access to the filter that drives that gadget, you don't even see that gadget at all.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gadgets though. So you see the assign to me. This is kind of cool. So this was dynamic, right? So as every user logs in and looks at Jira, like this assign to me is different. It's not the same for everybody. That's important to know. We have our work item statistics. So this gadget shows one characteristics about work items. For example, you can use this gadget to see how many of your projects are in each status. This is one of my favorite ones. This is probably one of the better. I think they literally took the two best gadgets they have, which is this one and then the two-dimensional one.
Yep.
Which basically just shows you two different fields as like the cross point. So valuable there. So how do you create a new dashboard? So you go to dashboards on the left-hand side of Jira now in the navigation. You create a new dashboard and that's it. Important things for you to consider. This is I'm actually quite surprised that Atlassian didn't mention this because you can really screw yourself over here very easily. But most of the time, not all the time, but I'm trying to find my right words here. Because most of the time, I think it's too strong of a word. But typically, when you're creating a dashboard and you pull in those gadgets, it's asking you to pick your source data. And your source data is usually one of two things. It's either going to be a project or a filter. And I don't know about you, Ronnie, but 9 times out of 10, I'm picking the filter. Right? Because again, you don't have something like custom charts for Jira that allow you to do something a little bit more, more powerful.
You
So if you're
really
picking the
gotta
filter,
be on top of your JQL game to get the most out of these. And again, if you need some help learning JQL, I cannot recommend Rob Heen's doing a course right now on Tuesdays dedicated to JQL. So definitely check out his videos.
yeah. Now, again, so you have to create the filter first. It's usually a chicken and egg situation because when you go to like pull this mobile dev one, unless you pull the whole project, most of the time you're going to pull a filter. And so the filter needs to exist first, but you're going to run into two problems real quickly. If you create your filter first, which again, most of the time you do need to, your filters are defaulted to private. And so it's easy for you to see data in your filter and you're like, okay, cool. I got my filter. Let me go to my dashboard. Let me create the dashboard. But when you go create the dashboard and you're referencing that private filter, you could potentially remember to share the dashboard, but the filter didn't get shared. And so the data is going to be empty. So you want to make sure you're accounting for both. You got to do the filter and the dashboard. I've also seen the opposite be true as well.
Yep.
Where people share the filter, but not the dashboard. And then forget about it. If somebody sends you a link, you don't know who the owner is, and only the owner of that filter can share the filter with you. So it becomes like a whole scavenger hunt that I don't like to do.
It's better now, especially for Jira admins. In the before times, when they said it was a private filter, private dashboard, they meant it. Even your Jira admins could not see or modify those items to share them out for the project admin. So if someone had a private filter or dashboard and then they left the company, that was still in the Jira database, but it was essentially gone forever.
Gone forever, indeed. All right. So now that you have your dashboard, that's how you create one. Then you got to add your gadgets. So usually this is how you're greeted with a brand new dashboard. So you just click the plus button and you just add gadgets. And so you have a lot of gadgets that are out of the box. I think there's like 54 out of the box, something like that, about 50. And then, of course, you get to go and buy more because you're going to want to buy more. Trust me.
There are 54 out of the box. You may use 5 of those realistically. And you'll use them everywhere, and you'll play around with them in different ways, but you're not going to use a lot of what's built into Jira.
Yeah.
I have tried to find excuses to use some of these and fallen short.
Yeah, you will most likely not be. I mean, the two that we talked about earlier, those are the two that I usually use, but most of the time I'm using
those
custom
two
charts
and
or something.
PyChart are my 3 top that I use. The two-dimensional, the PyChart, and the God, I just blanked it.
Yeah. No, there's just a few. You're gonna need a third-party plugin. There's third-party plugins by like My 3 top favorites are AppFire's got one. I forgot
Yes.
their name, but AppFire's got a good one. There's that Agile Metrics or Agile Gadgets or something like that. I forget who makes that one, but that one's good. And then obviously our custom trust for Jira.
Which we are not
RIP.
sponsored by. We just think they're a good product.
I was going to say RIP though. Okay, moving on. So you can organize your gadgets to a certain degree. You can pick your layout, and then you can just drag and drop your gadgets where you want them. Try to tell a narrative, but you're basically working your way top down, and have a lot of patience because those gadgets, to move them around, is not the easiest thing to move around. So come with a lot, and I do mean come with a lot of patience. All right. Somebody wants to add a gadget to her dashboard that shows how many work items are in each epics she's working on and what status they're in. Which gadget can help her do this? She wants to see how many work items are in each epic and what status they're in. So that's going to be a 2-dimensional one.
Yes.
Because she wants to see how many work items are in an epic. Well, maybe just a work. Well, this could be both, right? It just depends. It's be a work item statistics if she has a filter just for the epic.
It's what they mean by their in. Is there the children of the epic, or are there the epic itself?
I know this is hard. Can the out of the box even do this?
Again, I'm thinking with apps because you can do a function field with different apps that calculates the children for you, and that would be one way to do it 2-dimensional. I think it's a work item statistics, but again, when you're taking the exams, people, you need to assume this is a vanilla Jira instance with no apps.
Right. And so I don't know that out of the box this is gonna fly here.
Yeah, I think it's work item stats.
But that assumes you have a filter now. Nope.
You're going to have a filter.
In this case, and it wants to show, okay, so the work items wouldn't be able to show the level of detail. None of these were going to be able to show the level of detail. This is not possible. You cannot show this. Tangent time. Let's go prove Atlassian wrong. We got a dashboard. We're going to pull in. Oh, well, here's our 2-dimensional one already. So we're just going to edit this 2-dimensional one that I have here. And she wants to see the children of an epic. Which one of these is going to give me children of an epic? I can think in Epic Link, but that's no longer in play.
Maybe it's a holdover that they haven't updated yet.
Are they teasing? Maybe dashboards are finally going to become useful. I don't see a single item. The only one that could possibly do this.
Parent?
Do you see parent? Okay, let's try parent. But the parent's going to go up from the epic. I feel like Epic Link would do it because the Epic Link would have been the child pushing up. But you know what? Maybe it's parent too. I guess it depends on where you're looking at. Let's try both. Let's try parent first and then status. And let's see what this one does. So this is nobody has a parent. What the heck is this? This one has one. Wait, let's see. Let's make this big. What am I getting here? Shopping cart. So this is a story.
I guess you can do this.
And there's the Epic AAD4. So wait, so the Epic is called users can add products to shopping cart. And if we look at this one, shopping cart checkout. Wait.
I think if we had flipped the X and Y here, it would have been more what they were asking for.
Well, let's flip it and see if we can't. Status. And parent. Which, by the way, parent would be okay. So Yeah, so these are epics.
Yeah.
Look at that. Color me colored. What does it say? What is it saying? Color me something, right?
Color me surprised.
There we go. Color me surprised, because holy moly.
I don't know what color surprise is. And we're like, jealousy, yeah, that has a color. Scared,
Well,
that has a color. Surprised, I don't know what that color is.
Inside Out failed us because we know the colors of at least those emotions.
Yep.
All right, well, color me surprised, because yeah, I this is great. I'll make it. Damn, I need to make a video on this. This is how to view the status of your children across an epic and a gadget.
But this is what makes. I know I was talking in the chat during Rapin's video last Tuesday how you cannot sum up using JQL. And technically that is correct if you're just using JQL. But if you save that JQL as a filter and then put it in a dashboard gadget, especially this two-dimensional dashboard gadget, you can do summation so long as you're looking for the sum total account of the issues that was returned, depending on some metric.
Yep. Okay. True or false? Different users may see different information on a dashboard depending on the permission. That is true.
That is true, but there's a trick you can do to get people to see different information on a dashboard automatically just by being different people. And that's to use the current user function in your base filter. That's going to individualize the filter to them. So if you do assign to equals current user, that's the same thing as the assign to me gadget. They're going to see stuff assigned to them. You also do reporter, whatever, using that current user field.
Yep. All right. Configure advanced Jira dashboards. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to edit and copy a dashboard, examine different dashboard layouts, add an appropriate gadget. Let's see what else we can learn. Edit a dashboard. So after creating a dashboard, it can easily be edited and reconfigured. For example, your team might want to add a new gadget or change the layout. You must be the dashboard owner and have editing permissions to dashboard details. In the sidebar, select your dashboard, then click on this edit button, and then you'll be fine. Now, if you can't edit the dashboard, then that means somebody created a dashboard and shared it with you, but did not give you the edit permission. Once you do edit, though, you can configure your dashboard. You can add new gadgets, change the layout, remove gadgets, edit the existing ones. Changes are saved automatically. Select them when you're done. And so you can add gadgets by just picking from the list. You can change the layout by clicking on this layout. I wish this was more flexible. I wish you can have more freedom. That'd be cool. And then you can configure the gadget, which means like picking the filter, picking the fields that are displayed, and all that good stuff. Copying a dashboard. So you can copy a dashboard and create a clone and all these gadgets. And when you copy, you can choose a different name and reconfigure the viewing and editing permissions. This is helpful when you're using an identical dashboard for different layouts for different teams. So helpful, but be careful because this is how you end up with like a million different dashboards. This one I never used, Rodney. Did you ever use this one? But you can view your dashboard as a wallboard.
I have used this one. This is great if you have like a kiosk or a TV where you just want to show stats.
Yeah. But in the world of, virtual remote, but this I think would have been cool to have in an office.
Yeah, this was great when we had office environments. I had something like this set up for giant projectors in this one office I lived in where we were all in this football field sized room, 400 of us with projectors pointed at either side. And this was great for that.
Yeah.
Haven't used it really since the pandemic times.
All right. So anyways, you just click on your dashboards and there's like a view all dashboards and you're just going to view it as a wallboard. And then you can plug in and turn your monitor and you see it full screens. The gadgets will rotate when you display them as a wallboard. To avoid this, change the color of the gadgets and ensure gadgets in the same row have the same color. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we learned. Gail added a gadget to his dashboard. However, it's not showing any data. What's the best possible? So it didn't get configured. That's a good reason. Not a good reason. Not a good reason. And not a good reason. Because if he was able to add it, he has the edit. I'm assuming he just forgot to set it up.
Yep.
Then the next one says Maribel wants to organize her dashboard to have one large column and a sidebar. Change the layout.
Yeah.
All right. Configure data sources for Jira dashboards. So now they I feel like this should have been.
I think we already covered this.
Yeah, but this should have been first because you can't. It's like putting the cart before the horse, folks. You can't do that. You need to have gone through the steps that we described earlier to then do the steps that we just covered. But this should have gone first. So gadgets display summaries of team progress reports and other data from Jira projects and work in the dashboard. They can be customized with filters to display project and work details relevant to particular users. You can use multiple projects as data sources for a dashboard. This is kind of where you start getting, again, to more advanced things, which is why it's also in the advanced section, right? But traditionally, your boards, especially if you're not on the premium version of Jira, they're very specific to just one project, one board. But most of the time, you have multiple teams working on stuff. And so sometimes you want to see data from other teams. And so the best way to do that is through a dashboard. A team may have several different roles, each of which has different needs. Gadget filters allow dashboards to be customized to show relevant information. So to configure your gadget, click Edit, pick a gadget, then More Actions, then Configure, and then select the data source for your gadget's filter. And so basically you just pick here is a filter. And go create the filter first before you even start creating dashboards, because it's a chicken and egg situation. And second, make sure your permissions are good on that filter. You can also only select a single filter for a gadget, so you can't select multiple ones. But you can build a dashboard, or you can build a filter that pulls in a lot of different data. Anything you want to add there, Rodney?
Nope, I think you got it there.
All right. So understand report series to find trends in your service project reports. The report series consists of a collection of data points used to create reports. For instance, a series might represent the number of requests received over a week. And
I
the daily
just thought of something back to the previous point. It literally just occurred to me as I said it. It says you cannot combine multiple filters. Technically the truth, but what a lot of people don't realize is you can reference a filter in your JQL, and you use that to not or combine whatever you need to do, your filters from there. So it
that
still
I
has to
did
be
not
on
know.
the filter level.
I did not know that was a possibility.
Yeah, you can reference a filter in your JQL. I forget the exact mechanism. I'd have to look that up myself because it's been a few years, but it is entirely possible.
Oh, that's good to know.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, it's fine. I had no idea. Are you sure it's not a script runner thing?
I am 95% sure it's native Jira.
Well, when in doubt, if only we had access to a Jira. Here's a filter that we have. How the heck do I reference it?
Uno momento, por favor. Just using its name.
Yeah, that worked. And filter. I can do an or. Look at that. And then I'm assuming if I go to Anna's filter, it's going to have some of this information in here.
Yep.
Yeah, look, there's Turkey 38, DP 79. Wow. The Turkey 38, DP 79. And if I do the and, it's going to take out the ones that aren't in it. Nice.
Yep.
Cool. There you go. We learned a second thing today. How to reference.
Yeah, this is Atlassian doesn't even cover this in their courses. I don't know how I came across this bit of functionality, but you can absolutely reference a filter in a filter. And I have not seen how far you can go down with this web.
There's another series we got to do. Filter Inception is what I'm going to title that video. All right. I feel like this part's going to be neat too. Understand report series to find trends in your service project reports. So a report series consists of a collection of data points used to create reports. For instance, a series might represent the number of requests received over a week in the daily totals from day 1 to day 7. This would give the difference in the number of requests received each day of the week. While individual series can highlight trends, their effectiveness increases when they are plotted together. You can use any number of series as needed. So in a report series, you should specify the following: your series, your label. All right, let's explore an example because I have no idea what they're talking about. Let's explore an example here. So first, Hema needs to create a JQ filter using JQL. Then she must save the filter to add it to her gadget. So here's how she writes the filter. This, and this. Okay. So she creates a filter and saves it. Awesome. And then shares it. Easy. Kindergarten stuff. She has a gadget. And we have a JSN specific filter results. Okay. Kindergarten stuff there too. She configures it to point to set filter. Okay. And then she views it. Right. And this is not revolutionary. I think they spent way too much English to describe something very basic. All right. Let's see what we learned. So which of the following statements is about dashboards and gadgets data sources is definitely true? You can select multiple filters for a gadget. Wrong. You can only use a single project as a data source. Wrong. You can only select a single filter for a gadget. Yes. You can combine multiple filters in a gadget. Wrong. So
unless you're doing some JQL trickery.
Yeah, we learned about our JQL shenanigans. Oh man, we're learning. I swear I took an in-person version of this course. They used to do courses back in the day.
Yeah. Some in 2016, 2017, they had courses the day before the actual conference started. And they had one on dashboards and filters that, because I was still a relatively new Jira admin, I decided to take. And it was crazy valuable, but it felt a lot like this course.
Okay, last module, and then we're done for this whole thing, and it takes 10 minutes. So sharing a dashboard. So once you've created a dashboard, you can share with your team. Again, you got to remember to share the filter too. This will allow others to view the gadgets on your dashboard and the information populated by the gadgets. Users can only view dashboards that have been shared with them. However, what appears on the dashboard might differ for each user since the data displayed is connected with filters. Users can't change the shared dashboard unless you give them edit permission. So in the sidebar, select dashboard, select your thing, then there's a rename and share, and then at the bottom, you do the rename. Easy peasy. The person setting up the share must have the create shared objects global permission. Ooh.
Yes.
So in Jira, there's a setting under system, global permission,
which will show up in about a day or two.
Yeah. We have shared dashboards and filters, so we need this one. Although this one doesn't align with what they just said.
I don't see tomato.
Yeah, well, I don't see their.
I don't create shared objects, but it's understood to be create shared dashboards and filters.
Finding a shared dashboard. So this one's easy. You just click on dashboards, view all dashboards, and if it shows up, you're in luck. If not, then you're screwed. But yeah, this one's easy because all you got to do is just come to the dashboard section, which I, of course, have mine hidden. Thank you, New Jira. Click on view all dashboards. And if it shows up in this list, you have ability to see it. If it doesn't show up on this list, sorry. That's all I can tell you. Sorry.
Go speak with the dashboard owner or your Jira admin.
And good luck finding out who your dashboard owner is. Share filters with gadgets. So some gadgets use filters as their source data. Filters might be shared to the views. This should have been the first thing, Rodney, not the last thing. Alana added okay, so basically you create the filter just like you would, but you just got to make sure you share the filter. So make sure you're sharing it here, because if you don't, bad things will happen. Then go configure your gadget and then show your dashboard. Yeah, this should have been the first thing, not the last thing. So let's see what we've learned. Ricardo is viewing a dashboard that his manager shared with him. However, one of his gadgets isn't displaying any information. What's the best explanation? Definitely not the first one, which is this is very wrong.
Yeah.
Ricardo doesn't have the permission to view the dashboard. Probably not, because it says one of the gadgets, so that means he can see the other gadgets. So the gadgets filter isn't shared with him, so that's the one. Which of the following is not true? So what appears on the dashboard will be the same name, same for all users. No, this is not true. Wait, what appears on the... Yeah, this is not true. Users can only view dashboards that have been shared with them. This is true. Although technically they can see the dashboard that they created too. The person sharing the dashboard must have created technically, but this is wrong. Filters used in gadgets must be shared separately. Okay, this is definitely not true. Wait, filters. Oh yeah, yes, definitely true. Man, this whole question sucks, but this is the right answer for this question. But this is a horrible question.
I think the question's not horrible.
The answers are horrible.
horrible.
Yeah, the answers are horrible. All right, I earned another badge. Yay. By the way, Ronnie, if you're not following along, I've been earning my badges to get my recertification for the ACPs.
You see, I'm saving I've got like 10 points left to recertify, and I'm saving that last little bit for when they're almost expired so I can get the maximum length of time on my recert.
Ah. Smart.
I've been doing this for a little bit. I got my first cert in 2017 and has not expired since. It is only now about to expire because they are retiring that certification.
Yeah. All right. We are down to the last 55-minute section here, where we're going to go into plans. And given that we have 9 minutes left, Ronnie, I say we pause it here and we pick it back up and talk about plans. So we're going to cover plans and how to do basically a lot of stuff with plans. And so that's going to be fun. And then we'll pick it back up on Tuesday. And so I think we'll be able to finish plans next week. So that's
Plans
good.
should be simple. I think I know someone who does a lot of classes and live learnings around plans.
Yeah, I think I do too. So plans is the last section here. So as you can see here, so we'll finish that next week. And that leaves us. So if I look at my calendar as well. Uh-oh, I haven't done my calendar. So
we should probably have like 3 more of these left, I guess.
Yeah, so next week is June 2nd. So we're going to finish plans. We'll get through all that next week. So that's good. And then we still have 2 more. So we have 4 sessions left here before I take the test. And so we're going to then jump over to configure Agile boards. And this is an hour and 35 minutes. And so it's only 4 sections. We should, in theory, hopefully finish most of it, if not all of it, by the time I have to take my exam. So expect at least 4 more sessions minimum. It might take 5 or 6 to get through it all. But if I can get to the majority of this before I go take the test, we're going to be sitting pretty, because that'll be the last section. And then we just got to make sure we covered everything in this file. So yeah, about 4 to 6 sections left. And yeah, I think we're sitting pretty, Ronnie.
First thing we're covering today is what are plans in Jira. Now, I really wish we had Alex for this session because this is his bread and butter. He has done talks at I see you, Ghost. It is absolutely unacceptable. But it is the situation, and we're, as they say, the show must go on, so we are trying our best here. But as I said, Alex is the expert on plans in Jira. He has given talks at the conference Atlassian holds every year, Team 25, on this topic, as well as given numerous live learnings. I am a pale imitation on this particular subject than he is, but I'm still going to give it our best with the study materials. So what are plans? So plans are basically a way to track and visualize work that's going on a larger scale than a single project. If you have Team A and Team B that are trying to coordinate with each other and trying to figure out, okay, what are the dependencies between us? What am I waiting on you for? What are you waiting on me for? Are we going to win? What is our critical path? When are we going to get out to our release? Plans are what you want to use. So what are some of the why would you use plans instead of just trying to coordinate everything yourself? Well, first thing is they provide a clear way to see the timeline and again view that critical path of, okay, these are the events that have to happen in order for me to get to my ultimate goal. They allow you to create different scenarios. So you can say, okay, if this happens or this, we move this around, this is how it's going to change our release date. That's going to how it change our goals and our resource allocations, and kind of see that. You can make changes in plans or develop your plan and then apply that directly to the I'm not going to have a Rob moment. These are going to be work items within your Jira work. And you could create these custom views showing different colors, groups of work, dependencies. You could see a large scope of what's going on with these kind of inter-project dependencies. We're going to look at the example here. Steve, a project manager, needs to determine if a new feature will be launched on an expected date. He can use data his team is already entering in Jira. That's the thing. Plans use the information your team is already putting in Jira, hopefully, to help you understand, for him specifically, if he needs more time or team members, or maybe to narrow things down and take some things out of scope so that he could hit his target date. So this is kind of what the plan looks like. We see dependencies here. Now, the important thing to understand, these links that we're showing here, those are Jira issue links. We may have a mobile docs Jira, so he could definitely save me here, but I see a desk. I don't hear Alex.
I'm working on it. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Well, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, we still only see a desk, but it's an improvement.
I'm setting up my settings.
So, guys, you're going to get to see all the background stuff we typically do live.
All right.
So,
I'm leaving the
I
studio.
know we should be covering the ACP-620, Alex, but we have Ghost requesting a BTS of Dr. Jira Studios.
Oh man! All right, let's get back upstairs then. Oh boy, let's see if I picked up my message enough. All right, behind the scenes, you all get special treatment today. All right, here's the side that nobody gets to see. I got a bunch of books, games, bunch of Toy Story stuff that nobody ever gets to see because they're up high. All the proprietary information of what we're gonna do with the Jira Life and ATEC. Then this is Lena's setup on the side, my setup, extra work, a giant green screen that I just bought.
Hey, I have that green
A
screen.
very, very giant green screen. Did you have the XL one? Because I think I might have gone overboard with.
That is the one I have. No matter how big you got, Alex, trust me, you're going to wish you had bigger. We may have lost audio on Alex.
Do you know what I think it is? I think it's my office. It's like Faraday caged.
I mean, that could be both great and bad. All right. So, Alex, we were talking about plans. And I did mention that this is kind of your forte. This is what you're known for. You've even given a talk on plans at Team 25, if I remember right.
That is correct.
We had just jumped in and talked about kind of what they are, why you'd want to use them. And we're going into the 3 factors of a plan. And again, this is not my specialty. You know, I'm more of a back end kind of guy. So I'm kind of reading this rote as we go along. So if you have any insights as I'm going along, please jump in. Yeah. All right. So 3 factors of plan are time, scope, and resources. Time being obvious, scope being what you intend to do over the course of the plan. What is it what features you tend to release if you're doing software projects, or what goals are you hoping to hit? That's your scope. And resources, this is going to sound terrible, but these are your people. These are the thing, who's actually doing the work to achieve the goal. So you need to keep all 3 of these in mind when you're going through your plan. If we go navigate in our plan, I said I've seen Alex do this probably 5 or 6 times, and I still struggle sometimes with it. But this first section over here is your work items. This is where you're going to see your epics and your stories, or if you have a higher initiative set up within Jira, you're going to see those in line with your epics and stories. 2 is the filter is going to allow you to reduce what you see to just what you want to see. If you're trying to see a specific subset of work or what's going on, you're going to use the filter for that. 3, the different fields you can show. They kind of have the defaults here, start date and due date, which again, if you have due date, you only need 1 due date. Do not be that Jira admin or project admin that requests multiple due dates. I will haunt you. So different fields that you could want to display. And then number 4, the plan navigation, that shows you different parts of the plan, the different views you have of it, who's involved, all the fun things. But number 5, this is probably the most important part. This is your timeline view. I think we may be having a second Dr. Jira joining us.
I don't even know how that happened.
I'm just going to roll with it.
I'm trying to find the spot in my house where I have apparently internet, because I can't get it everywhere.
Okay, Ghost has a comment here. I need a delivery date, an expected due date, expected funding date, a start date, my birthday tracked in every Jira, and my birthday tracked in every Jira work item. Ghost,
that one started off as a valid
I will haunt you.
That started off as a valid question, but quickly became a joke.
I think that was the whole point, because I just finished admonishing them on due dates and how don't be the guy requesting multiple due date fields, because I will haunt them. And Ghost decided to call me on my bluff, and I will haunt a ghost. But we're just talking about timelines, how this is probably the most important view you'll get, because this is how you see not only when the work will be done, but you can see those dependency links, which will allow you to figure out what is my critical path. And the whole plan of what I'm waiting for, what is the thing that has to happen in order for me to get to the goal, because that usually tells you the absolute earliest you'll be able to finish a project.
Yeah. That, and what I'll add here is keep in mind that your dates can be configured, so you don't have to use a date to drive the rectangles on the graph.
I got some interference with that, so I imagine everyone else did too. But basically what he's saying is the dates are flexible here. So let me go back up. What you see here on the graph does not have to equal what is the due date. You have some flexibility
Or the start
working
date.
here, or the start date. You have some flexibility to move things
There's
around
a
on the
tiny
graph.
little D. Yeah, there's a tiny little D on the field that indicates which ones are the 2 date fields that are used.
Yes. So you use a different set of date
And those can be
fields
configured.
for the plan, for the chart on the plan. But again, if you create multiple due dates, I will haunt you. So just because you can doesn't mean you should. I'm sorry, Alex, you have your pet peeve with changing name statuses. I have my own pet peeves. There's a reason I don't normally teach this course. Okay, so question number 1 for us. We got a comment real quick I want to highlight. Hey guys, I'm currently studying the ACP-120 with your recorded content. Thanks a lot for great content like these, and have a good stream. Thank you, Onar. That is great to hear. If you do pass, definitely let us know. We love celebrating these wins with you. All right, so match the Jira input to the planning factor it represents. And did they do it to us again, Alex? Because this looks like it just goes right across. Alex, if you want to jump off and just watch on the YouTube, that's fine. But we're going to make this work. So that's our first plan complete. Our first, what is a plan? Now we're going to talk about how you create a plan. And by the end of the lesson, we'll be able to create a simple plan, create work items in the plan, describe how the plan interacts with teams. Now, Alex has a whole Jira instance for this kind of stuff that's already set up with stuff we can show in real time. As I said, this is the reason why I'm not looking forward to this alone, but as we said, the show must go on. So I'll talk about how to do this on the training, but I will not be able to show you the way Alex would have been able to. So to create a plan in Jira, you need to have the projects, boards, filters that include the work or team members you want to plan work for. So I would, especially if you're on Agile, pay special attention to boards. That's going to be the main way you filter. We have an Alex maybe, question mark. Let's see what area in the house he's in now. While he's up, we'll continue working. So to create a plan in Jira, in the sidebar next to plans, click create plans, represented with the plus icon. I hear echoes. He is in the stairwell now. Maybe. Enter the name for your plan, create access by selecting private or open. This is what it says it is. You can, if it's a private filter, include other people in on it. But if you click open when you're trying to select the access, it opens it to everyone. If this is your top secret project, this is the last thing you want to click. But it is an option. And for most plans, I'd say it's probably the preferred option. Just we've all seen those top sneaky ones in companies where it absolutely has to be kept secret. So once you have your plan,
I would also add, I don't know if you covered this.
Go ahead.
I would add that your project permissions dictate or trump this open or closed.
Good call. Good point. It doesn't matter if you can't see the plan or not. If you can't see the underlying data, the best you're going to see is a blank plan. So you have to keep in mind when you have an open plan, can people see, do they have the browse project permission as well as the work permission? Because that trumps almost everything when it comes to accessing issues within project. So once you have your plan, you add your work to it, either using a project board or filter. I'm going to be honest, most time when I'm creating a plan, I either use a project or board. I know we can use filters. It's just usually that's a less efficient way because the board is usually already set on a filter. So having a separate filter from the board doesn't really make much sense. The board is already where people are doing work, especially in an agile environment. So most of the time, I'd say about 75% of the time when I do a new plan, I do a board. About 20% of the time, I do a project, and only about 5% of the time do I use a filter. You can add more work beyond those. Like if you have a dependency outside yours, you could add those you want. You click create. Once you have your plan created, once you create a plan, next to the plan name, click more actions, then plan settings to make changes. What are some changes you can make? First change you make is work item sources. If you have to add extra dependencies outside your team or extra work that may be outside a board or whatever you've already configured, again, this is a great way why you add a board or project as your basis. You can do that in here. Again, this is an old safeguard, but it's still very relevant. You cannot have more than 5,000 work items, 100 projects, 50 shared teams on a single plan. If you do that, not all of them will show up. Exclusion rules. Let's say there's a specific subset of work within your board that you do not want to have included. Classic example I've used are buckets where we don't know what the work is. We know we have some measure work that will be covered under this unknown bucket. We just create a bucket work item in our sprint that has set number of hours. People just pull from them as this unexpected work comes up. I don't want those in my plans, so I usually have an exclusion rule for those. The next setting is permissions. This is important, especially when you have set a private plan. You could grant, view, and edit to specific users and groups or all plan users. This is important because I have seen this. Again, I've been on Jira for a long time, so I've seen the way things used to be, where private really meant private, and you have to share it or it doesn't exist for anyone else. And I've seen people who had private filters and boards who left an organization. We lost all visibility on those things, could not to edit the user to be able to see them again, let alone be able to do anything with them. We would have to go into the database to make changes. Not ideal. I'm glad Jira Data Center has moved away from that. And this is, to my knowledge, not been a problem on cloud for a long, long time. But you still want that continuity of work if you were to leave the organization. So you want to be sure that enough people could see your plan, that it's useful. But more importantly, there's someone who could edit it. So if you have to leave for whatever reason, the plan is not lost and they don't have to sit there and try and create another one. So adding data to plans. You can create work directly in your plan if you need to add information while you're planning. You can only add work items to projects associated with your plan. This is important. This is how I've seen plans used a lot by project managers, is a place where they're creating that bulk work, trying to figure out what is going on with their project. So to create work items, first we go to the top of the list. We click add, we click the project, and then we click the work item type, not the iWork type. Ghost, that's what I was saying. This is something we could also change on DC now as well as cloud. it was not always the case where we could change the owners of filter plans and dashboards. It used to be a problem Jira-wide, all forms of Jira. It is not anymore, and that is one of the best changes ever made because it used to be a massive hassle. Back on track here. So at the top, we could create the project, select the work item. Then we can change value of multiple work items same time using bulk actions. This is kind of outside the scope, but this is why you can only add work items to projects that are in the project or in the plan. Now, this is a huge point I want to emphasize. While you're adding items or making changes to items in the plan, it is not live. It kind of goes into a buffer state where you could see it on your plan. You can see the work items, but it won't have an issue key. It won't exist quite yet. It'll just kind of be there, and it'll have like a yellow triangle. Or if you make a change to an existing work item, it'll have that yellow triangle kind of shown right here. And this is to denote this work is not saved yet. You actually have to go in after you do stuff and make these changes by clicking Save Work. So when you make changes, the Unsave button will appear at the top right corner of your timeline. If you click, you'll see all the changes you've made, but not yet saved to Jira. For example, for this one, they have changes to Mobile 2 and Mobile 3, where they're changing the status of both these. These are unsaved, so they're showing as these new states on the plan. But if you were to look up these Jira items before you save changes, they would still be in to-do. Saving changes actually goes through and saves these out to the issue so people can see what this in their Jira items. Now, the opposite is not true. If people make changes to the Jira work item, that will instantly reflect in the plan. So it's only outward changes that have the save buffer for your plans. Okay, comparing plans in company managed and team managed project. Now, this is going to be something I know nothing about because I have not really worked with plans in a team managed project. To the extent I could help it, I haven't worked with team managed projects. There is some times where it's needed, but TGL's official stance is we do not approve of team managed projects. So company project managed projects can use the full functionality of plans, but team managed projects have several. They say small differences. I guarantee once we get into here, they're not going to be small differences. The first one, can't use custom fields created in the team managed project in plans. Use global custom fields created by Jira admins, but if you have a project-specific custom field in your team managed project, which is one of the things that make team managed projects so powerful and attractive to certain teams, you can't use that in your plans. That's, again, I called it. I didn't even have to get past number one here, where they say it's a small difference and it's not really small difference. That would, if I was managing a team managed project, that would really upset me that I can't use my own custom fields within a plan. Work items in a team managed project can only have a parent epic from the same project, and they can't use hierarchy levels above epics. Again, talking about the olden times in Jira, up until very recently, say within the last couple of years, Jira had a strict hierarchy of epic, story, subtask, or epic task, subtask. You could not get beyond that 3-layer limit there were some add-ons that let you kind of fake it, structure being the ultimate example, but even then, in plans, it did not respect whatever you had set up in structure. So within team managed projects, you still are stuck on that 3-tier structure of epic, story, subtask. And that's if you even allow subtasks, which some teams don't. Again, another big difference that Atlassian is saying is not so big. That would really upset me if I was working on a plan on a team managed project. You can't use statuses and work types created in team managed projects. I'm going to be honest, what's the even point of using plans in a team managed project with these 3 restrictions? But let's understand that, and again, keep this in mind because team managed project questions will show up on the ACP-620. I know for a fact they were on the ACP-120. I know we have Onar studying for that. So we need to keep these things in mind when it comes to team managed projects. But if I was advising a team using team managed projects, I'd be like, let's convert you to a company managed project and let you use plans after that conversion. Adding users to a plan. So in plans, a team represents a group of individuals working together on a specific organizational task. Alex, I don't know if you're still listening, but if you are, can you provide clarification? When they highlight the word team and bold it and everything, do they mean team as in the team field, which is the organization level field that kind of gets used in everything and gave you a headache one day? Or is this lowercase team something specific to a plan? So let's work on the assumption it's something individual to the plan and doesn't bring in the larger capital T team field. So a group of individuals working together on a specific organizational task, project, or initiative. Teams are used to organize and allocate resource, track work, and manage capacity in the plan. All that is to say, a team is a group of people working towards a common goal. You can add an here it is, Atlassian team, or create a new one. This implies that it's using the capital T team field. And Kagri, thank you so much for the lowdown here. It is using the capital T team field. Which, again, this is important. Or reason why I asked this important distinction is once you set up a team within it, it's an organizational level change. It's not only impacting your Jira instance. It goes step back, and if your organization has multiple Jira instances in its cloud environment, that team is now visible on all of them. I know Alex has had it out with Atlassian about this change because that used to not be the case. It used to be a Jira level setting. And when it switched to an org level setting, it actually messed up a bunch of his settings within Jira because he was heavily reliant on that team field. But as long as you work with the understanding that once you create a team for your plan, that team is available on any Jira instance within your organization, it's easy to work around. You just got to know that from the start. If I just read the next sentence, you could either create a new Atlassian-wide team or create a plan-only team that won't be available outside your plan. You can't implement changes made in plans like work assignment if you use a plan-only team. You can convert a plan-only team to an Atlassian team. See the Atlassian documentation. Kind of want to click that. So yeah, you can use a plan-only team, which would be the lowercase t team I was talking about, but it makes the plan kind of useless. So why would you do that? Again, this is my problem because I've been using plans or attempting to use them since they were called Portfolio in Jira Server. So a number of years now. I've never fully been able to get them to work how I wanted them to because, again, this is my view take it with a massive grain of salt, but it felt like if you didn't work exactly how Atlassian thought you should, these things are very difficult to use and implement. If you want to work exactly how Atlassian wants you to work, which I guess they're calling the system of work now, that's great. They work great, and more power to you. But if you want to do any sort of deviation, they get very tricky to use. And this is one of those examples where maybe I don't want to use an Atlassian-wide, an org-wide team. I just want to keep a plan. Well, then I can't really use plans because I can't update the plan or implement changes made in the plan. So create a team for your plan. You plan navigation, you click teams, you add a team, you create the new team name, kind of fill out all that, who's on the team, all that. And then you can select plan only or available across organization. Now, when they say organization, again, keep in mind, this means every Jira instance. I think it comes into play in Jira Line as well, or it may come into play there. But everything attached to your org has access to this team now once it's available across organization. Name the team, add members, and click create. All right, configure a planning style for your team. When you add a team to your plan, you select a planning style for them. It determines how plan estimates and schedules work. Again, we got the two flavors of Agile here, Scrum and Kanban. For Kanban teams, you configure how many hours of work your team completes in a single week. Once you configure that, it'll go through and figure out, and this is where the power of team or plans really makes itself known, is once you have that average work completed per week, the plan is able to look at your board's backlog and go, okay, for the entire board, if things are scheduled, if you have your things ranked properly and we schedule them out, it'll take you X number of weeks to complete the backlog. Scrum teams, you configure how many weeks are in each sprint and how many hours a week the team works. Plan estimates your work in story points. You can only use a Scrum team. Or if your plan estimates work in story points, you can only use a Scrum team. I would say this is the better use for plans, using story points, because it allows you to estimate that work out and a little bit more accurate. We're terrible at estimating things time-wise. So if you're using story points, it's a little bit better, and I find. So you tell them how many hours a week, how many weeks are in your sprint. So you can figure out how many sprints are out, and if you have any teams members out, how that impacts your sprint performance. But it's also using the velocity of your Scrum teams going back however many weeks. So you could go, okay, this is my backlog. This is my velocity over the past few weeks. This is how many sprints, given that average velocity and the backlog, will take to complete the backlog as it exists now. And I'll even take a stab at putting stuff in sprints so you can kind of see how that'll work out. So that's where plans become really powerful. That's kind of one of the things I advocate for them, but they're interesting to work with. So 2 questions. Kika is creating a plan and needs to create a team. She's on a development team that consistently works in the same projects, but doesn't yet have an Atlassian team. So they don't have the full org level team. She wants to be able to create work items within the plan and use them in an existing project board. What's the best type for her to, best type of team? Yeah, best team type for her to create. So let's look at the context. Let's read it as if this was an actual exam. So we know development team consistently works the same projects, but doesn't yet have an Atlassian team. She wants to be able to create work items within the plan and use them in an existing project board. So she's creating work in the plan and then needs to implement it. This tells me that the plan only team would not work for her because, again, once you click plan only team, you will not be able to implement work. So this one has to be the Atlassian team. Jensen is creating a quarterly plan for his department. Teams in his department use several different projects to track the work, so Jensen includes all of them in his plan. Jensen then creates an exclusion rule to remove all work items with an on-hold status from the plan. He knows some of the work items with this status still appear. What could be causing this? So we know the exclusion rule is in place. It's kind of blanketed with anything in the status gets rejected, but he's still seeing some items. So Jensen is using multiple company managed projects in his plans. We see no mention of company or team managed projects here, so we can't assume in one or the other. Jensen using global custom field for his exclusion rule. Well, that would not be a problem, but we know status is a global, it's not custom field, it's built-in field, kind of. Jensen is using team managed projects in his plan. Jensen is using signees in his exclusion rule. So we know D is not it. We know C is not it. Or we don't know if C. C is possible. We know B is not it because he's not using a global custom field. He's using multiple company managed projects in his plan. So he is using multiple different projects to track their work. I'm going to say, yeah, I feel like it's C as well. I'm trying to narrow it down why, though. You know what? Let's have them tell us why. C. Just use the team managed projects plan. Team managed projects don't use the same status as its company managed projects. So, again, this feels like one of those things specifically with team managed projects that's going to give you a headache. Their statuses are not the same as a global one. So, you put in, yes, Ghost, this is something we found multiple times with the study session. Is some of these questions are very open-ended. We're hoping that when we take the test is not going to be like that. We don't know. So I think we have one more lesson we could do within this study session, and then Alex should have his internet sorted out by the end of the day. So next Thursday, day after tomorrow, we should be good for our next lesson. But let's complete this one, and then we'll probably call it a stream. So automatically schedule work with plans in Jira. This is where I was talking about where if you put in your Scrum team or Kanban team and you put in hours and everything appropriately, plans can take a look at your backlog and figure out how things should look moving forward. So in this lesson, we'll be able to use the auto scheduler for plans to predict how data changes will affect that schedule. In plans, the auto scheduler takes the configured scope and resources in a plan to recommended schedule. You can modify the recommended schedule as needed or implement it exactly as is. So to auto schedule work in the timeline view, you can click schedule work based on estimates, represented by a calendar icon. If we look here, that's the plus symbol with the calendar on your timeline view. Choose to override all values in sprint, release, and team fields, or only empty values. So if you already have stuff planned out for sprints, you can say, don't overwrite my sprints or releases, whatever, just stuff that isn't scheduled yet, put out into future sprints. click preview results, and then click accept changes unless you want to make changes. Again, this is one of the key superpowers of plans that make them so attractive. If you have a backlog and you've already gone through and done the hard work of grooming that backlog and estimating the work out, this can then figure out what your sprints look like going forward. When not scheduling work, Jira considers several factors to create an ideal schedule for your team. First one is how your teams estimate work, like story point, days, or hours. Whether your team works in sprint iteration or a continuous flow of daily tasks. This is your Scrum or your Kanban. The sprints that work in your plan is assigned to. Ranking of the work items in the backlog, dependencies between work items in the backlog, and sequence of work items based on start dates and due dates. So plans will try and respect your start dates and due dates if that's the field you have configured. Note here, you can change which date your field's plans use to start and end date. This is what me and Alex were talking about earlier in the lesson. You also configure several other settings to ensure the scheduler has all the information you need. Click tabs below to see what you should configure. You can set the estimation unit to either days, hours, or story points. This unit should be the same as the estimation unit used in the boards and projects your plan includes. To set the estimation unit, go to Plan Settings. In the sidebar, click Scheduling. Under Estimation, pick the unit. Again, hours and days are great, but we're terrible as a species at estimating time. So this is one reason I prefer story points, especially if you're going to be using these plans. Sprint length. If you use Scrum teams in your plans, you can set a sprint length for your teams. Kanbans don't have a sprint length because they don't have sprints. You go to set it, you go to Teams, More Actions, and Team Settings. And sprint length field, enter the number of weeks each sprint is for that team, and then click Done. Now, sprints are usually done in even iterations of weeks. If you're mad, you could do a sprint each week. I would not recommend that. 2 weeks seems to be the sweet spot. 1 week, you're doing too much in all the ceremonies each week with the retros and sprint planning and all that. 2 weeks is kind of that perfect balance. 3 weeks, things change too much between sprints. Planning session, so you feel pulled around a lot with a 3-week sprint. Capacity. You configure a capacity for each team in your plan, including Scrum and Kanban teams. Set the capacity, you go to Plan Navigation, click Teams, click More Actions and Team Settings. In the capacity field, enter the total number of hours a team works each week and total number of points they complete in a sprint. Field will indicate whether you should enter points or hours. Then click Done. That feels different because you used to take your average velocity, and maybe if I pull it up, it'll allow you to enter your average velocity, or it'll tell you what the average velocity is and ask if your number is realistic. Autoscheduler will schedule work items that don't have a start point or time estimates to last the entirety of their assigned sprint or version. So how does we understand what the autoscheduler does. How does it impact data? So the autoscheduler won't change anything until you accept changes it proposes. Even then, it will only impact date as it appears in the plan, not the rest of Jira. Again, this is saying even if you accept the autoscheduler's kind of viewpoint on how things should be divided on the different sprints or future work, it will not change anything in Jira. It will count as an unsafe change in the plan, which we were talking about in the last lesson. Does not actually reflect in Jira until you save those changes. When you auto-schedule, you can configure whether the schedule will overwrite field values in work. You can overwrite all values or only empty values. We were just talking about this. For example, a work item assigned sprint 1 when it was first created in Jira. Based on the values of all the other work, AutoScheduler has determined that work item should be moved to sprint 2. It's dependent on something that's in sprint 1 and won't be able to get done. If you give the AutoScheduler permission to overwrite existing sprint values, it will move that to sprint 2. If you have not given the AutoScheduler overwrite permission, it will leave it in sprint 1 and probably just tell you there's a dependency conflict here. You can add the sprint, release, and team fields to your timeline to better understand the proposed schedule. To do so, click the field section header and then schedule for and add these fields. All right, something I got to deal with. All right, let's explore an example. Rama has used the AutoScheduler for his plan. The proposed schedule is great, but Rama wants to change a few things. First, Rama accepts all the changes proposed by AutoScheduler into the plan. Since the schedule is mostly correct, it's easier to modify the few changes in the plan rather than discard the AutoSchedule entirely. Flags indicate what AutoScheduler has changed, make it easy for Rama to identify what he needs to review. Rama will click accept. This is the accept changes right here. To accept the AutoScheduler into his plan. Remember, even though Rama has accepted the changes in his plan, he hasn't yet changed anything in Jira. Plans don't impact your Jira data unless you click unsave changes and then save the changes into Jira. Again, we have to emphasize this because it cannot be emphasized enough. Plans do not immediately change things in Jira. Now, if you change things in Jira, it automatically reflects in the plan, but it doesn't go the other way around. I do want to note something here. We showed the dependency lines. We see this one is red versus this one is blue. Blue is good. It means things are happening in sequence. A red dependency lines means, hey, this item is dependent on this item, but it's starting before this one's even done. Depending on how that dependency works, that might be okay, that might not. You as the program manager, typically you kind of understand how those dependencies work and could make adjustments to that, but I'm surprised the AutoScheduler set it up this way because it usually tries to avoid those kind of dependency conflicts. Rama makes a few adjustments, dates, and durations, and schedule. AutoScheduler has placed work item TA18 in a later sprint. Rama just found out that the contractor working on this work item isn't renewing their contract and needs some finished work item before they leave. So Rama drags the work item higher, ranking it above the others in the plan. He auto-schedules again, and the work item is moved to an earlier sprint. Again, this is the auto-scheduler respecting the rank, saying, oh, this is a higher priority now. We need to schedule this sooner. AutoScheduler has placed work item TA7 on schedule to start on March 1st, but they need it to start on February 10th. Rama drags the bar representing that box item to start on February 10th. So this is TA7. This is the UI UX design. There shouldn't be any conflict with that, moving that. Now Rama wants to implement these changes in Jira, so he clicks unsave changes, selects changes, and then saves them. Typically, if I'm remembering the plans right, once you don't have to auto-click or you don't have to click this top item here, you could just it's automatically selected, and then you just don't if you want to make changes, you could do that and only want to save a subset. But I do want to note something. Again, we've all worked in Jira for a while, I presume. We know that Jira sends a lot of updates. If you're doing a lot of work in the plans and doing a lot of these savings, it could easily flood people's inbox. So maybe consider unchecking send update notifications until you're doing your final save. So 2 questions. Let's see what we've learned. LNE is use the auto scheduling plan that has issues from web app sprint board and let it overwrite all values. When she looks at the backlog for the board, she doesn't see work in sprints the auto scheduler has recommended. What could be the problem? LNE needs manually input the sprint values. She needs to save the plan changes into Jira. She can only use the auto scheduler for Kanban projects, not Scrum. You can only use the auto scheduler for projects, not individual boards. Well, we know both C and D are not true, just outright. Plans would suck entirely if A were true. So the answer should be B, as it is. Arvo is creating a plan for a Kanban team once you use the auto scheduler. What data will the auto scheduler use? Now, this is a question format that we'll see on occasion within the ACP exams. We will not see it as often as we used to. That's because these are a pain. You have to select multiple answers, and if even one of your multiple answers is off, you do not get partial credit. You just get nothing. So this is an all or nothing question with multiple answers you have to get right. So what data will the auto scheduler use? Well, it will use the estimation unit because it'll try and pick between the days or hours for a Kanban board. Sprint length does not exist for Kanban, so we don't have to worry about that. Ranking and capacity. All right, I think we got pretty far on this one. Define dependencies between work and plans in Jira. We'll start on that. We'll probably have Alex go over a few points if he catches up on this. But thank you for putting up with me. Thank you for joining us with these lessons. We're in the tail end of this thing. I think we'll get pretty far here with the next couple streams, and then we'll be talking our general test tips again. But until next Thursday, see you next time.
All right, so we'll start with what are plans, and just so that I can get the credit too, because I need to get my credits here. So in case you've missed it, plans are a overview of Jira, and so I like to tell people that plans sit on top of Jira. I also like to tell people that they're called jars, but Ronnie doesn't like it when I tell people that they're called a jar. Jira
I don't think it's a great name because Atlassian is just going to change their name in 2 months anyways, because it's what we call plans or jars or whatever. It's had like 4 different names in the history of Atlassian.
Yep. So so plans sit on top of Jira, and I think this is very critical. I think it's important for you to know that because a lot of people confuse the plan with being like a replacement to the Jira project, and it's not. It pulls in and it is inspired by the Jira project itself. So the work items have to live in a Jira project. The plan just gives you a good bird's eye view, 30,000-foot view of what's going on. The other thing that you want to keep in mind is that this capability, at least in the cloud, is only available for premium and enterprise customers. So if you're not premium or enterprise, you're going to have a little bit of a bad luck type of situation. All right, let's see. Navigating the plan. So I'll just kind of quickly talk about these things. So summary is a really cool view. Each Jira project has a summary view, but the summary view in the plan is kind of cool because since the plan, and I haven't mentioned this yet, but the plan allows you to bring in data from multiple Jira projects. So one of the benefits here, in addition to the fact that you get a bird's eye view, is you don't just get a bird's eye view of one project, but you can get a bird's eye view of many projects. And so the summary view is different than the summary view you get in a regular Jira project because that summary view is only for that one Jira project. But if you have your marketing, legal, developers, and testers team in 4 different projects, with the plan, you can unite them all, and your summary view is not going to show you an aggregated view. This does come with some challenges because if your teams are all in very different processes, like different workflows, different work types, then you're going to have chaos. And so one of the things you're going to probably want to do is organize your chaos a little bit. The timeline is where you're going to spend most of your time in. This is the view that we're seeing on the screen. It's where we have these date bars. It's more people commonly know it as a Gantt chart. So this is the Gantt. The program view is kind of cool. I don't know if we get to talk about it in this training, but I'm starting to love and learn to love the program view. But basically, if you're a safe organization, you get all the work, and then you can pre-plan the next 6 sprints, which in true Agile, I'm not for it, but in safe, this is the way. So that's kind of cool. Calendar views, all right. I don't, yeah. I got to rewatch The Mandalorian. Calendar views, all right. I don't use it for any interesting particular reason. So I don't typically work off of a calendar view, but it's there. Teams are great if you're going to do capacity planning, and capacity planning specifically back in the program view. And so if you're using program, you're probably going to want to use teams. Releases are cool if you want to track not just the release of one project or one team working on a release, but multiple people. And dependencies is my absolute favorite view, which it allows you to see in a very organized way all of the order of operations of all the work you need to do. It's kind of cool from that perspective. All right. So matching pairs. This is the one that I kind of vaguely heard you on Tuesday saying that these are 101.
They are just straight across.
There we go. This one to this one, this one to this one. There we go. I cheat. Okay. So you finish that first one, and
now,
then
to be clear, because we are studying for an exam here, you will never see a question like that on the exam. That's not the kind of question they do. I have not seen it in how many exams do I have I taken now?
So you were saying if you see it though, be cautiously aware that they're trying to trick you.
Possibly. Really carefully read the answers and the question.
Very, very carefully. Okay. So let's get started with creating a plan. This, by the way, fun little fact. Rodney, I don't think I've spoken to you publicly about this, but I had a talk at Team 25 about plans.
Yes,
And
I'm
my
aware.
opening slide was, let's create a plan together. But my dumb butt, I should not have done what I'm about to tell you. But my dumb butt decided to ask the room, how many of you have made a plan before? And in fact, why don't we do it again? Let's make the same mistake twice. In the chat, hit a +1 or let us know in the chat, have you ever made a plan before? And Ronnie, as you're probably going to notice in a few seconds, a lot of people are probably going to start typing in, yep, I've created a plan. And so here I am sitting in front of 200 people. And my presentation is how to get started with Jira plans. And 90% of the room, 80% of the room, they're like, yep, we've made a plan. And I'm like, great. What do I teach a room full of people that already know everything that's in the rest of the slides? So guess what I decided to do, Ronnie?
Okay. What did you do?
I decided to go off script.
Oh, there was your first mistake.
That was because I was like, my script was how to make a plan.
We have 2 people who have responded in chat who have not. So,
ooh, Sarah has not. Okay, see, but that's kind of the consensus that I got, right? So for 200 people, I had 180 people that had created a plan, and I had 20 that didn't. And unfortunately, the 20 that didn't are the ones that filled out the feedback on the course, and they let me know that they were baited and switched. So, lessons learned is what I'll tell you. Lessons learned. All right. Well, let's talk about creating a plan. We're gonna walk through the steps here, but one of the things that I want you to be aware, and I'll re-echo this, is that when you're creating a plan, first you need to make sure you're on the premium version of Jira, because if you're not, then you're kind of dead on arrival. So if you are in the premium version or enterprise version of Jira, you'll have plans. And what you want to do then is hit the little plus button, and you want to give your plan a name. And this is really where I like to start my conversation, because when you're creating a plan, it's too primitive. It's too simple to just think of a Jira project to a plan. It will work. It does that really, really well. But plans are designed to really give you a good bird's eye view of everything, of a lot of things. And so I don't like to call my plan the same as my Jira project. I usually like to name my plan something bigger. So whether that's an initiative or whether that's like a product, right? I like to think bigger. Any thoughts, Ronnie?
No, I absolutely agree. if you're naming your plan after your project, you are fundamentally misunderstanding what a Jira project is.
Yeah. Now, to answer Frank's question here, I don't know how, I think data center might be a tad different now, but in the cloud, Frank, we've eliminated Epic Link. And so before, the way it used to work, at least maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, is you start at the subtask. The subtask had a parent, and that parent could be a story, a task, or a bug. And that relationship was defined by a parent and a child. All right. Then Atlassian, now you're up at the story level. And so the story would have a field called the epic link. And that epic link correlated to an epic's name. And so, in fact, when you created an epic, you needed to provide the epic with two names: the summary, which is what everybody's used to, and an epic name, which is what will be used by the epic link. And so those two kind of had a match. And that's how that story was linked to an epic. And where things got really hairy is if you were linking the epic up to, like, let's say an initiative, well, then you just use the parent link. And so you could link up, but linking back down was like nearly impossible. So about 2 years ago, Atlassian had a realization that they screwed up royally, and decided to, in the cloud, at least today, as of June 2025, it's all parent-child, up and down, no matter where you are. Every relationship up is a parent, and every relationship down is a child. And Jira just knows. And the way it knows where it is in the hierarchy is based on your gear over here and based on your work type hierarchy. And so when you define your hierarchy inside of this screen here, then Jira will know, okay, I'm at the initiative. That means my parent is defined as a theme, and that means my child is defined as an epic. So it just knows based on this. And so it'll treat this as its truth. So you don't have to worry about epic links or parent links or anything anymore. Everything's just a parent-child. Now back to the plan. Give this a name. I like to call this a new product, right? Something big, something that you're going to have a lot of moving parts to. Because again, you can just do a single project that's going to work really, really well as well, but you're not going to get the same value, I think. Access is up to you. What did you tell them about access?
That's one thing I told them basically the same thing. Private means it's just you and the individuals you allow to be able to see or edit it. Open allows everyone to be able to see it. I don't think everyone has the ability to edit it until you add them as an editor, but I could be wrong on that for open.
Yeah, there's permissions that allow you. We'll take a look at them in a second, but there's different permissions that you got to put people in groups in, and then those groups you then have certain power. Okay, so I always like to leave them open, but just be careful, because I think I mentioned this one during my cutting off in and out of the internet. Your permissions in your projects are going to dictate who can edit and who can create and who can do anything inside of the plan. And so if somebody doesn't have access to create, they're not going to be able to create work inside of the plan. And if somebody doesn't have the edit permission or the transition permission in the project, then they're not going to have that same permission in the plan. Okay. So you can leave it open, because the reason I say you can leave it open is because if somebody's going to mess it up in the plan, they're going to mess it up in the Jira project because they have the permission over there. So it doesn't matter. You're screwed either way, right? So if someone's going to make a mistake, it doesn't matter if they make the mistake in the plan or in Jira. You're working out the same single source of truth. So there's that. Next up is the work. Now, this is where things can be controversial. Most of the time, most of the problems that I see with people making a plan is because they went with the filter route. The filter route is a subset of your data, typically. Not all the time, but can be, right? And that gets you into some trouble, because if you're subsetting your data, right, you're building criteria for what data you're pulling into your plan. If at any point you create a new work item and it doesn't meet that criteria, poof, it disappears from your plan. And everybody always goes whiskey tango foxtrot, like where did my work go? And I have to go look at your issue sources, and most of the time you have a filter, or your sources are a filter, and your whatever new item you just created didn't meet the qualifications of your filter. So you end up screwing yourself up more than you help yourself with the filter.
That's one thing we talked about. I told them, look, about good 80% of the time I'm doing a board or a collection of boards. About 10% of the time I'm doing project or collection projects, and maybe only 5% of the time am I using a filter, because it is so easy to get that messed up and lose work off your plan.
Yep. So I would say my recommendation is always pick a project. Pick the board if you're going to do capacity planning. That's a little bit more rare. But I would say 70% of the time, you're okay with just picking a project. So pick projects. You can add as many as you want, up to 5,000 issues. Unfortunately, Atlassian used to have a cool little number up here that would tell you how many issues or work items were being pulled in. Atlassian, for whatever reason, thought it'd be a great idea to remove it. Don't know why, because I need that number.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that's how you create your plan. So very easy. You hit the create button. You have some exclusion rules. So if you wanted to bring in, so right now I said bring in the whole project, but you're like, Alex, I don't want to see everything. It's better. Trust me. It's better to bring it all in, and then it's better to exclude stuff, because now you have control. So you can go to your plan settings here, and there's an exclusion rule that you can change things like take out any epics that you don't care for, take out any subtasks if you don't care for the subtasks, or if you don't want to see anything in a status of done, you can take those out. One thing that really screws people up as well is that when you move something to done, 30 days later, that item will be gone from your plan. And so if you're doing quarterly planning, that's not usually good. So I, at a minimum, bump this to 100 so that I can at least see my quarter. But it's very common that's another very common question that I get is like, okay, I can't see my work. And so the first one is like, well, what's your source? Is it in your source? And then the second one is, well, what does your exclusion rule say? Because by default, it's 30 days. So 9 times out of 10, people, when they tell me they have a problem, I go, well, when did you move it to done? And they're like, I don't know, like 2 months ago. I'm like, well, there's your problem. Okay. And then you can exclude releases as well.
I mean, you could, but why would you want to?
Yeah. I mean, like Rodney said, like you could, but why would you want to? All right, moving on. Rodney, to bigger important questions. Did you pick up a Switch 2?
I did not. I am not convinced about the Switch 2 being an appropriate value when I have a perfectly functional Switch 1. There just wasn't enough there to justify the extra expense when mine works just well.
Yeah.
And is collecting dust.
In the chat, did you guys pick up a Switch 2, and how do you feel? Because I'm on Team Rodney here. I don't think for $500, I'm not picking one up just yet. And then for an $80 Mario Kart game, I'm definitely not overly the topics jumping into that.
I'm not even playing my Switch 1 right now. So why am I picking up an extra Switch for games I don't want to play?
Yep. No, my little cousin waited in line. He did a pre-order yesterday, and he waited in line to go pick up his pre-order. But he's like, "Are you picking one up?" I'm like, I don't know that I want to spend $500 on playing Mario Kart.
I did wait in line for the Switch 1. I felt that was a good value proposition. Even though I had a 3DS, I was playing my 3DS in line because I was that bored. But I did feel that value proposition there.
Ronnie,
I do not get that.
That is something on my bucket list. I want to do like a Comic-Con or something nerdy with you.
I mean, September, we got something going on here if you want to fly out this way.
Do you? Which week? Because I'm going to be out in Napa Valley with Sean Doyle at a DevOps conference.
Labor Day weekend, unfortunately.
Is that the week of the 8th? Or the week after?
I think it is.
The week after. Is Labor Day the 8th?
It's the first Monday of September, typically.
Oh, boy. My map won't tell me. When is Labor Day, people?
So it's August 30th through September 1st.
Okay, so yeah. So in the following week, I'll be in Napa. So maybe. We'll see. Okay. Anyways, little interruption. Nintendo Switch is on my mind this morning. As I'm seeing all the people doing the unboxings. Okay, So adding your data to your plan. So once you've pulled in your project data, you should already have information in there. But what's cool, what I like about the plan is that you can have an initial set of data, but you also have the ability to add more work. And I prefer to add my work from the plan because I can create all of the children and all the descendants in one view very, very, very quickly. Unlike in Jira, where you have to do a couple more clicks. And so you just click on this plus button, you pick the project that you want to do it in, you pick what kind of work you want to create, and then Bob's your uncle. Now, this right here, folks, is the most important part of this whole training. When you do any change inside of Jira, okay, when you do any change inside of Jira, when you do any change inside of the plan, I got to say that twice now. When you make any changes inside the plans, any editing, any creating, anything, any change whatsoever, it goes into this unsaved changes button up here. And unless you click this button, unless you click this blue magical button, nothing that you do in your plan gets pushed to Jira. It stays in the plan, which is not the same in reverse. Any changes you do in Jira immediately show up in the plan after a refresh, but immediately show up in the plan. But any changes you do in the plan will stay in the plan until you hit the publish button up here. So keep that in mind because it's very, very important.
We did harp on that point a lot on Tuesday's show.
Okay, perfect. So I won't harp on it more. It sounds like our folks here like gaming. Maybe we need to turn this into like, let's study Jira while we're playing games, Rodney.
I've got this plan that I really just need to implement that I think would be fun. Now, it's only a Jira admin's idea of fun, but I think it would be fun.
Well, it sounds like we have enough nerdy people. I should do a shout out that while you all are here, when I'm not with Rodney, just very shameless plug-in, but my little cousin and I, we started a little podcast called Evocative Gamer. So I'm gonna just drop it here in the chat. We talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly on gaming stuff. So if you guys ever want to relive your childhood, we talk a lot about 90s gaming and stuff like that. And obviously the current state of gaming. But we cross-reference the current state of gaming with 90s gaming. So if any of you are interested, go show some love over there. All right. This was interesting, Ronnie. So this company and team managed projects, for the longest time, team managed projects couldn't be used inside of
even when they can, the restrictions I was reading just make it like, why would you want to?
Yeah. And because now I don't know how to explain. So one of the benefits, one of my favorite features here, right, is this is one of my the reasons why I use plans. And so we have an epic here. It's called install showering system, right? It's a TJC ticket. But when I go to create a story, right, I can pick a different project to house that story. Okay, and when I hit enter, assuming I have the right permissions, that story is now created under that epic, but lives in a different Jira project. And you can't do this inside of Jira, right? You can't open up an epic and create a child in a different project. It won't let you. Furthermore, if you're using team managed projects, this is not even allowed. And so I don't see why people even use team managed projects to begin with. But if you're crazy enough to do them, then keep that in mind that they're compatible now. Here are the differences. You can't use custom fields to create it in team managed projects. And work items in team managed projects can only have a parent epic from the same project. They can't use the additional hierarchy levels above the epics. So these are, to me, non-starters to begin with. Ronnie, are you taking the team or are you taking the chat in a whole different conversation?
Yes, I am.
And 3, you can't use statuses or work items created in team managed projects in the exclusion rule. So again, I think the cons outweigh the benefits. So folks, just do yourself a favor. Don't use team managed projects. Adding users to your plan. So if you, I think this is different. So you can create teams, and this my 2 cents is something you should investigate cautiously. I'm not a fan of creating teams in plans. In fact, I actively avoid creating teams. And Ghost says a wise man once. So, Ronnie, CNC to me is the computer milling.
numerical control is what you're thinking of, but what Liz is thinking of is Command and Conquer.
I never played.
That shows.
So growing up as a child, we'll do story time again. Growing up as a child, I grew up. My parents would buy me 1 to 2 games for like my birthday, and 1 to 2 games for Christmas. And every once in a while, when I got good report cards, that's when I would get, another out of cycle game.
Not me.
But I didn't always get
just the two events. And by the way, my birthday is right around Christmas, so it's only one time a year I got any games.
Yeah, but my little cousin, the one I do this podcast with, his mom bought him everything under the sun. So I was constantly at his house playing video games. But I grew up with a strong passion and love for video games. It's something that I enjoyed so much as a kid. So much, right? So much that my kids, I don't even think that my kids not know what a game is. Like they're on Roblox the moment they open their eyes to the moment they close their eyes.
So to take this on a completely different direction, Ghost is trying to convince us not only to have Don't Use Team Managed Project t-shirts, but to do a flash mob of people wearing the t-shirt at Team 26.
As a social movement. We need to find sponsors for that. If somebody wants to sponsor us buying like 500 t-shirts that we can give away, I think that would be cool.
I think Liz is trying to get you to play Command & Conquer because it is. I played it as a kid. It is a fantastic game. I think I borrowed someone's computer to play it while I was babysitting one time. That's really the only time I played it, but it's kind of similar to StarCraft.
No, buddy. I grew up with PC gaming. For me was non-existent other than The Sims.
Why did you not tell me you never played StarCraft when I was working for Blizzard? I could have given you it for free.
I don't know, Ronnie. I grew up and my dad was very strict on. I had consoles, and my dad like, you can play your games on consoles, but you can't use your computers for productivity. And so I never got used to playing games on a PC. Even to this day, like it doesn't feel right. My kids, though, we were trying to play Halo the other day, and my oldest son, he's like a pro gamer. He's on games all day long. And we were playing Halo, and I'm like, "Are you okay there, buddy? You're not moving correctly." And I'm like, "I know you're a pro gamer." And he's like, "It's this dumb joystick." He's like, "I need my mouse and my WASD." And I'm like, "What are you talking about, man?"
Yeah, the WASD.
So,
I'm one of those weird gamers. I'm perfectly comfortable on both. That being said, I've been loving the Steam Deck since I got it.
I might have to pick. I need to get into. So that's what the whole reason I was going down the story route is. Now that I have money to buy any game I virtually want, I have 0 time to play the games. Okay,
isn't that how it works?
Yeah. So I would say creating teams and Kanban boards, you want to be very careful because, when you create teams in general, be very careful. Atlassian pushes it, but they have some unintended consequences that I won't rant about here because we're already off topic. But yeah, just use them cautiously. Configure planning style for your team. So for Kanban teams, you can configure how many hours of work your team completes. So when you're setting up the team, when you're setting up your teams inside your plan, you have to, and this is an interesting one, Ronnie. If you create a team in here and you make it plan only, it literally means just plan only, which is weird. Like I would have thought that, I don't even know why that's an option.
Like, yeah, we had a whole rant about the org-wide teams and how that could really mess up your org if you're not careful with it. And even colloquially told your horror story about when Atlassian made that change.
Yep. Okay. So, anyways, make the team. If you're gonna make a team, this is where I would do it. Just in the plan, since the only time you're gonna do capacity planning is in your plan, anyways. And this at least shields you a little bit more from the greater impact of using teams. So, like, this is like Team Xbox, just to piss people off. Who's on Team Xbox? Let me hear it.
I used to be. Then the Xbox One said, no, just
Okay.
no.
And so this Kanban, this planning style is where you pick. So if you go Kanban, you use hours. And if you go Scrum, you use sprints and story points. I think I just lost all respect that Liz had for me.
Probably.
All right.
We'll work on it.
It's Microsoft. Yeah. I'm not. I think Microsoft is off the edge right now with their console gaming.
I'm sorry. When I read this question yesterday and saw Jensen, I thought of one person and one person alone.
Do you like
she
Jensen?
is not a he.
Oh, that Jensen. I was thinking of Jensen. The only person I'm thinking when I see Jensen is NVIDIA's Jensen.
No, I was thinking of Atlassian's Jensen, who is a good friend of the channel.
Liz says okay, Liz, I put Xbox to piss people off. I'm not Team Xbox anymore. I used to be a long time ago.
But then the Xbone happened.
Yeah, 360 days, and then Xbox One just kind of killed everything. Okay, so Jensen, neither Jensen that we know. Well, I guess I don't know Jensen from NVIDIA. That'd be cool though if I knew him. Is creating a quarterly plan for his department. The teams in his department use several different projects to track their work, so Jensen includes all of them in his plan. Jensen creates an exclusion rule to remove all the work items in an on-hold status from the plan. He notices some work items with the status still appear. What could be causing this? Uh-oh.
This one we had to logic our way through, and we got it right, but not for the reason we thought we got it right.
He notices. Okay, so what are the options? So Jensen is using. So he excludes to remove all the work items on an on status from the plan, but then he notices that items from that status still appear. All right, so he's using multiple company projects. Okay, no. He's using a global custom field. No. I would say this one then.
That was our answer too, because all the other ones were ruled out.
But
it's the right answer, but the reason is was not what we were logicking.
Well, the logic is set it up here, right? It says that whenever you use the statuses in the team managed projects, they can't be included in the exclusion rules. Do you not read?
No, it's why you can't use them in the exclusion rules that just had us.
Kika is creating a plan and needs to create a team. She's on a development team that consistently works with the same projects but doesn't have any Atlassian teams. She wants to be able to create work items within the plan and use them in an existing project board. What is the best type of team? So she wants to use them back outside of the plan. This is why I was telling you, when it says plan only, it means plan only. So if you want to use it anywhere outside of the plan for any reason, you have to go with the big one. Like, they are not messing around when they say plan only.
Ghost.
I love that one.
We also need this to be a shirt at Team 26, Alex. I know Lena manages our shirt collection on our spring store. If she could just add a couple of these, that'd be great.
I'll do you one better, because we've gotten in trouble before. We have a Ape Tech t-shirts, epic. Spoilers. There we go.
I love it.
It's been there. And let me assign it to her. Done. I love to say I'm a Jira admin. I got issues. All right, Frank. Let's like that one.
Unfortunately, we don't have issues anymore. We have work items, which I'm sorry, Atlassian completely messed up, because that was golden before.
I've been thinking like issues crossed out, like arrow work items, and then like cross that out, and then just put like forever issues.
I mean, fair. I have good fun. For those of you who don't join me on the show, Rob Heen, good friend of the channel, does his own learning at 9 a.m. on weekdays, and I'll often join in. And I'm having a lot of fun trying to convince him to say the word issue because he refuses to say it. So I think if we do make this shirt, we have to send one pro bono to Rob Heen.
Yeah, it's that Tuesday gets long, right? Because Tuesdays it's like Rob starts it off at 6 a.m. Pacific, then 7 with me, and then 8 with us.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did we get here? Automatically schedule your work.
We did get here.
Okay, because this is something that I've never done before, and so we're gonna take a look.
I have done it with varying levels of success. It really does depend how good your team is at doing their estimates.
And
which
that right there,
to say is no one is ever good at doing estimates.
Yep, that I want to double emphasize because this part will not work if you don't do everything else perfect. And the probability that you're gonna do everything else perfect is like near zero. Like I've never seen a team that estimates consistently or equally or in a way that would benefit from the auto scheduler. Everybody tweaks it in their own way, shape, or form, and it's it makes this not work well. But let's go through it. So in plans, the auto scheduler takes the configured scope and resources in a plan to recommend a schedule. You can modify the recommended schedule as needed or implement it exactly as it is. So to auto schedule in the timeline, click on schedule work based on estimates represented by the calendar icon. Choose to overwrite all values in the sprint, release, and team fields or only empty values. That already scares the crap out of me. Preview the results and then accept your changes. So I guess the idea is you create all these stories, you estimate set stories, and then you click a button and magical things will happen.
In theory, but again, you've got to accept the auto schedule, the schedule that the auto scheduler generates, and then you still have to go through and save your work as you would any other changes to a plan. So you have to accept it twice before it actually puts it out onto the Jira issues.
Yep.
So you have two points where you have to mess up before something really bad happens.
So when auto scheduling works, Jira considers several factors to create the ideal schedule for your team. So again, I've never seen this be done correctly to the point where I would use it valuably. But how your team estimates the work, like story points, days, or hours, that's important. Whether your team work in sprints or in a continuous flow. The sprints that work in your plans is assigned to the ranking of the work in the backlog and the dependencies between work items in the backlog. And also the sequence of work items based on start and due dates. So you can change the date fields in your plan. You can change which date fields, to do so, yeah. Okay.
So you just covered this, but I really want to emphasize this. The auto scheduler does take dependencies into account, but not well. This is definitely something you'll need to double check manually before accepting the schedule.
You also need to configure several other things to ensure that the auto scheduler has all the information you need. So from an estimation, use the right unit. So under plan settings and scheduling, under estimation, use the right unit. Sprint length. If your team uses Scrum, then make sure you put the duration of your sprint correctly. And then capacity. But to do the capacity, then you need to do the team. And so you got to go put the capacity for your team, which means you need to know what your team's capacity is. Because Jira just won't know either.
Which also varies week to week, depending on who's out on vacation, who's sick, who caught the virus that we will not mention. All those
holidays, things. PTO, stuff like that, right? Like there's internet outages. There's just so many variables that to do it automatically just
basically whatever you put in for your team's capacity, just know it's already wrong.
Right. And so to auto schedule, this is why I don't care for this feature at all. We also, I think, so Chrissy is asking, does the auto scheduler take dependency into account? It seems like it does. We'll have to try it out.
It does, but I've seen it. It'll try and schedule dependencies in order, but if something really just does not work out time-wise, it will overlap dependencies. So that's something you need to manually look out for. At which point, why am I even using an auto scheduler? Why don't I just schedule things out manually?
Yep. So the auto scheduler won't change anything until you accept the changes it proposes. Even then, it will only impact the data as it appears in the plan, not the rest of Jira. So that's at least important.
Mm-hmm.
To implement the changes across Jira, you have to accept the changes in the plan using the Unsave Changes button. So up here. So you can play with it in theory, but not mess up anything until you publish those changes. When you auto schedule, you can configure whether the schedule will override field values in the work items for the sprint, release, and team fields. You can overwrite all values or only empty values for each of those 3 fields. For example, a work item was assigned to sprint 1 when it first was created in Jira. Based on values for all of the work, the auto scheduler has determined that work item should be moved to sprint 2. If you've given the auto scheduler permission to override existing values, it will move the work item to sprint 2. If you haven't, then it leaves it in sprint 1. So I don't know. I just don't trust the machine yet.
I mean, I love that it gives you 2 different chances to back out and say, nah, bro, this ain't working. That's when you first have to accept the auto schedule, and second, when you have to save the unsafe changes. You could undo everything at either one of those points. Just to be clear, you have to mess up twice to mess up the data in Jira. I said, I've used this. This might be the one part of plans where I have more experience than Alex with, and I have never seen it work well for all the reasons we mentioned. Your capacity is never going to be accurate. Estimation is hard, and even when it's not hard, it's never done consistently. Your velocities are never accurate because your teams are going to try and get stuff done last minute, or they'll forget to update their Jira issues to the last minute. So your velocities are going to be all sorts of weird.
Yeah, this is a good question here. So this is something I would want to test. I haven't done it, and I think I'm thinking of doing a follow-up video on this one then, because the working days that you can configure in your plan, I'm assuming. So the one thing that isn't mentioned here, and I'm assuming that this is gonna work if you pull in the board, because if you pull in the project, it doesn't always work correctly. So if you pull in your board, I'm assuming Jira is gonna respect that you have those working days excluded out, and that it should influence, but we're gonna want to test it.
If I remember right, it does take working days, both the global setting and project settings, into account. So if your admin has set up your work calendar to include all your holidays in Jira, which they should, if that is a feature they have available to them, it will take that into account and adjust capacity accordingly.
So let's explore an example. So Rama used the auto scheduler for his plan. The proposed schedule is great, but Rama wants to change a few things. First, Rama accepts all the changes proposed by the auto scheduler into the plan. Since the schedule was mostly correct, it's easier to modify the few changes in the plan rather than discard the auto scheduler entirely. Flags indicate the auto scheduler has changed, making it easy for Rama to identify. So here's the auto approve. By accepting, you're going to basically set this calendar up, and you can accept the changes. All right. Remember, even though Rama has accepted the changes in the plan, it hasn't changed any data because all the changes are over here, which is the updates to the start and due dates, the sprint, the team, all that stuff. So Rama makes a few adjustments to the dates and the duration. So this is what this right here is maybe what would make me want to try it out, because it does a best guess for you to at least get you started, and then you can still tweak it. So I thought that you just have to like accept it at face value.
No, you have an opportunity to change it after you accept it, but before you save the changes to Jira.
Yeah, so I might actually want to give this a whirl to try it out, because once you save the changes, then it's all done for you. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna give this a try. I don't think we have time in the next 15 minutes, but I'm thinking of doing a dedicated video and just on
I think you should explore this. It's an interesting feature. I've never got quite to work 100% to my satisfaction, but still getting 80% of the work done is 80% of the work I don't have to do as a Scrum Master. So, or as a project lead. So, it works.
Yep. All right. Arvo is creating a plan for a Kanban team and wants to use the auto scheduler. What data will the auto scheduler use? So they'll need the I don't know, capacity. Because they need to know the hours, how many hours the team has, the estimation unit, right? They need to know if it's days or hours. We don't care for sprint length. And technically we have ranking and Kanban. So I would say these three. What do you think?
I remember when we did this on Tuesday, it was 3 of them. I don't remember which 3, but this feels right.
Those 3.
Again, we had a whole rant about the way Atlassian does those multi-select answers, and there's not as many on the exams now, but there are some, and we understand it's an all or nothing game with those kind of questions.
Eleni uses the auto scheduler in a plan that has issues from the web app sprint board and let it override with all values. When she looked at the backlog for that board, she doesn't see the work in sprints in the auto scheduler. What could be the problem? In other words, when she looks, okay, so she most likely didn't need to save the plan, changes it to Jira.
Agreed.
There you go. So define dependencies. And I think this is the topic we're supposed to start off with today.
This is where we got to. So we now.
You could have told me that 46 minutes ago. All right. So what are dependencies? So dependencies in your plans helps you avoid bottlenecks by ensuring that required work is scheduled before. So basically order of operations. Rena needs to summarize a report and share it with the executive team, but first Caleb needs to add the most recent data to the report. You can use dependencies to visualize the connection between those 2 work items. You can do dependencies in Jira. This is not a problem, right? You can open up a Jira project, which is mildly annoying to get into a project these days with this new UI. Atlassian, please go back to the old UI.
I'm having an old discussion with people on Reddit about the new UI.
The whole new UI sucks so much. So you can open up any story. You can click add, and there's a linked work item, and you can link things together. You have a couple of relationships you can pick by, which, by the way, if you're using the plans, it's always the blocks and blocks by and not any of the other ones. And then you just link it to some other story, task, bug, epic, whatever you want. You click link and you got them linked. However, visualizing this is challenging. In the plan, it comes to life, and it does it in a very elegant way. And it does it by 2 ways. You can either see badges that tell you, hey, I'm blocked, or there's lines. And I kind of like the lines until you have like 1,000 dependencies, and then the thing goes out the window.
Yeah, once you have a whole web of dependencies, you're just in PM hell. There's no other way to describe it.
Yeah. So I like the lines. I like collapsing things though, because the lines to me are very visual. But if you have too many dependencies, then the badges is an option, but then the badges doesn't clearly tell you those dependencies. So I like the lines. Outgoing and incoming dependencies. So a dependency can go in 2 directions. It can either be outgoing or it can be incoming. So this helps you determine order of operations, which work needs to come first and then which work happens next. And so a dependency can go in 2 directions. It can either be an outgoing or an incoming. Work item B can't start until work item A is complete. By the way, this right here is a recommendation, but not a rule in Jira. Like, you can work on whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you manage dependencies. It doesn't matter the start and due dates. Oh, by the way, in the plan, this isn't mentioned yet, but in order to do the dependencies, y'all remember how I added this dependency here? That's awesome. But to visually see it in the plan, it has to have a start and due date. Both of them do, because then that's how we get this picture. Because if you don't have the rectangle, then you're not watching your dependency at all. So you need to put a start and an end date, which means you need to put start and end dates on all your work, which means that's a whole different disciplinary action you got to take. Okay, so a work item B has an incoming dependency because it's blocked by a previous work item. Work item A has an outgoing dependency because it blocks a later work item. You can think of the work items connected by dependency as dependent work item and the required work item. Dependent work items are blocked by required work items, and required items block the dependent work items. The dependent work item must be scheduled later than the required. And Jira will tell you it'll be red. So these lines, if you mess up the order or if you mess up the dates, specifically the start and the end, for example, if this one was over here, it'll be red because the start date is before the end date of its dependency. So it doesn't like that. You can map multiple dependencies, but this is easy to do when you have two stories and they depend on one forward. That's very easy. You can just drag and drop. Doing this, you kind of have to go backwards because if you were to go forward, it's hard to go to a second one. So I find it easiest to go backwards. So to create a dependency, like I just mentioned, you have to put a start and an end date, and then you just drag and drop. Now the dependencies report, this is my favorite feature though, because once you do the homework and you go through all of those steps to link things together, then you get this beautiful graph. And this graph tells you basically the order of operations in a very easy to read view. And it also tells you how many days you're pushing your schedule out because it tells you based on those blockages.
Again, there's a term here I really want you guys to understand that Atlassian's not going to use because it's not their term, but it's called the critical path. And that's looking at your dependencies. What is the shortest order of operations that has to be done in order to get to your goal? Because that will set the minimum, not the time it's actually going to take your project, but the minimum possible your project could take if you had a limited budget and people and everything worked out great and there was no surprises.
Yeah, all things equal.
So
okay. So Burke has many work items in his plan with multiple dependencies. It's not important to him to see which work items dependencies are between, but he wants to know how many dependencies each work item has. Which dependencies? So the badge.
Yep.
Luciana wants to create a dependency between two work items that are in her plan. What can she do? Where can she do this? When viewing one of the work items, click the add button. Yeah. In the timeline view for her plan. Yeah. In the dependencies report. Ooh, I don't know about that, and I don't know about that one. I don't know that you can add dependencies in the report itself.
Don't think you can in the report. In the board, you kind of can by doing an issue link.
Holy moly, do I hate this new UI. Yeah, you can just view here. Oh, no, you can. See, add a dependency. So everything except for the board.
I would say, I was wrong. Again, you could add an issue link, and that's all it is just an issue link.
Configure releases with plans. So to create a release in the plan, releases are the target deadlines for sections of the versions of your work. Releases appear in the icon here. I love this. This is my milestones. This is how I treat my milestones. So to create a release, you go into the plan and create release. Configure your dates for your release. So releases have a start date and a release date. These dates determine the length of the release. You can use different information to determine the start and the release date. So as early as possible, if you choose as early as possible the start date when auto-scheduling the plan, the release will start as soon as there are available teams to work on the work item. A fixed date. You can also use a fixed date, which is usually what I do. And then relative to the previous release. This is a new one. I didn't know you could do this. So if you choose a relative to previous release for the start date, you can specify how much time there should be between a prior release and a new release. For example, if you want to work on the data beta release to start 1 week after the alpha to let QA have some time. That's cool. I didn't know you can do that. That's not something I've ever played with. But
considering Atlassian will do multiple quote-unquote releases in a given day, I wonder if they have some automation.
Yeah, not only that,
for you.
But I'm used to creating the release in the project. And when you create the release here, these options are only in the plan. Like when you create a release over in the Jira project, you can put a start and an end date, but you don't have this flexibility. So
no.
Important to know. That's why I've never seen it. I've never created a release in here.
Maybe we should.
I know, right? Well, I've done the cross release. but I went and still created the releases in the projects first.
Now, I will say this: the cross-project releases in years past, when I was first starting out with Jira, was a pain. And in fact, when we were trying to fix that problem, one of the project admins inadvertently deleted one of our releases we were about to do in a couple of weeks. And it's the only time I ever got to ban someone from Jira for a given time.
Okay. Same thing on the other end, right? You can, when you're going to release it, you can choose to release it once all the work items are completed. And then you can also do just the fixed date. I usually do fixed dates because most of the time when you're using releases, you're working with like your product manager, and your product manager usually has a good idea for when they think that something's going to be done.
I just want to answer Frank's question real quick. I know we're short on time. These are the same releases. Just in scheduling them and setting those numbers, you get more flexibility and more automation
In the plan.
when you're creating them in the plan than when you are in the project itself. It's the same thing on both sides. You're creating a version inside the project.
Correct. Except the cross-project release. That's only in the plan.
Yeah.
But the cross-project release, you have to give this a name. And then you got to choose the project and the release. These come from the project itself. So see how I don't have a release here? I'd have to go back. I can either go into the project and create the release, or I can go in here and create like V1, fixed dates, and I put my dates like this. And then once I create it here, now when I go do the cross project, I can pick it from here. See, it's now available. So again, you could have had two options. You could have added the release in the project or in the plan. But the this cross one doesn't exist back in the project. It's only in the release. And that's how we do that part. So let's see what we learned, and maybe we can finish this whole section out. DTS team often uses a 2-week sprint after a project is finished to examine their backlog, complete small unrelated administrative tasks, and prioritize non-project work. Dicha wants to account for this time in her plan's release. What's the best option for her? Huh? 2 weeks sprint for...
I would say B.
B?
I would say B.
Sure, let's go with that. There you go. Yay. Okay, last 5 minutes. Last 3 minutes, plan experimentally with scenarios. So I love scenarios. So I kind of like scenarios, but I kind of hate scenarios. And the reason that is because I feel, Rodney, like any changes in the plan, since they don't get pushed to Jira, that is a scenario.
Yeah.
But the scenarios allow you to change it multiple ways to keep very different versions of the plan. And so you can have one version with certain dates and a different version with the other dates. The problem in my head is like, when would I want to do that? I haven't hit a scenario where I would want to or care to do that. So in Jira plans, you can create different scenarios to explore how changes to work scope capacity affect your plans. A scenario is essentially a separate version of your existing plan where you can modify the dates, assignments, work, and have more however you want. You can create multiple scenarios and switch between them easily. So use a scenario to see how removing a feature from a release or adding more work will affect the schedule. It can be created as best case, worst case, medium scenarios. So basically, you create these scenarios and it basically carbon copies your plan, right? You don't have a new plan, but you have within the plan, you have this toggle here. And then you can give it a color, which I highly recommend you give it a color. And then you can modify things. You can go and change, you can add more work, you can move the dates around. And then you can kind of see how it's going to impact your plan without impacting the other plan. But neither work until you actually push the changes into Jira. So, all right. Hakeem just learned that his team might get support from another team on their current project. He wants to make the changes to his plan estimate and that what project timeline will be with his additional help. The additional team might share 2 of their employees for this project, or they might be able to share 3 employees. What's the best way for Hakeem? So create a scenario. So not this one. Create 2 new plans. I don't think would be right. So we want to create a scenario with the 2 additional employees, then create a new blank scenario.
I think the middle one is the correct answer.
So you make a copy of a copy. There you go. Yay. All right. So we are right at time, and we're at the last section here, which is configure views and share plans in Jira. So we'll wrap it up here Tuesday. And then rapidly jump into the other ones and try to finish as much as we can before I take the test, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. Hey everyone, welcome to the almost last week. I think we have 3 more sessions left, but today we're going to be talking about or wrapping up our plans conversation, and then we're going to jump into board settings. Let's jump into it. So we're wrapping up the last 10-minute section on configuring views and sharing your plans in Jira. So, pre-configured views and plans. This is important, folks. This is a very, very important feature of the plan because the plan has a lot of benefits, as we've covered over the last couple of sessions, right? But the biggest thing is your plan is shareable, and you want to create a single plan. Even though everybody, or mostly everybody in your company, can go and create a bunch of plans, you want to create like a single master plan that is your single source of truth. The problem is you go through all this effort to create this amazing plan that has all the right information in it, and then you create a view, but that view is localized to you. And so those fields and the way it shows up, the way the plan renders the information, it's unique to you, which presents problems when your manager or stakeholder goes into the plan and they're like, wait, what the heck? What am I looking at? Where's the information? This doesn't look like the screenshot that I was shared, right? Or that was shared with me. And so you want to use these views so that when you're engaging with your stakeholders, everybody's looking at it in the same way. Okay. It's going to be very, very important. This is probably the biggest takeaway from this whole thing. Obviously, we're going to cover a lot more, but trust me, I've learned this one from experience. All right. So there are many settings that you can change in the plan, including which work appears, what colors you use, the fields highlighted, and more. You might want to create multiple views for the same plan data. Rather than creating multiple plans for the same data or with the same data, you can create save views that enable you and others to analyze and highlight specific information in your plan. And there are 4 pre-configured views available in every plan. You can leave them as they are, you can delete them, or you can change them. So we have the basic view. I usually work out of basic. Like I would say 9 times out of 10, I'm in the basic view. It just highlights key information like your start date, your due date, your status. You can add other fields and stuff like that, but that's usually what I'm working out of. We got the top level view. Gives you a high level view of how your work is progressing and highlights a hierarchical relationship between work. Work items are grouped by projects and colored by teams. So what it's doing is it's doing some pre-grouping for you and some pre-coloring for you. I like this. I think this is a good like manager stakeholder view. But 9 times out of 10, I'm still reverting back to the basic view since I'm most likely going to customize the heck out of that view anyways. We have a dependency view, which only shows the work items that have dependencies. So you can find items that have bottlenecks because it's very easy to, well, it's very convenient to, map out your dependencies, but then it's very easy to be overwhelmed by all these lines going everywhere, right? And so this view at least weeds out anything that doesn't have a dependency. And then my least favorite view is the capacity view, which shows you your priority, your sprint, your story points, your team, and the release fields. And this is great if you're doing capacity planning and you set up teams. Not so helpful if you don't do that. So what can you change in your view? So there are many things that you can change. So you can do all your view settings. So the color by, the sort by, the group by, whether the dependency shows as a line or as a badge, and the roll up. So this used to be very powerful, Rodney, and it changed recently. We used to be able to roll up any number field, and now it doesn't do that. Now it's just these. It rolls up the dates. I think this is supposed to be number fields. Roll up no fields.
I think that's supposed to be number.
But it doesn't do that anymore. It doesn't roll up your number fields. It rolls up your sprints, your releases, your teams, and your estimates. So that is basically everything here. It'll roll it up for you.
The big thing, especially when you're dealing with budgets, that managers always want to know when they're coming up with the plan or doing these what if scenarios is what is that final cost for whatever I'm doing.
Yeah.
So
It used-
number roll up would be great for that
yeah.
if it was still allowed.
Yeah. I don't know why they changed that. It was one of my favorite features. We also have your filters. This is probably, again, where a lot of people struggle because the view settings here, they're cool and all, but most people don't get tripped up there. Most people get tripped up here because you take it for granted that, remember, like a good haircut, it's hard to put hair back on after you cut it off. So it's easy to bring in a lot of data into your plan and filter, right? Filter specific views and whatnot, specific components, specific releases, right? But then other people, when they come in, they don't see that same thing. And so you want to, if you're going to alter your filters and expect your stakeholders or somebody else on your team to look at the same data, you want to save this. You want to save this part. You want to save this view. Otherwise, they're going to trip up. Now, the biggest trip up that I see is, for some reason, I don't know, Rodney, if you've experienced this, but my plan, the hierarchies are usually set to be at the same level, like initiative to initiative. And so oftentimes I'll share a plan with somebody and they'll be like, what happened to the epics and the stories? And I'm like, they're there. And they're like, no, they're not. And so the first thing that I have to do, if you don't save the view, is, well, go change the hierarchy. But if you save your view, then you can already pre-configure the hierarchy, so they're going to get the right hierarchy.
I've done that a couple of times.
This is another pretty big one too. So there's going to be fields that you and your team become dependent on to, communicate information. Every user of the plan has to go and add those custom fields, and it's a pain in the butt to add a custom field. And then every user then needs to, once they've added and enabled those custom fields, add them to their plan. And so this way, again, allows you to kind of bypass that nuance and just add them. And then your time frame, which is going to be this. Are we looking at the quarterly view, monthly view, yearly view? And these get pre-saved for you so that you can essentially share it with your stakeholders. Now, creating a view is very easy. So you click on the views dropdown. There's a create new view button. You'll give it a name. You click save. Any changes that you make, you just click. You always have to go back and click the save button, and that's it. So again, this is what it looks like. You have your basic view. You can edit any of these. So any changes that you do, you can always hit save, or you can just create a new view and then save it. So now let's talk about sharing our plan with our stakeholders, because this is where I think Atlassian could do better. You have 4 different methods to share this plan. You can obviously just give them a URL to the plan. You can export it to a CSV, but I've found that to not be the most friendliest of views. You can give them a static image, which is okay until you have a massive plan. And then you can embed it. So this is going to let you embed it to Confluence. But the link is probably the most common one. But the problem is, and again, this is where I think Atlassian can do drastically better. You have to pay to play. Everybody needs a Jira license. And I feel like this should be like a read-only for free type of situation. Because let's face it, your CIO is not going to need to be in Jira every day. But they need to see what the heck is in that plan. So Atlassian, if you're listening, give us free stakeholder license and plans. Okay. Diego wants to clearly and visually differentiate which work items the Android team is working on and which work the iOS team is working on. What's the best way to do this? Group, right?
Yeah, group.
I would either group or sort it, but it seems like they want to see them both. So there you go. Lita likes the pre-configured sprint capacity management view in her plan, but she wants to add a custom field to it. True or false? She can modify the 4 pre-configured and save them. This is true.
Yep.
I got another badge. Yay. All right. Now I got myself too far out. So we're here. So we finished all of these. These are all done. And we're on to the last one, configuring Agile boards in Jira projects. So we got 4 modules here. We're going to just jump into the first one, configure Jira board settings and filters. Let's start this course. Creating a board in Jira. All right, folks, in case you missed it, we have finished all of the plans discussion that we started last week when I was having my internet problems. And we are now moving on to Jira board settings and configurations. We're going to create a board. So what types of boards can you create? Well, there's 2 types. And I don't know how this is going to be changing now that Atlassian's kind of going away from this Scrum Agile mentality. But as of right now, we have 2 boards, Scrum and Kanban. Rodney, if you pick a work management template, do you still get you just have a board, right? So it's not Kanban or Scrum?
Yeah, you have a different kind of board altogether that's not even using the same code base. So
it's weird. Atlassian should update this. We need 3.
I mean, how many it seems weird that after 10 years since they bought Greenhopper, these are still the only 2 options.
And they still are, and they're incompatible with each other, especially with respect to their workflow. All right, well, let's talk about each. So this is an interesting video because I was actually going to record a video this week about the difference between Scrum and Kanban board. So maybe some information from here will make it into that video. So what is a Kanban board? So Kanban boards don't have fixed time intervals. New work moves into the board continuously as the team completes their work. So basically, whenever you hit the create button, something goes into that first status, and it's on your board. So if you don't necessarily have a backlog per se, and so if you add 10,000 items, well, 5,000 is the limit. So if you add 4,000 items, then you'll have 4,000 items in your to-do column. Then you move those items to in progress and then to done. On the Scrum, however, you have something called a backlog. So the Scrum board is going to show you sprints. And so you have to create sprints, and sprints are time intervals, usually 2 weeks, but you can customize that. And a team takes all of that work in that backlog out of the 4,000 items, and they commit to what they're going to complete during that sprint. And they estimate how much time and effort it's going to take them. And so when they start the sprint, and only when they start the sprint, do those work items appear on the board. And when it ends, anything that got finished gets off your board, and anything that didn't gets either rolled to the next sprint or to the top of the backlog. And so this was a kind of a trippy thing because you can create 4,000 items, and they will not be on your board until you plan them into a sprint. Tushar says, we need Scrum board desperately for our team. Yeah, my advice would be pick Kanban. Well, it depends. If you truly need sprints, if you need the sprint mechanism, Scrum is the only way you can go. But if you're gonna do a hybrid, you have 2 options. You can either go with the Kanban board and enable the backlog, so you're like 80% of the way there, or do a Scrum for the portion of your process that needs to be Scrum, and then do a Kanban board off the same workflow, but for the steps that don't need to be part of Scrum. So you can have one giant workflow with like 10 steps in it, 10 statuses, and like 5 of those statuses are in Scrum, and then the other 5 are in Kanban, and that'll get you closer to Scrumban. When will Atlassian listen to its customers? I don't know. Tushar, if you have questions like this, though, let me know so I can ask Dave on Thursday.
We still have tickets from customers that are really popular. There's a lot of votes, a lot of attention, a lot of comments on them that are now old enough to drink in the US. Drinking age here being 21. So just consider that next time you ask, when will Atlassian listen to the customers?
Maybe in 30
years,
years.
20 years from now.
All right. Here's one of my Jira pet peeves, Rodney. I hate it. Hate it when somebody calls a project a board. They're not the same thing. A board is
not.
A board is very different than the project. Very, very different.
But I could see why people would make that confusion.
Yes, especially now with the way we have this third board type that is not a Scrum or Kanban. I can see that, but fundamentally, especially if you're coming from the software template, your boards and your projects are very much the same. Normally, one project will have one board. That's okay. That's how they live. And the board is designed in such a way that anything that's in that project is shown in the board. But the moment you finish your first sprint, that's when things start to deviate on you, because your project contains all of your work. Your board contains all of your remaining work. So all open work is on the board. All work is on the project. So including the work that has been finished. Your board, once you close your sprint, and once you move something to done after 1 or 2 weeks, that data goes away. It hides. It gets dropped from the board, but it's still in the project, but not on the board. Now, if you're using a company managed project, and specifically the software type template, then you can actually have multiple boards. And so you can have multiple teams working on one project. You may want to create a board for each team. Then each team can set up their own board to reflect how they work. Different example is you may want to use both Scrum and Kanban boards in the same project to track different types of work. Boards are typically just views of work in a project, so you can create multiple boards that contain any selection of those work. Keep in mind, if the boards use different work type schemes, they may also have different workflows. If a work is on multiple boards, make sure you can move it through all the statuses on all boards. Very, very helpful tip there at the end. But this is a very viable scenario, right? In company managed projects, you can set up this scenario where you have multiple boards drive off of one project. Problem is, and I'll highlight this one here. Where was it at? Well, I'll mention it here. When you create a new board, the filter defaults to show me all the work in this project. So to create 3 boards with the exact same filter would be very, very silly. So you don't want to do that. You want to, each board should have a unique filter so that you see different types of data. Because if all 3 boards just show you the exact same thing, then there's no point in having 3 boards. Now there can be some overlap, right? You can have some issues show up in 2 boards, but some is the keyword, not all.
Now, I will give that a caveat.
Very big one. I was going to say something too, but I'll let you go.
If you have a board or an issue on a board that is a part of a sprint, and you move that issue to another project where your sprint master or whoever's responsible for it does not have managed sprint permissions, you will no longer be able to end that sprint. Moving an issue does not remove it from a sprint, because as Alex was saying at the beginning, boards and projects are not the same thing.
I was going to add that if you have 2 Scrum boards and a story makes it upon to both Scrum boards, then Jira is going to treat them as one sprint, and you just contaminated your sprints, and so closing one will close both. And so it's
Also
very possible. It's very possible you just prematurely ended somebody's sprint. So I always tell people, if you're going to create multiple boards, one, you can have as many Kanban boards as you want. There's no consequences there. But if you're going to go the Scrum route, then you want to make sure that that story or task or bug is not in 2 Scrum boards at the exact same time. Otherwise, you're going to have some very, very annoying days ahead of you.
If you need to add an issue, the use case I hear for Alex's situation is, well, I need to add this issue to my board so I can watch it because it's blocking something I need to do. This is where you use your issue links. Don't add it to your sprint. Don't add it to your board. Just link the issue that's being blocked to the issue that's doing the blocking. And that will tell you on the issue, hey, this issue is blocking me is now done.
All right, one board with multiple projects. So this is dramatic. This is my least thing to do, especially since if you're not on the premium version of Jira, you start breaking things, right? And so it is possible for you to have a single board that is referencing multiple projects. But you want to be careful, because what's not pictured here, and this is an unfortunate picture, is that that board still needs to exist in a project. A board just cannot exist for the sake of existing. It needs to be associated with the project. And so this complicates things in a number of ways. Rodney kind of mentioned one, right? Permissions. If you don't have the managed sprint permission on one of these, you're SOL'd. And second, and this is the big one, your timelines break in Jira. So you no longer have the ability to view the hierarchy because Jira's timelines will break. So you need to go to your advanced plans and make a jar, which is, all the stuff we just covered. So be very cautious in doing this. I'm not a big fan or proponent of this picture here. All right, board's filter query determines what projects and work display on it. You can include work from multiple projects in the filter query. Even though the board will query multiple projects, it still only appears in one project. This is the location of the board. You don't have to show work from the location project on the board. For example, you want to show work from project A and project B on a board in project C. Your board doesn't appear in project A or in B. It does appear in project C, but it doesn't include. So yeah, basically you get to control what work shows up using your filters, but just be careful because if you don't have the right browse or you don't have the managed sprints, or if you have multiple Scrum boards, you're gonna cause some contaminations and you're not gonna be a happy camper. How do we create a board? So creating a board is very, very easy. You literally click on the little plus button here next to your project, and it'll create a board. You pick whether it's Scrum or Kanban, and then you have a new option that asks you what kind of data would you like to see in it. I just say, show me everything. And then I go and modify the filter. Now you do have 3 options. You can either like use an existing filter if you have one, or you can go and modify the filter after the fact. I like to do the filter after the fact for the simple fact that if you create an existing filter, it defaults to private. And if you apply a private filter to a board, then guess what? Your board is not private as well. But if you create the board and just associate it to an existing project, then that filter for the board is open to the project. And all you got to then do is modify the query. But now you don't have to worry about permissions. So I like this way better. And the way that I never do is create a new board on a new project, because this creates a whole new thing entirely altogether. And I think a lot of people usually miss that point.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of situations where I've had to go and tell people, look, you can create your own board that just covers all your projects. You could, in theory, create a board that just gives you a view of everything you're supposed to be working on. It's very customizable at a user level that you don't have to get the Jira admins involved. And that's one thing that makes boards so powerful.
All right, so what have we learned? Marina's a project admin. She wants to track some of her team's work in sprints and on a Scrum board, but also wants another board of long-term work in her project and their status. What project type should she use? So the moment you want a second board, you have to go company, because team can only have one board.
Yep.
A Gia, what a name to have. Can you imagine being named Gia and working with Jira? Like, that's just one character away from a lot of confusing emails. Anyways, sorry, Gia, your name is Gia. She's a project admin. She wants to include her work from 3 team-managed projects in one board. What project type should she use? Can you do that?
In theory, if you query it.
If you can query it, I guess you can, but you got to do it in company, because team managed can't do. They can only just reference.
You can't
themselves.
modify the team managed project board to do that.
Yeah. All right. Now let's talk about some board settings. So we have some board settings that you can configure that are kind of cool. So to do that, though, you need to be a board admin. So what is a board admin? So a board admin can configure the board, including the work items that appear on it and its appearance. By default, the person who creates a board is included as a board admin. In company managed projects, a board admin can grant that role to other users. Now, be very mindful. This is not the same thing as a project admin. This is not the same thing as a Jira admin or a site admin or an org admin. This is like on the board, you can make some changes. period.
Yep.
So how do we add a board admin? So go to your board, go to the board settings, and then administrator field, and just put somebody's name in there. In team managed projects, all project admins can configure the board. There isn't a separate board admin role. If you want to enable a user to configure the board, you have to grant them admin to the whole project. This enables them to configure other things like features and fields and stuff like that. Jira admins can administer all boards on a Jira site, even if they aren't listed as board admins. This is true. Unlike a Jira project admin, which isn't this dumb, Ronnie? That a Jira admin can administer all boards on the site, but they can't administer all the projects?
I usually enforce a project role that gives me admin access to all projects.
Yeah, but you have to, like, especially to work in the project. If you're a site admin, you can access the settings, but you can't do certain things like add releases or components or actually, create work in it because you don't have the browse permission.
But you know what permission you do have?
Administer
permissions permission.
Yeah, so then you can go and add yourself.
That's usually what I end up doing. I'm like, oh, you didn't think to add the admins onto this project, but now you want my help. Guess what's the first thing that's going to happen?
So there's some settings that you can configure other than adding admins. And so some of those settings are you can basically move the board from one Jira project to another. And you're not altering the filter, you're just altering which project that board is going to be visible in. So you can create a board to show certain work items from project A and then locate the board to project B. I don't know why you would do this, but you can. To change the board's location, you just click on all these buttons, click on general, and then select location. In board settings, you can change your changes apply immediately. You don't need to save them or confirm them. That's good to know. All right, Hamish is the Jira admin.
This always trips me up because I'm always looking for where's the apply button, where's the save button.
I know. I wish there was consistency. Maybe that's another Dave question. Why is there no consistency in the way you save items in Jira?
Like you do know we want Atlassians to come back, so we can't give them all our gripes.
Poor Dave. I don't know that he knows. I'm telling you, we're working on that scroll. We're like, here's the list of everything we're going to talk about here. All right. Hamish is a Jira admin. He is not listed as a board admin on the data science board. True or false? He can configure. Yes, that is true because he's a Jira admin. You can configure them all. Anthony's board shows data from the marketing team project. He wants the board to appear in the web design project. Both projects are company managed. Which settings allows him to do this? Okay. He wants the board to appear, so he wants to move it. I think it's the board location. Yay, next lesson. All right. Determine what displays on Jira boards using filters. So control what appears on your board. This is the most important thing about this whole board stuff, folks. Your board filter is going to make or break you. So each board has a filter that determines which work is displayed on that board. And it uses JQuil. Okay. And this is very critical. All of the rules of filters apply here. Even though it's called a board filter, it's basically just a regular filter. And so all of the rules that govern a regular filter in Jira apply here. So permissions is going to be critical. If you make a new filter and apply it to your board, that filter by default, 9 times out of 10, is a private filter. Your board will become private. 2, if you don't have edit permission to a filter, then you can modify a filter, but Jira is going to prompt you to save a new filter. You won't be able to edit that filter unless you're the original author. When you save a new filter, it defaults to being a private filter. So then you need to go back into the board, apply the new filter, and then you're going to forget that it got saved as a private filter and you just broke that board for everybody. So whenever possible, work with your existing board admins, or specifically the filter author, and Jira will tell you who the author is, to gain access so that you too are also an author. Another thing, if you are a Jira user and you are creating filters, you have an option to control who's the viewer and who's the editor. As a general rule of thumb, add your site admins as a group that can edit your filters in case you're on vacation. You're not going to get pulled away from the hammock and the beach and your coconut, right? To come and edit your filter. So do yourself a favor there and let your site admins have edit privilege so that they can go do the work while you're sipping your pina colada.
And one more thing. Every project that returns from your filter, you will need permissions for your board to work properly. This is why the first thing I usually do is say project equals and limit whatever the returns are to a specific subset of projects.
Ooh, one more thing. Do not say and or label equals something, because especially if you do like or labels equals QA, then this opens you up to every project in Jira, and you need to have admin rights to every project in Jira, which is probably not going to happen unless you're a Jira admin.
Ask me and Alex how we have come up with all these scenarios that you need to watch out for boards.
Because we've been there.
And I'm just in there ticking them down like, yep, been there, done that.
Oh, the scars on our bodies. All right. And some of them are not because of surgeries. Right, Rodney?
Only some.
Only some. All right. So board filters behave differently depending on their project type. A team managed board can only include work items from that project that it's in. Because of that, don't ever use team managed projects. Is what this should say. So basically, team managed is what you see is what you get. You're not going to configure anything. A company managed board, though, can include work items from a single or from multiple. And so to do that, you're going to, change your board filter. And this basically behaves just the way it would behave, again, if you were to make a regular filter. So one team, one project. So we have Team A has a board. A new engineering project called ENG is created from the Scrum project template. The board filter is automatically configured to show all the work items from that project. Here's how you would write the query. Full disclosure, this is the query that is created automatically. So you just need to create the project and the board will automatically have that filter. So I don't know why they would do this. One team, multiple projects. So you put your project in. Now remember, if you want to do anything beneficial, you need to make sure you have the right permissions when you go down this route. Multiple teams in one project, so you can go labels in team A team or B team. I would avoid this labels thing. I would use a team field properly or a custom field and avoid this. Because if somebody forgets the hyphen, if somebody puts an A space team, or at least they fix the lowercase
team or team A or
lower
or all capital A team or all lowercase a team, or I'm making my point.
Yes. Avoid labels in your filters. Multiple teams and multiple
Avoid
projects.
labels.
So you can do the combination of both. And yeah. Go ahead.
I had something.
Uh-oh.
It was about the one team, multiple projects. I do want to be specific. What happens if you configure your board, your filter, to have multiple projects, but you do not have to browse projects permission on all projects involved? You just do not see like half the issues on your board. They're still a part of it, and other people who do have access can see that on your board, but you will not be able to see it.
Yep. Also, 30 minutes into this, I'm reminded to remind you that this episode and this entire series has been brought to you by our good friends over at Revyz. So make sure you check out Revyz. Link in the description.
How is it you pitched Revyz sooner in your previous session where they were not the sponsor than in this one where they were?
I'm making it up to them by mentioning them in other videos. This was very important, folks. Jira has a ranking capability in your board, which I find very, very valuable and powerful. If you remove it, then expect a degraded experience in your board.
Now, Alex, are issues ranked just within the board, or are they ranked globally?
That's a great question. I would say they're ranked relative to their board, but I think they're
The
ranked
rank
relative.
field is a global field, and it does rank every issue globally, and it just figures out within a board how that works out. I don't fully understand the system underneath it. I've looked at the code back in my server days, but rank
There's a
is a
race
global
condition that
field.
you can. There's a race condition you can introduce, right? If you have two separate boards and they're both ranked number one, obviously the ranking mechanism is very interesting, right? Because it's not like a 1 through 10 value. It's like letters and numbers, right? But if you were to go two independent boards and you rank them both first, and then all of a sudden you create a third board that pulls them both in, who gets top spot?
Jira figures all that out automatically somehow in the background when they're ranked. If both boards are created at the same time and both have issues that are ranked first, globally they're not ranked the same. One is still number 2. I just don't know how it does that figuring out.
Yeah. The reason I was hesitating is because one of my favorite things to do is in the plan, you can rank. And that rank is honored across the board as well. But what's more interesting is that the board you usually rank your stores, your tasks, and your bugs. But the plan, you can rank your epics and your initiatives and themes and goals or whatever else you add. And that to me is much more powerful.
How I found this out is I had a index that the server server VM host completely crashed on. So the index was entirely corrupted. I had to get rid of the old index and rebuild it from scratch. One of the steps, if you look at the logs while it's rebuilding from scratch, is rebuilding the ranking table. And it goes through every issue globally.
Well, now you know. All right. Manage who can view company managed board filters. As a company managed board admin, you can manage which users can view your board by adjusting permissions. Again, these are going to be basically the same permissions as your filter. So if you don't set it the right viewers, I would at a minimum set the viewers to be your project. That would be my 9 times out of 10 case. I would add, look at that, they even do it. It's kind of like they read my mind. I would add your site admins as the editors in case you are on vacation, sipping a pina colada, hanging out in a hammock somewhere. You will not be called because somebody can do it for you.
I have usually a level 1 backup that's someone on the team, and then a level 2 backup that is the Jira admins.
To see work items on
I'm not.
To see the work items on a board in a team managed project, users need permissions to view that project's work items. And it's a little less nuanced over there. Subfilters. Something I don't always create, but I know you like subfilters, Rodney.
I love subfilters on Kanban boards because they add a lot of flexibility on what items get displayed.
So let's re-emphasize the word that you just said. This is for Kanban boards. Okay, you're not going to find this in the Scrum board. But if you're on a Kanban board, you can create a subfilter. Right? And by default, these boards have a subfilter that shows work items that either don't have a fixed version or are on an unreleased version. So basically, it's going to show you work that's important because nobody's finished it or worked on it. Okay. The subfilter query enables you to show a subset of the work items encompassed by the board filter. So remember we were talking about that it's possible for you to add like 4,000 issues to your board. Well, 4,000 might be a whole lot, so you might want to weed that out, and so you can create a subfilter to show fewer work items on that board. And so you click on your board subfilter, and you click the check mark to save your changes. Interestingly, your board reports will always reflect all work items in the board filter, regardless of the subfilter. So food for thought. My preference, though, Rodney, is quick filters. I'd rather do a quick filter than a subboard filter. And so these boards allow you to do a quick filters that allows users to limit which work items are displayed. And what I like about it is that you get this cool little button here that your users can just click on buttons and then magic will magically, if we're stealing that word. With that one should be on one of our shirts. But
I've been using that word for years for this kind of thing.
Yeah, so automatically your board will alter itself to show you these items that are assigned to you or whatever quick filters you create. One key thing before we get on to how to create the quick filters is that these become and statements, which I find mildly annoying. I wish these would detoggle themselves or the phenomenon will work better. But basically, if you click on assign to me, you selected it. If you go and click on recently updated, assign to me will still remain selected. And so now you have an and statement. You have assigned to me and it was recently created. And so that can get you into real trouble real quick. And so sometimes you got to just remember to deselect the trail of buttons that you're clicking so you get the right data. Otherwise, you keep building these and statements and you're not going to get the data you're looking for.
But you can do interesting things like that. Like the first part of your quick filters are work item types. The second part is assignees. You can get all the bugs assigned to Rodney on the board. Or just switch off Rodney, switch on to Alex. You see all the bugs now that are on Alex. So this ending functionality can be crazy useful if you use it right. You just need to be mindful of that.
Right, because if you did what you just said, but you left Rodney and Alex, now you're looking for all the bugs that belong to Rodney and Alex, and that's going to return 0. So that's where you want to be careful. Board admins can remove these quick filters because you do ship with 2 of them, but you can remove them or you can make new ones. And so you go to your board settings, there's a quick filter section, you give it a name, you put in your JQL, and then the quick filter now becomes available. If users select, if users select multiple quick filters when viewing the board, only work items that meet all the criteria will appear, and they should really highlight all. Creating custom filters. So team managed projects include a very similar feature called custom filters. Project admins can configure the filters using JQuil, and they appear as checkboxes on the board. I did not know this. I also don't spend enough time in team managed projects to even know that this would have been a feature. So basically, it's the same idea. They're just called custom filters. I wonder why they changed it from quick filter to custom filters.
Make it easier for the new people to understand.
Newbies. All right. Understand how filters and queries affect the board. In the chat, do any of you actually use team managed projects? I'm just curious now. Okay. So the engineering team uses company managed Kanban boards. They take a look at the filter configuration below, then click on the boxes to see if you can determine what will display on the board. So we have a filter query that says show me everything in engineering. We have a sub filter that says assignee is not empty. So I'm assuming it's going to show you everything in this project that has an engineer. It's going to hide any work that's older than 2 weeks. So you're going to basically see any open work. And there's 2 quick filters, but it doesn't tell us if they're set. But one is where the resolution does not equal cannot reproduce, and where the resolution is empty. I don't know why we would work against the resolution, but okay. Also, don't let this confuse you. This is going to hide completed work older than 2 weeks, but it will still show you completed work within the 2 weeks. And it's possible for that delta, right, for that work that was completed within the last 2 weeks, that you can then filter out anything that got resolved in this way. So what work items display on the board? So assigned engineering work that is either unresolved or resolved less than 2 weeks ago. What work applies to the quick filter one? And then I don't even know what this thing's asking me. What work displays when you select quick filter 1? It's going to show you any engineering work that was resolved less than 2 weeks ago and that resolution cannot reproduce. What happens when you select 2? It's going to show you all the work items that are unresolved. What happens when you select both? No work items will display because, again, both conditions have to be true. And what work items are in the board? So it's going to show you everything that's in the board. Let's see what we've learned, Rodney. Tom's company managed board has two subfilters. One that shows work items assigned to the blue team, and one that shows work items assigned with an internal label. If Tom selects both subfilters, which work items will appear? One that shows work assigned to the blue team, and then this one.
Yep, C or B.
But you can you select two subfilters? I don't use subfilters, so I
No.
don't know.
You cannot select two subfilters. You can try.
Yeah, they're not quick filters. Quick filters you can, but on the subfilter, can you only select one at a time?
You know what I just did?
What?
And this is a warning. You need to read every word in the question. Alex is right. You can't select more than one subfilter.
Well, I don't know if I'm right. I'm asking if it's a feature. Oh, apparently you can. Can you select? Apparently you can. This is weird. We gotta go test that.
That's not a. I think
How
they
is
mean
this?
quick filters.
What are you talking about? This is not the right answer. If Tom selects both subfilters, the board will show all work items that are assigned to both and have the internal label. Oh, they moved it around on me when I hit the. Oh, my bad. This question used to be the second question. At least that's how I read it the first time. But we need to go check that. Can you select two subfilters at the same time? Oh boy. We're gonna come back to y'all. The events team is working on two projects for a fundraising event fund and the website launch event web. They want to display their team's work items from both projects in one company managed board. How should they write their query? So this one automatically, because the other ones don't have the right JQL. There's a third question. Daiki is a board admin for a company managed Scrum board. One of the users in his project, Jen, can't see work items on the board, but she can see the project's work items in search. What could be the problem? Ooh. It could be A. It could be A. Next course. All right, Ronnie.
One moment. I pulled up our Kanban board on the TJL Jira instance. Tell me where I add a second subfilter. They meant quick filters.
They definitely meant quick filters. Dun, dun, dun.
That was just driving me crazy, so I'm sorry to steal the screen from you, but...
No, I didn't think you could put two either. So either A, the question is wrong, or B, the question is wrong because they meant quick filters.
So
Atlassian. See, this is why I worry. This is where we gotta go yell at Bob as a certification SME. Like they have to catch those kind of things in the exams, right?
Yeah, they do. Bob would not let this fly if it came across his desk. We both know this.
Well, we should ask Bob what the right answer is for this one. I would be curious if Bob gets this one right because I didn't think you could, but then looking at you kind of thought you could. So I'm like, I don't know what I think now.
Well, I thought they could because I read it as quick filters because that's the one that makes sense.
Your dyslexic kicked in there real quick?
Yeah. And well...
All right. So we got 10 minutes. I'm gonna say we push through this as far as we can because again, I only have until Thursday, and then I'm taking the dumb test. So configuring your board columns and statuses. So match your board to your workflow. Your board should represent how your team really works. In Jira, we call that your workflow. You can tailor your workflow using statuses and transitions. On the board, statuses are represented by board columns and transitions are represented by dragging the work between the columns. So here's your columns. You should have a status of to do, in progress, and done, although your statuses don't need to map or match with the names of the columns. So how do we configure our columns? So you need to be a board admin, right? And you need to be able to do this here. But your columns are going to reflect the different statuses that your work are in, okay? And so you can add columns. You can create a new column on your board. You're add a column if you're a new status to your workflow, or if you have two statuses in the same column. Now, if you're not a Jira admin, when you add a new column, it's going to basically, every column needs to have a status in it. You can't have an empty column. And so if you're not a Jira admin, then you're not going to be able to create a new status should you add a new column, and you basically need a new status. So I usually add the new status in my workflow first, and then go and add the column and map the status. You can remove the columns. That's easier, right? You either unmap the status or you put the status in another column. You can rename your column. So this is what I was telling you. Your column names don't need to match what's in Jira. And this is pretty important. Your column names always appear in uppercase on the board. And you can always reorder. Now, if you reorder them, you will find this slightly annoying because the workflow still trumps here. And so the transitions dictate the ordering here. So if you have transitions, then your columns are going to be out of sync. Like you're going to go from left and then you got to go all the way to the end and then come back because transitions rule. The Jira License disclaimer, not my board, not my team or project, thank goodness, but I think 27 columns.
I had asked the chat
Oh.
how many columns have they seen on a single board?
Man, you're scrolling for days.
I will add this. You can have more than one status under a single column. And if you're able to transition to any of the statuses under there, all the ones you're able to select from will appear as different areas on the board that you just go up and down to drop it onto.
All right, so your board configuration is different in company managed than in team managed. So in the team managed, if you add a column, then you're basically adding a status automatically because you have the permission. If you got that far, you can do that. But in company, it's not the same. So you're going to go to your board settings. You're going to select your columns, and you're going to add a column. To remove the column, you just delete the column by clicking the little trash can. To rename it, you click into the box, and then you'll be able to rename it. And to reorder, you just simply drag and drop the column. In Team Managed, you can add the column by clicking the Create column. To remove, hover over the column you'd like to edit, then select the Edit column, then select the delete. That's not easier. To rename, you hover over the column, then select Edit column, and then type in your name. And then to reorder, you just click and drag. Can you control how much work is in a column? So you can manage your work in progress in Jira using column constraints in company managed projects and column maximums in team managed projects. These features are slightly different, but both help your team quickly identify problems in your workflow by changing the appearance of the columns that exceed the constraints of the maximum. So in other words, how many items can your team have in like the status of in progress at any given time? And it actually changes the color of the column if you exceed that number. So company managed projects use column constraints to set a maximum and minimum number of work items in each column. To configure a column constraint in a company managed project, go to the column section, set the columns constraint to work item count, set the maximum and minimum number of work items for any column. You can also choose whether or not to include subtasks in the count. In the team managed ones, you're setting column maximums. And so you're going to go to the same place, edit the column in the maximum number, enter the number. So you can't put, so that's interesting. So the constraint is max min on company, but only max on the company. On the team.
To be clear, even when I've used it on a company managed project, I have never used the min. I've always used the max. And it's usually something along the lines of, your team only has 5 workers. The manager wants to enforce it, so there's only 5 issues in progress at a time. Which is infuriating because that's not how real life works at all. But
no, not at all. All right, users will still be able to add more work items than the maximum or leave fewer work items than the minimum, even with the column constraints. Just the column visually flags that, right? So your column changes color. Let's explore an example. Let's say a team decides that they want to have at least 2 work items in progress, and they never want more than 4 work items. So how would you configure this? Well, you would add your column constraints, you put 2 and 4. And once you do that, you'll see the min and the max, and you see that you have 1 in progress. But you're under the 2, so it's yellow. And then when you have too many, it turns red because you have 5 items and your max was 4. So it's visually stimulating. I like it. Now that's adding the columns, right? That's a little bit more trivial. What's harder though is when you're adding statuses. So every column needs to have at least 1 status. So you just can't create empty columns. Like that's not going to be allowed. A column can have multiple statuses though. This is totally possible. You can stack them. I would be careful though, because then now your team has to have good hand-eye coordination, because when they drag it, it's going to prompt them. Is it the top one or the bottom one?
Yeah, they should be playing games together anyways.
Yeah, a status can only be in 1 column. So you can't have a status show up in multiple columns. And you can hide work items in a specific status on the board. So if you unmap it, if you were to take a status out, the status is still available in the dropdown of the status field. So your team's still going to be able to pick that status. But if they go into that status, that issue will disappear from your board. So not a good practice. I don't know why that's a feature.
I have gotten so many tickets. Where's my issue? Based on that.
Status. Yeah. If a work item is currently in a column, you can't drag it to a different status in the same column. Oh, yeah. So if you stack them like we did up here where they're stacked, you can't go up and down. You can only go left and right. So keep that in mind as well. All right. What did we learn? True or false? A status can be mapped in more than 1 column, but a column can't include. Well, that's totally false.
Absolutely opposite.
Yeah. Laura and her team want to configure the company managed board to show that only 5 work items should be in the progress bar at any time. What's the best way to do this? Where's column constraint? That's the only one that's right. I didn't even have to read the questions. I'm just looking for a keyword. Gustavo is a project admin for a team managed project. His team uses both selected for development and to do statuses for specific purposes, but wants work items in these statuses to be in the same place on the board. I'd probably go with that one. Let's go with that one.
Too.
All right. So, folks, that's it for today. We're going to come back using backlogs for planning next on Thursday. All right. So, use backlogs for planning. So, this is the continuation. We are trying to get through this whole Agile board for Jira project section. This is the last major section for the ACP-620. And then we're going to review the PDF file. I don't think I'm going to have time, but I'm going to review the PDF file tomorrow. And then our last session, which will be session number 18, which will be on Tuesday, we'll wrap up anything I don't finish today. And then we'll go through that PDF on Tuesday. And then that'll be it. Then we'll be done with the 620. And then you'll all be ready to do it. And you'll have everything you need to know to hopefully pass the 620. And you'll also know on Tuesday if I pass or not. So I don't like taking tests, but we'll see. All right. So the title is How to Use Backlogs for Planning. So use the backlog to plan upcoming work. The backlog is a place in your project where your team can add, prioritize, and plan upcoming work. While both Kanban and Scrum boards can have a backlog, they serve slightly different purposes. So how do you use your backlog? So in Kanban, the backlog acts as a general queue that contains all the work that the team needs to complete. And by default, it's visible on your board. So this backlog is just a queue. It's a status and it's just a column in your board. In Scrum, though, the product backlog is a prioritized list of work that the team needs to complete for the project. And it's separated. It's not on the board. It's in its own separate section. So keep that in mind. So when do you add new work? So in Kanban, all new work is automatically added to the backlog and you can add it at any time. But in Scrum, you have to think in advance, right? You will add work to the backlog, but everything is in the bottom of the backlog. And then your team prioritizes and they figure life out. And then you take that prioritized work and you plan it into a sprint. And so there's a little bit more thought into this. And so when do you start working on work from the backlog? So in Kanban, you just cherry pick whatever you want from that backlog. So you're always just grabbing something from that backlog and you're moving into selected for development, then to in progress. But in Scrum, you take your backlog, you prioritize your backlog, you rank your backlog, you move things to the top of the backlog, you then take those items from the top of the backlog, you move them into the sprint, and then that work that has made it into the sprint, that's the work that you work on over the duration of your sprint, and only that work. You don't go back to your backlog and add other items. And so there's a key differentiator here between the thought process and the rigor and discipline that Scrum needs versus the, I don't know, nonchalant way of using Kanban, I suppose. And yeah, so let's talk about configuring and using backlogs in Jira. So in Jira, backlogs behave differently for different project types, company versus team managed. And then there's different agile methodologies. Kanban and Scrum are just two of many, 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 many different types of methodologies. Rodney, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm in a waiting room right now, so might as well.
Might as well wait.
Might as well wait.
Well, we're talking about configuring and using backlogs in Jira. So in Jira, backlogs behave differently. Okay, we already covered that. So in Kanban, in team managed projects, you can enable a backlog as a separate feature of the product. In company managed projects, by default, Kanban boards have a backlog column on the board, but don't have a separate backlog area. However, you can enable it if you want to a separate place to plan your work. So this is very key, folks, because in team managed projects, you're automatically, when you pick Kanban, you're automatically going to have that backlog section. But in the company managed, as I've been mentioning for the last 5 minutes, that backlog is just a column on your board. However, if you don't want that to be the case, if you want to have a backlog like in the team managed, like in Scrum, then you have to separate. And you go to your board settings, you go to the layouts, you go to columns, and you're going to see this Kanban backlog section. And so what you need to do is you need to grab a status. It doesn't have to be the status of backlog, but you grab a status and you move it from to do and you move it to the Kanban backlog section. And when you hit back to board, you will have a backlog just like you have one inside of Scrum. Now keep in mind that the very first status, usually the one from the circle that connects to your very first status, that should be the one you move into your backlog. Otherwise, your backlog's going to behave in very funky ways.
I have seen one use case, and Chad, if my audio is low, please let me know. I can adjust it, but I've seen one use case where someone wanted to triage before they put in the team's backlog, so they did have one step, but technically wasn't even on the board until they moved into backlog, and then all the other statuses were a part of the board.
Real quickly, Ronnie, your sign says Rodney? Your name badge.
Yeah.
Well,
It does not say Rodney, but I probably should not be wearing it.
Well, because I like to, I'm surprised, like when I order things like bobas or some smoothies or whatever, I'm starting to use Jira, but I'm gonna start calling myself Dr. Jira in public too. So I wonder, you should just sign in everywhere as the Jira guy.
I mean,
I don't know if I told you, I've ended up with the wrong pizza for the Super Bowl once because my name's Alex.
Yeah, we talked about that, I believe.
Yeah, so Dr. Jira is a lot less of a common name and a lot less likely to get messed up. Anyways, prioritizing your team's work with ranking. In both kinds of backlogs, you can rank work items to visually demonstrate the priority. Your most important work items should be at the top of the backlog, with the next most important underneath it, and so on. You keep going down till you get to the bottom. This way, you know what to work on next. You do not need a status to tell you that you're ranking your backlog. You do not need a status to tell you that an item is now in your sprint. These are not things that you need to put into your workflow. Your backlog is rankable. Anything at the bottom is new. It's ungroomed. It's unprioritized. It's all of your grooming statuses at the bottom. When you move something to the top, you have refined it. You have groomed it. You have estimated it. You have prioritized it. You don't need 4 statuses in your workflow to tell you just move something to the top of the backlog. You don't need a status that says ready for sprint. It's at the top of your backlog. Yeah, I just replaced 5 statuses on your workflow by moving something from the bottom of your backlog to the top of your backlog.
I think it says something about the Scrum Masters in particular that don't trust their team to be able to rank properly.
One of the biggest excuses that I've seen is like, well, we don't always get a chance to finish the ranking and so we don't get a chance to finish the grooming part in one sitting. I'm like, then you have a bigger problem because a story should be so small that it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to discuss a story and get it figured out. Because if you don't, then you got an epic on your hands, not a story. You don't have a task.
It's time to break that thing up further.
Yep. And in which case you're still in the same boat, right? You don't need statuses. Like I just replaced 5 of your statuses in your workflow. So how do we rank them? You drag and drop. You literally click and hold and move up. Or you right click and you choose that work item and you move it to the top. So when you right click on something, you're going to be able to it'll tell you where do you want to move it to, and you can move it to the top of the backlog. If you're ready, you can move it straight into the sprint. But yeah, you don't. Chat says I use multiple sprints to store items that are workable. I've actually seen this. Chat. I'm okay with this. Rodney, I don't know how you feel about it. Jira doesn't really behave as optimal, but it'll work. But I've seen teams take like a ready for next sprint as a to queue things up that are beyond the backlog, like that are more ready than what the top of the backlog would define. And you're like, okay, this is the batch that we're gonna plan to the next sprint. I'm okay with that, but I'm not a biggest fan.
What I've seen is teams will pre-plan sprints like 3 or 4 sprints ahead. And that always drives me crazy because let's say you don't get done with all your work in this sprint. You've just cascaded that to the next sprint, which then has to have stuff move over. Now you're adjusting 5 or 6 sprints down to account for you not completing stuff in this sprint.
Which is going to happen. You're not going to finish everything in your sprint. So I always tell people, if you're going to do that, we got to go to Vegas because clearly you know how to predict the future and I don't.
I mean, at least come with me to the gas station to pick up a lotto ticket.
Yeah, I know, right? We got a question. What's the largest backlog number of issues you've seen? So the limit's 5,000, and I've seen a team hit 5,000. I've seen a team hit the limit.
I've seen a team exceed the limit.
Well, yeah. So I guess they did exceed the limit because then they're like, what happened to our other issues? I'm like, well, you can only put 5,000. I don't understand how a team is working on 5,000 things at a time. Like you either have like a 200-person team or a 300-person.
I forget who said it. Someone said it in the Atlassian ecosystem that if your backlog is more than 500 issues, you don't have a backlog, you have a graveyard.
You have a graveyard. I love that. All right. Kelly's team uses a company managed Kanban board to manage their work. They currently have a backlog column on their board, but it has many, many work items in it. What can Kelly do to help? So Kelly can enable a separate backlog in the board settings. Kelly can delete the backlog column. Well, I don't know that that'll help. Kelly can remove the backlog status on the board, leaving it on map. That's not going to help. And Kelly can create future sprints in the backlog column. That's definitely not possible. So only A. I hope the whole test is like this because I'm walking in with so much confidence. It's just really going to piss me off.
These questions on these sessions have been crazy easy compared to ACPs of years past.
I don't know, man. I'm a little worried. I'm gonna walk in with this like super high confidence, and then I'm gonna be like, "What is the meaning of Jira? Why is Jira?"
Well, you could find that out tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, when we talk with Jira's head of product from Atlassian.
That should be. I should ask Dave. I'm like, "Do you have an ACP-620? Any tips you can give me?" You think Atlassian would ask the head of Jira, like, sign off on these Jira questions? All right. Sahara wants to drag and drop work items into their priority order in her team's backlog, but she can't rearrange the work items. What could be wrong? The board filter query does not include rank is the option that I'm seeing here. Too easy, man. Too easy. Using swim lanes to group your work items. So this is trippy. So a lot of people, we've been discussing columns, vertical columns. Now we're gonna go sideways and talk about swim lanes. They go horizontal. So using
I will say,
the reason I bring this up is because a lot of people usually call the columns swim lanes, and so now they get confused when they're like, "Wait, they're both swim lanes?" I'm like, "No, these are columns. These are swim lanes."
swim lanes, when used appropriately, are crazy powerful. You want to show something's a top priority item? Have a swim lane right at the top for your top priority items.
Yep. All right. So in company managed boards, you can use swim lanes to group your work horizontally, usually by field values. This allows your team to see the progress of work on your board within a category, like a specific initiative, a specific teammate, or a specific project. If your board includes multiple projects, you can create a swim lane using an assignee field. Then each assignee has their work items in a separate horizontal section. And so, folks, about a year and a half ago, Atlassian gave us this magical group by button up there, and it changed the game for me. I don't know about you, Ronnie, but this used to not be a feature. You used to have to go into the board settings, go to the swim lanes, and then toggle from there. And then about a year and a
Yep.
half ago, again, they gave us this group by button, and that was awesome because now you don't have to go do all of this layout in swim lanes. Although I will say that there are still there's still like one or two values that you can only do if you go here, if you go to the layout into swim lanes. I forget which one it is. I think it might be queries or projects.
Queries sound right.
Let's go
I haven't
look.
played around with this too much. This has not made it over to the other side
Yeah,
of the
queries.
divide.
Yeah,
So
queries is not in there. Yeah, queries is not in there, and epics is not in there. So if you want to pick queries or epics, what are the other options that we have? Yeah, queries and epics. If you want to pick any of those, you have to go to the board setting, which of course, why would the board setting be where it naturally should be? No, of course, Atlassian needs to move it over here. Dave Myers is definitely going to hear a thing or two about that one.
the
Why?
more you say, the more I'm really concerned that I really have to be on this afternoon's show.
Let's just say I'm going to try not to get fired in time for Barcelona. Okay, we have queries and epics. So if you want to use those two, you have to come into the layout, in the board settings. Otherwise, the group here is going to give you the more popular ones. And so queries, just to kind of cover it, it allows you to define your own query, like mini JQL, if you will. And so you can call out whatever you want, anything you want, and that'll become a swim lane. So that's kind of powerful. Stories is basically the story becomes the vertical, and then any subtasks show up underneath it. And then anything that doesn't have a subtask is just in its own section. Assignee, as the example just said, right? The name of the person becomes the vertical, and then you see any story that's underneath them. Epics is basically like the story one, but up a level. So the epic becomes the vertical, and then all the stories or tasks below the epic are the ones that you move across the board. And then your projects is if you have multiple projects, which I don't recommend, but if you did, then the swim lane would be the Jira project itself. Not like I think this is what trips up a lot of people. Like they think of like, oh, this is like an initiative or some budgeted project that they're working off of. Like, no, this is literally the Jira project name. And then none is everything's an own independent item. So let's explore it.
From experience, I've seen assignee used most if the swim lane is used, followed by epics used the second most, and then queries for whatever weird use case the team has.
Okay. Sue Jean's team wants to see which work items on their board came from internal requests and which came from external requests. They already use a component field to track. So how do we configure this? So in the board settings, choose queries and then set up a query for component equals internal and then component equals external. And then over here, when you group it by queries, you'll see external and then internal as a vertical, as a horizontal. Ooh, I've been saying vertical the whole time. As a horizontal. Okay, question time. True or false? Work items can appear in multiple swim lanes if they meet the criteria for multiple swim lanes.
I believe that is false.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say false because you can only meet the criteria for one. No.
Mm-hmm.
Essie wants to group subtasks with the same parent work item together and on the board. Which swim lane option is the best one for her to use? Stories.
Stories.
Although now it's group subtasks, so stories. Continue to the next course. Color cards. Color code cards in Jira. Oh boy, this is. Have you ever
Have you
used
ever
colors?
used this? I have. Have you?
I use it, but it's tiny little sliver of color that you get. It's almost useless.
It is, but it's very useful for being able to see information at a glance.
Right, with a tiny little sliver. Look at that. Like, it's not even a millimeter. Like if you wink, like if you like whatever you do, you like squint your eyes, like that color would disappear on you. Okay, card colors add a tiny minuscule sliver of color to your card, and it looks like this. And so you go to your board settings, you go to card layouts, and then you need to define a method. So you can do issue types. So your your stories will be one color, your tasks will be another color, your bugs will be another color. You can do priorities. And so your highest, high, medium, low, you can assign it a different color. You can base it based on assigning, or my personal favorite, you do it off of a query. So then you get to define what's red, what's yellow, what's green. And so we already did this one. So the screenshot doesn't match the text. Atlassian.
Mm.
Come on. That's something we gotta ask Dave. When are you guys gonna like fully roll it all out where it's all consistent?
I
'Cause
think
it is.
that's more a question for Joanne and Ree.
No. I mean in Jira itself too, right? In
Oh,
Jira
so
right
fair.
now, if I click on this little gear, this is work items. But if I go in special areas, I can figure out somewhere. Somewhere it'll still say like issue type. It
Yeah, I
hasn't.
came across it this week where it still said issues.
Yeah. So that consistency, I'm like, when is that going to happen? But yeah, so the bad part is with these work types, these priorities, these assignees, it's pre-canned and pre-selected for you. The queries is really the only one that you have some flexibility and freedom to set it up however you want. Then of course we got none, which is my personal preference because this sliver of color is like so tiny that it doesn't really help. Like I wish it turned the whole card. Although there is an app by Singular who does do this now for you, but it's a paid app. What if a card meets several criteria? So if you select queries, you'll have to consider the order of your color criteria. The card colors will be colored by the first query that they meet. That's interesting. So let's say you configure the first query to color all stories green and the second query to color all the work items with the subtask blue. If you have a story with subtasks on your board, it'll be green. So let's look at an example. Pavel's team wants to quickly differentiate if their work items relate to an internal report or an external report or neither. They already use a component field. So they're going to set up their colors based on queries, and then they're going to have a color for empty, a color for the external, and a color for the internal. And so now just the simple fact that that story has that component populated, it's going to change the color. And so this is what they look like. So I would personally not waste my time with the color, and I would have just exposed the component as a issue on the layout. But
yeah,
who am I? Okay,
I
let's see what
tend
we
to use
learned.
colors for priority. I think the most interesting use was on a board I was using to track jobs during a job hunt, and it would be how color would change depending on how long it's been since I've heard back from a particular application or recruiter.
I used to do due date, but recently, if you do have a due date field, this is especially more true on a Kanban one. But if you see how you have your due dates here now, it actually
Yep.
gets exposed. This used to not be a feature in Jira, but if you start a sprint now and you are using a due date, the due dates are now visible. And so I used to turn them red if you were past the due date. But now that the
Mhm.
due date is actually visible, like now I just leverage that. And again, now I freed up another thing.
Yep.
All right. Anisha wants all of the subtasks on her team's board to be blue. What is the simplest option? Work type?
Work type.
Ify is using the queries option to color cards on his team's board. His 2 queries should make all work assigned to Ify blue and all work under the create new homepage epic red. However, a story under the create a new homepage epic is appearing blue on the board. Why is this happening? You can't use multiple queries. Nope, that's not true. We learned that it is very much true. Work items that match multiple queries will be the color of the first query. I'm leaning towards
Correct.
that one. Queries don't apply to stories. That's false. And assigning is more important field than the parent epic. So I'm going to go with B.
I mean, I would
Yay.
still argue D is correct, but B is the more correct answer.
Customize card layouts for Jira board. So configure the work item card layout. So board items can configure the card layout by adding extra. This is what I would do. I would add the extra fields in the card layout. This allows users to see more information without opening up each card individually. And keep in mind, you get 3 fields. However, don't waste those fields because Jira gives you free fields for free. Pet peeves that I have: people adding the status as a card layout field. Why? It's in the column.
But if it's not spelled out, I won't be able to figure it out.
It's in the column, and when you're in the backlog view, it shows it to you right there. You don't need it to show up twice. 2, don't waste it with the due date because that is now visible on the card itself for free. 3, on the release or the fixed version. Those are free. You don't need to re-put in the fixed version. And so make it make sense, people. Don't use up your valuable 3 fields that you get for free using a field that is already given to you for free. I've seen people put the assignee explicitly called out because they don't like, well, I am too lazy to hover over the picture or look at the icon.
I really, really prefer people use very personalized avatars for their Jira accounts for that reason. If I'm coaching a team using Scrum, everyone has to set a avatar.
You don't like the little robot? I used to be the little green robot.
I
The
mean,
robot with the green background, that used to be my character.
I used to be the cat, but only in instances where I'm not allowed to upload.
I forgot you're a cat person. I'm allergic, so.
You'll get over it.
Yeah, when I walk out of your house with puffy eyes and
We have zero tech.
you're such a loving friend, Rodney. Such a loving friend.
What? I'd
Aren't
give
you
you
the
medicine.
one? Aren't you the one that like dies every time you come out to the Southern California or the high desert?
Now, mind you, I have not died in the past 30 years from that.
But oh, Rodney, what are we gonna do with you? Anyways, so you go to the board settings, you go to your layout, then card layout, and then again you can select up to 3 fields. Now, one little disclaimer: you can select 3 fields on the board and 3 fields on the backlog, and they don't have to be the same 3. So again, make it make sense. Use the right one that you need at the time. So Suki's team wants to be able to plan and manage their work without opening each work item to view relevant information. On the board, the team wants to see approvers, fixed version. Again, you do not need the fixed version. The fixed version is already there for free. And labels. In the backlog, they want to see the component, original estimate, and the due date. You don't have to see the due date, folks. The due date is free. So how do you configure this? Do not do this. Don't put your due date and don't put your fixed version. You are using up a valuable 1 of 3 spots that you get because that information is already given to you for free. Look, March 14th, 2025, March 14th, you're wasting a spot on your card. Do not do that. Then we look at the board one. Look at this. Somewhere in here is the release a second time, assuming they put the release in here somewhere. The release is usually shown to you. Don't waste your time with the second value here. Compare the card layout with the layout for work items. So your card layout determines what fields appear on the work item cards on the board or in the backlog. Your layout for the work items usually is configured by a project admin, determines what fields appear when the user opens a work. So folks, there is a difference. When we're looking at the card layout, we literally are talking about 3 fields that you can put on your card. When we're talking about layout, we're talking about this screen right here and where and the position of the fields relative to when you're reading looking at a particular work item. Let's see what we learned. True or false? You can add different fields to the card layout in the backlog and on the board. That is very true. They don't have to be the same. One wants to add a due date field to the card layout on the board. What should he do first? Not do this. Is there an option for that? Check that the field is visible in the layout for the work item.
I
This
think
one?
that is the quote unquote correct answer, though we both know for a fact it is not the correct answer.
One wants to add the due date field to the card layout on the board. So make sure the due date isn't on the backlog's board layout. I don't know. I feel like this is the best answer
I
out of
think
what I
it's
see.
C.
Check
I think
that
the
the
answer is
field is
C.
visible. Users may not populate a field with information that isn't in the layout of that work item. So yeah, I think you're right. If I would have not skipped over the big blue box with the helpful information. Next course.
That
Ooh,
being said, we know for a fact that is not the right answer because he should not be adding the due date to the card anyways.
estimating effort on work in Jira. So this is the last section, Ronnie. And then we're going to be done. And we have 30 minutes. Ooh. Estimate work as a Scrum team. A key part of Scrum is delivering work in time-boxed increments. In Jira, you can choose how to manage your sprint time with several different estimation statistics. Estimation statistics enable your team to effectively plan your sprints. You can estimate each small work item, then understand how many of those work items you can accomplish during a sprint. They're also used in reports, providing insight into how accurate your estimates were and how your sprint went. Kind of, not really, but I'll give it to them. The estimation feature is only available in Scrum boards. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so how do we configure this? So in a company managed project, you're going to open your board settings and you're going to go to estimation on the side. And then in the estimation method, you're going to choose your statistic. And so company managed board admins need to work with your project and Jira admins to ensure that the field you want to use is visible for your work items. I don't know why this is, Ronnie, but when Jira ships out of the box, story points can only be put on epics and on stories, but not tasks or bugs. But tasks and bugs can go on your sprint board. That's a question for Dave.
How
gonna
big
ask.
is your scroll now?
I know, right? Someone remind me. Lena, remind me to ask why story points are only on epics and stories, but not tasks and bugs, which primarily go on the board, but epics don't go on the board. So why do they have story points?
I'm going to say the answer is probably because bugs and tasks came before stories and epics because stories and epics came from Greenhopper, which was an app Atlassian bought and integrated into Jira.
Yeah, but that was 10 years ago. 15
Oh, they've
years ago.
had time to fix it, but again, looking
I
at
just think
that
it's
backlog,
I just think it's
do they
funny.
fix it?
Epics, I think I find it humorous that epics are not visible on your Scrum board whatsoever at all. No matter how hard you try, their epics do not show up. But you can put story points on them, which is cool, but you'll never see them on the board. And then stories and tasks and bugs, which are things you do put on your board, only the stories can have story points.
I usually fix that pretty
I
quickly
do
on my
too.
Jira instances.
I do too, but it's still, I feel like it's not something we should fix. It's something that should just work.
Tushar does have
Tushar, oh
a
my gosh. When are we getting this feature, right?
I think I have seen this feature asked for in one form or another for about 11 out of the 11 years I've been running Jira.
I want to ask him, how did Jacks become Jira features? And why do we have Jacks that are old enough to drink?
I mean, someone corrected us on Tuesday. We have Jacks old enough to have graduated with their masters now.
All right. In team managed projects, project admins can set the estimation statistic. They're just going to go to their project settings. They're going to go to features, and then there's an estimation feature. And then you can pick one of the available ones. So what can you use? Well, you can use story points, which is the common one, especially if you're an agile team. That's the one you're going to want to use. If you don't want to use story points, your other option is to use original time estimate. I don't recommend this mainly because developers don't like to be micromanaged. And once you start putting actual time-based elements in here, you just lost it. You lost your team here. I would stay away from original time estimate. I get it. I get the value. I get why you want to do that. But if you want to go through what do they call it when somebody leaves your company? Churn?
Offboarding?
No. There's a technical term for attribution. Arbitration is a legal term. Attrition. If you want to go through attrition quickly, then make everybody do original time estimate.
True story.
Yeah. If you're wondering why people are leaving your company, it's not because your benefits aren't cool. And it's not because you don't have a ping pong table. It's because you're making your teams estimate in hours based on two developers that don't like putting time estimates.
Just a pet peeve here. If your company has a ping pong table and people rarely use it, you have an entirely wrong idea about what culture is.
What are you talking about, man? It's all about that ping pong table.
But if your team's too busy to use it, what's the point?
Yeah. Now, if you don't want to use story points or the time estimate, and you want to treat everything equal, which is also an equally bad idea, you can treat every item as a value of 1 and just do work item count, where everything counts as 1. Or you can use any custom number field, which I also don't recommend because then you get into a fully different thing.
So, asking for a friend who may or may not be me, what is your opinion for t-shirt sizing, especially for the program management side of things?
So I'm a huge fan of t-shirt sizes at the epic level because you need to have some gauge of level of effort. And at the story points, I'm very strict that you should have a well-defined categories of what your 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21 mean. Everybody in your team, everybody across your company, a 13 should mean the same thing to the VP as it does to the janitor. Everybody should know what a 13, what an 8 means, what a 5 means. All those numbers should be the same because because when you're rolling story points up, right, and you're trying to see how much level of effort my CIO is looking at, one team can't be on one method of story pointing and another team can't be on a different, because then your numbers are skewed.
I mean, you are correct. I'm not going to disagree with that. All I want to say is classical Scrum would have very much an issue with that statement.
That's great, but classical Scrum doesn't have to deliver a multi-billion-dollar product. Classical Scrum worries about a team of 7 people.
True story.
Okay. Classical Scrum, this is the problem I have with Scrum. They only worry about the 5, 7 people and their little world. But I've never seen a company, unless you're a 7-person startup, where 7 people do all of the work. You always have a lot of other teams that have to collaborate to bring things together. And so Scrum falls flat on its face the moment you need to get 2 teams to work with each other. And then it becomes exponentially worse as you scale up on the number of teams that have to work together. Anyways, enough soapboxing for now.
Yeah.
Regardless of your estimation method, you start sprints without having. You can start. I would not recommend this either because then your reports break. Also, last thing I'll call out: if you do not use story points, some of your reports will break. Especially like
I
your
will call
velocity.
out. You should also be using your story points to inform your ranking and your sprint inclusion. So if you're starting a sprint without having everything estimated, what are you even doing?
Yeah, I typically do my estimation during sprint planning. I'm okay with somebody pre-estimating before we get to sprint planning, but definitely before I hit that start sprint button, everything should have a number. Now, when that number comes to life, I'm a little bit more flexible on when it happens. But there's something about, being in a group setting together and planning things out and estimating. But yeah, your velocity chart. So there's a velocity chart, two chart here inside your board. You go to your reports, you have velocity chart. And this one only works off of story points. So if you're not using story points, you're gonna have a blank velocity chart. This will not show you anything if you don't use story points. If you use any of the other methods, if you use a custom number field, a work item count, or original estimate, you lost your velocity chart. And I think your insights now break too, right, Ronnie? Like your insights on your sprint here, I think work off of.
Yeah, they also work off story points, so they probably break as well.
Yeah. All right. So Elise needs to. Oh boy, something ended up. Oh no, I thought there was like the Y here, and then it looked like my pixels on my screen kind of broke. Okay, Elise needs to choose an estimation statistic for her Scrum team. Her Scrum team has trouble providing precise time estimates for their work items. However, they can predict how complicated one work item is compared to others. The work item usually differs in complexity. Which estimation statistics should Elise use?
Okay, guys, this is one of those give me questions.
Story
If you've
points?
got anything with Scrum, you should know this. It's story points.
Yep. Next question. Javier's team uses original time estimate to estimate work. Once he starts working on a work item, he realizes that there's a dependency on another item. He thinks the work item will take twice as long as the original time estimate says. True or false? Javier should update the original time estimate to accurately predict how long that work item. I feel like this is a trick question because the field's called original time estimate. And so by principle, you shouldn't update it, but Jira doesn't prevent you from updating it. But I want to say true.
Well, the question is not can he update it, it's should he update it.
I think he should.
I would disagree.
You would not re-estimate your story point assuming that you made a new discovery?
No, that's why you have the time remaining field.
All right, we'll go with false then, but I'm pretty sure it's true. Oh, all right. Let's see. Stop it. This is false. Remember, since you can't ensure that every time estimate is accurate, it's better to leave your original estimates. If you update an estimate, you may make a particular work item even more accurate. I don't know about that one. I mean, I get it. I get why you wouldn't update it, but at the same time,
I mean, I'm not saying I don't see your side of the aisle too. I'm just saying if I was the Jira admin recommending this to a program manager or a team lead, that'd be my advice is to not update the original. That way you can see, oh, we estimated at this, and then something happened, and this is what we wound up with.
well, so here's what I would maybe find a middle ground. When you're doing when you're planning your sprints, that's when you want to make your discovery. So if you make the discovery before you hit the start sprint button and you had already estimated, I would say re-estimate it then. Because you haven't gotten far enough.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you have not started the work item yet, feel free
No,
to
not
update.
even the work item. If you haven't started the sprint, once you start the sprint, that's when you should lock it.
Yeah. I'll agree with that. Absolutely. You could update the estimate up
As
until
many
you
times
start
you
the
want.
sprint.
Yeah, there you go. So make
But
your
once the
discoveries
sprint is
before.
started, that's part of the story of completing that work item. And I think that's lost if you update the original estimate.
Yeah, so that's where you need a good program manager to help you make those discoveries as soon or as early as possible, and not wait until you start the sprint to start working, and then go, uh-oh, now we have
I
a problem.
mean, yes, but also back in reality,
Back in reality, measure progress on work with time tracking. So track time in Jira. So if your team uses a time estimate or to measure their work, you can use time tracking on individual work items. This provides visibility into the progress made on each work item and how much is still to be completed. Time tracking also enables you to understand how accurate your estimates are. If your team uses time to estimate work for each sprint, you can see how long different work items take on average, understand how work is balanced across the team, and make informed decisions while planning what work to work on next. TGL recommendation on time tracking, Jira, no. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. I know a lot of companies do it, but it is what it is
this is
sometimes, right?
this is something I'm asked about a lot. It's something I've implemented a lot. It's something I've always warned about before implementing. Like, this is not great for morale, but we can do it.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know. Software is an art. You wouldn't ask Picasso how long is it going to take you to like draw a piece of art, right? And I think a lot of people are used to like there's other types of engineering that are very well defined, right? And I think it does depend on what you're building, right? There's work that is more consistent and reliable and predictable.
Can you answer that?
But when you are in the software world, like it's impossible. Like you don't know what you don't know, and you don't know a lot. Okay. So you can also review track time across a project using the time tracking report. It shows. I'm gonna stop you all right here. You're gonna want to plug in if you're gonna be using time tracking, because the built-in stuff sucks. Okay, so how do we configure time tracking? So for company managed projects, you're gonna go to your board
I
setting.
got
And
it. I'm sorry to interrupt. I got to step away for a little bit.
no worries. Well, we'll wrap it up here. Yep, we got the tempo plugin, as Ronnie says. Here, I got you out of here. We got the tempo plugin that you can definitely use, although not sponsored. But Tempo is one of the more expensive ones. Keep in mind there are a variety. In fact, my 2 cents, if you want to do this on the cheap, I use the native built-in stuff inside of Jira, so the native time tracking, and just use a plugin to do the report part, because Tempo, what's cool, it overcomplicates things more than it has to. But you also pay for a lot of features. But yeah, so you select your estimation. Next to time tracking, you select the slider to enable it. Project admins need to configure time tracking for all their boards, and project board admins can access this feature. Which plugin? So I do time reports. Let me see if I can find it. So I use the default, right? So just to reiterate, I use native built-in time tracking built into Jira. And then let me see if I have it already installed here. I don't think I do. I do a lot of sponsored videos from time tracking. So I have like Time Tracker. I have Project Track. So I would recommend you check those out too, because they've sponsored me in the past. But the one that I normally use, if it's not a sponsored thing, is, let me see if I can find it real quick. Time Tracker. Sorry, nope. Okay. Atlassian. Add this one to the question. Why the hell is the search so close to the other search? I get, it's too close. It's too close here. I always go to the wrong one. Time report. Where are you? Oh boy. It's not this one. Maybe it is. Time log? I recognize it by the icon. Okay, let's do time tracking then. I'll recognize it. I think it's gonna be this one, but let's see. Hold up, because there's a free version of it, and I could have sworn oh boy. This is what I get for trying to find something in a live stream. All right. I'm not seeing it. I'm gonna say I think it's, you know what? I think it is this one. So let me put work log. Boy, I use it all the time. How do I not know which one it is? These icons change on me all the time too. Work log report. Okay, well, it's none of these. I think it was the other one that we were looking at. Time. I think it's this one. I'm gonna say I think it's this one, but I'm not 100% sure because I'm pretty sure it has a circle that goes up. Oh, team reports. That's what it is. See, I already have it installed. That's why it won't show up. It's team reports. Just squirted myself with water in my face. Okay. Anyways, let's wrap this one up because I got 10 minutes and I do want to finish this up. If you have a team managed project, you go to the features and you set your time there. Okay, so how is time tracking calculated? So when you enable time tracking, Jira tracks progress by subtracting the value in the time spent field from the original time estimate. Your team members fill out both of these values or both of these fields. Users can set the original time estimate for how long they think the work item will take, and then they can log individual entries of the minutes or hours. By default, I think Jira defaults to minutes, so you might want to convert it to hours because when you do that, when you don't if you don't change it, then if a user just types in like 5 instead of 5 hours, it will default to 5 minutes. And there's a very, very big difference between 5 hours and 5 minutes. So keep that in mind. So you just click on the time tracking and you put your time in there. Oh yeah, big shout out for everybody watching here at 2 p.m. Pacific time. We are gonna meet with the head of Jira. And so if you have questions and you want to ask Dave questions, please come back to this channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification button so you're notified when we go live. We're going to go live in a few hours. We're going to meet with the head of Jira. So bring your A game, bring your coworkers, bring everybody you know. We want to have a big turnout and be there to ask Dave questions. So bring everybody you know. All right. So what have we learned? So, and of course you can use any time tracking. As you can see, there's a lot. Kara wants to use time tracking for her team, but doesn't see the time tracking field on her team. What could be the problem? Oh boy. Kara hasn't enabled time tracking in the board settings. Possibly. Kara's project hides time tracking fields. Possibly. Kara's Jira site does not have time tracking enabled. Possibly. It's probably those three. Ooh, maybe not the first one. Okay. Interesting. So it's going to be this one and this one. Okay, next question. Sayo enters an original estimate of 30 hours for a work item. As he works on it, he logs time. He eventually has already logged 30 hours on a work item, but has more work to do. True or false? Sayo can log more hours. Yes, you can always log more hours. Okay, did I finish? Was that it? Ooh, let's check and see. I think that might have been it. Let's go back. I think we're done. I think we reached the bottom. Let me refresh my pages here. So we have reached the end, I believe. So this was the first lesson that we did. So all are green here. So that's good. Then we went to the software projects and did all of these. So those are good. And then we went to the configure Agile boards, which is what we were working on. Oh, okay, so something's wrong. We're not quite done yet. Okay, yeah, we need one more, and then we're done. Last 5 minutes. Here we go. Explore how estimation statistics affect your report. So improve your estimation with reports. So Jira provides many reports that enable you and your team to reflect on your work. Reports help you notice blockers, inefficiencies, ambiguous processes, overcommitments, and more. They also highlight how useful and consistent your estimation is. So there are many default reports that provide insights into your team's estimation. These reports available to your project depend on your project type and configuration. So Kanban and Scrum are going to have two very different reports. So we have our burn down chart, which I think we've covered in detail. So just if your team is not moving down, then their estimates are bad and they're not going to be able to hit their estimates at all, because if the line is flat, then they're not working on something. And if they're not working on something, then you're not spending time on it, and so on and so forth. Your burn up is interesting, though. Your burn up is very important because based on your team's performance, right? Based on their history of what they can actually perform, and based on how much more work you have left, Jira is going to predict when you're going to finish. So this one's pretty valuable. Your sprint report shows all the changes and issues in your scope, right? So if you change something after you said you were going to do something, that'll show up here. Your velocity chart, again, only works with story points, but it tells you how many story points you signed up for and how many you finished. And those numbers should be fairly close to each other. You have your epic report and your epic burn down, which give you metadata on how we're trending on our epic, and then the same thing on the release. And so how do estimations affect reports? So if you change your estimation statistics, your reports will be impacted. Reports that reflect a single sprint will change to use a new statistic like the burn down chart, burn up in the sprint report. So for example, let's say you change your estimation from story points to work item count halfway through your sprint. The burn down chart will update to use the work item count for the entire sprint, even the days that were already passed. Reports that reflect work over time will change their estimation metric too. This includes a velocity chart, reports on epic, progress, and reports versions. Although I've never seen the velocity chart change when you go from story points to hours. So interesting that that's there. So for example, after you completed your previous sprint, but before you start your next one, you decide to change your statistics from original to story points. When you open your velocity chart, every sprint uses story points, even if you weren't story points at the time. I don't know. I don't believe that. Bram wants to use estimates currently on work items to determine which sprint an epic will be completed in. Which report can accomplish this? Bram wants to use time estimates and work items to determine which sprint. Okay, so that's burn up. The epic report. Release. I think it's release. Nope, it was epic burn down. Oh, I had it. Okay. Wait, did I click that right? Epic burn down. Epic burn down uses previously sprint velocity and work items estimates to forecast how many sprints. There we go. I knew it was one of those. 4 days into a 10-day sprint, Hamada changes her estimation statistic from work items to story points. Which of the following statements is true? The story report will use story points. Yep. The story report will use work items. Nope. Story will count the first. No. I think it's this one. Yep. All right. Congratulations. We reached the end. All right. Now I think we're good. Okay. So, folks, we are going to wrap it up here. On Tuesday of next week, we're going to do two things for you. We're going to have our last and final session, number 18. So, Rodney, ACP 620. Here's where we landed with this. So, some thoughts. Nothing on plans. So, the fact that we spent 3 sessions on plans, don't worry about plans. There's not a single thing on there with plans. The reporting, we breezed through it. We breezed through the plans. Through the reporting, but I struggled the most with reportings because the devil's in the details, right? I know what each of the reports do, but to answer questions on how to apply them, that was like crap. That was hard.
So we do have a question already, not to interrupt, but
so I went to the
Liz
center.
is a top fan.
Yeah, I went to the center. I don't like to do them at home mainly because, well, look at my background. Unless you have a dedicated room in your house.
If you've never tried to take them at home, they have you cover literally everything. If you have pictures on the wall, cover it up, books, cover it up. They have you look at your table, if you have multiple monitors, got to disconnect those. Not just turn them off, disconnect them so your computer only shows one active monitor.
Yeah, so it's too much headache for me. I have way too much crap. I'm more stressed about that. Yeah, so I kind of like being in the test center. I showed up a little early. They let me start about 15 minutes early because I got there about 15 minutes early. And so went to the restroom, checked in my stuff. They make you turn off your phone, put it in a locker, and then they wanded me down just to make sure I didn't have any metal. If you're wearing pants, they make you like roll up. At least in the test center I went to, they make you like roll up your pants sleeves a little bit to make sure you're not taking anything in. The only annoying thing is it really depends on where your test center is at, right? So my test center has really thin walls. So if somebody's driving around with like super loud music, you're going to hear that loud music from outside. There's also other people in the room with you. So if they're coughing or sneezing or doing whatever, you're hearing that, right? And so that's slightly annoying. But they do give you headphones. They either can do like the headphone thing, or they have earplugs that you can wear. And they give you 2 pieces of paper and 2 pieces of pencils, and then you have to return to them if you take the ACP. So they want to see it.
Yes. That mirrors my experience. I've never had anyone have me roll up my pants sleeve. I don't know if I just look less suspicious than Alex for what the story is.
We can't all be gringos, dude.
That's the thing. White people don't think I'm white sometimes.
Yeah, but it was an enjoyable experience. It wasn't too bad. I had fun.
I've
now
done
the
them at
test-
home. Sorry.
No,
I've done them at home. I've done it at testing centers. I always prefer testing center. It is worth the extra money, just for not having the hassle. That being said, if you can take it at an Atlassian event, Team 25 Europe, that is a whole nother experience together that you should try sometime.
Never. A room full of 100 people, I don't think so. Let's talk about the test though for a second. So the test was hard. This was the hardest one that I've taken. This is also, I think, the lowest score that I've gotten. And the reason that this test was hard was because the questions were not what I was told to expect. There was a crap ton of questions on automation, more than I would have cared for. Like a lot. I think that I was not prepared to be making automation rules at the test center, right? So I wouldn't say it blindsided me, but I was genuinely surprised by. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of questions on automation, right? So if you are not comfortable with automation rules, get very, very comfortable with automation rules, because you will get a lot of questions on them. The reports, that too kind of threw me for a curveball. The reports were literally looking at reports and going like, what's this thing telling you? And what's it not telling you? And you're like, I don't know. So
I mean, we look at these reports most days. So
yeah, but
I'm a little
you're
surprised at that.
No, but you're like really looking at like I can give you a summary of what each report does, but like this one's telling you on June 10th what happened. And so now you gotta like zoom in and go, crap, well, what happened that day? Like what is
hope they don't cheap out on monitors at the testing center.
Yeah, no, but it's like you gotta like get in there and you really gotta like it's not asking you generic questions of like, oh, which report do you need to like measure like sprint progress or something like that, right? Like it's not a generic question. It's like on this specific thing, like what happened this day and who did it and why didn't they do it or stuff like that. I'm like, I don't know. It's like it's too detailed for me, and so I didn't care for it. So I'm like, you know what, next, next, and it shows here.
That eases my concern, actually, if anything, because I'm fairly good at that when it comes to reports.
I hate reporting, and I actively avoid reports when I'm doing my clients as well. Like dashboards.
I mean, we all have our strength as Jira admin, so that makes sense.
But Rodney, that's not the part that pissed me off, though. I could have dealt with those reports. The part that pissed me off is that at least, so out of 70 questions, at least 15 of these questions were choose 2, choose 3. Way too many questions on choose 2, choose 3. I thought I was told that Atlassian got rid of that crap.
No, we were told they are getting rid of that crap.
Well, do not take the 620 until they get rid of that crap. Because that's what made this test hard. Honestly, if I would account, reporting aside, everything else that I missed on these other ones because of the choose 2, choose 3.
I'm not as concerned because my first 4 ACPs were like that.
My 120 and 520 were not like that. So I only ever know
the 120 and 520 were not.
Yeah.
But the 100, the 200, the 400.
Right, but this was the first time I took an exam like that, using that older style. And so that I was not expecting that, and I was not ready to walk into the test to choose those choose 2 or choose 3 ones. And so that's what really upset me the most is like, thought Atlassian was fixing all this crap, but apparently they haven't caught up to everything. So I think Atlassian's got to do a little bit better to catch these up because, yeah, it's not fun. Also,
Well,
the other thing that I'll call out is that the work items and issues has not made it to the test, right? So all the learning material that we went through has been updated, but the test has definitely not been updated. Yeah, all the select that applied, it was too many. It was more questions that I would have that I would have enjoyed. Now, a good amount I got right. A good amount I think I got right. Like there was a couple where I'm like I knew for sure it was these two, but it's one of those things where again, if you're not reading correctly and you forget to choose one or choose two or three, then you're gonna miss the question just on a technicality, not because you don't know the content. And so be very, very careful with this one, especially if you're taking it before Atlassian updates it. You gotta read it. Choose two, you gotta pick two on there. Choose three, you gotta get three.
Yep.
Other things that I didn't like that kind of got me. What is it? Oh, this test was generally hard, right? So I ran through the test. I did the entire test in 35 minutes. So I ran through it in 35 minutes. I then pulled out that piece of paper and pen, and I know I needed 42 questions correct to pass, right? And so I went through, and I had maybe 30 that I knew without a shadow of a doubt that I had like in the bag. I'm like, that can't be right. That's not 42. I was like, oh crap, I'm in trouble. So I went back again, and I'm like, so I got the number to a comfortable 42, but running through it a third time, I was like, crap. I ran through this thing 3 times already, and 42 is a questionable 42. Like I can comfortably tell you like 30. I was like, yep, I got those right. But I was able to like wiggle my way into 42. But I was nervous because I finished the test in an hour and 10 minutes. And so I was nervous. I was like, shoot, I still have 2 hours left. Should I retake it a 4th time? But by then I've already ran through it 3 times. And I'm like, I didn't know them the first 2 times. I didn't know the first 3 times. So running through it a 4th time is not going to make me feel any better. And so I'm like, screw it. If I fail, I fail. And so I hit it, and I was genuinely surprised to get an 85. Very, very surprised. Because I thought for sure
you did better than you thought you did. But
yeah, I thought it would be closer to the 60s after running through it 3 times. That's how hard this test was.
So here's my biggest question. I was always told about this test and its DC version, the ACP-600, is if you are a full-fledged Jira admin, already have your 100/120, all that fun stuff. This one is particularly hard because you have to think about it from the perspective of a project admin.
I wouldn't have that thought didn't even cross my mind.
Okay.
I didn't care for that. In fact, I would argue that the majority of the questions, like at least maybe 30 to 40%, are carryovers from 120. In fact, I probably like all those automation rules, I feel like should have been 120. There was like 5 or 6 JQL questions that would have been 120. Heck, I got a freaking components, and who gets to assign the component? Or like who's the ultimate assignee based on components? That's all 120 crap. And I'm like, I thought I closed that chapter in my life already. And so I would say to prepare better for this test, I would have invested time reviewing the 120 material. I feel like had I reviewed the 120 material, I would have been better off in this test. Had I really understand what the dashboards and the reports do at a more meaningful level, beyond even like you literally got to use the reports daily and do driving decisions with those reports to figure it out. And then of course the automation rules, that stuff was tough.
I mean, I've had a whole course I've taken from Atlassian, well, one of Atlassian's partners, on dashboards and reporting. And I've used that for years since. So I'm not as concerned about that section. I know I have my weaknesses as a Jira admin. We all do. That is one where I'm confident I'm stronger in.
Yeah, but there wasn't a single question where I was like, is this from the admin perspective or from the from the project admin, not a single one popped up to me that I would have had to double back or think about it. Like they were very straightforward.
That's good. That's good.
So, but
No,
again, what made it hard is the dumb, choose 2, choose 3 because you don't know. And then I ultimately gave up on the reports. I think like had I focused on them a little bit more and actually like try to read them, and I try to do positive elimination as much as possible. But even then, there was a couple of like choose 2 on those reports. So I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm like, I'm not gonna know this stuff without Google. I don't know. Without Jira on the side to like try it out, like you just have to make a call. Liz says, would you put it difficulty ahead of the 520 then? 120, 520, 620. So I would say, so based on my test scores, I got it. What was it? A 93? Ronnie? What?
Mhm.
I gotta go back. Let me see.
I want to say you got 93 on the 120.
Let me see if I can recover my. Who did it come from? PSI, TSI? No reply. PSI exam.
Cert PSI.
PSI exams. Let me see if I can pull up my other ones. So 520. So the 520, I got a 92%. Let me reshare my screen here. I got a 92% on the 520. I thought so. I freaked out on this one when I was studying for this.
There it is.
Yeah, when I was studying for this test, I was getting every practice question wrong, like every single one of them. I was like, "Oh crap, I am screwed." But this was the most straightforward test that I took so far. Like to me, like taking the test was easier than the study material because the questions were clear, they were concise. You knew what to expect. Like it was just easy. So that was that one. 120. I got an 86%. Again, this was pretty straightforward. There's a section that I got 100% in. There's a lot more sections, but this test was very straightforward as well. None of that trickery of the choose 2, choose 3. And then this last one, this one, I like I said, I walked out of this one going like, oh, that was hard.
Did you finally experience that panic of that final submit button?
No, because by then I was beaten to submission. I still had 2 hours left, and I'm like, I should really. I'm like, you know what? No, forget this. I was like in a state of like denial at that point. I was in a denial, and I was like, I am just I'm just gonna hit the button. I didn't even care. In fact, I almost hit the button the first time around. I almost hit the button on the first one because I forgot to go back to page 1, and I made it to the last page, and I hit submit, and I'm like, used to have like 14 or 20 questions flagged. All right.
We have
what was this one? Second question. Yes, I agree that I took the 120 and 620 on consecutive days at the Team 25 event. Oh, there you go.
As I said, I've been taking these things for my first certification was in 2017, so it's been 8 years. I've been taking these things. I think on average I've done about one a year, give or take. It's ramped up recently for some reason.
Yeah, I got one more to take. I got the 420, and then that's it. And the only reason I'm doing the 420 is because again I have the code for free. But if I didn't have that code for free, I would not be taking another test.
So what you're saying is when they come out with more CPs, I need to have a discussion with Rhea and Joanne?
No, because they made me work for this one. Because my last one is this one here. Oh, you didn't get it, huh?
Oh, I got a couple.
No. So at Team 25, you had to go to like 5 stations and do 5 different activities. And if you did all 5, you got let me show you. If you did all 5 things, you got a t-shirt, which my son got. Somehow I ended up with 3 of them. So my son has 2 larges and I got my extra large. But you got a t-shirt. I did also go like, this is the last thing I did right before teams closed out. So maybe they're just trying to get rid of the t-shirts, but I got this pin that you got. And then I got the T-shirt, and then they gave you this thing right here, which is a code for. Well, I won't show you the other side, but it's a code for the exam.
Here's the thing, though. Team 25 Europe, I got when I passed my 120 there, I got 2 of those code cards that have been sitting on my nightstand. So I finally used one of the 2, and I got 1 more.
Yeah. Well, again, if it wasn't for that code card, I would not be taking the 420. Because as a champion, Atlassian has yet to onboard me, and I don't have any of the benefits. We got a question here from Ricardo. I'm a newbie and started 3 months ago. I'm currently studying for the 905 and plan to take the 620 in 6 months.
That's aggressive.
Yeah, because the problem here is, it's not really a problem, but the challenge here is that these exams, they don't question you on facts, right? Like, I mean, yes, some questions are going to be factual based, like, I don't know.
What is this?
Yeah, what's a Scrum board, stuff like that. But what makes it hard is the nuance of, here's a scenario, is Scrum better or Kanban better? Right? There's really, really easy ones where, like, okay, the team wants to time track or use time tracking. What kind of estimation tactics do they use? That's an easy one. But it's those ones where, like, there's no right answer. Like, it could be Kanban or it can be Scrum, because it's beauty in the eye of the beholder. And that I think makes a horrible test question, which I'm told Atlassian's gonna get rid of. But that's why I think the 620, sorry, I think the 520 is easy. The material is hard. Right? I think there's a lot of hard things to learn in the 520 from a technical perspective, but the questions are more factual, less theoretical. And so while the content, the technical content is harder, it's easier to memorize than it is to do the subjective 620 crap.
So Atlassian, and Alex says this is a lot like the old salad tests that I give him nightmares about constantly because it's fun. Now he knows what I'm really talking about. But in all seriousness, Atlassian used to say for an ACP, not an ACA, an ACP, you need a minimum 2 years experience before you tackle it.
Yeah, if it was 620, I would give you that. I would definitely echo that one.
Now, that's before we had a plethora of study guides and people like us posting this content out there. Before, if you wanted any help on this, let me tell you, it was the bare minimum of help, because I've taken a couple of these classes. You had to sign up for like $300 classes at Summit, whatever it was, and take that there. And even then, they're just like, oh, here's what the questions are about. You have to study them on your own. So, but it's a lot easier now that we have guides where people have gone through the material and worked on this. I'm not saying anyone in particular, us.
Yeah, but yeah, you definitely, like I said, especially in the reports, you can't automate these 2 sections here. You can't memorize this. There's just no way. The questions are so unique, right? And they got a million different questions, and it's scenario based, and you gotta pick the right answer based on you building automation rules and based on you reading a lot of reports. So yeah, in 6 months, if you want to go crazy and just build 1,000 different automations and read and understand every single report, then it'll be easy. But otherwise, I do dozens of automations per day, so I build it up over the last 5 years.
Liz does have.
Where's Liz at? Okay.
Yeah.
This one, one of those things that just helps me as a sysadmin in general, create a free Atlassian account, log in with the top test users and yourself.
So yeah, Ricardo, create that free account, create that free instance, use it as your personal testing ground. If you break something, just delete it and start over and from a fresh instance. It's not that big a deal. It is invaluable to have a playground to try stuff in when you're learning this stuff. The only place that won't help and where you really kind of have to depend on the material is the reports, because that depends on underlying data that you really don't want to be self-populating.
Yeah. And the automation, I think it's not that bad, but you gotta like. I think they put automation, and I don't know where they put the JQL in there, but I had a few JQL questions, so I don't know if they combine it with automation or it's in this one. But you gotta know your JQL. You gotta know how these things work, and you gotta read it carefully, right? Like there was questions where like they gave you the JQL, and the question's like not like it's not directly asking you the question, right? But 3 letters, an and an or drastically change the output of a JQL, right? And when I read that question, it's like, what's the output of this JQL? Well, I read it as an or. So when I first went and answered it, I gave it the answer from an or. But when I went back the second time and I reread it, I was like, wait a minute, this is an and. this is not an or statement. This is an and statement. And so I'm like, I changed my answer there because I'm like, well, I would have gotten that one wrong because again, 2 to 3 characters will screw the answer up a lot.
So here's my biggest question, Alex, because this is the point I harp on. Having gone through all the studying, 18 of these courses now, and having taken the test, do you feel the prep work has made you a more experienced and better admin?
I say yes, more than the exam itself, but only because like we've made new discoveries because Atlassian is changing all the time, right? And so if it wasn't for that simple fact that Jira is different today than it was yesterday, and it'll be different in 6 weeks, those that prep work and all those things kind of give you insight to just stuff that you just take for granted or just weren't aware. One thing that came up in my question was the filter in part. But but this is where you get screwed a little bit, right? Because without addressing anything in particular, right? But I definitely had to know the filter, called the filter part. But here's the thing, like we did one time, right? And is it in or is it equals?
It depends.
And right, but in the test, you better know if it's equal or is it an in.
But I do want to harp on something. If you're taking
And it's
this
definitely
exam,
not in.
if you're taking the exam just to take the exam, you are missing the point. That piece of paper is helpful, and there are jobs that will ask for you to have some certification and all that, but should not be your end goal. This should be about the process of learning, because that will serve you far better in your career than the piece of paper. Having to go through and touch all the parts of Jira you don't touch on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Go, oh, that's how this works.
Yeah, because I mean, this is a great example, right? Like this would have been something that you need to know for the test. But in the heat of the moment, whether it's an equals or an in is less like on the test, obviously it matters, right? You got to know, is it filter equals the filter or is it filter in the filter, right? But the more important thing in my mind is I can now go to clients and go, hey, we can like do inception here with the filters. And that to me is way more valuable than did I get that question right or wrong on the test. Like I now have a new tactic in my arsenal of tactics in Jira to help clients or teams like do these advanced JQL queries. That again, maybe I didn't get right in the test because you didn't memorize the syntax, but this is I just figured it out right now by trial and error, which again you can't do in the test, but this is why I find this much more valuable than memorizing the syntax. Just knowing that you can do
that's the point. That's the point I want to make here. It's not about the exam itself. I love having the shiny pieces of paper. There's a certain prestige, especially if you have multiple ACPs. There's a certain prestige in that. But that's not the most helpful part. The most helpful part is the fact that I've had to study for, 8 exams now? That study has made me an expert in this product.
Yeah. The other thing for me personally, I'm not allowed to wear a certain jacket that's in my closet until I get all 4.
I can wear it.
I can't. So I need one more to wear it. I was explicitly told you're not allowed to wear this until I get all 4. So I'm just following the
know.
rules.
And I'm going to hold you to that because I can, and I don't want it to be cheapened.
Yep. Although Sarah said that they started giving these out to people. I mean, that's how I got mine. They just handed them out.
Well, I mean, they're also changed the syntax or the title, so it's no longer Atlassian Certified Expert. It's Atlassian Certified Administration Expert.
Yeah.
Just
This one's
does not have as cool an acronym.
Well, quick shout out to our good friend Rob, who does the 420 and some of the other sessions, right? He does some of the ACAs as well. Like, they have a Discord over there, and that's something that, Ronnie, maybe you and I should consider or talk about because, yeah.
Well, I'm active on his Discord.
Yeah, so is my wife. But yeah, maybe let us know if you'd be interested in us maybe combining forces or setting up our own stuff. But it would be interesting to the study stuff. Like, I don't know. I feel like here's my 2 cents, right? Like, if you've never taken the test, and this is so, let me find my words correctly because we did this intentionally. I'm doing it. We didn't want to get in trouble with Atlassian, right? So I don't remember seeing anything, but we're not supposed to give you the questions, right?
No.
From the test, right? And that's fine. That's great and dandy. But we decided to, in the interest of not getting in trouble at all and plausible deniability, to do these study sessions blindly. I've never taken the test, and Ronnie, you've taken a test, but not the test that we need. You haven't taken the test that we were studying for, right?
No. I haven't even taken the 600, so
Right. So we wanted to, again, have that plausible deniability where anything that we told you was just speculation because we've never taken the tests. And so there's that aspect of it. But now that we've taken the test, I feel like I can provide 10 times more value because now I know what to expect. And versus that plausible deniability where we didn't want to. We could have very easily said we never taken the test, so we didn't know that was a test question. Now this is why I'm being cautious to not oversharing stuff, right? But I couldn't remember the test questions. If I remember details of the pain point.
That's the thing. Obviously, me and you are both large in the community. We are well-known names. I've had people approach me multiple times asking me for test questions, and here's the fact, people. I don't remember the test questions after I hit submit. Like, I can tell you what I got right and what wrong as a percentage, but
I can remember one question, and the only reason I can remember that question is because the same freaking question I got in the 120. And I was like, I wonder if I got it right in the 120. But folks, learn how components work. They will be on the test, on the 120 and on the 620.
But as I said, it's not about the piece of paper at the end of the day. It's about the process of learning. I've questioned that myself, especially for this one, because Alex, you and me both know for the 120 and 520, the learning course was exceptional.
Yeah, definitely. That's why one of our opening statements on this one was like, we shouldn't have wasted 3 days on the plans. There was not a single question on plans. Why the heck did Atlassian include the plans in the 620 materials is beyond me. Like, that whole module shouldn't be anywhere near this course at all. There's not a single question or I don't even think the word plan shows up in the test at all. And so don't waste your time studying anything on plans. Automation rules and boards are going to kick your butt. I would invest my time studying that one. The board settings, let's go back to this one. Board settings, board configuration, that you can see I scored the highest. That you just got to know what all those buttons do.
We need to put your screen back up.
We're playing the game. Yeah. So automation and reporting will kick your butt. JQL, that stuff's hard, right? Little characters, guys. Like, literally, the questions are the devil's in the detail, right? Like, I had a question where, like, you have 4 answers, and this is in the 120 as well, right? But you have 4 answers. Luckily, it's a radio button and not a freaking checkbox, otherwise you're screwed, right? But with the 4 questions, one of them has like an and statement in it. One of them has an or statement in it, right? One of them has an in statement in it. One of them has a not in statement in it. Well, which of the 4 is it? And again, unless you've done enough repetitions on what's the difference between, what is the true difference between an equal statement in a JQL versus an in the JQL, like I do these every time, but I become over reliant on this message, right? I become over reliant on when I do that and I hit enter and Jira goes nope, and I'm like, whoa, well, clearly it's the other one, right? But until you memorize these when you're taking the test, you're gonna get that wrong because it's not something that you actively do and it hasn't registered in your brain yet. You have to do enough repetitions here for this to work.
So here's a question for viewers, both present and future. Would you like us, because I've still got 2 weeks before mine, exactly 2 weeks before I take my ACP 620. I've already committed. I'm already signed up. It's going to be a thing. After we do that, would you like us to, at some point in the future, preferably after we've forgotten all the questions and Atlassian cannot add us about it, revisit this with our knowledge about not necessarily specific questions, but what are the topics on the test?
I think it would be interesting to redo the 120, 520, like all these again, but given what we know now that we've passed them. I think that would be interesting. I'd also be curious in the chat, would you guys want us to put some sort of like I dare I say paid boot camp, but some sort of like a accelerated study? Because honestly, like that's kind of what I was saying earlier, right? Like when we did the study sessions, we're coming in so blindly for the plausible deniability. But given what I know now, like I can tell you, don't waste your time on that or waste your time over here, which is very different than when we're studying. We're just taking it at Atlassian's face value because we don't know what to study or not study, right?
Yep.
I can tell you that automation rules, like if you don't know automation rules, like you will struggle on this test.
You got another congrats.
Felipe, I hate taking tests. I would say it's the opposite, but yeah. But again, like when we did,
folks, I need your help with, because we all know Alex just loves taking tests. We have to, as a community, convince him to take an exam,
dude,
at Team 25 Europe.
I'm not doing that, but let me tell you a little side story. So I get there like at 8:30 and the exam center's still closed. And so there's this other dude outside rocking this really cool mustache. And we're hanging out. And like 2 or 3 minutes later, they open the test center up. And so the guy walks in because he was there first. And then I'm waiting for me to go, right? But while he's turning on his computer, like turning on the office because the test center hadn't been turned on yet. We're just doing like little small talk, and the guy's like, "Oh, what are you in for?" And I'm like, "I'm taking a technical test." And he's like, "Oh, that's cool. What kind of technical test?" I'm like, "It's like project management stuff." I'm like, "How do you describe Jira to regular people?" And so he's like, "Oh, are you nervous?" I'm like, "I don't know. I spent 17 sessions studying for it, so I kind of have to pass it at this point." It's like, "Oh, why is that?" And I'm like, well, because I do these publicly on the internet. And so I'm like, if I don't pass it, it's going to be a disgrace, right? And he's like, "No way, you do these publicly?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm Dr. Jira." And he's like, I'm like, "I have a YouTube channel." He's like, "Oh, what's your YouTube channel?" So both the guy that's opening the task plus the cool dude with the cool mustache, they're like Googling me on the spot there. And then so I show up and then they're like, "Oh, that's so cool," and stuff. And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm like, I have 3 hours to take the test." Dude, I walked in out of that thing in an hour, and the guy, I can kind of just feel him looking at me. He's like, "Cocky bastard." Because I was kind of hyping it up, and I'm like, "Oh, this test is gonna be so easy. Like, how hard can it be?" He had 2 hours for his test, and he had not finished. Like he walked in 15 minutes before me, and I walked out I was the first person out because I walked out after an hour.
That's typical, I find. If you know the material well enough, you're probably not going to take more than an hour on any ACP. If you don't know the material well enough, you're probably going to take closer to 3.
Yeah. The other thing I'll tell you, on your test day, clear your calendar for the rest of the day, because my mind was just foggy the rest of the, like, I felt like I had to work like a 12-hour shift or something.
Well, you remember college when it was final season, right?
Yeah, but I only worked hard for 1 hour, but like I was done the whole day. Like it was mentally draining. Like the neurons that were connecting in my head were just intense. But it was fun. But yeah, let us know if you guys would be interested in like a boot camp, Discords. I was thinking of maybe even putting together like a guide, like a PDF or something, Ronnie, that we can like use as like lead magnets and stuff like that. Maybe. Like some PDF things. Then maybe even like a Udemy course or something like that, where it's like a little bit more detailed.
You are going to rope me into Udemy course for tech at some point, aren't you?
Yeah, so I'm gonna rope Robin too. Robin and I are gonna work on the Jira and Confluence.
Robin already does Udemy courses, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, that's his bread and butter, or whatever it's called. Mm-hmm. But yeah, those are fun. But yeah, no, the test. At the end of the day, I can tell you the biggest lesson learned that I learned was, again, those reports. We glanced, like we powered through them there at the end, and that was my biggest. If I can give you my biggest regret, is that we powered through the reports, right? Like not clicking on the buttons and understanding, what does this line do, what does this line mean, right? Because that's the more important, right? Like knowing what the lines do, I got down. I know what the burn down does, but knowing to say, okay, because this line looks like this and this line looks like this, what does that mean? What's that data telling us? That's what you got to know for the test. It's less of like, they're not going to ask you
what is a lot like the original ACP 100.
Yeah, because they're not going to ask you like, what's the red line? Is that the burn down line? Like, they're not going to ask you that. They ask you like, on this specific date, given this, is this a scope increase? Is this a scope decrease? How many points? Stuff like that. Like, you got to know that detail way more. Way more.
We are getting pinged.
Oh, is that you too? Took me 3 months. The boss.
Again, Sean, if you're watching the stream, this is continuing education, right?
Right. One thing that we're gonna do too. So on Thursday, Rodney, I haven't asked you, but make sure you come back on Thursday, because we're gonna do a bonus episode where we're gonna our channel sponsor, who graciously pay for us to be here and make all these sessions available. A couple disclaimers. Now that we're done, we are gonna compile this. What is it? Gonna be an 18-hour course.
Right at.
Yeah. So we're dropping a roughly 17 to 18-hour course here. Just one continuous motion. So you're gonna get that in the next couple of weeks as soon as the Jira guy circles around to it. 2, where was I going with this?
Something about a bonus episode on
Thursday. Revyz graciously again helped us out, right? Because 18 hours of our lives came out of this, right? And so doing this pro bono makes it a little harder. So if you're not a member of the channel, that everything helps here, right? But because Revyz was awesome and they sponsored us for this entire series, we're gonna do a bonus episode where we're gonna show you how Revyz works on this channel. And so we're gonna do a quick 30 to 45-minute session next on Thursday, where we'll walk you through how to back up your Jira, how to restore in case you delete stuff, and then how to do site to or product to product, like sandbox to production configuration moves, right? So if you've done a workflow or stuff like that, oftentimes you got to recreate all that stuff in production, and that's error prone. So we're going to show you how to just pick up your sandbox configurations and pop them into production. and not worry about forgetting things. And so so make sure you stick around for that. And I think that's the big ones, Ronnie. I don't know. I don't know that I have any other tips other than you got to go really well rested. I think that was one of the other things that kind of got me was I didn't sleep that well the night before. And so like when you're groggy and you're not reading, like if you're just tired, you're going to skip the question. You're just going to, not pay as much detail to the question. I also wish I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I wish that the harder questions, I wish the test was in the order of hard to easy, because I feel like the first 30 minutes of the test, like I'm on fire, right? Like I'm in the zone. I'm there. I'm focused. I'm hyper focused. But by the time you get to that second half of that test, you're losing steam, right? And if that's where for me, that's where those reporting questions came in, like those like questions 65 through 70. And so I'm like, damn. Well, I wish this would have been at the beginning when I had energy and clarity. And like by the time I got to them, I was tired. So I would say if you run out of juice like I do, skip through the easy ones. Don't even waste time answering them. Like just go and knock out the hard questions first while you have that clarity and you haven't been burnt out yet. And then go back and take care of the low-hanging fruit, because I just went in sequence, right? I went in sequential order. And by the time I get to the last 10 questions, like you're more spent than you were the first 20,
I
30.
take the opposite approach.
You
I'll
knock
go
out the
through the
easy ones?
question and knock out the easy ones. Again, I'm tallying, as Alex said, he does too. I'm tallying you every time I know I have a slam dunk, one that I know I got right. I'm tallying him down, trying to get to that
42.
I actually try to aim for 50 so I have a buffer.
I tried. I couldn't. I told you I had to stretch my buffer.
Liz?
No, I don't think they are.
Your questions are all equal. So an easy one is just as many points as a difficult one. That's why I go through and tackle all the slam dunks first, try and get as high as possible. And then I'll let everyone I have any concern about any difficulty on, or I'm just not even sure about the answer, I'll flag. Because you could go back and look at questions again. That's as Alex was saying, he went through it 3 times. So I'll go back and then I'll hit the flags again after I've tackled all the easy ones. See what I get from those. See if maybe on a second read I can see something turns them into a slam dunk. I'll have a second pile of those points where I'm like, I think I got those right, but I'm not sure. And then we all had exams. We've all seen the questions that you just know you have no clue.
And unfortunately, in this test, there was more of those.
And those are usually saved for last. And I even if I answer them and I think I got the answer right, I don't count them.
Yeah, and that's what worried me on this one, right? Because when I went through it, I had like 30 tallies where I'm like, all right, I got 30 slam dunks. I'm like, great, but I need 42 to walk out of this test alive.
And again, I'm aiming much higher. I'm usually aiming for like 50 or 60.
Oh, an MVP kind of guy, man. I think I walked out with 45 tallies on my paper. And at least 10 of those 45, I was like, I have no freaking clue if that was a slam dunk or not. I had a higher probability because I did. So another pro tip, right? Just do process of elimination. So I'm like, just by the simple fact that I've eliminated the other questions and I got it down to a 50-50 shot, then I took the tally. But I'm right there with Liz, man. I'm a C's get degrees kind of person too. And luckily for us, you need a D to pass. You need D's to pass these tests. So, but yeah, no. As soon as I got
that's the number we keep talking about. This 42. There are 70 questions that actually count. There's normally like 72, and the extras are. Again, you want to know which one are the extras.
I have never seen that, Ronnie. You told me that like 2 or 3 times, but I've never seen that.
Oh, I've seen it every exam I've taken.
I got 70.
I wonder if Atlassian has me flagged in the system.
I got 7. Yeah, you might be, because I got 70 questions.
But we're trying to get to that 65% of 70 questions, which is right at 42.
No, 60% is what for the 620 you need 60. You need 60%.
That's right. It's 60. Either way, 42 is the magic number. Again, I like to have a buffer. So I usually try and get up to 50.
I tried. I'm telling you, man. I barely even got to the 42 on this one. That's why when I hit that
you
submit,
say that, but
I hit that submit
85?
button. I was like, oh man, I should have not hit that submit button. But I'm like, screw it. I clicked it, and it takes a second to load. It's not instantaneous.
Oh,
That's like the longest
that
second.
is like the longest second of your life, especially when you're not sure how you did.
Yeah. And so again, I was genuinely surprised. I got that 85 and one more down the books and never again. Felipe says Ronnie gets the "Are you a robot?" question.
Well, I mean, objectively, I am a cyborg, so fair.
No, because you mentioned that for all the tests, but I've never gotten more questions than the ones that Atlassian advertises you get. Get to 40, pick one letter, get McDonald's Mickey D breakfast.
I have only had to fall back, and I'm proud of this with my Atlassian exam career. I've only had to fall back to pick one letter for like 5 questions total over all the exams I've taken. At least most of them I've had some clue on.
So at one point, so I accidentally almost did this, right? Because when I got to the end, on the UI, it's not very clear. So I hit next, and it's like, "You're done with the test. Are you ready to submit?" I was like, "No, I'm not ready to submit." So I had to like click. I was like, "Where's the exit button?" without closing the test down. So do not, when you get to the last question, don't hit next. Rather, go back along the bottom. There's all the questions. So go back to number 1 and start over. But if you click next on the last one, you'll like the test will think you're done, and then you'll have a mini heart attack. Like
that last submit is absolutely the longest second ever.
Brutal. But yeah, I don't know that I want to walk into a test and go, "Have you heard of the famous Kevin Hart thing that he did? Abacadabra, abacadabra." Have you heard?
I have not heard of that, but I am
apparently when he was taking his
surprised.
SATs. Yeah, apparently when he was taking his SATs in high school or whatever, like nobody told him that SATs were important. So he just went abacadabra, abacadabra down the test, like A, B, abba, ABACAD, whatever, abacadabra. So yeah, that's one way to take the test.
What I was told when I was practicing for my ACTs, which is one of the American college entrance exams you could take, just for international folks who may not know. What I was told is most answers
C or D
statistically are C.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
If you're just going to pick a letter because you have no clue, at least go with C, because that gives you, just on pure random chance, the best chance.
Liz, you're an OChem major? I actively stay away from OChem. Also, I would say if you don't have time but you have money, then I would just take the test, pay the $250, take the test, run through it. Maybe you get lucky, but then you're gonna have a much better appreciation of what you need to know for that second retake.
And if the second retake is usually discount, they'll give you discount code for the next retake.
Yeah, so if you don't have time, because we started this April, right? So if you are tight on time but have funds, just take the test twice. You'll most likely pass it the second time, but I think it's a better, like if I walked in right now and retook it, like I feel like I'd get a better score without having to restudy for it. Obviously, I would look up reports and know my damn reports better. But that would be my tip. All right, Ronnie, I am all out of tips, and I'm getting hungry for breakfast.
I will leave us with one more tip, and then I think I'm going to be there with you. Don't go into the test hungry. Make sure you have a good breakfast.
Yeah. Oh, you are allowed to take breaks on the ACP. So it's interesting because the test centers, everybody's taking all kinds of different tests, right? And so certain tests, like Atlassian gives the test center rules. And so like yours, like for the ACPs, at least in my center, you have to be wanded every time you come in and out of the test center. So if I were to go to the restroom, they'd re-wand you and stuff like that. But another interesting thing is like they will tell you if you're allowed to take breaks or not. Like some of them allow you to take breaks and others don't, but the Atlassian ones apparently do. I was scheduled 2 days back from the voucher expiration. Eggs, bacon, sausage, and a fruit cup. Yep. You got to go in there with something. I went in fasting. I don't know that it hurt me, but it probably helped me focus more. But towards the tail end, like if you're in there, like if I would have taken the 3 hours, I think I would have been starving. But I did give myself a nice meal as a reward after.
I get something good on the way to the exam, so I'm not having that distraction. And also my brain has fuel, so by the time I finish, I'm not feeling like I've worked a 12-hour day.
That's probably why I felt that way, because whatever fuel was in my stomach, it went to the brain and it exhausted it all. I'm walking out super hungry and super tired.
Mm-hmm. But congratulations, Alex. You have earned it.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure I did.
One more, and then you get to wear a jacket. And we'll catch you next time.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.